Konoha, year 5-3. In a shadowy corner of the Hidden Leaf Village, a group of masked ninjas traverse the darkness, engaged in secretive missions far beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. Their progress was anything but dignified. They returned battered and bruised, and if fortune favored them, they might return home for a meal. Otherwise, they would meet their demise in obscurity, their bodies decaying in forgotten corners. This was the life of a ninja, particularly those belonging to the enigmatic root organization. At the heart of this mysterious entity sat an elderly man, his right eye shrouded in bandages. Unremarkable in appearance, he was Shimura Danzo. The tidal darkness of a ninja world was enough to silence even the most boisterous child. Even years after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, the old man continued to shine in his role, tirelessly guarding the village he cherished. At this moment, Danzo remained in his perpetually unchanged study, a candle flickering beside him. However, this time, he held a thin sheet of paper rather than the usual mission scrolls he would dispatch to his subordinates. The dim light cast a gentle hue upon his scarred visage. The paper had yellowed with age, its text somewhat blurred. To my father. This letter was tucked away in the album you gifted me on my birthday, concealed in a corner of my room. You have always respected my privacy, so if you find this letter, it must be while sorting through my belongings. I can only assume I have perished on the battlefield. Haha, if I were to sacrifice myself for the village I love, it would be a glorious end. Yet, I regret that your promise to revel together after the war will remain unfulfilled, and I shall never witness your foolishness again. Long excerpt omitted this time. My right eye has been twitching, and a sense of unease lingers in my heart. Thus, I have left this letter, hoping it will go unused. Father, there is another crucial matter I must convey, which is the primary reason for this letter. Even if you do not discover it, I have already informed Shin Nosuke to relay the message. In the war, I made an inevitable mistake as a man, pledging my life to a woman in distress. Initially, we received false intelligence and fell into an ambush by the Cloud Village, narrowly escaping death. An enemy's kunai pierced my throat. With only a breath left and the dignity of a Konoha ninja to uphold, I managed to deliver the intelligence to the town. Fortunately, they were misled by the false information on Watanabe, allowing me to survive. Regrettably, I could only reach the town's entrance before I succumbed to a violent cough, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, my consciousness began to fade. Yet I beheld a figure with crimson hair rushing toward me, like the wings of an angel. She saved me, this day. I remain unaware of how she rescued me from certain death, yet I know she is kind and gentle. Such a grievous injury healed under her care within 2 days, and during that time, a story unfolded. We fell in love. I soon returned to the battlefield, but I would often revisit that quaint town when time permitted. Later, she confided that she was pregnant, that I could faintly sense the stirrings of life within her. You must understand the feeling of impending fatherhood. When I learned this news, I leapt with joy. However, red-haired individuals are exceedingly rare in the ninja world. From my brief mentions, you may deduce that she is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. She claimed to have held a respectable position in the land of whirlpools and was childhood friend with Lady Kushina from Konoha. You would likely find her valuable to Konoha. Thus, I have always hesitated to bring her to the village, fearing to introduce her to you. A girl with child should not be denied the chance to meet her partner's family. And who could blame her for feeling discontent? In her frustration, she departed to a place she believed I could not find her. I felt guilty, planning to seek a secluded haven for our family once the war ended, even discussing its feasibility with Jiraiya. Yet neglecting her feelings and failing to communicate promptly as the war intensified, I had no opportunity to explain myself. The tasks at the front overwhelming me. I could only rely on trusted friends of lesser rank within the military to keep an eye on her. As of now, she is likely in the land of water, as her homeland is an island nation surrounded by water, which she adores. Oh, and I have named our child, your grandchild, Shimura R.A. Cunning. Is it not a beautiful name? I hope he lives a life of peace and joy, the name reflecting our aspirations for the village's safety and happiness, unisex and devoid of triviality. Perhaps I possess a modicum of literary flair? While this may trouble her, should you read this letter amidst continued strife in the ninja world, I implore you to bring her back. If I were to die in this war, she is the only woman I have loved besides my mother, and she carries my only bloodline. Thus, I ask that you do not treat them harshly. I know you have long coveted the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and have sacrificed much for your ambitions. To you, she may hold great value. However, Lady Kushina endured a miserable childhood. I do not wish for her to arrive at Konoha with hope only to tread the same path, nor do I wish for my child to become a casualty. I am uncertain if expressing this to you is wise, and I dare not harbor expectations. Yet, I hope, if only for the contributions I have made to Konoha over these years, you will provide her and our child with a safe haven amidst this chaos. I know you are just and discerning. I do not know why I felt compelled to write so much. Perhaps I shall return triumphantly tomorrow after completing my mission. Yet, unease has been swelling within me, like a tide threatening to drown my heart. The ancestors who have fallen on the battlefield say that one senses the end is near. It is that be safe. I shall convey these important matters in advance. The time to depart approaches, so I shall end it here. May you never open this letter. With respect, Shimura Rakuning. Shimura Danzo remained motionless, clutching the letter for an extended period, the air thick with silence. The only evidence of reality being the flickering candle distorting the space around him. Unruly child after an indeterminate time. Danzo finally emitted a guttural sound from his throat, akin to being choked by a thick phlegm, his voice gravelly and hoarse. Even a tiger does not consume its cubs in your eyes. Am I truly so repugnant? Instinctively, Danzo crumpled the paper into a ball, as if to vent his fury upon the very words of the letter's author. Yet he quickly regained composure, smoothing the paper carefully, attempting to erase the creases he had created, but the paper would not return to its original state. This cannot be blamed on him. These years have been consumed with the village's affairs, and our shared meals have been few and far between. Our communication as father and son has been insufficient. The Uzumaki clan you truly surprise me, quietly bringing forth a grandchild for me. The only child you have left is also the last vestige of my bloodline Even a tiger does not consume its cubs. The war has concluded, and at long last, I find myself with the leisure to sort through your belongings. Yet this letter was penned nearly 4 years ago. Tuanzong, who typically abstained from smoking, would only indulge his old friend's office to witness his friend's discomfort. However, in this moment, he could not resist lighting a pipe. Pong pong. After a prolonged contemplation, Tuanzong finally responded, tapping the table twice with a single hand. Bring someone. No sooner had he spoken than there came the swift sound of whoosh, as a masked root ninja appeared before Tuanzong like specter. Lord Tuanzong, notify our spies in the land of water to exert all efforts in locating the descendants of the Uzumaki clan and all individuals with red hair. They must be returned unharmed. Send additional personnel in that direction. This mission must be executed with utmost speed. Yes, Wu. Tuanzong paused for a moment before continuing. Another root ninja promptly appeared, kneeling on one knee. Lord Tuanzong, is the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village still alive? What is the stance of the Hyuga clan and the monkeys? The Cloud Ninjas have been escorted back to their village. The Hokage has accepted their narrative, demanding the surrender of Lord Hizashi to quell their anger. Crack! The smoking pipe in Tuanzang's hand was instantly crushed, his previously melancholic expression darkening into one of profound gloom. Understood. You may withdraw. The root ninja complied and retreated, daring not to glance at Tuanzang's increasingly somber visage. The monkeys are regressing with each passing day. This is not merely suppressing the Hyuga, it is a self-inflicted humiliation through the hands of the cloud. Who would have thought that the once mighty ninja would become so feeble? He has lingered in the position of Hokage for far too long. If this continues, he will become the greatest impediment to Konoha's development. What ambition! I am simply acting for the sake of Konoha. With a sigh, Tuanzong rose, hands clasped behind his back, and strode toward the Hokage building. One thing is certain. This matter shall not be left to the Hokage's whim. Chapter 2. You must eat well. In the distant, isolated land known as the Water Country, there lies a rather unremarkable town, where the scorching heat should have prevailed. Yet the atmosphere is now chillingly suffocating. The streets are adorned with human-shaped ice sculptures, juxtaposed against the backdrop of crumbling ruins, creating an eerie tableau. A group of masked individuals clad in ninja attire traverses the scene. The intermittent sounds of battle and desperate cries only intensify the sanguinary ambience. Act swiftly. Intelligence indicates that remnants of the Uzumaki clan are present in this vicinity. All sensory ninjas, advance. We must unearth them, even if we have to dig to the very depths of the earth. The commanding ninja's voice exudes an unwavering resolve and cruelty. Ice release, 1,000-kill water flight. With a swift hand seal, the leader unleashes a flurry of icy shards that scatter in the air, piercing through the bodies of the unfortunate refugees who had narrowly escaped the icy fate. The hapless civilians, mere mortals, catch but a fleeting glimmer of cold light before being impaled like hedgehogs. Their blood, before it can even flow, is instantly frozen by the icy needles. Captain, a fellow ninja, seemingly a newcomer, gazes in horror at the grim scene, hesitating to voice an objection, but is silenced by a mere glance from the captain. Silence. What do you comprehend? The Uzumaki clan is a blight that should never have existed in the ninja world. These ignorant villagers, harboring the remnants of the Uzumaki, deserve nothing less than death for their transgressions. The captain admonishes his subordinate, his bloodthirsty grin unyielding. To prevent any remnants from escaping, we shall seal off the entire village. Water release. Just as he begins to form the necessary hand seals, the captain is interrupted by an arriving subordinate. Captain, we have located the remnants of the Uzumaki clan. Following his gaze, several injured ninjas escort an elderly woman, a young girl, and a small boy towards them, their bloodied appearances revealing the ferocity of the recent skirmish. The woman, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, clutches the hand of a boy of merely 3 or 4 years, flanked by an elderly matron who closely guards them. Aside from the elderly woman's hair, which has turned gray with age, both mother and child possess striking crimson locks that seem to blaze like flames against the white snow. Remnants of the Uzumaki clan. The lead ninja reiterates, causing the woman, who had been soothing her weeping child, to pause and glower fiercely at him. Lord Mizukage has specifically instructed us to bring you back to Kirigakure for protection. We sincerely hope you will choose to surrender willingly. After all, it would be such a shame for such a delightful child to perish here. Our village of Kirigakure is eager to collaborate with you, to help you thrive and propagate. Upon finishing, the leader licks his lips, his avarice unmistakable. Haraha, are you inviting us to return as your blood bags? Is this why you have sent so many to hunt down these innocent villagers? Lord Mizukage truly possesses grand ambitions. The woman laughs derisively, signaling the elderly matron to shield the child's eyes, her tone suddenly turning frigid. If that is the case, let us remain here. Diamond lock. The sound of tearing fabric reverberates sharply as powerful chakra surges around the woman, and thick chains erupt from behind her, impaling the ninjas and binding them together like skewered meat on a grill. Drip, drip. Blood flows incessantly along the chains, and the surrounding air seems to freeze in that moment. Your predecessors, the third Mizukage, dared not set foot in the land of whirlpools. Only through the alliance of 4 ninja villages did they find the courage to act against us. How dare you presume to disrespect the Uzumaki clan? The woman scoffs, preparing to continue her hand seals, but suddenly coughs up blood, her face paling as she sways precariously. Shia, your chakra has been drained. If this continues, you will lose your life. The elderly matron hastily supports the woman, her frail hands gripping the younger woman's arm, transferring her own chakra and vitality to her. Grandma. Uzumaki Shia's complexion regains a hint of color, and she resumes her earlier technique, gently ruffling the hair of the child beside her. I will need you to care for this child. Corpse Ghost Seal. As the incantation is uttered, the already frigid air grows even more sinister, and a shadowy figure with horns and a short dagger emerges behind the caster. Mommy. The child, though still young and naive, senses the abnormal atmosphere and cries out, breaking free from the elderly woman's grasp to rush into his mother's embrace. Xiansong. The demonic shadow behind Uzumaki Shia solidifies, consuming the souls of the Kirigakure ninjas, while she crouches down, tightly embracing her child. You must remember, our Uzumaki clan is extraordinary, and even in our current plight, never should you despise your heritage. The few of us that remain are precious like family. Cherish one another, for this is how we survive in this world. The land of whirlpools once thrived alongside any nation, and you are the grandson of our greatest king, a born ruler. The hope for the revival of the Uzumaki clan. Once, the 4 great ninja villages united to annihilate our clan, and our enemies are scattered throughout the ninja world. You must, as the Grim Reaper devours the souls of the fallen. Its shadow looms ever closer to Uzumaki Shia. Weak and barely able to speak, she clings tightly to her child, tears streaming down her face. You must eat well. Grow up joyfully. Remember to drink milk daily to grow taller. When it gets cold, wear more clothes. If food falls on the ground, do not pick it up. Always heed your grandmother's words. And when you grow up, if you encounter a girl you like, treat her well. Do not be like your mother, calculating love, nor like your father, who was deceived by a stranger. Moreover, although I initially bore you to forge a stronger lineage, I truly love you dearly. Xian-san. The ghostly figure flashes past, and the ninjas of Kirigakure fall lifeless to the ground, their faces ashen. The shadow of the Grim Reaper now stands before her, and Uzumaki Shia, weakened to the point of incoherence, still clings to her child, Uzumaki Xian-san. I am sorry. I should not have named you thus. In the end, I have failed to do anything right, and not only have I not revived our nation, but I must sacrifice my very flesh to protect you. You must walk your own path from here on. Stay healthy, be happy, and find joy. She turns to the breathless, elderly matron beside her. Grandma Jingi, I entrust this child to you. Do not go to Konoha. Konoha cannot be trusted. Kushina is gone. It is mocking that the Uzumaki, masters of sealing, could not even secure their own dog. The mighty Hokage could not protect his wife. Leave, Grandma, to a faraway place, and dye the red hair black. Survive by any means necessary. I am sorry. I have been somewhat selfish. I cannot bear the thought of my child bearing the weight of national hatred at such a tender age. After so many years of struggle, I cannot even glimpse the hope of restoration. I am so weary. Let everything end today. Do not tell him these things, will you? Receiving a tearful nod from the elderly matron, the woman finally finds solace, surrendering herself to the Grim Reaper's embrace. The tumult of chakra triggers old wounds, and once more, blood spills upon Uzumaki Xian-san, soaked through. If this continues, one might catch a chill. Upon venturing outside, one must certainly change into clean garments. Mother loves you. The Grim Reaper, having feasted to satisfaction, departed, leaving behind the mournful lament of the 4 words uttered by the whirlpool of Shia, which fell upon the frail form of the child. Even though the child had only recently awakened to the world, he understood that the sound signified the final departure of a loved one. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks, and he cried out in anguish, "Mother!" The heart-wrenching wails echoed across the heavens, leaving only the child's cries reverberating in the vastness. The heavens seemed to join in his sorrow as torrential rain cascaded down, mingling with his tears upon the ground. Princess Shia, though I say this, I too have long since run dry of strength. My chakra is nearly depleted. I can barely lift my arms. I could only manage to raise my garment to shield the young one from the deluge, but soon thereafter, the old woman could no longer support herself and collapsed to the earth. Chapter 3, where the leaves dance as she struggled to rise. Her arms felt as heavy as lead. Gazing into the distance, she caught sight of a group of ninjas drawn by the sound of a child's cries. There is movement here. This is the C region, at the 7 o'clock position, identifying a target that meets adult specifications. All teams, assemble. Even the faintest whispers of communication failed to escape her half-deaf ears, the looming threat of an enemy attack igniting a final surge of strength within the elderly woman, allowing her to prop herself up with great difficulty. However, as they approached and she recognized the attire of these ninjas, her tense body relaxed slightly. The leaf. The village of Lord Hashirama. Young ones, you must be under Danzo's command, she remarked with a smile that creased her weathered face as the lead ninja stepped forward, his demeanor indifferent as he assessed her pulse to ascertain her state of life. Even without your words, old woman, I am aware. That cursed seal of yours was passed to me after being entangled by that man for nearly half a year. There are no others but his subordinates here, right? The leader momentarily paused, unable to suppress his reaction, turning his head sharply towards her. Yet, the old woman averted her gaze, gently patting the child who was sobbing uncontrollably, her hand resting on his forehead. Isn't this fate? Being taken by Danzo might be the best outcome after all. Young Lord Hensong, you must live well. With that, she extracted the last remnants of chakra from her weary body, forming an intricate seal upon the child's head, covering his entire forehead. Just before she succumbed, she noticed the ninja still observing her, and with a faint smile, she added, "Young man, if possible, please bury me and the princess with earth release. After a lifetime of toil, I truly wish not to become prey for beasts in the end. And tell your lord Danzo, this little one is his own grandson. With her final breath, the old woman lay on the ground, her expression serene, resembling a corpse long frozen in place, her voice forever silenced. Thus, the return journey commenced. The land of water, surrounded by seas and isolated from the world, meant that despite their relentless haste, they arrived back in the Leaf Village by the following afternoon. The quarrel within the Hokage building never ceased. Enough, monkey. Do you wish to trample the dignity of the leaf into the ground? Danzo, this is the only way forward. Only this can quell the wrath of the Cloud Village. The leaf cannot withstand the ravages of war any longer. Humph. Your sentiment is entirely that of a woman's compassion. Only by fighting to the bitter end can we secure a greater peace. But the villagers can no longer endure the horrors of war. Are we not aware of the current strength of the leaf? This is utterly absurd. What do you understand? Do you think that continued forbearance will lead them to relent? They are merely biding their time, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. I understand. Danzo. I certainly do. A flicker of pain crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, nearly causing his pipe to fall from his grasp. Recently, Shin no Suk had perished on the battlefield of the cloud. Yet, the leaf's current foundation could not support another war. We must consider the village as a whole. This is the only way. We have grown old. The leaf is now in a state of transition. The villagers also require a peaceful haven to recuperate. Hiruzen grasped Danzo's hand with deep sincerity. However, Danzo fell silent for a moment, opening his mouth to speak only to be interrupted by Hiruzen. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. As for future matters, let us wait until this generation of exceptional successors has fully matured. With that definitive decree, Shimura Danzo recognized that today's discourse had reached an impasse. With a disdainful snort, he turned away, hands clasped behind his back. Yet, both Hiruzen and Hiruzen's successor were top-tier powerhouses within the leaf. Losing either would be a detriment to the village. Hiruzen, you will regret this. With a familiar slamming door, Danzo left in disappointment. Hiruzen, intending to retrieve the pipe that had fallen on the table, reached down but, as expected, found nothing. Resigned, he called out towards the door. Return my pipe. Whoosh bang. With a swift motion, the pipe that had been clamped in Hiruzen's mouth shot through the air like a shuriken, crashing through the Hokage office door and embedding itself into the wall not far from Hiruzen's side. Soon after, cracks appeared along the pipe's handle. And before Hiruzen could reach out to recover it, it shattered into fragments with a resounding crunch. Such farcical scenes played out daily, and Hiruzen could only shake his head and sigh with a smile, incorporating the nature transformation of wind release. At my age, how can I still behave like a child? With that, he resumed sifting through the documents on his desk. I truly have aged. Even reading these few words leaves me lightheaded. The future of the leaf shall be entrusted to the next generation. I wonder if little Konohamaru has been drinking his milk properly today? Whoosh. Hokage-sama. Another rush of air accompanied the sound of an Umbu shinobi kneeling before him. The chakra fluctuations emanating from the shinobi were all too familiar. Hiruzen did not turn his head to guess the identity of the visitor. What has happened, Inuzuka? Hokage-sama. The patrolling Umbu ninjas have reported that Root has returned from outside the village with a child and 2 corpses. Hiruzen acknowledged, signaling for his subordinate to continue. Danzo, that old rascal, often stirred trouble while secretly gathering talented children from other villages for his own purposes. He could hardly claim ignorance, merely choosing to turn a blind eye. As Danzo often stated, everything is for the leaf. As a trusted personal guard, the Umbu ninja would undoubtedly be aware of this. Clearly, this report was not merely about the abduction of a child. Moreover, the unusual inclusion of 2 corpses indicated that this matter was more complex than it appeared. Were they remnants of the bloodline of other ninja villages? What Danzo failed to accomplish, we have succeeded in. I can certainly bear this responsibility. At worst, he could later push the blame onto Danzo, though he wondered if this surprise was enough to warrant the leaf taking on such a burden. According to the intel, the child has red hair, an extraordinarily vigorous life force, and can sense chakra fluctuations even without having undergone training. My subordinate's humble opinion is that this child should be a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, a genuine member of the Uzumaki lineage, rather than some rascally yellow-haired fox from our village who bears the same surname. Clatter. Hiruzen, having lifted the teacup for another sip, lost his grip and sent it crashing to the floor upon hearing his subordinate's revelation. Clearing his throat, he disregarded the scalding tea that spilled onto his hands and feigned composure. How coincidental that he shares the same surname as little Naruto. In an instant, his demeanor shifted. An aura of powerful authority filled the office as the seasoned leader's shrewdness glimmered in his murky eyes. Dispelling the earlier facade of feebleness, the Land of Waves has always been a friend of the Leaf, and as descendants of the Uzumaki clan, we must protect them well. Let him also embrace the will of fire and become an exemplary ninja. Surely, little Naruto would be delighted to learn there was a child with the same surname and age in the village. Please summon my old friend for tea later. That wily old man knows better than to approach this matter overtly. Understood. The Umbu ninja acknowledged before departing. In the realm of power, the rise and fall of emperors dictate the fates of their subjects. The long-standing relationship between master and servant allowed him to swiftly grasp the implication behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. While the village may harbor descendants of the Uzumaki clan, they must bear the Sarutobi name, not that of the Uchiha. They must align themselves with the Hokage's cause. Summoning Danzo to delay him, Hiruzen's subsequent remark, "This matter must not proceed overtly," hinted at the necessity of seizing the opportunity to rescue the Uzumaki heir while Danzo was preoccupied. As the Umbu, a formidable organization birthed from the village, was brimming with talent, accomplishing this task would be a mere trifle. Thus, he departed, leaving Hiruzen to gaze out the window, lighting another pipe. The Uzumaki clan, naturally gifted hosts for tailed beasts. How remarkable Danzo's accomplishments will be. Yet, such talent must never fall into his hands. Who knows if he intends to replace Naruto? Of course, augmenting the ranks of the Nine Tails hosts with a backup would not be excessive. But I've heard that the Eight Tails and Two Tails from the Cloud Village each possess their own unique traits. Engaging in conflict with Konoha cannot simply be overlooked. Previously, the lack of suitable candidates justified the adage that a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. However, now, a host must cultivate a bond with their tailed beast from an early age. Therefore, driven by the same relentless ambition to advance Konoha's future, one can greet the Cloud Village's denizens with smiles while stealthily plotting against them. Humph, the Eight Tails host has already matured into a shadow-level powerhouse, being the younger brother of the current Raikage, the very core of the Cloud Village. This one is not to be trifled with. However, there remains the Two Tails host, who is merely a child of just over 10 years. How enviable it is for other ninja villages to wield the powers of their weaker-tailed beasts in combat. Konoha has yet to harness the nine-tail strength. With the unique constitution of the Uzumaki clan, Konoha could finally produce a perfect host, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Hiruzen watched as the gust of wind swept it away. The smoke danced upon the wind, settling upon a withered tree, dislodging the dead leaves that had clung on from the previous year. Beneath the cover of the fallen leaves, a glimmer of vibrant green emerged. The old leaves fell away, giving way to tender shoots that eagerly stretched towards the wind. Soon, they would unfurl completely, adorning the once barren tree in a lush canopy. At that moment, it would surely be a scene of thriving vitality once more. Chapter 4. Inherit the will of my roots. Let us not dwell on the calculations of our beloved Hokage or the root organization, nor the subterranean base. Our protagonist has finally awakened from his slumber. As he opens his eyes, before he can fully comprehend his predicament, the seal on his forehead suddenly emanates a brilliant light, surging with a formidable chakra into his mind. The blinding radiance prevents him from opening his eyes, and before he can gather his thoughts, the light dissipates, along with the seal that vanished from sight. Where am I? Mother, grandmother, where are you? In an unfamiliar and uncomfortable environment, a child's instinct is to call for those they trust most, and the little boy is no exception. However, as memories of the scene before he fainted flood back, he quickly silences himself. Mother collapsed in a pool of blood. And the villagers, at merely 3 years of age. He lacks the understanding to articulate death, yet he grasps the gravity of the situation. He realizes that his mother will likely never open her eyes again. Touching the spot on his forehead that had just glowed, he clutches his chest tightly, murmuring, "How strange. I should be crying. Yet my tears are stuck in my eyes, refusing to fall. Where is this place? Did Grandmother Shizuki bring me here? Have those wicked people been driven away?" Just as he utters these words, a commotion arises outside the door. Lord Danzo, accompanied by the sound of bows. An elderly man with a bandaged eye and a scarred chin, exuding an intimidating aura, stands at the entrance, his gaze fixed unblinkingly upon the child in the bed, yet strangely silent. The little boy regards him with equal wariness, neither speaking a word. Finally, The elderly man breaks the awkward silence of their first encounter with a murmured comment. You look so much like him. Just by looking at the child before him. Shimura Danzo is almost certain that this boy is his own flesh and blood. Aside from the signature red hair of the Uzumaki clan, the child's features are strikingly reminiscent of his own childhood, or rather, they mirror those of his son. Shizune. No, it is Yuki, isn't it? You must have endured much hardship wandering alone these years. Danzo reflects, recognizing that throughout his long life as a ninja, he has never experienced such a moment of vulnerability, nor has he ever felt such an overwhelming desire to embrace someone tightly. Beyond the stirring of blood ties, there is also a deep-seated fear of loss. This emotion is undeniably complex, yet the resemblance between the child and his father is uncanny. Gazing at him, Danzo finds himself momentarily lost, feeling as though his son has not truly departed, but has merely shrunk in size like a child's prank, reappearing before him to witness his father's most unguarded moment. Well then, our exchanges have been far too scarce, rendering this reunion all the more abrupt. Is this a divine opportunity for the old man to find solace? With such thoughts, Danzo stumbles toward the boy's bedside, reaching out to touch his hair. However, the child instinctively recoils. Hey, old man, you've got the wrong person. My name is Uzumaki Kingdom, not whatever you called me, Shizune, Yuki. Danzo, awakened by the boy's exclamation, retracts his hand nonchalantly. He scrutinizes his grandson anew, suppressing any anger and instead chuckling. My apologies, I was presumptuous. They said you seemed rather timid when they found you. It would be unreasonable to expect a 3-year-old who has just suffered such a loss to behave otherwise. Yet, his son had always been gentle, never raising his voice, and the resemblance led Danzo to subconsciously assume that his grandson would mirror his father's demeanor. He never expected their first encounter would involve being called an old man. Quite the spirited child. It seems the Uzumaki clan has not lost its fiery nature. They didn't bring me back. What happened to grandmother Shizuki? You refer to her as grandmother. It is simply the natural course of life, aging and death. My subordinate brought you back to the village. By then, your grandmother Shizuki had already passed away. So, you mean, you saved me? Yes, but there is no need for thanks, for I am your grandfather. Before Danzo can finish his self-congratulatory statement, he is interrupted by the boy's urgent inquiry. What about my mother and grandmother Shizuki? Have you seen them? They have both passed away. Having witnessed numerous farewells and losses throughout his life, Danzo seems unaware of how terrifying the concept of death is to a child. Casually delivering the news. They're dead. My mother spoke of it. My grandfather has also died. And many of our relatives known to my mother are gone as well. Death means I can never see my mother again, right? It means I can never taste the meals grandmother Shizuki made for me, right? Yes. With a curt response, Danzo pauses before offering consolation. Your mother has gone to reunite with your father. You can pray for her in the other world, so she does not suffer any longer. Surprisingly, rather than erupting into tears as Danzo had anticipated, the child lifts his head and gazes intently into Danzo's eyes. Who did this? Who were those that attacked us? I want revenge for my mother and grandmother. According to their reports, your village was completely enveloped in ice and snow. It must have been the Mizukage clan. The Mizunokuni's Mizu no Suki clan. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of rogue ninjas from their ranks, but that seems unlikely. Danzo casts a long, scrutinizing glance at his grandson, reaching out once more, this time successfully stroking the boy's hair. The land of water. The child ignores the gesture, reciting the name softly. Mother once told me that the land of water was also one of the culprits behind the downfall of our Uzumaki clan. Was this ambush a retribution for their failure to eradicate us back then? Indeed, once you arrive in Konoha, you need not fear any longer. Our Konoha is the safest place in the world, especially when you are by my side. Prepare to embrace your new life. Take these days to adapt and contemplate what kind of life you wish to lead. As Danzo speaks, he tightens his grip on the boy's head. I want to go back. I want to take revenge for my mother. I will kill all those who caused our family to be torn apart and our nation to fall. What? Danzo is taken aback by the fierce declaration from a mere 3-year-old, finding it somewhat amusing to see such determination from a child barely tall enough to reach his thigh. Such ambition. However, without absolute power, mere words are meaningless. If you return now, you would only add another corpse to that land. Then I will grow stronger. I seek your guidance until I become one of the elite in the ninja world. Who will I take revenge on? The Mizunokuni clan? Or the entire village of Kirigakure? Of course, it will be the land of water. Danzo is momentarily stunned as he gazes down at his grandson, who possesses a pair of youthful eyes filled with conviction and a hint of burgeoning ambition. My mother taught me that a favor received should be repaid with a torrent, and a grudge should be avenged tenfold. They caused our family to perish and our nation to fall, and they have wronged me by taking my mother from me. I shall annihilate the entire land of water. The revival of the land of whirlpools necessitates resources, territory, and populace. After vanquishing the land of water, it would be prudent to show mercy and subjugate them as vassals of the land of whirlpools. The young lad pondered thoughtfully, while the elder Shimura Danzo, after initially being taken aback by such declarations, erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha! Splendid, splendid. My daughter-in-law has indeed raised a remarkable grandson. Haraha! Is this the power of bloodline? Though we are strangers, you bear such a striking resemblance to me. In contrast to your dovish father, your mindset aligns more closely with mine." Haraha! Danzo laughed heartily, disregarding decorum, causing the guards stationed outside to retreat silently, unwilling to remain within earshot. The young boy's gaze towards Shimura Danzo shifted from initial wariness to gratitude, and ultimately to one of incredulity, as if regarding a madman. When he looked up again, he was greeted by a large hand descending towards his head. Yet, one must exercise caution and avoid radicalism in the land of Fire-S Kanahigakure when discussing the revival of the land of whirlpools. Danzo crouched down to meet the boy's gaze, a smile gracing his face. "Even I find your views somewhat extreme. However, it is not a significant issue. Your ambition to annihilate the land of water shall be fulfilled with my assistance. Youth should indeed brim with vitality. Shimura Rina, Sarutobi Kanomaru, they are the future of Konoha. Finally, I have found a successor to the will of the roots. As the visible part of the roots, may you become the strongest foundation of Konoha." Then, Lord Danzo, Lord Hokage has requested a matter of importance to discuss. Before Danzo could hear his grandson utter the first grandfather, he was interrupted by a report from the Umbu ninja outside. "Humph. That monkey truly knows how to disturb the peace. I understand." Chapter 5. Today, it is either you or me. Although it may seem somewhat embarrassing to admit, Danzo himself acknowledged that the root he meticulously cultivated, which was directly subordinate to the village's shadow and gathered numerous talented individuals for the Umbu, was utterly defenseless. Otherwise, the treachery would not have fallen into the hands of the inherently malevolent Uchiha clan. At this very moment, shortly after Danzo's departure, Umbu ninjas followed closely behind and arrived at the root's base. Not to mention, the renowned strongest Genjutsu user, Uchiha Shursui, was still present in the Umbu. Under the pretext of rescuing the remnants of the Uzumaki clan, Shursui swiftly approached, merely casting a piercing glare at the guards stationed at the entrance, causing the root ninjas to freeze in place, paralyzed by fear. They stood like statues, watching as Shursui and his companions passed by, cradling a child. The inexperienced newcomers in the Umbu even attempted to wave at them, only to be reprimanded, their eyes remaining unblinking. Such was the formidable gaze of the Uchiha's elite, a power that ordinary individuals could never hope to rival. This very reason was why the upper echelons of Konoha always regarded them with trepidation. If they were willing to cooperate, Konoha would not shy away from confronting anyone today. Yet, had it not been for these nefarious Uchihas, the fourth Hokage would not have perished, and Konoha would not have descended to its current plight. Coincidentally, at this moment, Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were engaged in discussions regarding the Uchiha clan. Especially with the recent unruliness of those individuals, how could one still consider courting their favor? There should be no hesitation, Hiruzen. No measures against the Uchiha clan can be deemed excessive. Both the first and fourth Hokages fell to their hands. Must we truly wait until they incite internal strife and place a kunai to your throat before you realize the gravity of the situation? This reprimand towards the Hyuga clan has perhaps gone a tad too far. It serves as a demonstration to the Uchihas. You still have time to contemplate. But delay any longer, and it will truly be too late. I understand. However, the Uchiha clan, regardless of their actions, is still part of Konoha. If they could be utilized, it would indeed be ideal. Once again, this was a topic the two had debated for nearly half a lifetime. And Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed somewhat exasperated as he puffed on his pipe. Shursui is a good lad. We might glean insights into the internal affairs of the Uchiha through him, providing a bridge for our communication with them. When the time comes for decisive action, I shall make my decision promptly. Until then, I possess my own discernment. No further words are necessary. I did not summon you for this matter. Danzo would not relent either, slamming his hand on the table. Enough. Monkey. The situation with the Hyuga clan has reached a conclusion beyond my influence, and you do not permit me to interfere with the Uchiha clan. As a consultant elder, I have been rendered nearly impotent regarding village affairs. Why, then, have you summoned me? Am I merely a pawn? Are you the monkey, or am I? Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a furrowed brow, brushed aside his old friend's latter words, inhaling deeply before forcing a smile, patting Danzo's back. Hee, my old friend. Your words seem somewhat skewed. The decision-making power within the village lies with me and you 3 old classmates. Besides, you have been more involved in external matters than I. Have you not? Recently, quite a few blood-stained children not belonging to Konoha have emerged. I am entirely unaware of this. Do you have any leads, my old friend? Danzo merely cast a sidelong glance at him. Heh, there are only the 2 of us here. Why are you pretending? These promising children have always been divided equally between us. I was not referring to them. Sarutobi Hiruzen hastened his flattery. I merely heard that this little Naruto has found a like-minded friend, which has left me rather excited. Children should play together. Do you not agree? Monkey. At this moment, Danzo sensed the underlying meaning in his words. What do you imply? Nothing much. You have done well this time. Danzo. However, your training methods pose a significant risk when applied to a volatile powder keg. I will personally oversee his development. Living with little Naruto would indeed be fitting. The Uzumaki clan, they are inherently powerful vessels. Higi, I have dispatched individuals to lay ambush near the Cloud Village to capture the wild Two-Tails. The next generation of Konoha will undoubtedly shine like a constellation of stars. Of course, as compensation for your considerable contributions to the village. You must have expended substantial financial and human resources. Would you require assistance in replenishing your forces? Sarutobi Hiruzen aimed to grant Danzo the opportunity to cultivate his own power in exchange for a peaceful resolution to their objectives. But the only response he received was Danzo's silence, akin to the stillness before a storm. Monkey. Bang. Danzo slammed the table with such force that it splintered into pieces. You are outrageous. That is my enough. Danzo. I am the Hokage. The youthful ninja leader could not have been molded from clay. Witnessing his old friend's unprecedented fury for the first time ignited Hiruzen's temper. That slap did not seem to strike the table, but rather landed squarely on his esteemed face. And his anger surged. This serves as a notification, not a request. Regardless of what cost you incur, I can compensate you, but no Jinchuriki shall fall into your hands. You are far too extreme. It only brings harm to them, and to all of Konoha. Very well, I shall provide you with everything I promised. The prepared Jinchuriki are already on their way. If you are truly aggrieved, then be on your way. You are my best childhood friend and a significant contributor to Konoha's development. I shall not treat you poorly, but I will never indulge you. Today's matter is not open for negotiation. Calculating the time, the prepared Jinchuriki were soon to arrive. If you are truly dissatisfied, it would be best to return home promptly. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and issued his routine dismissal. Delivered. Damn it. Do you treat him as mere cargo? Danzo, obviously unwilling to concede, involuntarily emitted a growl akin to an agitated cat. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have gone too far. Wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. With the incantation of the jutsu, swirling air currents converged rapidly towards Danzo's mouth, forming an enormous sphere of wind that scattered the items in the Hokage's office into disarray. Thousands of wind strands coalesced, each as sharp as a blade, swirling and expanding, hurtling directly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. The jutsu unleashed by Konoha's strongest wind user possessed formidable power. Especially given the proximity between the two, it was akin to unleashing it at point-blank range. Taken aback, Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled away several times, retreating 5 meters. And swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall erupted from the ground, standing before Sarutobi Hiruzen and splitting the Hokage's office into 2 distinct spaces. The powerful wind, akin to a cannonball, barreled forward, and upon colliding with the earth wall, it could no longer contain its overwhelming mass, scattering in all directions. The furious wind strands danced wildly, navigating through the conglomerate of earth chakra, constantly exploding and fracturing. The earthen wall, raised for less than 3 seconds, was soon pierced by a large hole. At the moment the wind release dissipated upon breaking through the earthen wall, only a few wisps of light breeze remained to brush against Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. merely ruffling the strands of white hair that had yet to completely fall away. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched helplessly as several of his cherished locks drifted to the ground, unable to contain his outrage any longer. Damn it, Danzo. Have you lost your mind? Are you serious? Did you intend to kill me with that force? Silence, you shameless old man. Wind release, vacuum blade. Shimura Danzo exhaled forcefully onto the kunai, the sharp wind chakra clinging tightly to it, forming an exceedingly lethal weapon. He charged forward, unwavering, directed straight at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Today, it is either your demise or mine. Chapter 6. Dislocated time and space. The battle was imminent, with chaotic gusts of wind instantly shattering the wooden planks of the house. The residual force of the two combatants shook the entire Hokage building to its core. Even furniture crafted from the hardest steel of the Iron Country was reduced to mere rubble in an instant. In the heart of Konoha, only a few wooden beams remained, desperately holding up the structure to prevent complete collapse. Such a tremendous disturbance naturally attracted numerous idle ninjas from their homes. The attack on the Hokage was undoubtedly a significant event, especially considering the destruction of the Hokage building, marking the first time in nearly half a century since Uchiha Madara's departure. Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. As the two faced each other, ninjas from all corners surrounded Danzo Shimura. The elite Umbu and the Hokage's personal guards had long prepared their lethal moves, refraining from immediate action only due to the high status of their opponent, awaiting the Hokage's command to swiftly eliminate Danzo. Danzo-sama. Danzo-sama. Meanwhile, the root operatives, carefully nurtured by Danzo, swiftly arrived, unwaveringly standing behind him, adopting battle stances in readiness for combat. Some Umbu ninjas, harboring grudges against the root, could no longer contain themselves and engaged with root ninjas, leading to a fierce struggle between two factions within the village. The potential chaos arising from their conflict was far greater than any external threat. Thus, it was imperative that neither party continued their reckless behavior. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke first. It's nothing more than a routine spar gone awry. You may all return. Calm the villagers. There's no need for concern about this old man. Danzo coldly snorted in response, directing his gaze at the root ninjas with a succinct command. Stand down. Barrier squad, seal off this area completely. Do not allow the aftermath of our battle to affect the innocent. Hiruzen, as Hokage, you wield your power for personal vendetta, oppressing a venerable citizen like myself. Are you living up to the burden entrusted to you by your master? You are unworthy of this position, monkey. Today, one of us must perish. Enough. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Though their words were fierce, neither made a move before the barrier was fully established. After a prolonged standoff, Hiruzen softened first. What has gotten into you? Have you lost your mind in your old age? The village can compensate for any losses incurred. Are you truly willing to turn against me over a potential Jinchuriki? I am the Hokage. Attempting to assassinate the Hokage is tantamount to betraying the village. Even if you defeat me today, you cannot ascend to the position of Hokage. I have no desire to fight you. If you insist on taking that child, wait until he matures and can serve you in good faith. He must first recognize the will of fire. Any guidance from you prior to that could ruin him. This matter is not open for negotiation. The descendant of the Uzumaki clan cannot be entrusted to you. Is that so? Danzo merely responded with a cold smile, patiently awaiting the completion of the barrier. In Konoha, aside from me, who dares to lay a finger on that child? We shall see if my blade agrees. Wind release. At this moment, the barrier was nearing completion, and Danzo, no longer holding back, charged at Hiruzen with a blade of wind chakra in hand. In contrast, Hiruzen, noticing the child cradled by Uchiha Shursui before the barrier sealed, was momentarily stunned. Wait, that face, why does it seem familiar? My dear nephew from over 20 years ago. No. My eldest son from 40 or 50 years ago bore an identical visage, didn't he? Gazing upon that face evoked memories of his own childhood. A visage he had seen almost daily, coupled with Danzo's unusual concern for the child. A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, Danzo. Before Hiruzen could articulate his explanation, a spiraling wind bullet surged toward him, distorting the surrounding air. Caught off guard, Hiruzen hastily formed a few simple seals to conjure an earth release shield before him. This, however, was insufficient to withstand the force of Danzo's wind release, and the shield shattered into fragments upon impact. Hardened earth shards struck Hiruzen's face, leaving behind painful gashes. Earth release, earth flow rampart. At this moment, Hiruzen's face was marred, bloodied, and bruised. though merely superficial wounds that a ninja could mend with medical jutsu. The public display would significantly tarnish his reputation as Hokage. Yet he refrained from retaliating, instead casting a defensive jutsu and shouting from behind the earthen wall, "Danzo, stand down. Take the child back. Couldn't you just say that? Surely I wouldn't truly harm my own nephew. Who could have anticipated your vigor at such an age? Stop. If you were to kill me today, who would give that child a red envelope? Think before you act. Mere brawling will not suffice." Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo, who had initially intended to cease hostilities in converse, was provoked by Hiruzen's last remark, spitting a mouthful of phlegm onto the earthen wall before Hiruzen. "Monkey, you have gone too far. What now? Has my old friend hidden in the shadows for too long, lost his senses? You claim to release the child yet maintain your combative posture? Is there nothing but aggression and war in that mind of yours? Are you truly worried that the child will be led astray?" Yet while the two engaged in their friendly banter, a team dispatched by Hiruzen to hunt the two-tailed Jinchuriki had already set out quietly. Chapter 7. We are two sides of the same coin. Danzo, little Tawanzi. Tawanza, must you always wear such a sour expression? Look, they've returned him to you. Where have you hidden the child this time? Such a treasure, and you won't even let your brothers see him? Konoha, reputed to be the secretive route, is truly a place that Sarutobi Hiruzen is visiting for the first time today. Given Shimura Danzo's current demeanor, if he doesn't come around, their decades-long friendship might just come to an abrupt end. Hey, I must say, old man, you still have it in you. Quietly, you've brought forth a chubby little one. Are you experiencing a second spring? You should have told me in advance. Had I known, I would have prepared a red envelope for my little nephew, and we wouldn't have this farce today. He looks to be around 3 or 4 years old. Significantly older than little Konohamaru. Surely, it wouldn't be too much for Konohamaru to call him uncle. Bang! Just then, the incessant chatter of the Hokage was interrupted by a resounding slam of the table. With only the two of them present, neither felt the need to maintain appearances or adhere to formalities. Their long-standing friendship allowed for a more harmonious interaction, distinct from the performances they put on for outsiders. Of course, this would hold true only if one ignored the fact that Shimura Danzo had attempted to assassinate the Hokage on multiple occasions. But since the third Hokage chose to be forgiving, no one dared to voice any objections. I know you're a monkey, so stop your antics. Shimura Danzo coldly snorted, finally willing to speak. He felt compelled to intervene as Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts wandered further astray. If rumors continued to spread from the monkey's big mouth, it would indeed complicate his relationship with the child. That child was recently found, a descendant of the late Hiruzen's legacy, my own grandson. Sarutobi Konohamaru should rightfully call him brother, just as you did when you were young. Do not compare me to you. I am not in my 50s or 60s, still peering into the crystal ball to spy on the women's bathhouses. In this regard, I must concede that you are indeed more professional. The Umbu must have informed you beforehand about the two corpses brought back with the child. One was the child's biological mother, and the other, well, you should have received the intel by now, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a cheerful demeanor. I am unaware of anything. I would prefer to hear it directly from you. Shimura Danzo let out another cold snort, turning his head away and refusing to respond. This charade might fool outsiders, but until today, he believed he had concealed the location of the roots well enough to evade reckoning from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, it seemed this man was fully aware of his every move. He was still pretending to be amicable. So, let me take a guess. Is it someone from the Uzumaki clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen, unbothered, cheerfully engaged in his soliloquy. That long-lost elder clan leader? Ah, a man indeed. And it should not be said that he is missing, after all. The sealing techniques in those scrolls did not just appear out of thin air. Hearing this, Danzo couldn't help but turn back, while Hiruzen met him with a knowing gaze. That old advisor? No, the gender fits, but that person was of the same generation as our teacher. If alive today, they would be nearing a century old, long buried by now. Surely it cannot be the little girl you tripped over during our first mission to the land of whirlpools, the one you bought candy for? I cannot recall her name. Ah, she was the Minister of Foreign Affairs who was with us during the mission, Uzumaki Kingdom. Upon hearing the name, Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly lost his grip on his pipe, coughing several times before regaining his composure. Is she the one you persistently pursued for 6 months, only to have her remain indifferent until your disappointment forced you to relent? My apologies. I merely feigned interest to extract the secrets of her tongue technique. Shimura Danzo huffed, his face flushed with indignation. Furthermore, it was not I who withdrew. It was the destruction of the land of whirlpools that ended it. I see. Saratobi Hiruzen nodded, a smile gracing his lips. So, could it be that child is her grandson? Your bloodlines have crossed a generation, intertwined in such an ironic manner. Fate truly loves to play tricks on us. Indeed. Just as Danzo was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly realized, no, my affection lay with the mother of Shizun, who stood by me during my darkest hours. What are you rambling on about? Ha ha ha. Seeing Danzo finally grasp the jest, Saratobi Hiruzen couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Amidst the laughter, he noticed Danzo scrutinizing him as if he were a monkey. Haha, what is it? Have more wrinkles appeared on my face? It's nothing, monkey. It's just that it has been many years since I have seen you laugh so heartily. All right, it's not an illusion. Danzo indeed perceives him as a monkey. It has been quite some time since we sat together in such a calm and amiable manner, has it not? A brother who grew up wearing the same open-crotch pants. More notably, your expression today has finally regained some semblance of humanity. You no longer seem so extreme. What is this? It seems you are no longer fixated on my position. Previously, it was Shizun's unwavering ambition to become Hokage, and since he could not achieve that, I must fulfill his unfulfilled wish, although it was also my own unfulfilled desire that I projected onto him. Now, Danzo lifted his teacup, taking a sip. Since he has left behind such a remarkable bloodline, let the new generation pursue their own fate. But this time, let the child choose for himself. From the letter left by Shimura Shizun, I gathered that my son has lived under immense pressure. Although he possesses considerable strength, his life has not been particularly fulfilling. It is my negligence. The thought of his grandson expressing a desire to rebuild the land of whirlpools brought a subtle smile to Danzo's otherwise tense lips. Such an ambitious little fellow. Does he aspire to be Hokage? Or perhaps a king? Or is it merely the fanciful musings of a child? What? Danzo's murmured thoughts were too faint for Saratobi Hiruzen to catch, prompting him to inquire. It's nothing. I was merely reminiscing about how, since the onset of the war, we have not shared a table in over a decade due to political disagreements. The barbecue restaurant we frequented in our youth is still in operation, I presume? Ha ha ha. It is rare for you to bring that up. That establishment belongs to the Akimichi clan. How could it possibly have closed down? Well then, shall we indulge in a few drinks? Let us invite Shokin, Inuzuka, and the contemporaries from our era. This has nothing to do with politics. It's merely a gathering of old friends. This time, to try not to wear that sour expression. Saratobi Hiruzen, now showing signs of age, seemed to regain a hint of the youthful spirit that once earned him the nickname Monkey. We are like the yin and yang fish within Taiji. While Konoha represents a grand Taiji diagram, only when yin and yang are in harmonious balance can this diagram remain stable and fulfill its greater purpose. I am advanced in years now, genuinely wishing for peace in Konoha and stability between us. I truly do not desire to be your adversary. Understood. When have I ever shown you a scornful face? Shimura Danzo silently rose to confront him, yet Saratobi Hiruzen continued to smile and nodded, affirming, indeed, indeed. If you say it isn't so, then it is not. Deep within, which holds greater significance for you, the stability between us or the stability of Konoha? This question, despite his advanced years and his own earnest commitment to safeguarding the interests of Konoha as its second-in-command, Danzo ultimately refrained from voicing. Nevertheless, from Hiruzen's light-hearted demeanor following their reconciliatory exchange, a vague answer was discerned. Humph. Truly a vexing monkey. Chapter 8. For the honor of the Uzumaki clan. On the other side, our protagonist, whose name and surname remain in dispute, shall henceforth be referred to as Uzumaki Lenning. Although his blood-stained garment had been replaced, in the haste of travel, he was now wrapped in a simple white cloth. Thus, Shimura Danzo sent a female subordinate to accompany him for the procurement of clothing. For women indeed tend to exhibit greater attentiveness in caring for children. Perhaps that is the nature of their organization as well. Perhaps. In any case, as Uzumaki Lenning scurried about with his short legs, the female operative trailed behind him, burdened with numerous bags. To avoid drawing attention, she had not donned a mask but had used a transformation technique to assume a more unremarkable visage. Furthermore, an entire team from the Root organization concealed themselves in the shadows, a treatment his father could never have imagined. Yet Danzo considered it a form of compensation for his son from a generation removed. At least, that was how he consoled himself. Hey, look at that blonde kid. He's so young, yet already growing facial hair. Just like the puppy from the Inuzuka family at the east end of the village. Truly disgusting. He is filthy too. How can Konoha still have children like this? Ugh, he just picked up a cookie from the ground and ate it. Didn't his parents teach him that such behavior is unsanitary? What's wrong? Oh, are you talking about that kid? I know him. He lives just across the street from us. We used to play together. My mom told me to stay away from him, saying he is a harbinger of misfortune. Oh, that sounds quite terrifying. Shall we play the role of heroes and slay the monster then? Hey, you over there, monster, take this. Ha ha ha. Ergo, can you even aim? You're so close and still missing. Watch how precise my throw is. Ahead, a group of children, only slightly older than Uzumaki Lenning, were tossing stones and frolicking, with a smaller boy serving as their target. Drawn by the commotion, Uzumaki Lenning glanced over but quickly turned away, continuing his aimless stroll. Young master, will you not join your peers and play? The adults have instructed that you need not return home too early today. A little amusement is permitted. Integrating into the village is also a directive from the elders. Establishing connections with your contemporaries should be the most efficient approach. After receiving no response following her initial inquiry, the root operative swiftly scooped him up and deposited him among the group of children. Though you are but a child, please do not defy Lord Danzo's orders. Regardless of your relationships, disobedience will not earn you the affection of the elders. The operative attempted to persuade him in a manner a child could comprehend, yet the squirming little rascal in her arms was anything but calm. Don't use that old fogey to threaten me. Hurry up and let us get back. I only came because he said I could see my mother and grandmother for the last time. That's more than enough. I don't care what I wear. In his flailing, Uzumaki Lenning accidentally kicked her in the chest, and her instinctive reflex, honed from years of combat as a ninja, prompted her to release him. The female root ninja thought, oh no, I'm in trouble. Young master. In the nick of time, she executed a series of hand seals with remarkable speed, activating the body flicker technique, and successfully grasped his collar just before he fell, face down. Having spent years as a mere clerk, her skills had indeed dulled. She sighed inwardly, feeling apologetic but unsure of what else to say, silently using healing techniques to mend Uzumaki Lenning's scraped face. They exchanged no words, with Uzumaki Lenning looking up at her with a pitiful expression, while the female ninja, healing his wounds, felt somewhat awkward under his gaze and averted her eyes, repeatedly murmuring apologies. Not far from them, several children continued their stone-throwing game, with the target boy bounding about, never once being knocked down. Listen up. I, Uzumaki Naruto, am simply above your level. If I were serious, I would have sent you all tumbling. Hee hee. A bunch of idiots who can't even hit me from this distance. Come and chase me. The boy boasted, and the others erupted in laughter at his antics. Ha ha. Uzumaki Naruto? What a strange name. Did that monster name himself? How ridiculous. Hey, brother. My mom told me that those from great clans have surnames in addition to their given names. Could this guy have a surname too? It's likely he made one up himself. Uzumaki, that's a surname exclusive to the fox spirits, right? I've never seen him with parents. What are you afraid of? Just beat him up. The Uzumaki clan only brings misfortune. Ha. Look, he's finally losing his cool. Haha, look at him run. It's so funny. Short legs, can't catch up. The last speaker's bravado dissipated mid-sentence as Uzumaki Lenning, with his striking red hair, held a gleaming shuriken to his throat. Recant your words, you uncouth wretch. The name of the Uzumaki clan is beyond your worth. Looking up, the female ninja who had been healing him quietly gathered her tools, her gaze still fixated on the unfolding spectacle. Upon hearing the name Uzumaki, she rushed forward, entirely disregarding her earlier reluctance to engage. What a peculiar little rascal. You. The young boy stammered, utterly terrified, until the two children beside him reacted first and pulled him back. Stop. What do you think you're doing? This is Konoha. If you act recklessly, the Hokage won't let you off easily. Wild red-haired freak. Red-haired? Huh. Allow me to demonstrate what you just referred to as the emblem of the Uzumaki clan. Did you not hear him declare himself Uzumaki Naruto? Knowing he bears the Uzumaki name, you dare to oppose him? Do you harbor grievances against our clan? Very well. Remember this, my red hair, a symbol of the Uzumaki clan, shall become your lifelong nightmare. My mother says that those who harbor malice toward the Uzumaki clan are not good people, even though she never lets me handle sharp objects. If she is not watching, then I suppose I can strike at will. With that, Uzumaki Lenning pressed the shuriken harder, drawing blood from the boy's neck. He glanced sideways at the stunned Uzumaki Naruto, who retrieved another shuriken from seemingly nowhere, tossing it toward him. Hey, you over there, you also bear the Uzumaki name, right? Why are you so soft? Being insulted and not saying a word. If I hadn't heard you yell your name, I wouldn't even bother. They're not just insulting you. They're also disparaging your parents who gave you life and loved you. The Uzumaki clan doesn't produce such feeble children. Now pick up your weapon, and as the young clan leader, I permit you to join me in defending the honor of the Uzumaki clan. Let us take them down. Chapter 9. Scars are the marks of heroes. Hey, you fool. What are you standing there for? I can't take them all on by myself. Indeed, Naruto Uzumaki seemed frozen, until he was jolted back to reality by the furious shout from his fellow clansman, Uzumaki Rin. The name Uzumaki, what does it signify? Isn't he the only Uzumaki in the village? He had wandered from the western side of the village to the eastern side countless times to confirm this. Could it be that there are others sharing the same surname, members of the illustrious Uzumaki clan? He did not comprehend the concept of kinship, but he had once heard from his grandfather, the Hokage, that families share a surname. A family? Would they defend him against bullying simply because they are family? This was a novel experience for him in his 3 years of life. Because they were all from the Uzumaki lineage, they would not mock him. Because they were all Uzumaki, they would risk their own safety to protect him. Although he did not know where this strange fellow had come from. Could he be a family member with whom he could play? The Hokage had spoken of protecting those dear to him. Although he could not yet grasp the idea of the entire village being family, this individual sharing his surname who was willing to assist him surely counted as family. Did he not? All right then. I will risk my life to ensure no harm befalls my family, especially since this predicament arose because of me. Let go of my brother. You rascals. I mean at this time. With a fierce cry, Naruto charged toward the group, his movements swift and fierce as he swung his fists. The leader of the children, who had intended to mock him, was suddenly met with Naruto's fist, sending him flying. Dragon fist. Bring it on, you lot. He is involved because of me, so let him go. Yet, it was merely a fist. The kunai that Rin had thrown at him was a result of his inherently kind nature. His earlier tolerance of the trio's teasing was merely a reflection of his loneliness. Despite their unkind mannerisms, they were among the few who would engage with him within a 100-mile radius. If he were to go a day without speaking, he would surely go mad. Thus, he sometimes relished playing the fool in their eyes, for at least he received a modicum of attention, despite the unfriendly gazes directed at him. Now, it appeared he had found a fellow clansman, willing to converse with him? How dare they touch his brother with their filthy hands, hands that had just touched stones? Did they not realize how strong Naruto had become? Having evaded the adults' cast-offs daily, get ready. To rephrase, with the Uzumaki constitution combined with the nurturing of the Nine-Tails chakra since childhood, could he not smash a fellow child's head with a single punch? Although Naruto was somewhat underdeveloped, a starving wolf would never be outmatched by a rabbit. Monster. A monster. This guy is indeed a monster. Just moments ago, we had him beaten, and now he has become so fierce. He must be revealing his true form. How terrifying. Damn monster, you get a reprieve today. Next time, we shall summon more righteous warriors to defeat this beast. The boy who had just been struck seemed to have lost several teeth, muttering as he ran away, followed by his companions scattering in disarray. Once the crowd had dispersed, only Naruto and Rin remained, standing face to face. Due to the love and care he had received at home, Rin was noticeably taller and more developed than Naruto. Thus, he scrutinized Naruto's shockingly bright yellow hair, lost in thought. Naruto, in turn, observed him, their gazes locked in a silent exchange. Rin was the first to tug at Naruto's cheeks playfully. You say your surname is Uzumaki? How come you have yellow hair? It should be red. But your physique certainly seems to align with the traits of the Uzumaki clan as my mother described. Well, never mind that. I'm thrilled to meet a fellow clansman to converse with. What is your name? I'm the leader of the Uzumaki clan, and from now on, I'll look after you. Naruto blinked, his azure eyes filled with innocent bewilderment. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Do you share the Uzumaki name? Are we family? This is the first time I've met someone else with the Uzumaki surname in the village. What does being the leader mean? Is it tasty? I'm not sure. My mother said that. It probably means older brother. Rin's response was equally naive. Are there no other Uzumakis in the village? Don't you know Aunt Kushina? My mother mentioned she lives in Konoha. I don't know her. Naruto shook his head. But I think I've heard that name before. She is the fourth Hokage's wife. They say she is a great hero. Hey, are you new to the village? You probably don't know about the fourth Hokage's heroic deeds, right? Let me tell you. As the two conversed, the female ninja from earlier appeared beside them again, and Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that her gaze upon him was peculiar, not one of fear, but something else entirely. The adults have commanded me to take you back. It seems your scuffle with the villagers has reached their ears. The Hokage is also present. Is this the reason why the two adults insisted on not allowing me to take the orphan child back to the orphanage? The female ninja spoke to Run while discreetly sizing up Naruto. The orphan child of the fourth Hokage, looking so frail, and he doesn't even recognize his own mother. What is Hokage? Ren asked, curiosity evident in his tone. The Hokage? He is the most esteemed individual in all of Konoha. Naruto interjected, his youthful enthusiasm betraying his age as he rambled on about the Hokage's greatness. So that's how it is, Ren replied, uncertain of his comprehension, as he rummaged through a pile of shopping bags held by the female ninja and handed several items to Naruto. Hey, what are you doing? It's the middle of summer, and you're wearing winter clothes. They don't even fit. The long sleeves are practically short sleeves on you. These are new summer clothes. They might be a bit big, but they should be better than what you're wearing now, right? I have to go now. But if you don't like these, I can bring you some that fit next time. My mother said that the Uzumaki clan should help each other to survive better. As he spoke, Ren flashed a thumbs up at Naruto and turned to the female ninja beside them. That's all right. I senti it? Of course, no problem. I'll just buy you the same thing again later. The adults won't mind this small expense, nor will they care about your goodwill toward the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Putting aside the adults' sordid schemes, the newcomer was indeed a kind-hearted child. I'll handle these matters. For now, let us hurry back. The adults might become impatient and angry. Is he bad-tempered? It cannot be said so, at least not for the young master. Oh, let us be off then. The female ninja grasped Uzumaki Luning's hand and gradually walked away, leaving Uzumaki Naruto standing alone, bewildered and with tear-filled eyes. Hey, stop right there. Who needs your charity? You jerk. Naruto shouted at the retreating figure, his hands trembling as he clutched a shopping bag half his size. He, Uzumaki Naruto, was no pitiful wretch unable to afford clothes. It was simply that he could not find anyone willing to sell to him. He had plenty of money, enough to enjoy several bowls of Ichiraku ramen. He was certainly not without clothing. It was just that no one had informed him what clothes he ought to wear. The last time he had shivered in the winter because he wore summer attire had led him to don winter clothing every day. The next time they met, he would surely tell that fellow that he, Uzumaki Naruto, did not require anyone's charity. That guy. Oh no. He had forgotten to ask for his name earlier. However, red hair was a rare sight in the village. Surely he would recognize him at their next encounter. Wouldn't he? Red hair was the rightful hue of the Uzumaki clan, after all. It was said that the fourth Hokage's wife also sported red hair. Oh dear. The sky has suddenly darkened. Is rain on the way? If he did not find shelter promptly, he would end up with a headache and a runny nose. Right. He must protect the precious item in his arms. The first gift he received from a peer, and such a beautiful one at that. He, Uzumaki Naruto, would never wear it. He would carefully place it deep within his wardrobe to prevent any damage. The moisture on his face was merely rainwater. Well then, although he felt somewhat touched. All right, it's decided. When I become Hokage in the future, this fellow shall be my second in command. The position of first in command has already been promised to Grandpa Hokage, so this fellow will have to make do. Excuse me, ma'am, what is your name? Young master. That does not fall within the scope of the mission, does it? After all, she was ostensibly watching over me. If that old man were truly to blame, she would undoubtedly be implicated alongside me, rather than those uncles lurking in the shadows. If that old man were to take action, I could plead for her, couldn't I? That old man does seem the type to do such things. With his scarred face and single eye, he does not strike one as benevolent. In contrast, the aunt exudes a comforting aura, her hands gentle. Can she sense the others trailing behind us? Such an enviable perceptive ability. To speak ill of one's relatives is rather inappropriate, isn't it? The scars on Danzo-sama are the marks of valor earned through countless contributions to the village. One should not allow such things to tarnish his impression. A good child must reciprocate the love shown by those who care for them, right? Understood. At least he does not appear to be the sort to utter such words. Well then, the female ninja continued forward, cradling Uzumaki Luning. And unbeknownst to her, she had already dispelled her transformation technique. The long black hair that Luning grasped had transformed into a golden hue without either of them realizing it. My name is Yakushi Nanoyu. You should call me sister. Chapter 10. Brother, your persona has crumbled. In a private room deep within the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant, Uzumaki Renang was brought here, facing an interrogation by several elderly individuals. all of whom had long surpassed the age of 50. Rather than an interrogation, it felt more like a playful amusement. Oh my, where did Danzo find such an adorable chubby child? He is far too handsome to be his grandfather. How can you say that? Our Danzo was quite dashing in his youth too. He just lost his charm over time. I believe this child has inherited his grandfather's excellent genes. He will undoubtedly become a remarkable ninja in the future. As soon as Uzumaki Renang entered the room, he was met with exuberant praise from unfamiliar elderly men and women. He could readily discern that such compliments were directed towards the elderly man rather than himself. The old man he had encountered previously, who bore a resemblance to a monkey, was cradling a plump baby in his arms, who appeared to still be in need of nursing. Meanwhile, his one-eyed self-proclaimed grandfather sat with crossed arms, seemingly beckoning him to come closer. Little Renang, is that your name? The monkey-like elder, now without his signature hat adorned with the character for fire, was dressed in casual attire. Although he called out to him, his gaze was directed further away at Shimura Danzo. The call had nothing to do with him. Renang, have you encountered any discomfort since arriving in the village? You can tell Grandpa. No. Ah, that is good to hear. Then, could you enlighten Grandpa as to why you chose to fight on your very first day here? Is it perhaps that the unfamiliar environment has unsettled you? Whatever is on your mind, feel free to share with Grandpa. He will ensure your safety. Konohagakure is a very secure place. Shimura Danzo coughed lightly, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen to chuckle, adding an afterthought. Your grandpa will protect you as well. He is quite formidable. Such endearing words from this seasoned politician naturally endeared him to the 3-year-old, and the wariness that had clouded Uzumaki Renang's expression dissipated, making it easier to converse. I don't feel uneasy. I'm used to various environments because I often traveled with my mother and grandmother. I only resorted to violence because they were bullying someone. Oh, I see. Renang, you truly are a child of great justice. You couldn't help but lend a hand upon witnessing someone being bullied. I believe you will certainly inherit the will of fire and become an exceptional ninja. Not exactly. It's just because I'm also an Uzumaki. My mother said that the Uzumaki clan members should help one another, which is why I acted that way. Helping one another, you say. 2 or 3 decades prior, when he welcomed the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails to the village, a similarly red-haired elder had once stroked the hair of a little girl whose hair reached her waist, imparting a similar sentiment. Children of the Uzumaki clan must take care of one another. Only through mutual support can we thrive in the outside world. Teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen's whispered thoughts were not lost on the other elderly individuals present. Initially intending to impart wisdom before the child, they now fell into a contemplative silence. Such red hair. It truly echoes the same ideology. How wonderful it would have been had the Uzumaki clan been this united earlier. Enough of this old man's frightening tales. It's perfectly acceptable to give them another beating. Come, let us eat. In the stillness, it was Shimura Danzo who broke the silence, patting his thigh to beckon Uzumaki Renang. At this moment, the silence was shattered. The others looked at Danzo with expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly dropped the baby bottle he held while entertaining his grandchild. What are you staring at? The wine will soon cool. Are you going to drink or not? Brother, your persona has crumbled. Sarutobi Hiruzen widened his eyes, pointing at the baby on Danzo's lap. As Danzo was attentively inquiring of Uzumaki Renang what he wished to eat, their table laden with an array of grilled meats. At this, he turned back around, glaring at Hiruzen. Even at mealtime, you can't keep your mouth shut. Danzo was unable to feign the benevolence of a kindly old man, at least. His genuine concern was not in question. His wife had long lamented his indifference towards his own son during his childhood, so now, showing some care for his son's child might redeem him in part. When that little rascal was born, the First Shinobi World War was at its peak. And as a senior combatant of the village, he was simply too occupied. Otherwise, would he truly have neglected his own? Now, in his old age, he finally found some respite. Yet the village still lacked strong warriors. That little rascal had barely been held before he was lost to him forever. Now, even his grandchild had suffered tremendously, reaching an age where he could call him grandpa, though he had yet to hear the child utter those words. However, beyond the schemes he was tired of, he could finally accomplish something again. If that were the case, doing something was certainly better than doing nothing. This time the monkey has no reason to show off in front of me, right? Come, little Konohamaru, call me grandpa. The sound of the baby's first babbling filled the air, and looking down at the plump child in his arms, Uzumaki Renang resolutely refused to accept feeding from him, despite his lack of proficiency with utensils. It seemed that Uzumaki Renang sensed this gaze, turning to meet Danzo's eyes, the two staring at each other intently. "Call me Grandpa," Danzo prompted tentatively. Uzumaki Renang, his mouth, stuffed with meat, came to an abrupt halt. "All right. I suppose there is still hope." And while the senior officials of Konoha celebrated with drinks, Hyuga Hayashi was already marching towards his demise. Chapter 11. The ownership of the two tails. The appetite of a 3-year-old child is, at best, quite limited. Even the offspring of the Uzumaki clan can only manage a few bites before feeling satisfied. Uzumaki Renang was still clamoring to see his mother, prompting Shimura Danzo to create a shadow clone to escort him. As for the other young child, Sarutobi Konohamaru, he had long succumbed to sleep and was similarly returned to his home by Sarutobi Hizashi. The elders exchanged glances, and at that moment, an Umbu member entered to deliver intelligence to Sarutobi Hizashi. The Hyuga clan ultimately decided to hand over the individual. In plain sight, such a revelation was met with surprise. Upon hearing this, Maru Star Koyuki, who was of the same generation but not among the higher-ups, wisely chose to take his leave. So, the Hyuga family intends to cast aside, undoubtedly, that branch family member, Hinata, employing the Hidden Cloud Village to suppress the Hyuga clan. The Hokage truly is a master strategist. At this moment, the only one audacious enough to speak so sarcastically was, of course, Shimura Danzo. "Enough, Danzo. Speak less," another elder interjected. "The monkey is also striving for peace. The Leaf Village no longer possesses the capacity to endure the ravages of war. This is a necessary measure." The ones still attempting to smooth over the situation were the ever-political Tsunade and Mito Gate. Wait, what do those expressions mean? Who says we are merely enduring blows without retaliating? Seeing the varied expressions of his 3 old companions, Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" "While the Hidden Cloud is engaging in idle chatter with us, the convoy escorting the Two Tails has already begun preparations to return to the village." "What? The Two Tails? What do you mean? What have you done to the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village?" Mito Gate nearly stumbled, while Tsunade let out a piercing scream. "Monkey, how could you have been infected by Danzo? It's all Danzo's fault for sowing discord. As Hokage, you cannot be so radical. War is no child's play. It will only lead to more deaths." Beside them, Danzo, suddenly called out, could only respond with a blank stare. "Is it a crime to speak plainly?" "Enough. The monkey is still the Hokage. It is not your place to question him." Danzo slammed the table, using the familiar phrase to counter Hizashi, entirely unaware that it had been Hizashi's exclusive retort to him until now. Then, Danzo's gaze fixed intently on Hizashi. "How did you manage it? The Jinchuriki should have been well protected by the various ninja villages. I have dispatched teams multiple times to eliminate the Jinchuriki of other villages to neutralize potential threats. Yet, each time, either the mission failed or my identity was nearly exposed, forcing a halt. Moreover, it has only been a day since you told me to capture the Two Tails. The efficiency of the Umbu has never been this high." Sarutobi Hizashi deliberately tapped his pipe, teasing, "Hee, Danzo, do you think what you see is the entirety? That was merely what I chose to reveal to you. The power of the Hokage is not as feeble as you imagine. Spare me your bravado. If you truly had that capability, the Leaf Village would have long since unified the entire ninja world, and I wouldn't need to pray daily for your early demise. Cough cough, old friend. You remain as forthright as ever." Just as Hizashi attempted to maintain his composure, he found himself unable to escape the awkwardness and had to resort to a habitual forced smile. It wasn't he supposed to be this swift? The reconnaissance team had barely traveled half the distance. Guess what? My beloved disciple Orochimaru happened to be wandering near the land of lightning on a mission and, upon receiving my message, handled the situation with ease. He has already completed the handover with the spies over there. How does that not count as the Hokage's power? Orochimaru. That makes sense. If it's him, it's certainly more than sufficient. However, if you have him undertake such confidential tasks, it's wise to exercise caution. Snakes are hardly known for their loyalty. Haha, how could that be? Orochimaru is a good child I have watched grow since childhood. He is merely a bit cold-hearted. Your misunderstanding of him runs too deep. By the way, there have been increasing cases of missing persons in the village recently. Monkey, do you have any insights on this? The question came from Tsunade. Sarutobi Hizashi fell silent, while Danzo, who had been covertly involved, shrank back, attempting to remain inconspicuous. Hee, did I not send him to gather resources from other villages? His penchant for causing trouble has always targeted those from other villages. This time is no different, being in the hidden cloud village. This child knows his limits. Perhaps, if he were to commit acts harmful to the village, I would naturally not tolerate it. Tsunade had yet to say anything, so why the rush? Feeling guilty, are we? It seems you are well aware of Orochimaru's clandestine activities. Danzo, unfazed, countered, do not blame me for not warning you. If you hesitate, it will only lead to greater troubles. Prodding to eliminate Orochimaru should ensure no one discovers his dark experiments. No. The results of those experiments have not yet emerged, and I still have not obtained the coveted wood-release cells. Patience is key. Even before the work is completed, you're already contemplating betrayal. This is indeed the consistent style of the Leaf's higher-ups. With this thought, Danzo decisively changed his stance. All right. Now is not the time to discuss Orochimaru. We must leave some room for the monkey to handle matters himself. What is more critical now? He left no traces in his pursuit of the two tails, did he? We need to devise a plan to pin this incident on someone else. Before the new generation rises, the Leaf Village certainly has no need for further conflict. That is precisely why I am addressing this matter here, old friend. Sarutobi Izashi chuckled. Let me borrow your sealing team. You have more talents in that area. Additionally, I will collaborate with the Illusion Ninja team led by Shursui and Hong. We must ensure the Jinchuriki remains in the land of water and only retrieve the tailed beast. Let Shursui find 2 ninjas from the Mist Village to control, manipulating them to erase the evidence of the young Jinchuriki. Mito once mentioned that when a Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast perishes alongside them. By then, they could jump into the Yellow River and still not wash away their guilt. Ideally, both clans would engage in mutual destruction, allowing the Leaf to develop with more abundant time. Danzo stroked his chin, pondering momentarily before his eyes brightened. If we could manipulate 2 ninjas of certain standing from the Mist Village, it would lend more credibility. After all, their newly appointed Mizukichi seems rather unhinged. Even with the war over, he's concocted something called the Blood Mist Village. Having him shoulder this task for us is likely to succeed. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Of course. I shall cooperate with matters beneficial to the Leaf. Unexpectedly, as he aged, you have retained a hint of the youthful charisma of a ninja hero. Splendid indeed. The term cunning old fox fits perfectly. I'll take that as a compliment. Receiving the acknowledgement from an old friend he had been at odds with for decades, Sarutobi Hizashi beamed with joy. Hey, I specifically captured this for your grandson. Are you certain you want to accept it as a gift? You've been yearning for a Jinchuriki for years. Why refuse it? Get lost. Monkey. I want to say it a second time. He is my grandson and will never serve as a tool. If the 2 tails were to be returned to the village, I would never allow him to become the Jinchuriki. Danzo, do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. The Uzumaki clan has always been the most suitable candidates for the role of Jinchuriki. A pure-blooded, red-haired descendant of the Uzumaki should be capable of mastering the formidable sealing technique effective against tailed beasts. He can undoubtedly keep the tailed beast under control. Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Mito Kaze accepted his fate and shifted his focus to persuading Shimura Danzo, disregarding his earlier amiable demeanor in front of Uzumaki Rina. Get lost. What business is it of yours? He still carries half the blood of the Shimura clan. Who told you he is pure-blooded? Is your mind infested with maggots? Danzo retorted without restraint. This is one matter I shall never concede. Anyone who dares to harm him must step over my dead body. I refuse to watch my kin suffer in vain any longer. When have you ever made a concession? Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered under his breath. Now, let us discuss your thoughts. The tailed beast that the Umbu risked their lives to retrieve must have a proper place. It is not that we wish to trouble you. The 2 tails was originally taken because of this child. This is ultimately a matter of politics, not mere child's play. Then let it serve as compensation for the Hyuga clan. Danzo said, uttering a remark that took everyone by surprise. Ahem. The Hyuga clan has always prided themselves on their taijutsu. They are unlikely to accept this. Moreover, the strong members of the Hyuga clan possess no means to suppress a tailed beast's rampage. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself coughing in disbelief. To hand over the Jinchuriki to them, yet they do not fully belong to the village. What has Danzo been thinking? Naturally, we shall take it over from our roots. I will diligently teach that child the sealing arts. With the 2 tails Jinchuriki at the side of the Uzumaki descendant, he will certainly receive adequate suppression. I will mold him into a ninja whose loyalty to Konoha surpasses that to his own clan, just like Kaguya. It would be best if they refused. After recently losing a formidable warrior, How could they possibly let go of an opportunity that would ensure their clan gains another elite fighter? It seems that after all this roundabout discussion, the Jinchuriki will end up in your hands after all. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself both amused and exasperated. Very well, let us settle this. An additional Uzumaki in the village is indeed an added layer of security. Chapter 12. Regarding my grandson's grandson finally, shedding his naivety, pray tell. Are you truly willing to bestow upon him the surname Uzumaki? Is he not your family's sole heir? As the banquet drew to a close, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen remained intertwined in conversation, as was customary. Discussing the current situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, a smirk on his lips as he puffed on his pipe. Indeed, he is destined to join the Root organization and become my most trusted confidant. Should his abilities prove sufficient, I shall groom him to directly inherit Root. It is preferable for others to perceive my interest in his lineage as mere curiosity rather than acknowledge our blood ties. I am acutely aware of the numerous enemies I have amassed over the years. This knowledge will allow me to better safeguard him. With his crimson hair, no one would suspect a thing. Moreover, the Shimura clan is still relatively numerous, whereas the Uzumaki clan has dwindled to but a few remnants. This could also serve as a form of compensation for my dear son-in-law, who has endured so much despite our never having met. After all, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails bears the Uzumaki name, not that of the Namikaze, does he not? Was it not your scheme to conceal Naruto's identity as a vessel for the victims of the Nine Tails incident? Sarutobi Hiruzen mused inwardly. Of course. The decision rests with you. Perhaps you ought to consider how he will address you as grandfather first. The voice of Konohamaru grows ever clearer. Shimura Danzo seized Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe, taking a deep drag, only to be met with a fit of coughing. Cough, cough. So, what is the Hyuga clan's stance on the Two Tails? You have informed them, have you not? Haraha. Do not attempt to change the subject. Surely your subordinates have reported this matter to you. Pray tell, have you not been paying attention? How is it? Is he still unwilling to speak? Be quiet. Do not shout. It is deafening. Shimura Danzo's exasperation only served to amuse Sarutobi Hiruzen, who nearly doubled over in laughter. Haraha. Your grandson truly resembles you in every way. Is that so? I hope he does not emulate me too closely. Such a path could lead to great misfortune. Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance, particularly in his recent words. Do you remember when we were children? What? Back when our village had just been established, several children from the Uchiha clan sought me out over trivial matters. For the sake of village harmony, I endured their bullying. Even though I was not as weak as I appeared, the Uchiha clan was one of the two founding families. Retaliating could have jeopardized our hard-won peace. I thought this way until they left me battered and on the brink of death. That was our first encounter. You happened by, noticed the Sarutobi clan's emblem upon me, and came to my aid, sending those ruffians flying. You insisted on helping me to my feet and taught those scoundrels a lesson. I remember vividly how, when the first Hokage inquired about our scuffle in front of our parents, you declared, because I am of the Sarutobi clan. Our two clans have been allies for generations. I cannot stand idly by while I am bullied. Does that not echo what little Konohamaru just said? While this sentiment did not foster unity among the clans, it solidified my resolve. You would be my brother for life, no matter the circumstances. The tobacco in his pipe had long since burned out, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen remained oblivious, lost in his reverie. Is that so? I have grown old, and such memories have faded. This does not align with the first Hokage's philosophy, does it? Did we not receive a thorough reprimanding afterward? Why can I not recall being punished at that time? Shimura Danzo frowned, attempting to recollect. But the machinations of a lifetime had dulled his memory of youthful folly. It was simply that nothing of consequence had transpired. Neither the first Hokage nor Uchiha Madara would stoop to the petty squabbles of children. Moreover, at the village's inception, the notion of clan alliances was prevalent. As an adult, Madara could only advise them to retaliate next time. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, his smile broadening as he raised his teacup. Not everyone is inclined to bicker with children as you are. Then, the second Hokage entered, and upon learning of our altercation with the Uchiha children, he laughed heartily for quite some time. It was his recognition of us that led to our eventual apprenticeship. Do you not recall this? Of course. I remember. The reply from Shimura Danzo was tinged with hesitation. How curious that their identities as the heirs of their respective clans had not been the sole reason for their acceptance. Over the years, his perspective of his teacher had darkened considerably. Had resentment over not being chosen as his apprentice caused him to selectively forget the joy he once felt? Reflecting upon himself, he realized how petty he had become. Old friend, looking back now, our relationship resembles that of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara in its complexity. Are you comparing yourself to the first Hokage, the strongest Hokage as described in the textbooks? Cough, cough. Though, I must admit, you were responsible for overseeing its compilation. I hardly intervened aside from the final touches. If memory serves, you penned that section yourself. Oh, that was merely a political necessity. What are you suggesting? Shimura Danzo retorted promptly. I mean to say, I am the one who may occasionally make decisions detrimental to the village. At times, my aversion to conflict has caused the village to miss opportunities for greater development. It is in such moments that you and your root organization must seize the initiative. We are two sides of the same coin. Thus, I have never once considered turning against you. Yet, you have, at times, been willing to confront me over decisions you deem too timid. Heh, you are the one truly devoted to the village above all else. In truth, you resemble the first Hokage, who would take drastic measures for the sake of the village. Konoha is fortunate to have you. When our teacher perished, neither the third Hokage position was given to you nor to me. It was bestowed upon us both. Only together can we foster Konoha's growth, much like yin and yang. There is no need to covet the title of Hokage. That throne is already half yours. Together, we shall be the strongest Hokage, ruling with unparalleled strength. I too have been overly zealous at times. As you noted, we are indeed two halves of the same whole. Shimura Danzo turned his gaze away, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Ah, it seems your grandson, now a father himself, is capable of heeding counsel. Quite remarkable. We must seize this opportunity to mend their rift. He should not be perpetually fixated on the past. This marks the first time his emotional gambits have proven effective with Shimura Danzo. Thus, the Uchiha issue must be resolved swiftly. We must eradicate the roots of discord. This is undoubtedly what our teacher would wish to witness. Moreover, the first Hokage could never ally with the malevolent Uchiha. Such notions belong to the realm of folklore. Cough, cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly choked on his words. Let us postpone the discussion of Uchiha matters for later. We currently have more pressing concerns to address. Monkey, you will come to regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Bang. Well, another conversation has met with failure. Chapter 13. Can the gathering of tailed beasts summon the Sage of Six Paths? Meanwhile, in a remote underground chamber outside of Konoha, the dimly lit space was filled with towering cultivation containers, each brimming with dark blue liquid. The ambient light illuminated the grotesque contents within, various forms of flesh resembling humans. Yet any person of sound mind would refrain from associating these abominations with humanity. To be more precise, these were the twisted, disfigured remnants of failed experiments. Their faces contorted in agony, with eyes wide open in despair. Among these horrors were creatures with gaping pores that resembled mouths, beings with avian wings, and humanoid forms stitched together from the severed parts of various ninja beasts, as well as a massive, grotesque orb composed entirely of mismatched eyeballs. Countless wooden entities, still growing wildly, cluttered the room. The only figure in the vicinity that bore any semblance to a human stood before an experimental table, recording data. A serpent-like tongue flickering from its mouth. Illuminated by the light, a ghastly pale face was fixated on a heap of distorted flesh, emitting a sickly, maniacal laughter. Eyes reflecting fervor. This was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, a figure that had instilled terror throughout the ninja world. Beside him sat a jar shaped like a cat, containing a chakra conglomerate, its deep blue flames raising the temperature of the room to an uncomfortable degree. Had the cultivation containers not been made of special material, they would have melted into molten metal by now. The miniature blue cat incessantly hurled insults at Orochimaru, exclaiming fiercely, "You wretched, foul creature! Release me if you dare. Let us duel. To bully a mere girl is no true skill. You despicable, shadowy wretch. If my true form were here, I could obliterate your entire lineage with a single-tailed beast bomb. If it weren't for the frail body of that little girl unable to withstand my full chakra, you'd have no chance against me. Beings like you are nothing but insignificant pests before us. She is just a child, having never even left her village." The blue cat continued its tirade, lamenting. "Why hasn't that nine-tails creature obliterated you from the very beginning?" Orochimaru, propping his chin on one hand, listened with keen interest to the cat's vitriol. Once the two-tailed beast paused due to its limited vocabulary, he responded languidly, "Heh, little kitty. Mere bravado is of no consequence. The fact remains that you are now trapped here like a frightened animal. Are you mourning the demise of your host, that little girl? How touching. Two-tailed beasts are typically easier to control, not only due to their relative weakness, but perhaps also because of their more affectionate nature. Interesting indeed. Beyond the nine tails, known solely for its destruction, other tailed beasts seem to possess differing temperaments. Is this why Konoha struggles to master the nine tails' power, while other villages find it more manageable? A fascinating subject. Tell me, little cat, is the nine tails you mentioned your companion? Is that the name of the fox? It seems that tailed beasts are familiar with one another. What is your name, and what connection do you share? It is said that the Sage of Six Paths created the nine-tailed beasts. But does he truly exist? Are the legends accurate? Clearly unwilling to engage in a direct conversation, the two-tailed beast roared. Silence. The nine tails is not what you claim. It is a noble fox. It is you humans, your greedy and selfish kind, who have destroyed us and this once peaceful world. Such a temperament. What does that have to do with me? I am more intrigued by whether combining all-tailed beasts could yield a Sage of Six Paths. Can the chakra of all-tailed beasts sealed within a single host sustain eternal life? Is the legendary sage, the progenitor of ninjas, truly immortal, living to this day? If so, why does he remain indifferent to the suffering of the very children he nurtured? Do not play dead. Answer me, little kitty. I extracted this chakra from you, painstakingly allowing you to develop your own consciousness. Surely, you possess memories inherited from your two-tailed form? If this chakra alone is not enough, I have countless ways to acquire the information I desire. Tell me, what would happen if I were to reunite you 9 siblings? No, you must not do that. The world will be destroyed. Upon hearing this, the two-tailed beast's eyes widened, its chakra infused for bristling, flames surrounding it spiraling out of control. The blue flames surged, filling the jar and illuminating the dark underground chamber. Your reaction is indeed entertaining. Let us experiment and see what unfolds. Was it not the gathering of you all that granted the sage such formidable power? Even if he is absent now, the legends claim he has lived for nearly 1,000 years. Yet despite Orochimaru's inquiries, the swirling chakra flames remained dispersed, refusing to coalesce into the form of the two-tailed beast. Had the mental strain extinguished the consciousness that had only just been formed? Your silence is of no consequence. I shall simply conduct the experiment myself. A new subject for study has emerged, and how exhilarating it is. With another cold laugh, the sealing technique's runes glimmered, and the blue flames vanished, plunging the underground chamber back into darkness. One must commend my teacher. Another new direction for my research has been revealed. Immortality holds countless possibilities. Truly captivating. Chapter 14. The Taming of the Beasts. It was only after witnessing Shimura Danzo lay his mother and grandmother to rest that Uzumaki Lennon began to change his tune. Shimura Danzo stood in silence before the grave of Granny Shizune for an extended period, longer than he had at his daughter-in-law's grave. Young Lennon sensed a deeper connection between the two, one that transcended mere acquaintance. Upon learning that Granny Shizune had merely been a caretaker for his mother rather than his grandmother, Danzo seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. However, upon discovering that Uzumaki Shizune had spent her life fleeing with his mother to survive, ultimately dying alone and unmarried, a sense of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. For several days, aside from his duties with the root, he had not engaged with anyone else, even putting aside his efforts to bond with his grandson. That was until today. In a remote forest outside the village, Danzo led Uzumaki Lennon to a gathering, accompanied by 3 full squads of root ninjas. Ahead, several high-ranking villagers from the recent banquet were present, including the Hokage, surrounded by several unmasked individuals with red or white eyes. Among them, a man who appeared to be the leader of the white-eyed individuals was holding the hand of a small boy who seemed to be of similar stature to Lennon. Danzo had no intention of bringing Lennon closer. He halted at the edge of what he perceived to be the sensory range of the Sharingan and Byakugan, entrusting the young boy to a nearby ninja, signaling her to ensure Lennon's safety. After all, with other clans present, Danzo, despite living a life of integrity, was acutely aware of the animosities he had fostered with many of the clans in the village. Allowing them to witness a connection between himself and the child would not bode well for him. Although the clans had learned of the child during his recent outburst in the monkey's office, he had managed to mask his intentions by claiming to be scouting the child's talents, a ruse he had employed before in his quest for strong recruits. However, today, he was there to introduce the child to the world. Typically, he would not bring along someone deemed useless, and others would undoubtedly discern their significant connection. With 3 squads of root, 2 squads of sealing specialists, and 1 dedicated solely to monitoring Uzumaki Lenin, he was well prepared. Hey, old man, why can't I go over there? There are so many interesting people. Lenin protested. I've never seen anyone with only white eyes before. Venturing further would be dangerous for a child. You should stay here. Once I am done, I will take you for a meal, Danzo replied. But why can that boy stay there? Isn't he in danger too? Lenin pointed to the small boy with white eyes, who seemed to sense his gaze and returned it. However, the golden-haired female ninja holding Lenin used a concealment technique that prevented him from seeing anything beyond. Of course it is dangerous. He has already been abandoned by his clan, but you have not. That child is the main focus of today's operation. Remember his face. He will be your childhood companion as you grow up, Danzo instructed. Lenin stared in bewilderment. Companion? Then I must greet him. And there are red-eyed people over there I've never seen before. Are they the cursed ones? Let me see the world, please, dear grandfather. Danzo, who had traversed the world and witnessed countless illusions, could not help but smile at the child's innocent charm. When you meet the red-eyed ones, ensure you spit at them first. They are the malevolent Uchiha clan. Don't rush to see the world. Soon you shall witness something grand. It is dangerous to get too close. From this position, you can feel its power. Sometimes you are quite like your father, Danzo added, gently pinching Lenin's cheek before moving away. Ugh, what a nuisance, old man. I painstakingly forced myself to say something sweet, and you just toy with me? Lenin's expression darkened, and he attempted to leap down, but was firmly held back by the ninja behind him. Turning around, his eyes lit up upon recognizing a familiar figure, Aunt Yano. It was the kind woman who had taken him shopping for clothes and had provided him with weapons to teach those troublesome children a lesson. I've already told you. Call me sister, the ninja reiterated with a smile. All right, no need to look so serious. It's clear that Lord Danzo truly cherishes you. It's the first time he has shown such a gentle expression. You should reciprocate this affection. But getting too close now would indeed be dangerous. This is not the time for recklessness. I understand, Lenin mumbled, his enthusiasm waning. Having survived in a world rife with deceit, Yano found his demeanor amusing and shook her head, rummaging through her ninja pouch for a piece of candy that clashed with her serious demeanor. All right, little master. You truly are a child at heart. Would you like some candy? Yes. Lenin's eyes sparkled as he eagerly accepted it, then added defiantly, I am not just a 3-year-old who eats candy. I merely lament not being able to study those individuals with unusual eyes up close. And besides, I'm already 4. All right. 4 years old is quite mature indeed. Would you like to see the scene more closely? Sister will perform a magic trick for you. Yano chuckled as she produced a crystal ball from her pouch, forming hand seals and exclaiming, telescope technique, with a wave of her hand. The previously opaque crystal ball became transparent, revealing the distant scene. Through the crystal, they could clearly see Danzo and others engaged in serious discussions. With Sarutobi Hiruzen holding a scroll, his expression grave. Although Yano was an elite intelligence ninja, she was still somewhat inexperienced with this technique, especially in the presence of formidable ninjas who possessed strong sensory abilities. Many could feel themselves being observed and turned to glance back. But at Danzo's subtle shake of the head, they fell silent. In such critical moments, surveillance was entirely justified. A single misstep could spell disaster for the entire village, necessitating urgent measures to protect the villagers. Danzo's earlier gesture indicated that the individuals were allies, allowing the strong to relax. Is this ninjutsu? How fascinating. What are they planning to do? Lenin inquired, now genuinely intrigued as he clung to Yano. In a moment, a gigantic and fearsome beast will appear. We must keep our distance to avoid harm. Have you heard of the tailed beasts? Yano explained with a gentleness and patience that contrasted with the other root ninjas Lenin had encountered, allowing him to relax against her soft form. Tailed beasts? I've heard my mother mention them. She said they can be dangerous if not controlled and must be restrained when out. What? Huh? Yano's gentle smile momentarily faltered. Restrained. And walked? Hee, little master, you are quite fearless, aren't you? You may not yet comprehend the terror of the tailed beasts. They are truly formidable beings, capable of slaughtering countless ordinary people with ease. Yes, the little master is the strongest. Listening to the increasingly insincere compliments from the pharmacist, Yano Yu, Uzumaki Lu Ning felt an urge to argue, yet ultimately found himself merely opening his mouth without uttering a sound. In a fit of petulance, he turned his gaze toward the crystal ball, disregarding the woman's provocations. How infuriating. He felt completely treated like a child. Yet these were indeed the very words his mother had spoken. How could his mother's words be incorrect? The chains of the Uzumaki clan were remarkably effective against tailed beasts. Controlling these beasts was an innate mission of their lineage. It was precisely because the Uzumaki clan, in their excessive kindness, failed to fulfill this mission and became the object of fear that they faced annihilation. Thus, the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan must diligently accomplish their destiny, capture all 9-tailed beasts, and bring a resounding impact to the ninja world that belonged to the Uzumaki. They would present a magnificent tribute known as the Tailed Beast Orb for a brighter world. The prophecy within their clan had foretold the emergence of an individual, a member of the Uzumaki clan standing atop all tailed beasts at the pinnacle of the ninja realm. This prophecy, once disseminated, incited the 4 great ninja villages, already wary of them, to expend every effort to obliterate the Uzumaki clan. His mother had always believed that he was the one destined to lead the remnants of the Uzumaki clan toward revival. She had repeatedly whispered the methods of controlling tailed beasts into his ear, the very chains she employed against those wicked individuals, though he had yet to master them. He had diligently memorized. He was not boasting. What was the order again? First this, then that, and then. Suddenly, something tore through the fabric and emerged from his body. Had he succeeded? Though it was rather forced. This was indeed the iconic chain of the Uzumaki clan. At last, Uzumaki Luning could smugly relish the astonished expression on Yano Yu's face. With hands on his hips, he awaited her praise. However, why was it so slender and small? It was all right. After all, you are still a child. You will grow larger in time. Yano Yu's astonished expression lasted but 3 seconds before she burst into laughter at his childish words. Why was she laughing? Would he truly grow larger when he matured? Ahem, of course. Right now, you are still a child, and your body inherently harbors a limited amount of chakra, making the chain appear small. Chakra, you say? I have some, sister. May I borrow a bit to show you how I can grow? Huh. Wait, ISNT that's something a 3-year-old shouldn't say? I already told you, I'm 4 years old. Chapter 15. The abandoned child of the Hyuga clan, whom I shall raise on the other side. The formidable individuals discussing the sealing of the tailed beasts were not as tense as they had been in the face of the 9 tails. They remained cautious, yet devoid of fear. After all, the difference between the 2 tails and the 9 tails was evident in their very names, 7 tails apart. If one were to assess the strength of the tailed beasts by the number of tails, the 2 tails would rank second. The ninjas of Konoha had previously engaged with the former host of the 2 tails on the battlefield. While formidable, it was not beyond the reach of these villages' elite. Thus, when Sarutobi Hiruzen received the sealing scroll from the Umbu, Shimura Danzo found himself distracted, noting the interactions of Uzumaki Narumi. Hearing the medical nin Yakushi Non speak favorably of him in front of his grandson, and observing Narumi's lack of overt contradiction, Danzo's perception of this failed product from the root suddenly shifted. The thought of condemning her to death faded considerably. Indeed, the environment of the root typically breeds individuals lacking in normalcy. As its founder, he understood better than anyone that the system was designed to forge tools rather than nurture children. This wandering priestess retained a rare humanity, making her more approachable to children, perhaps even capable of further contributions. There was no rush to dispose of this seemingly valueless tool. She might yet find a more suitable role. The prospect of part-time childcare. As someone willing to serve as an orphanage director, she likely would not be averse to it. Most importantly, there were few who would voluntarily speak well of a child and make that unruly boy obedient. Indeed, Non was one of his most outstanding subordinates, deserving of the favor he had granted over the years, to cultivate the boy's values, ensuring he understood that he and his grandfather were family. Upon reflection, it appeared she was a kind-hearted and innocent girl. A child of such character suggested that the education within Root was not as flawed as he had claimed. Humph. How dare that monkey suggest he could not raise good children? It was evident that he chose to ignore such a remarkable precedent out of jealousy for having such an exceptional grandson. Achoo! Before Danzo could complete his internal musings, Sarutobi Hiruzen unexpectedly sneezed, nearly causing him to fumble the scroll. Is the Hokage unwell? Please take care of your health, he implored. After all, managing the affairs of the entire village was undoubtedly exhausting. A brief respite might indeed be a prudent choice. If the Hokage were to fall ill, it would only heighten their concerns. How long had the old man occupied this position, causing turmoil for the entire village? The first to express concern for Hiruzen's health was Hinata Hizashi, who had brought his nephew along. despite the recent loss of his younger brother. Hisashi's smile was broader than ever. Had the other elders of the Hyuga clan not known he had isolated himself in his study for an entire day, they might have thought the brothers were at odds. Yet, this time, fear had truly taken hold. Their clan had recently basked in the glory of their achievements during the Third Great Ninja War, only to be faced with the demand for the clan leader's execution by the Cloud Village. Although it was merely a conspiracy from an external village, no one dared speculate on Konoha's role in the matter, just as no one knew how deeply Hisashi longed to rend the leaders of Konoha limb from limb. Oh, Niji must be aware of this. Hisashi's grip on his nephew's hand tightened unconsciously, nearly crushing the 4-year-old's palm. Lord Hisashi, please release me. Niji managed to voice through the pain, his voice trembling, yet not a single tear fell. This was not due to the child's strength, rather. He had already shed all tears following his father's death days prior. Forgive me. Hisashi quickly realized his lapse in composure and hastily employed his medical ninjutsu to heal his nephew. You may simply call me uncle. The child had abruptly ceased calling him that in recent days. Perhaps he felt unworthy of the title for failing to protect his brother. The main family, the branch family, as the clan leader, he found himself powerless to alter the clan's rules. It was no wonder such a small child began to harbor resentment. This is against the rules, Lord Hisashi. Consider it a command. Henceforth, call me uncle as before. Understood. Yet, he always remained silent. Hisashi wished to speak again, but any words would feel insufficient. He crouched down to meet Niji's gaze and gently ruffled his hair. Niji, do not fear. This is the love your father has left for you. You shall grow to become the pillar of our Hyuga clan, as he wished. Regardless of the circumstances, you will always be a child of the Hyuga. No matter what challenges arise, your family stands behind you in support. This will never change. You are not alone. Having hastened the death of the child's father, now he feigned a smile to ingratiate himself, brainwashing a child who could not yet comprehend through hollow notions of kinship. Did Hisashi not feel a pang of guilt for such hypocrisy? As the uncle and nephew interacted, Danzo's sinister voice suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Without preamble, he seized Niji and pulled him to his side, his calloused hand resting heavily upon the child's head. Children are not fools. They can discern who treats them kindly and who does not. Did he not feel a sense of revulsion acting the benevolent figure after committing countless misdeeds? Danzo, cease your slander. Were it not for you. Hisashi began to retort, but he quickly realized that such an outburst could expose the collective discontent of the Hyuga clan towards the village, potentially inviting calamity upon them. He stifled his anger, the pressure in his chest threatening to explode, and speaking now would only taste of blood. Put away your phony facade. This child has clearly been discarded by you all, reduced to a vessel, yet you speak of the Hyuga clan protecting him. I wonder how thick-skinned you must be to utter such words. This child will be safeguarded by Konoha. If you wish to deceive him into believing you hold any affection for him, you underestimate his intelligence. You have abandoned this child, and I shall raise him. With the loss of his father, I will treat him as my own. From now on, you need not trouble yourself with deceiving him, Lord Hisashi. What a brazen display of hypocrisy. And thus, Niji looked up in confusion at Danzo, hearing the sordid adults dictate his fate, naturally filled with trepidation. He could vaguely grasp the nature of the argument between the two men before him, just as Hisashi's hand reached out once more, seemingly attempting to draw him back. Yet, Danzo's large hand remained on Niji's head, and instinctively, he clung to the shriveled hand of Shimura Danzo in search of solace. Chapter 16. Just a mere two tales? Danzo, you have gone too far. Haha, why the anger, Hayashi? Just as Hyuga Hayashi was about to unleash his pent-up frustration, the elder accompanying him gently patted his shoulder, offering a conciliatory smile to Shimura Danzo. Leaning in, he whispered in Hayashi's ear, "Do not be hasty. Everything is for the greater good." The relationship between the Hyuga clan and the village has already reached a freezing point. If it escalates further, it will be irreparable. The caged bird, no matter how high it flies, remains a loyal hound of the Hyuga family, a fact we need not worry about. What say you? While urging restraint, he discreetly signaled a counter with the Hyuga clan's secret sign in Hayashi's palm. At least for now, the clan is not fully prepared. And you are the clan leader, Hayashi. You are the only one who can shoulder this responsibility. This elder was undoubtedly terrified by Konoha's actions, and despite his comforting words, he was merely begging for mercy. I understand. After a fierce internal struggle, Hyuga Hayashi managed to squeeze out those 4 words through gritted teeth. turning his head away to avoid the increasingly dim expression on Hyuga Niji's face. But I am still this child's uncle. Huh. I thought I was doing good for him, yet it has led to this situation. Damn Konoha. No, damn Danzo. Humph. He could only watch helplessly as Shimura Danzo took Niji's small hand and walked towards the Hokage's camp, remaining silent. The sealing scroll was opened amidst the strange atmosphere. Roar. Filthy insect. You shall die. A massive azure feline beast suddenly descended from the sky, ethereal flames spreading through the forest as it landed. The intense heat distorting space and consuming the surrounding trees. A deafening roar echoed throughout the village. The higher-ups of Konoha changed their expressions the moment the tailed beast truly arrived, adopting a combat stance, their faces grim, ready for battle. Sealing team, assemble. Root ninjas. Prepare for combat. Quickly evacuate the villagers to the shelters. The range extends from 30 kilometers to the entire village. This beast has already gone berserk from the start. We must protect the village. Elite Hyuga, form a defensive formation with the 8 trigrams. Uchiha, fall back and await orders. Shimura Danzo instinctively responded, and Sarutobi Hiruzen shot him a glance, but chose not to speak. Uchiha Fugaku, damn Konoha, damn Danzo, roar, greedy and foolish humans. It is your selfish desires that have brought about the destruction of the wooden man. I will kill you all. I must kill you. Tailed beast bomb. As soon as the 2 tails landed, it wasted no time and unleashed a barrage of fireballs from its mouth, akin to a volcanic eruption, sweeping towards the ninjas below. The flames surged fiercely, their scorching heat making it difficult to breathe. Some nearby ninjas exerted all their strength to defend with ninjutsu, but the flames were too intense, and their defenses crumbled almost instantly. Summoning technique. Monkey King, adamant staff. At this critical moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, stood firm at the front lines. Enough talk. It is time for you to be sealed. 2 tails. He gripped the adamantine staff tightly, channeling all his strength into his arms, and swung it fiercely. A powerful gust of air surged forth, rushing towards the 2 tails with the force of a thunderbolt. Sensing danger, the 2 tails opened its massive mouth and spewed forth a series of blazing fireballs, attempting to halt the oncoming gust. However, upon encountering the air current, the fireballs were scattered by the overwhelming force, their intended explosion dissipating like fireworks. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen vanished and soared into the air like an arrow, his aged form erupting with tremendous power, racing towards the 2 tails at lightning speed. Die, humans! Tailed beast bomb. With a tremendous roar, the tailed beast bomb hurtled towards him like a blazing meteor. The surrounding air compressed and distorted, emitting a piercing whistle. Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped the adamantine staff tightly, his expression serious, adjusting his stance midair in preparation for the confrontation. The tailed beast bomb drew closer, and as it neared, he shouted, channeling his chakra into the adamantine staff. The staff radiated brilliant light, its hardness unparalleled. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen swung the staff downwards with all his might. The collision between the staff and the tailed beast bomb resounded in a deafening roar. The shockwave from the impact radiated outward, and Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to hold his ground. Taking advantage of the 2 tails' momentary distraction, he swiftly moved forward, swinging the adamantine staff, conjuring a fierce wind. Bang! The prowess of an established shadow-level expert was evident. With a loud boom, the staff struck the 2 tails' body with precision. The 2 tails was sent flying, tracing an arc in the air as it was hurled away by the shockwave. And the fierce 2 tails, seeing it could not win and faced overwhelming numbers, took the opportunity to flip midair and, not waiting to land, bolted away. Foolish humans, you will not tame me. This despicable horde of inferior beings relies solely on their numbers. Besides, my chakra has already been significantly depleted from the previous battle with that filthy insect. Otherwise, not a single one of you would return alive today. As for now, a gentleman does not stand beneath a collapsing wall. Freedom is paramount. Once I have regained my strength, I shall return. That wooden girl, I shall avenge you one day. It charged directly towards the location of Uzumaki Naruto. Although they had sent someone to keep watch there, even the smallest chance, the recently reunited grandson could face death. Damn it, the beast must not escape. Danzo's eyes widened in fury, summoning technique, Dream Eater. The moment the colossal 100-meter elephant, nearly the size of the tailed beast, landed, it opened its mouth wide, devouring everything in its path, uprooting towering trees and pulling them into its maw along with the rocks. as the affected ninjas struggled to avoid becoming the Dream Eater's meal. However, it did not affect the two tails, which continued to bolt away, hindered only slightly by the resistance behind it. In an instant, Danzo gathered several of the strongest ninjas and mounted the Dream Eater, racing towards the direction in which the two tails fled. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, pressure damage. Danzo rapidly formed seals, unleashing a torrent of elite wind release techniques, as if he were expending chakra without restraint. A fierce storm roaring through the forest, flattening everything within dozens of meters. The accompanying ninjas exchanged incredulous glances at Danzo, although they knew this old coin was powerful. He had spent years in the rear, observing while his subordinates fought, so why was he suddenly so vigorous? The gales surged like a torrential flood, driven by the overwhelming power of chakra, threatening to obliterate everything in its path, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Yet it was futile. Although the two tails felt pain, it retained its mobility and, leveraging the powerful wind's momentum, sped forward. Despite its earlier bravado, the prospect of losing its freedom had extinguished any desire to fight. With no hesitation, it fled. How? In a moment of chaos. As the two tails drew ever closer to the position of Uzumaki Kingdom, behind him, Shimura Danzo's voice grew hoarse from relentless shouting. Yet he remained unable to keep pace with the tailed beast. A glimmer of human-like mockery flickered in the eyes of the two tails. Huh, silly humans. Do you truly believe you can seal me again? That Navi creature, Kurama, fell for it because of his simplicity, just as I did when I was first captured. I shall not commit such a foolish error again. A noble-tailed beast shall never yield. At that moment, the two tails finally noticed a red-haired child boldly stepping into its path. Roar. Step aside, little brat. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish to harm a child. Yet the child stood undeterred, wielding a sturdy chain, while behind him lay a blonde woman, her chakra drained to the brink of exhaustion. Concealed in the shadows were several potent presences, ready to spring into action at any moment to provide aid. The chain in the child's grasp emanated an aura so wicked and formidable that even the two tails felt a sense of trepidation. Its powerful gravitational pull surpassed even the suction of the beast behind him. It was the essence of sealing techniques, more advanced than the jutsu used by the Cloud Village to ensnare it. The beast's massive form seemed to bear no intimidation, while the child, with a playful grin, addressed the woman behind him. Sister, watch closely. This is the secret art of the Uzumaki clan. Before us, all tailed beasts are treated equally. Diamond Lock. Chapter 17. Henceforth, we are family? Unexpectedly, several adamantine chains erupted with fervor the moment they made contact with the surface of the two tails. These chains, initially shorter than its claws, voraciously absorbed its chakra, rapidly elongating and coiling around the entirety of the creature, binding the fearsome tailed beast with an unyielding grip, causing it to crash to the ground in a most undignified manner. The most distressing aspect was that the adamantine chains utilized its own power against it. This experience invoked memories of the architect behind its decades-long imprisonment, igniting an even greater fury within the beast. Its eyes glowed crimson as it thrashed violently in a desperate struggle. Yet, the more it fought, the more chakra the chains absorbed, enveloping its body like a zongzi, deeply embedding into its flesh. Roar. Similar to the malevolent strength of Senju Hashirama, a naturally evil little demon. I have changed my mind. I must kill you. Release me. We shall engage in an honorable duel. What do these base tactics signify? You calamity. As the two tails bellowed once more, a cohort of formidable warriors pursuing the dream-eating tapir arrived belatedly, finding themselves astonished at the sight of the bound beast. What had this creature just proclaimed? Lord Hashirama. Has the legendary wood release manifested to subdue the tailed beast in such a manner? No. These chains possessed the same power as Lady Kushina. Red hair. The Uzumaki clan. How could there be an Uzumaki of this age in the village? Lady Kushina became pregnant 4 years ago. The child born then must be of this age, which means this is the child of the 4th Hokage. Enough, Hizashi, do not feign ignorance. We all know who the 4th's orphan truly is. This little demon has only just appeared in the village as an Uzumaki, never seen before. Is this an enemy dispatched from another village? If there were Uzumaki in the village, how could the Hyuga clan's child benefit from this situation? With allegiances unclear, the elite of Konoha exchanged wary glances at the enigmatic child, subtly encircling him to ensure that Uzumaki Lenin would have no opportunity to abscond with the tailed beast. Oh, to become a savior under the watchful eyes of the multitude. I must say, I rather enjoy this entrance. Amidst the crowd, Uzumaki Lenin casually laughed, hands in pockets, and playfully whistled. However, beneath his youthful facade lay no charm beyond mere adorability. Greetings to you all. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the current leader of the Uzumaki clan. The Kushina you mentioned is my little aunt. I happened to pass by and noticed you struggling with this great cat, so alongside Sister Yano, I came to your aid. As for expressions of gratitude, let us dispense with that. Do you have any rewards? I am not picky. Anything will do. Uzumaki Lenin grinned and bowed, his diminutive form appearing endearingly adorable. Yet juxtaposed with the terrifying tailed beast bound at his feet, he hardly seemed approachable. Is this the Uzumaki clan's inherent dominance over tailed beasts? Even a child can tame such a formidable creature. No, they had witnessed Kushina as a child. They were even fortunate to have been classmates. While the blood-red pepper was fearsome, surely she was not so outrageous as this. This child is undoubtedly a prodigy. Kushina's relative? An ally? Sister Yano deserves a share too, for had she not allowed me to absorb her chakra, I could not have subdued this great cat. The crowd followed his gaze toward the pale-haired blonde Kunoichi behind him. Most were unfamiliar, but a few among the ranks of Konoha's intelligence department narrowed their eyes. That is, one of Konoha's finest intelligence ninjas, the Wandering Priestess, a former hallmark of the root. Her presence beside the child implies, come now, do not embarrass yourself. Does Root not fulfill your needs? Shimura Danzo appeared unable to endure the sight any longer, snorting coldly and waving his hand at Uzumaki Lenin, who obediently approached his side, allowing him to pat his head in silence. This was not a sudden improvement in their relationship. Danzo had placed the child under a genjutsu prior to arriving, temporarily controlling Uzumaki Lenin's actions with his own will. Lord Danzo, I have fulfilled my duty. Old B, what have you done to me? Are you trying to claim the glory of me and Sister Yano for yourself? Uzumaki Lenin's true thoughts were left unspoken. Well done. Danzo responded with a nod to his subordinates, indicating he had no intention of revealing their relationship before this assembly. While he would inevitably be labeled an enemy by most in attendance, it was far better than allowing them to discover the child's connection to the dark underbelly of the ninja world. Congratulations, Lord Danzo, on acquiring another formidable talent. It is indeed a blessing for Konoha to gain such a prodigy. Indeed, this child shall undoubtedly become a pillar of Konoha. Lord Danzo's ranks are consistently filled with such exceptional talents. It is truly enviable. The crowd erupted in flattery, yet their true sentiments remained shrouded in mystery. Was this the candidate for the next Jinchuriki of the Two Tails? The Hyuga. The promised compensation to the Hyuga will naturally be honored. As for this child, I have other plans for him. Danzo's hand rested on Uzumaki Lenin's shoulder as he spoke, leaving the crowd speechless. Simultaneously, it was the first time that the timid Niji Hyuga had seen Uzumaki Lenin. Incredible, this person, despite being of a similar age, possesses the strength to control a beast that even adults cannot tame. Such a breathtaking scene undoubtedly left a profound impression on Niji Hyuga, inevitably stirring admiration and longing for the hero of his age. If only I had such strength, perhaps I could have saved my father. Or perhaps I could have rescued Hinata that night. I could have died in my father's stead. As the sun began to set, the Two Tails was successfully sealed without further incident. Niji, as the chosen Jinchuriki, succumbed to the overwhelming shock and lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself gazing at the blinding white ceiling, and then met the face of the red-haired boy leaning over him. You're awake? Your name is Niji, right? I'm Uzumaki Lenin. According to that old man, from now on we are family, so please treat me well. Uzumaki Lenin beamed at Niji, noticing his pallor. You do not look well. Would you like some water? No. Thank you. As the warmth of the cup reached his hands, Niji, who had grown weary of life, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. We are family? No, that cannot be. He is a Hyuga, and the Hyuga are. No, that is incorrect. The Hyuga clan is distinctly hierarchical, a place of despair unworthy of being called home. Have I been made a vessel? The pain of the tailed beast being forced into me was excruciating. I might truly die. Just as that one-eyed old man said, I have been abandoned by my family. If that is the case, it no longer matters. If you say so, then so be it. At least, looking at this red-haired boy, it cannot be worse than the coldness of my own family. Yes, please treat me well. Uzumaki Lenin. This marked the first official meeting between two future Class A criminals. The warmth of the cup brought to Niji Hyuga by that day would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Chapter 18. The Foster Mother of Kabuto. Should I call you sister? The ongoing tug-of-war between Hinata and the village ultimately culminated in a consensus during the formative years when Hyuga Niji struggled to manage the power of the tailed beast. The village would oversee his upbringing. However, he was also required to periodically attend training sessions in the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan, ensuring he remained cognizant of his heritage. Upon reaching the age of 12 and becoming a fully fledged shinobi, he would return to the family to serve as a member of the branch house. The Hyuga clan was astutely leveraging the village's resources to prevent their young Jinchuriki from spiraling out of control, with plans to reintegrate him into the family once he matured, using the caged bird seal to maintain dominion over him. This arrangement would ensure that the Jinchuriki, raised by the village, ultimately belonged to the Hyuga clan, thereby elevating their status within the village. To this, Shimura Danzo scoffed. The Hyuga clan, with their lackluster methods, could only resort to forcibly controlling their own kin, rendering their attempts at manipulating hearts laughably inept. Before the Hyuga could reclaim their Jinchuriki, he would eradicate all traces of the boy's emotions, conditioning him to be a loyal instrument of the village. The clan's caged bird seal, a mere tool for controlling others, would be of no consequence in the face of his resolve. Should the Hyuga ever overstep their bounds, he would not hesitate to dismantle their confidence. At that moment, Danzo's gaze fell upon two playful children nearby. It was a rare delight to have a child of his own age around. He allowed them to frolic for a while. A cold snort escaped him, yet the innocent joy and vitality of the children seemed to thaw the perpetual frown upon his face. He turned to his subordinate. "The root ninja, Nanakayu. Your subordinate is present," she responded. "The undercover mission in the land of Earth has reached a conclusion. What are your plans moving forward?" "Your will shall guide me, Lord Danzo." It was a novel experience for Danzo to speak in such a collaborative manner, leaving you momentarily taken aback. The child from the orphanage will soon conclude his mission and return to the village. After many years, if you are interested, you might consider visiting him, Danzo suggested, retrieving a photograph from the desk and handing it to her. The previous image was somewhat distorted for confidentiality. This is his current appearance. Do not mistake him. The photograph depicted a silver-haired youth wearing round, naive glasses, with an M-shaped fringe framing his face. His silky silver hair was tied back in a short ponytail, and despite the shadows in his eyes, he bore a bright, cheerful smile, as if seeking approval from the viewer. His feigned fragility only accentuated the delicate beauty of his gentle demeanor. "This child is Kabuto?" she inquired. "Indeed. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Danzo." You gazed at the photograph, captivated, her emotions a whirlwind of joy and sorrow. She refrained from questioning the discrepancies between the child's appearance she had known all these years and the one in the photo, although she was merely a foster mother. Her maternal instincts whispered that the charming young man in the image was indeed the child she had parted with many years ago. Kabuto. The absence of emotional suppression makes one prone to sentimentality, Danzo mused, choosing not to delve deeper into the topic. Instead, he nodded toward Uzumaki Kingdom, who was playing nearby. "What do you think of this child? He seems quite fond of you, young master. He is kind, brave, attentive, empathetic, helpful, humble, and principled. He stands firm in times of crisis. Truly an exceptional child." You replied. "How is it that you can conjure such praise after only 2 encounters?" "Quite different from my experiences with those who only value strength," Danzo remarked. "That being the case, you," Danzo continued, picking up a scroll from the table. "While residing in the village, you shall also undertake an A-rank long-term mission. Raise this child. Guide his worldview in a manner befitting a normal individual. My shadowy dealings are not conducive to a child's growth." Just as the monkey suggested enlisting an elite tutor to raise Konohamaru. While the established powerhouses of both villages could easily spare shadow clones for teaching ninja arts, it is clear that 2 decaying souls on the brink of oblivion are ill-suited for nurturing a child's perspectives, much like Sarutobi Hiruzen's choice of Ebisu as a tutor. Danzo had chosen you, the only failure among Root, whose humanity remained intact. Do not concern yourself overly with the orphanage. I have ordered the village to double their funding. Devote more time to these 2. They are destined to become the pillars of Konoha. Of course, if you are still worried about the orphanage, feel free to visit it any time. I shall not hinder you. Certainly, it is difficult to refuse the care of such an endearing child, as you acknowledged. She could not help but glance at Danzo again, breaking into a smile. "What? Such a gaze should not be directed towards a superior," he chided. "My apologies. But you do not appear as cold and unfeeling as one might think. Your concern for the young master is evident on your face. Humph. Do you wish for me to commend your cleverness? Shall I reiterate the techniques to eradicate your tongue? All is at your discretion, my lord. Watching the two children tumble and play until they were exhausted and fell asleep, even in the oppressive atmosphere of the root base, Danzo's perpetually gloomy demeanor softened slightly. Ignoring his subordinate's inappropriate jest, he gestured again towards the boy's photograph. I possess too much information. I initially intended to eliminate him during this opportunity. However, your unusual affection for this child, whom you will one day mother, compels me to grant you a favor. Though it may be troublesome, I have other means to ensure his loyalty. The techniques to eradicate his tongue are merely foundational. This is my sincerity towards you. Do not disappoint me, you. Understood. So, Kabuto shall become Kazun's elder brother? I eagerly anticipate their meeting. Interpret it as you wish. May I teach him to call me mother? He is my child. Does he not refer to you as sister? Do not overstep due to my leniency. I comprehend. Thus, you smiled once more, her anticipation for Kabuto's return growing ever stronger. Chapter 19. The mischievous brat of the Uchiha clan. Thus, everything proceeded in an orderly manner. 3 years swiftly passed from Niji's early childhood to the age when he could enroll in chakra training. Due to negotiations between the village and the Hyuga clan, Niji was not only engaged in daily training at the roots, but was also enrolled in the ninja academy. As for Uzumaki Luning, thanks to the innate chakra of the Uzumaki clan, he was naturally gifted. His relentless desire to grow stronger and seek vengeance pleased Shimura Danzo, who gladly took the opportunity to train this youthful version of himself. The chakra nature test revealed wind and water attributes, which his grandmother mentioned were common among the Uzumaki clan, known for their affinity to these elements. According to the elder, the clan that annihilated theirs, the Mizuki clan, predominantly possessed the same attributes. Training in wind techniques required little elaboration. After all, Danzo himself was one of the strongest wind-release ninjas of his time. In terms of water release, he also sought the assistance of his contemporary, the seasoned Chunin Maru Hashiguchi, who was more than capable of imparting practical combat experience, even to those with lesser skills, let alone a child. Regarding theoretical knowledge, the third Hokage took pleasure in personally mentoring Lu Ning, considering him the grandson of a Konoha elder, which made his growth a boon for the village. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but lament how wonderful it would be if his own grandson exhibited such ambition. Oh, this represents the glaring disparity in educational resources afforded to the offspring of ninjas, a monopoly formed through the exchange of interests among prominent families. Of course, for a child yet to reach puberty, it was still too early to grasp the nuances of chakra nature transformation. For now, Lu Ning primarily focused on mastering chakra control and honing his physical skills. Driven by a natural inclination towards adventure, he sought out his grandfather Hashiguchi to learn the art of swordsmanship. As for his physical training, upon receiving a peculiar green bodysuit from a peculiar watermelon-skinned uncle, Danzo could only place a hand to his forehead, advising him to avoid overexertion, especially in the company of that particular individual. Suddenly, Lu Ning couldn't help but laugh upon seeing Naruto's hairstyle, with Niji stifling a chuckle beside him. Over these 3 years, Niji had grown quite familiar with Lu Ning, often finding amusement in his whimsical ideas. Hey, what do you mean by that? Doesn't Lord Naruto's new look dashing? Just moments ago, I walked down the street and garnered 100% rate of head turns. Naruto exclaimed, clearly displeased, flailing his arms as if to ensure they noticed his comical appearance. Indeed, he had dyed his once golden locks a color reminiscent of rotting tomatoes, gathering it atop his head into a spiky ponytail, coupled with his lackluster hair texture, resembling a giant fiery chili. His face was painted in a riot of colors, looking very much like a circus clown just finishing a performance. Oh yes, truly handsome. Naruto, your humor is absolutely delightful, Lu Ning teased. Hey, you're not seriously complimenting me, are you? It was you, Lu Ning, who said that all true Uzumaki are red-haired, which inspired me to dye it. Who knew that barber used such poor quality dye? It was bright red at first, and now it's turned into this. Wow, are you a complete fool? You're already an Uzumaki. The clan leader himself acknowledges you. You're one of the few left in Konoha. There's no need to prove anything. That street-side dye is likely damaging your hair, you know? Besides, your natural blonde is far more appealing, don't you think? Is that so? Hee. I knew someone would recognize my charm. Lu Ning, you have the best taste, being a fellow clansman. Naruto attempted to feign seriousness but couldn't resist bursting into laughter. Patting Lu Ning on the shoulder, revealing his goofy grin. Does this mean Naruto has to endure this hair color for a long while until it returns to normal? If you dye it again, you might end up bald due to unknown ingredients. Hey, you must be joking. And where did you get all that paint? You didn't get into trouble with that renovation shop owner again, did you? If something happened, you must tell us. We don't get out much. And every time we ask, you refuse to share, yet you always appear battered. Niji inquired gently, embodying the role of a caring elder brother. Not at all. I'm quite popular in the village. I can handle these small matters myself. If we're brothers, let us not mention such trivial things anymore. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, turning away before pointing at a row of Hokage rock statues not far off. You see these? I accidentally spilled paint on myself while helping decorate the statues of the previous Hokages. Following his gesture, they saw the once majestic statues now adorned with a chaotic array of colors, with paint still dripping down the fourth Hokage's cheek, leaving a trail far worse than Naruto's current appearance. Haraha, Naruto, you truly outdid yourself. This is far more entertaining than your usual stoic demeanor. Such a relatable image will surely endear you to everyone. Typically, the Hokage rock is a sacred site, yet in this moment, only Luning, a fellow Uzumaki, could share in the laughter. Luning, the Hokage rock, symbolizes the glory of our village. It doesn't seem quite right to find humor in this, Niji remarked, attempting to maintain decorum. Come on, Niji. It's rare for us to be out here having fun. Lighten up. You look wonderful when you smile. Besides, this is an artful endeavor. Everyone must be utterly captivated. Otherwise, how could such a grand prank go unnoticed? Ah, if you say so. As they chatted, a commotion erupted from the adjacent street, with a throng of people shouting, "Damn it, where's that brat? How dare that demon fox defile the fourth Hokage's statue? Does he have no shame? If it weren't for the fourth and his wife, all right. The third Hokage has prohibited discussions on this matter. Nonetheless, that brat must be taught a lesson for making light of our revered ancestors." Naruto stiffened, realizing that Luning's playful banter had made him overly proud, momentarily forgetting that his primary task was to evade the approaching adults. I'm done for. I was so caught up chatting with you guys that I forgot to run. They're almost upon us. Run. With that, Naruto leaped into action, intending to dart into a nearby alley, only to inadvertently bump into a small boy passing by, splattering paint onto him as well. Oh no, I'm sorry, Naruto exclaimed, turning to apologize, only to notice the emblem on the boy's clothing resembling a ping-pong paddle. Uchiha Naruto had heard of the Uchiha clan's crest, known throughout the village. TSK, how filthy. It would be best to scavenge elsewhere. Do not obstruct the path to the Uchiha clan's residence. This would tarnish the dignity of our esteemed family. The boy named Sasuke Uchiha furrowed his brow and let out a few sharp sounds, glancing at Naruto's attire but refraining from expressing his ire. Nonetheless, his words were far from pleasant. Turning away, he noticed two other children blocking his way. Oh, little brother. Quite cool, aren't you? Didn't Naruto just apologize to you? Scavenging. Do you think you can speak to someone from the Uzumaki family in such a manner? It seemed that when I wasn't watching, Naruto endured these wretched circumstances. What a coincidence. Let us make an example of you first. We must show those uncouth individuals what it means to disrespect Naruto. Both Uzumaki and Hyuga excel in taijutsu, and under ample nourishment. Each of them stood noticeably taller than Sasuke Uchiha. They loomed over him like a wall. Uzumaki Niji, with a sinister grin, loosened his wrists and declared, "Niji, grab a weapon and teach him a lesson." All right. Hey, wait. Don't you two know who I am? Who? In this leaf village. I've never heard of anyone I cannot touch. Uzumaki Niji had no intention of granting Sasuke Uchiha a chance to speak. He launched a kick directly at Sasuke's face. His villainous demeanor unmistakable, though it was deftly blocked by Sasuke's outstretched arm. Who is this lunatic? TSK, my sleeves are dirty. My brother will surely tease me when I return home. Sasuke spat, his expression darkening to that of a smoldering pot. You shall pay for this attire with your lives. I will ensure you witness the consequences of provoking the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, not far off in a tree, a certain brotherly figure was already laughing uncontrollably at the exchange between the young children. Chapter 20, Brother Do. I've been bullied. Though all but Naruto have undergone some form of martial arts training, the limitations of their young, short limbs rendered them unable to fully express their skills. The nonsensical brawl resembled a chaotic spectacle devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Vortex Naruto, initially intent on fleeing, was compelled to disregard his own escape upon witnessing his two close friends embroiled in a scuffle. He rolled up his sleeves and charged in, flailing his arms haphazardly. In a 1v3 situation, the odds were stacked against them, both in numbers and size, which left young Sasuke feeling utterly aggrieved. Just as he dodged one punch, another kick came flying towards him, and he found himself overwhelmed, his once proud demeanor dissipating as he blinked in disbelief. Sasuke, be wary of your left flank. Grab his wrist and push down. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind, none other than the man who would haunt Sasuke's dreams for a lifetime, Uchiha Itachi, who sat with arms crossed on a nearby tree, observing his younger brother endure the beating. Ah, brother. Upon seeing Itachi, Sasuke momentarily forgot his plight, his eyes lighting up as he instinctively raised his hands for an embrace. I'll fight. But before he could act, he was unceremoniously kicked 3 meters away by Vortex Lu Ning. Itachi, who had been about to respond, could only watch with a twitching eyelid. Sasuke, this fight was instigated by your arrogance. As you yourself said, for the honor of the Uchiha clan, you cannot afford to lose. You must persevere. If it's you, I believe you can succeed. With a gaze that encompassed the scene, Itachi offered encouragement to his younger sibling while suppressing a wry smile at Sasuke's misfortune. After all, to intervene in such childish antics would be an overreaction. Not only would it undermine Sasuke's pride, but it would also be beneath the dignity of one such as he. Go ahead and do your best. I shall always be watching over you from behind. My Sasuke will not falter. Itachi's supportive words were accompanied by a glance at the antics of Sasuke's 3 adversaries, prompting a sigh of exasperation. All right, let me show you my strength. Sasuke's spirit reignited. He clenched his tiny fists and rose from the ground, only to witness Vortex Lu Ning stealthily preparing to escape with his 2 companions. Hey, where do you think you're going? Sasuke exclaimed, eyes wide and hands on his hips, his voice carrying a fierce yet childish tone. Haha, so you're Sasuke, huh? Your brother is quite the charmer. Lu Ning chuckled as he turned, rubbing his hands together and grinning at Sasuke with insincerity. Look, your brother has come to see you. Don't worry your family any further. You all can chat. We won't interrupt. We were just playing around. Don't take it to heart. We're all mates here. A little roughhousing shouldn't ruin our camaraderie. I acknowledge you as my best buddy until we escape your brother's sight. Hey, don't be so polite. There's no need for farewells. Ignoring Sasuke's increasingly displeased expression, Lu Ning waved dismissively and prepared to flee. It was a joke. The man perched atop the tree looked to be at least a jonin, the kind of gaze that could only be honed through countless battles. Who would dare bully his brother under such scrutiny? Dying here would mean no one would collect his remains. The old man had taught him well. In the face of danger, retreat is the wisest strategy. Vortex Lu Ning prided himself on being decisive, and choosing to flee at that moment felt like an act of great wisdom and courage, one that required the fortitude to face humiliation. He fancied himself akin to a valiant soldier, running with a sense of tragic nobility. Yet, fate often has a way of thwarting one's intentions. 3 shurikens embedded themselves into the ground just before Lu Ning's feet. Spare me, brother. I have served the village, as has my father. And my grandfather has done great deeds for our home. Our family has been loyal for generations. And I have yet to marry and have children to continue serving the village. You can't treat me like this. Lu Ning instinctively shielded his head and pleaded for mercy, but upon recognizing the figure before him, his eyes sparkled with hope. Oh, Brother Do, I've been bullied. They are picking on me because they are older. It appeared that this boy had no qualms about calling for adult intervention. The ninja blocking their path had silvery white hair, wore black round glasses, and bore a frail countenance. Yao Do, the adopted son of Yunao's sister. Seeing Lu Ning in such distress, Do suppressed a sigh and rubbed his temples. Honestly, why did you think to run away first? What kind of upbringing has led you to develop such a character? Even your mother couldn't have taught you this. Stop learning bad habits from those comic books. The first time I met you, you were a quiet child. Adults may indulge your whims, but I feel it necessary to remind you, when it comes to them, you must never lose them. Lu Ning pondered, only to be met with an analogy. The way adults treat them is akin to your sworn vow to eradicate the Mizuki clan that destroyed your homeland. Stop right there, you ruffians. How dare you humiliate me before my brother? I'll sever your heads and use them as balls to kick around. As the conversation continued, Sasuke, who had lagged behind, finally caught up, panting with exertion. Such vitriol is inappropriate, Sasuke. Children should play and frolic in innocence. Uchiha Itachi chimed in, trailing closely behind, like a mother hen scolding her chick. Upon reaching the scene, Itachi's gaze fell upon Yao Shirdo, and he narrowed his eyes, pulling out a kunai. Who are you? I don't recall any ninja from Konoha resembling you. Oh, I apologize. I just returned from a mission and forgot my forehead protector, Do replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips. Noticing Itachi's wary expression, he leisurely produced a Konoha forehead protector from seemingly nowhere, tying it to his forehead with deliberate slowness. My name is unimportant. Consider me an external affiliate of the village. It is quite normal for you, Itachi-kun, not to recognize me due to my prolonged absence. However, I have long admired your reputation. It is rare for a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan to indulge in mischief with his brother. I cannot stand idly by while my family's younger member is bullied. Do patted Lu Ning's shoulder, his seemingly gentle smile sending shivers down Lu Ning's spine. Rest assured, I am merely here to prevent any unfairness. Please continue. I want to interfere while you direct me, Itachi-kun. And Uchiha's young master, feel free to unleash your fury, lest this little brat always acts so recklessly. Well, I just came to watch my brother get beaten. You all can continue, he added, gesturing to Niji and the blonde-haired child. A man-to-man duel should be 1v1 for maximum excitement. Hey, Brother Do, don't. Hurry and leave. You can't defeat this person. What if I win and you want to step in later? You want to be able to protect me. Fine, I'll handle it myself. You two take your leave. Just come back later to collect my remains. I shall not allow you to endure such punishment alongside me. The tone of Uzumaki Naruto was so tragically resolute that, upon hearing his words, a few veins throbbed visibly on Kabuto's forehead, stirring within him a profound desire for victory. He clenched his teeth, ruffling Naruto's hair into a disarray. Rest assured, I have no problem protecting a little brat like you. I am not so feeble as to be compared to a child barely a meter tall. Ah, Kabuto, please don't hit my head. I merely came to witness my brother endure punishment, and I had no intention of intervening. I certainly do not have a habit of bullying children. Observing the interaction between the two brothers, Itachi Uchiha couldn't help but stifle a chuckle, then turned to glance at the still fuming Sasuke Uchiha. What say you, Sasuke? Shall we continue this fight? No one responded. Sasuke had already clenched his fists and launched an attack. Hey, why is no one asking for my opinion? I do not wish to fight this brat. Naruto continued to shout incessantly. Are you afraid? So you are merely a loudmouth scarecrow. If you possess such little courage, you might as well kneel and beg for mercy. Just as Sasuke was about to express his disdain, he heard Naruto's blatant mockery. After all, with such a frail body, what if I accidentally knock you out with a single punch? I wouldn't want to console you when you're crying later, would I? Your brother is right here. Let us not cause a scene, shall we? You bastard, go die? Chapter 21. Itachi, come on, Lu Ning. Throw a left hook straight to his face. Sasuke, dodge to the right and elbow his ribs. Hold on tight. Pin his arm down and turn to lock his throat on the ground. Good. Now, Sasuke, take advantage of his unsteady balance and throw him over your shoulder. In the training ground of Konoha, two young Pokemon trainers were directing their partners in a duel. My apologies for the mix-up. Inside the training arena, two young ninjas, Kabuto and Uchiha Itachi, were locked in a tense standoff, intently observing their little brother. As Itachi began to instruct Sasuke, the two seasoned veterans could hardly bear to watch the future of the shinobi world flailing about aimlessly. They instinctively stepped in to guide them, imparting their combat experience through direct instruction. What started as a playful scuffle between two children escalated into a fervent contest of wills, igniting an intense spark of rivalry in the air. All right, Sasuke, you've done remarkably well. Let's end this dispute with a final throw. You seem exhausted already, don't you? It's time to finish this. Lu Ning, lift him up and perform the shoulder throw. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, but before he could reveal a victorious smile, he heard the sound of chains clanking. Upon closer inspection, he saw that Vortex Lu Ning had emerged from behind, brandishing several chains that ensnared Uchiha Sasuke, lifting the adorable boy high like some creature from the depths of a nightmare. The additional chains danced behind him like tentacles, creating the illusion of a monstrous entity. Uchiha Sasuke's face turned pale with fear as he dangled helplessly in the air, his incessant trash talk abruptly ceasing. What on earth is this? Let me down, you fiend. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly froze. This was the adamantine sealing chains, a technique that Vortex Lu Ning had nearly mastered. Kabuto facepalmed in disbelief. This fool, deploying his bloodline limit in front of witnesses, especially with the Uchiha clan's growing estrangement from the village. Meanwhile, Vortex Lu Ning strutted about like a victorious rooster. proudly proclaiming to Uchiha Sasuke, all right. It was exhilarating to coordinate with Kabuto earlier, but I only exerted 50% of my strength. I'm feeling bored now. To have nearly defeated me in this state, Sasuke-kun, you are truly impressive. For the sake of your brother standing nearby, I shall forgive your earlier rudeness towards Naruto. We'll leave it at this for today. Spending time with you has been quite enjoyable. Perhaps we shall play again another time? Translation: Today, I thoroughly enjoyed defeating you, and I shall come to challenge you again when the opportunity arises. This statement made its way to Itachi's ears, causing his lips to twitch as he swiftly performed a body flicker technique to catch his brother midair. Is that the secret technique often used by Lady Kushina? Who is this child? While little Sasuke was being patted on the back by his brother on the grass, Itachi's gaze had been fixated on Vortex Naruto and Vortex Luning, lingering particularly on Naruto's golden hair as he inquired of Kabuto, "Hey, big brother, do you know my aunt?" I've already mentioned not to divulge personal information so easily," Vortex Luning exclaimed, receiving a sharp rap on the head from Kabuto. Prying into others' affairs is not a polite behavior, is it, Jonin Itachi? Ugh, Kabuto, I was merely trying to make an acquaintance. Having more connections is beneficial. Silence. This won't do. Your positions are absolutely opposed. Kabuto refrained from voicing this thought in front of both parties. I see. Itachi, unfazed, smiled lightly in response, his gaze now holding a deeper significance as he scrutinized the Vortex brothers. Kushina's nephew? So that makes them cousins? Protecting his younger brother from harm. In this scenario, I have no grounds to speak. An intriguing little brat. I understand now. You place great importance on personal information. You must be an intelligence ninja, for your battlefield judgment earlier suggests you are far from an inconspicuous shinobi, yet this is my first encounter with you. Itachi, while comforting his brother, suddenly hurled several stones towards Kabuto. With a series of thuds, Kabuto expertly kicked each stone into the air, catching them deftly as they fell. With children surrounding him, there was no room to evade. His reflexes and strength are indeed remarkable. I find you quite fascinating. I concede. After all, I can't lose face in front of my brother. Kabuto smiled as he turned the stones back towards Itachi, resulting in another series of thuds. The two commanders transitioned from verbal exchanges to direct confrontation. Sparks of determination ignited between their gazes, until Itachi spoke first, gesturing outward with his thumb. It is rare to encounter such a formidable opponent among our peers. Shall we engage in a friendly match at the nearby training ground? I must decline. I am not particularly adept in combat. I was merely fortunate to withstand your earlier attack, and I fear I would falter in a rematch. Are you truly intending to be a coward in front of those two brothers? If we were to compete, I would consider it a victory for myself. Sasuke, let's head home. Your brother has taught you a lesson today, hasn't he? Yes, brother is the strongest. The light-hearted banter from the Uchiha brothers reignited Kabuto's competitive spirit, prompting him to step in front of the already hesitant Itachi. Wait, although I am aware this is a provocation, I cannot allow myself to appear cowardly in front of my brother. How shall we compete? In intellect or in combat? Since we are ninjas, it must be through combat. I lack the confidence to match an accomplished intelligence ninja in knowledge. Itachi displayed a confident smile, taking his brother's hand and bowing towards Kabuto. I invite you. Kabuto nodded, intending to do the same with Vortex Luning, but upon turning, he found Luning had already taken off with the other two children, far ahead. Well, since Kabuto is so formidable, he shall surely win. My grandfather is waiting for me at home for dinner, so we shall take our leave now. Kabuto, do your best. Victory is assured. You truly are sneaking away from the adults again, aren't you? Well, haha. Seeing Vortex Luning feign ignorance, Kabuto could only smile helplessly and wave goodbye to the trio. Be careful on your way back. As for his little brother, it was a promise made by their adoptive mother to keep a close watch over him. What could he do but indulge him? From the beginning to the end, he would spoil him. Chapter 22. No disrespect towards Lady Hinata. However, after watching Yakushi Kabuto head towards the training ground upon invitation, Uzumaki Rinne did not hasten to leave, instead leading Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuganiji to a nearby tree. The sturdy trunk was capable of shielding an adult's width, yet it could not conceal the fluttering hem of a skirt stirred by the breeze. Uzumaki Rinne gazed for a few seconds before exclaiming, as chains whirled behind her, striking firmly against the tree. Hey, I say, those two just now pretended not to see you, and that sneaky fellow should hurry out. Bang! The chains lashed against the tree, sending wood shavings flying and stirring up a cloud of dust. and out came a small girl with white eyes, whimpering and trembling, having been startled into a state of shock. Hey, Niji, see? I told you our Uzumaki clan's perception is superior to yours. How could you not notice such an obvious hiding place? Upon realizing that it was merely an unthreatening little girl, who seemed even less of a threat now, Uzumaki Rinne relaxed, turning to boast about herself, only to find both companions staring wide-eyed at the little girl she had just revealed, simultaneously exclaiming, Lady Hinata? Aren't you that white-eyed little girl from Winter? Wait, you all know each other? Uzumaki Rinne glanced back and forth, noticing the two trading glances. The little girl, blushing fiercely, lowered her head in confusion, scratching her head. Wait, white eyes. Niji, is she your clanswoman? Hiss, that doesn't make sense. Then why does Naruto know her? When did you two start flirting behind my back? Yet, Hyuga Niji remained silent, witnessing Hinata collapse beside Uzumaki Rinne, nearly in tears. Her large, soft eyes glistening with moisture. Unaccountably stirred, he immediately struck a defensive pose towards his companion. Lady Rinne, please show respect to the Hyuga clan's lady. Do not bully her any longer. Such treatment towards the Hyuga clan is quite rude. Wait a minute. Who is bullying whom? Niji, are you talking to me? Over a little girl you haven't seen for 3 years? Apologies, but protecting the clan is the mission of the branch family. Hyuga Niji attempted to convince himself with this reasoning, unable to meet Uzumaki Rinne's questioning gaze. Nevertheless, his stance remained unchanged, signaling his intent to protect the little girl. Bah, what absolute nonsense. We've been playing together for 3 years, and you've never mentioned this? I see you just want a reason to take a beating. Lord Danzo would surely punish you to eat nothing but buns for a week if he knew you were cursing like this in public. Hey, well? Look who's gotten bold enough to threaten me. It seems I must enlighten you on why flowers bloom so red. To put it bluntly, it likely won't be redder than the backside you'll receive from Lord Danzo later. Not you. Wait a moment. Are you both fools? Why must you fight over a woman when you're good brothers? Can't you learn from the wise? Seeing Uzumaki Rinne genuinely ready to confront Hyuga Niji, it was the usually talkative Uzumaki Naruto who stepped in to separate them. Rinne, don't get too worked up. Isn't it natural for Niji to protect his family, just like how you stepped up to protect me back then? If someone treated me or other Uzumaki family members this way, you would be furious, right? And Niji hasn't truly attacked you. He merely spoke a few words. Now let us all calm down, shall we? Niji, you too. We're all friends. So why not just sit down and talk it out? Both of you should simmer down. I'll take charge of the questioning. What do friends need most during a quarrel? They need a third party to mediate, preserving face and harmony. With Uzumaki Naruto's intervention, both Uzumaki Rinne and Hyuga Niji ceased their stubbornness, exchanging huffs before sitting down to cool off. Meanwhile, the little girl named Hinata observed as Uzumaki Naruto approached her directly. Her originally fair face flushed a deep red, resembling an apple, and steam seemed to rise from her head, her white eyes swirling dizzily. Hey, why are you here? No, that's not it. I wasn't following Naruto-kun. No. Not that. I mean, I just happened to pass by and, really, I was just passing through. I didn't even ask you that much. Uzumaki Naruto, who typically thought with his toes, scratched his head, intending to dismiss these unnecessary inquiries. After all, he felt no malice from this girl. She was kind. So there was no need to dwell on such matters. He turned back, grinning broadly. Rinne, did you hear? She said she was just passing by. Oh, where is she now? Hyuga Niji sighed, pointing behind Uzumaki Naruto. It was then that Uzumaki Rinne swiftly darted to Hinata's side, her eyes sparkling as if she had discovered a rare species. Hinata, feeling the intensity of her gaze, instinctively shrank back. Hey, are you saying you were following our little Naruto? Why would you do that? I said I wasn't following. I apologize. Oh no. I may not have used the right tone earlier. What I meant to ask was, could it be possible that you like him? Which is why you want to watch him. No. That's not true. Oh dear, facing such a question from Uzumaki Rinne, the steam rising from Hinata's head intensified, her mind overloaded, and with a tilt of her head, she fainted. Hey, wait a moment. We were just having a normal conversation. Why did you faint? Wake up. But Naruto-kun is so close. In her final moments of consciousness, Hinata beheld the broad, carefree face of Uzumaki Naruto drawing nearer, smiling brightly. At that moment, Uzumaki Rinne, who was actually closer to her, became a mere backdrop to this scene. Chapter 23. From now on, Naruto will be in your care. A combined chapter. Lady Hinata, wake up. Quickly, wake up. If you don't get up soon, I might just press Naruto to kiss you. Enough, Lenin. She merely mentioned passing by. What does that have to do with me? The light of day had shifted slightly, and it was unclear how much time had elapsed. When Hinata Hyuga regained consciousness, 3 boys crowded around her. Among them, Naruto Uzumaki's golden hair shone brilliantly. His ever-smiling, sunlit face made her cheeks flush once more, prompting her to hastily close her eyes and feign sleep. Oh no, Naruto-kun is getting closer. I can feel his warmth from here, so comforting, like the sun. Oh no. If I don't get up, will Naruto-kun really kiss me? How embarrassing. Yet, she felt utterly unable to rise. Naruto-kun was right in front of her. Even reopening her eyes would surely make her faint from shyness. Are you awake? You must be awake, right? The other 2 boys observed the flustered heiress of the Hyuga clan, who was nervously clutching her skirt, and began to discuss among themselves. This is amusing. How does her face turn such a vibrant shade of red? Niji, if I were to pinch your sister, would she really turn to water? Lenin, do not be disrespectful to the clan's heiress. Come on, don't be so stiff. The person in question hasn't said a word. Why are you so anxious? Hey, Hinata, right? You should open your eyes and see. When you were unconscious, a spy from another village attacked. Naruto bravely took a large cut on his back to protect you. Ah, Naruto-kun. Hinata was immediately drawn in by this fabrication. Her shyness forgotten as she gasped in surprise and tightly grasped Naruto's hand, only to see Naruto's expression filled with unspoken emotions. Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm fine. No one came here just now. He often makes such teasing jokes. We're all used to it. This was Naruto's first experience being so close to a girl his age, and the innocent contact made him feel flustered. The tension in his voice only made Hinata's heart ache as she felt her eyes well with tears. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I've caused you trouble again. I just wanted to see more of your shining self. I didn't mean for you to get hurt. I truly apologize. I will definitely find the best doctor to heal your wounds. It's all right. Don't cry, okay? Really, yes, just joking. Nothing happened. See, there's not a single scratch. Lenin, how could you? You made her cry. Can't you at least help console her? I, Naruto Uzumaki, cannot stand to see anyone cry in front of me. Hearing Naruto's words, Hinata sniffled twice, trying to suppress her tears. Though it was futile, it only made Naruto more flustered. Those tears are for you, Naruto. You should be more touched. You should cry even louder than she does. Suddenly, Lenin playfully patted Naruto on the shoulder and turned to Hinata, his eyes softening with a paternal warmth. Sweet girl, don't cry. The villain who attacked has already been dealt with by Naruto. There's nothing to fear anymore. But what about Naruto-kun's injury? Is he alright? Is it serious? Are you worried about him? Don't fret. When you held his hand just now, his adrenaline kicked in and healed him. Who would have thought my Naruto has this hidden talent? Despite being a hot-headed fool, he unexpectedly has admirers? No. Please don't say that about Naruto-kun. He is truly amazing. No matter the challenges he faces, he always confronts them with confidence, bringing warmth and assurance to those around him. He has a personality that is dearly cherished. Suddenly, Lenin placed his hand on Hinata's head, startling her into nearly jumping up. I see. So that is how you feel. As his half-father, I appreciate your compliments towards Naruto. He must be quite moved to hear that. But I must correct you. Naruto doesn't seek out difficulties for the sake of facing them. More often than not, he is alone and must force himself to confront them. I feel ashamed. Due to certain circumstances, I am unable to roam freely in the village. And this child, being naturally stubborn, only shares his joys and never his woes, always trying to bear it alone. Therefore, even I often remain unaware of his condition. By your reasoning, it seems he endures much hardship. So you secretly enjoy seeing others suffer to amuse yourself. Are you a hidden sadist, lady? No, that is not it. I'm sorry, I just didn't consider it. Alright, thank you for your feedback. I will do my best to find a solution. Also, Naruto probably doesn't like being seen in a foolish light every day. Let us refrain from doing such things in the future. It's rather awkward. Regardless of the reason, I doubt anyone enjoys being seen floundering in front of someone who admires them. If you have any concerns, you can always talk to your brother Niji about it. Seeking help from someone who is also struggling won't yield a positive outcome for either of you. A gentle and understanding girl like you should understand this, right? Please don't. Lenin's seemingly reasonable advice caused Hinata's face, which was already flushed with shyness, to pale dramatically. Such words felt familiar. At times, trailing behind her father, the clan leader, She would hear him refuse romantic advances with such tones towards both the Hyuga clan and outsiders. Am I being rejected by someone who regards me as family? So this is what suffocation feels like. Naruto-kun has always admired this red-haired man. Would he now heed his words and distance himself from me? No, that cannot be. I cannot allow that. My personality has already drawn disdain from my family. It is Naruto-kun's smile and confidence that have given me the courage to face this pressure. If I can no longer see Naruto-kun's smile, then I won't be able to endure the scrutiny from my family anymore. Absolutely not. Quick. Think, Hinata. How did those inter-clan marriages that received approval and blessings from their fathers react when facing such inquiries? Please, trust me to take care of Naruto-kun. I swear I will protect him and bring him happiness. Do you even know what you're saying? Lenin turned his head, an odd expression crossing his face as his shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. I sincerely apologize. Had you not mentioned it, I might not have realized Naruto. Indeed, he has endured far too many hardships that our age should not bear, yet he continues to radiate warmth and light to those around him. This makes him all the more admirable and endearing. No, that's not what I meant. I meant to say, I have always regarded Naruto as a friend, that is to say, even when you are not around, I have the opportunity to visit. I have the time, and moreover, I am also a friend of Naruto, and I will take good care of him, ensuring he does not suffer any more grievances. Please do not separate us. Hinata Hyuga concluded her earnest declaration with a deep bow, only to suddenly realize the gravity of her words, feeling an overwhelming urge to bury her head in the ground, nearly fainting from embarrassment. The surrounding silence lingered for a moment, until Hinata summoned her courage to peek, only to find Uzumaki Naruto unable to contain his laughter any longer. This is too amusing. Niji, your sister is simply adorable. No wonder you cherish her so much, How did I end up resembling the wicked stepmother from a tale who tears apart a fated couple? All right. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed with a newfound determination, joy radiating from his face as he playfully patted Hinata's shoulder. We entrust Naruto to your care. Do your best. You two must find happiness together. Yes, I will. Now I can rest easy. Such a response evidently pleased Uzumaki Naruto's mischievous spirit, as he laughed heartily and beckoned Niji, who had been quietly observing. Let us go, Niji. It's getting late. If we don't head back soon, that old man will send someone to fetch us. He then turned to Hinata. You must keep your promise, Lady Hinata. I am eager to see our Naruto plump and healthy. All right. I promise you. And before departing, Niji, who had been protective of Hinata while maintaining a facade of distance, could not help but scrutinize his clan's heiress one more time. Having engaged in direct conversation for the first time since their meeting, this is the first time I've seen you take the initiative to shoulder responsibilities. Are you finally prepared to embrace the duties of the main family? No, never mind. In any case, please do your utmost. What you bear is not merely your own life. With that, he paid no further heed to Hinata's reaction, nodding slightly before following Uzumaki Naruto as they departed, as if the protective stance he had taken against the Uzumaki brothers had never existed. Niji, brother. The breakthrough effect occurs when a person, after overcoming their self-imposed limits for the first time, finds it easier to surmount similar challenges thereafter. The timid Hinata, who had always been shy, called out to Niji for the first time. Niji paused. I'm sorry. I haven't seen you much in recent years. Is it because I have wronged you? I truly apologize. Even if you do not like me, others in the clan still think of you. Would it not be better to return and see them? My father often speaks of you. Though she knew it was unlikely he would wish to engage with her, she felt at a loss for what to do. But I can assure you, I will become a ninja strong enough to protect everyone, to safeguard the family and the village. I will not allow the past to repeat itself. As for the matters of the main and branch families, I will strive diligently. If one day I become a ninja capable of bearing the responsibilities of the main family, on the day I become the clan leader, will you return to the family as before and bless me once more? I have seen so little of you these years, and I am truly afraid. I'm sorry. It is only now that I realize the weight of my identity. Only now do I understand the sins of my existence. Her words were abruptly interrupted by Niji's wave of dismissal. Stop dwelling on such thoughts. Just pursue what brings you joy. It is not your fault as a child. And I have never harbored resentment toward you. Yet, as Niji continued to face the setting sun alongside Uzumaki Naruto, he did not turn back. The smile at the corner of his mouth was barely concealed, evident even to those behind him. Just keep looking ahead, rather than wallowing in self-pity. I have discovered a new meaning in life. Effort must not remain mere words. Do your best. I hope to witness the fulfillment of your promise, lady of the main family. The sunset generously bathed the earth, casting shadows that intertwined harmoniously. The wheels of fate, it seemed, had shifted direction with a gentle breeze that blew today, steering toward a new course. The old tree burgeoned with new sprouts, flourishing ever upward, promising to soon provide shelter from the sun. Birds and beasts frolicked with vitality. And what of our other protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto? Earlier, while Hinata was speaking, Uzumaki Naruto had gestured to Niji to restrain the boisterous lad so as not to disrupt the ambience. At that moment, he was still thrashing about beneath the tree, trying to free himself from confinement. Damn you too, let me down already. Ah, Naruto. Chapter 24. Go undercover with Orochimaru amidst the commotion. The return of Uzumaki and his companion was significantly delayed. However, at this moment, Shimura Danzo scrutinized the intelligence before him, his expression dark and brooding, rendering him oblivious to the presence of the two individuals. Kneeling before him was a young white-haired ninja, the very one whom Uzumaki had referred to as Brother Do, Yaoshi Do. The match with Uchiha Itachi, which had reached a tacit conclusion, had ended earlier, allowing him to return to the root base before the others. Danzo's demeanor was ominous, his single eye betraying malice and ruthlessness, revealing the sinister nature he typically concealed from the innocent youth before him. Shin, have you made contact with Uchiha Itachi? Yes, my lord. What is your impression of him? Cold in demeanor yet warm-hearted, meticulous in thought, and outwardly mature, yet beneath it all, he retains the youthful spirit of competition. His talent as a ninja is exceptional, but perhaps due to the protection of his prominent clan, he lacks practical experience. There exists a degree of naivete in his character. He is indeed a remarkable young ninja. Danzo remained silent, his fingers drumming twice upon the desk, a sound that resonated unsettlingly like a heartbeat in Yaoshi Do's chest. Do not resort to formulaic responses to placate me. I seek your insights. Understood. His thoughts are profound for one of his age, yet his perspective is limited. Confined within the village, exhibiting a superstitious attitude towards it, he adheres to the so-called ninja moral code, making his actions somewhat predictable overall. He is easily manipulated. As Yaoshi Do spoke, he adjusted his glasses and revealed a smile that radiated warmth from every angle. He seems quite concerned for his brother. If there is a need to leverage him, this could serve as an excellent entry point. After Yaoshi Do finished speaking, an unsettling silence ensued. Unable to contain his curiosity, he lifted his gaze, only to find Danzo's eyes scanning him intently. The years spent steeped in schemes had endowed Danzo with a gaze that could induce trepidation even in the most seasoned of individuals. Akin to a venomous toad lurking in the mire, poised to strike. In stark contrast to Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose benevolence was often perceived as navet. Danzo embodied the shadowy underbelly of Konoha. This vibrant village thrived, yet its prosperity was drenched in blood, with the corpses piling beneath the towering trees, all of which lay at the feet of this one-eyed elder. Yaoshi Do understood this well. Whenever Danzo wore such an expression, it signaled that calamity would befall someone. Yes, very well, Yaoshi Do. Your subordinate is present. Upon hearing Danzo utter his true name with such cold detachment, Yaoshi Do felt a chill run down his spine, trembling involuntarily. In the dimly lit confines of the root base, the atmosphere felt akin to hearing the king of hell reciting the names upon the ledger of life and death. Danzo spoke slowly. To gather such extensive intelligence in a short span without any explicit mission is indeed a testament to your prowess as a reconnaissance ninja. So, are you finally intent on silencing those who know too much? I merely perform my duties for the village, contributing as any other colleague would, my lord. Oh, humility is indeed a commendable virtue. I have heard that Orochimaru holds you in high regard. Danzo even rose to pat Yaoshi Do on the shoulder, causing the latter's joints to creak with unease. Power is the most formidable force one can wield, and Danzo's own strength was no exception, allowing him to assume an undeniable position of authority before most in Konoha. Yaoshi Do now felt the weight of a seasoned warrior's oppression, hastily pledging his loyalty. I would never presume otherwise. Everything I cherish resides within this village, relying on your protection, and I harbor no intentions of colluding with traitors. Indeed, Orochimaru has been notorious since his defection shortly after the capture of the Two Tails, having been exposed due to his human experimentation. He is now a prominent rogue ninja with an S-rank bounty on his head. Then, You shall go undercover with Orochimaru. Yes, I shall heed your command. Wait. Me? Rest assured, for I will ensure your credibility with him. I shall arrange for a staged pursuit, during which a woman resembling Yashir Nanoyu will be deliberately slain by your hand. After your escape, you must feign deep sorrow over your adoptive mother's demise. He will seek you out. When he speaks, you must not trust a single word. Pretend to join him, and discreetly relay information to the village. Understood, my lord? Are you certain this will serve as a mere decoy? At this inquiry, Danzo scoffed, reflecting on how his reputation might be perceived before responding patiently. I have no reason to harm your adoptive mother. Having chosen to reinstate your family, breaking that trust would yield nothing but losses for me. You may rest easy. Thank you, my lord, for your consideration. However, it is said that Orochimaru is cunning and possesses an extensive network. He may have planted spies within Konoha. Should our plans be compromised, I fear what occurs within the village is of little concern to him or his mentor. What can a mere rogue ninja possibly discern? I have no objections. I am prepared to risk everything for Konoha. Then I will impose restrictions upon you, ensuring that Orochimaru cannot extract accurate information regarding Konoha from you. At this moment, the incense that Danzo had lit earlier had burned down entirely. The root ninjas summoned outside had gathered, their footsteps echoing in the corridor. As Danzo contemplated the details from the high-level meeting he had just attended, his gaze deepened with thought as he turned back to Yao Shirdo. Very well. This matter is classified as an S-rank mission. You will depart in 3 days. There must be no mistakes. Before that, you will accompany me on another task, the assassination of the Konoha renegade, Uchiha Shursui. Chapter 25. Ascend to the summit. This is my vow. Speaking of which, Niji, your sister is quite adorable, huh? Hyuga and Uzumaki. Well, it seems we have a delightful familial connection now. For these two children, even if they were aware, they would not comprehend. They blissfully strolled along the country path. Uzumaki Leon reminisced about the events that had just transpired, playfully licking his lips and grinning foolishly. It is hard not to ponder what had occurred moments prior. Hyuga Niji turned his face away with a hint of disdain. I would appreciate your discretion. This term feels somewhat misplaced in this context. Hey, are you still brooding over what just happened? The Niji I remember was never one to be so meticulous about trivial matters. When we first met, we fought every day without holding grudges overnight. Moreover, we haven't even fought this time. Why the long face? Hyuga Niji remained silent, trudging ahead until he finally spoke after a long pause. It is not because of our situation. I apologize. It is merely that my emotions are in disarray at the moment. Is that so? Raising his head to look, Uzumaki Leon pointed at the bandaged forehead of Hyuga Niji, which concealed a large X-shaped curse mark. Hyuga Niji continued to be silent. Though you have consistently refrained from discussing your past. Having spent so much time together, we can discern your thoughts through subtle details. You harbor a strong dislike for this mark. The reason you seldom return to your original home stems from this, does it not? Furthermore, your reaction when it was mentioned earlier clearly indicates that it is far from a benign presence. Indeed, this is the fate I must bear from birth. Thanks to you and Lord Danzo, I once believed I had escaped the confines of fate, that I could relinquish these burdens. Yet upon seeing it today, it seems, as long as the Hyuga clan's main house exists, this feeling of being entirely controlled persists. Indeed, this was the first time Hyuga Niji displayed such a loss of composure in front of Uzumaki Leon. Initially calm, upon mentioning these matters, the typically composed Niji found himself gritting his teeth, trembling, as beads of cold sweat dripped down. That is the curse borne by us of the Hyuga branch. Symbolizing the caged bird, we must risk our lives to protect the main house. A fate of servitude, risking one's life, to protect the main house? Yet your instinctive reaction to protect your sister earlier was entirely natural. It is always right for a brother to protect his siblings. There is no need to cast everything in a negative light, is there? Uzumaki Leon patted Hyuga Niji's shoulder in an attempt to console him, but ultimately sighed deeply. Everyone carries their own burdensome mission. I am at a loss as to how to comfort you. Speaking of fulfilling one's destiny and understanding human affairs is merely grand rhetoric. I am still grappling with these issues myself. However, Niji, may I ask you something? The mark you speak of is a form of sealing technique, correct? Yes, I will assist you. Uzumaki Leon fixed his gaze firmly on Hyuga Niji's eyes, causing the latter to momentarily falter. Leon then placed his hands on Niji's shoulders and reiterated, if it is merely a sealing technique, I will help you break free from this so-called fate. I swear it. Only, Hyuga Niji was incensed to the point of laughter by Uzumaki Leon's audacious assertion, and he shook Leon's shoulders while shouting, "What do you understand? How could you possibly comprehend? The misfortune that is destined from birth, the sorrow of generations past, the bloodshed left after countless rebellions. This is our Hyuga family's fate. How could an outsider like you understand? Indeed, an outsider cannot comprehend the Uzumaki clan either, just as your Byakugan is ingrained in our very bones. The sealing techniques are an inherited pride. For the Uzumaki, there are no sealing techniques that cannot be unraveled. Everything in this world can be sealed and unsealed. My mother taught me before I arrived in the village. The powerful and unbreakable sealing techniques are the foundation of the Uzumaki clan. Although that old man often mutters incomprehensible phrases like betraying the in-laws, the village's records on sealing techniques are surprisingly detailed. This is also part of my training. If you have been troubled by these matters, I assure you I will diligently learn about them in the future. Trust me this time, brother. Since you claim that I can help you escape such a fate, I will make it a reality." Uzumaki Leon gazed intently at Hyuga Niji, his expression earnest and sincere. Hyuga Niji felt a warmth in his heart, looked up at Leon, and after a moment of silence, spoke hoarsely. "If this truly can be achieved, then my life shall belong to you from this day forth." "Hey!" Seeing Hyuga Niji respond this way, Uzumaki Leon draped his arm over Niji's shoulder, affectionately ruffling his hair, and softly said, "You need not bear the weight of the entire clan's destiny. That is far too heavy. You only need to support me, and that is sufficient." "Very well. Hey, if you must take on the fate of the clan, then why not become the head of the Hyuga clan? That little girl seems quite reluctant. Moreover, in my plans, she has an even more important position to fulfill. Perhaps have several litters with Naruto or something. Let's refrain from such jokes. Branch family members have no right to inherit the position of clan leader. Therefore, since you have chosen to trust my promise, let us refrain from such self-deprecating remarks." Before Hyuga Niji could finish, Uzumaki Leon unceremoniously gave him a light smack on the head. Nonetheless, Uzumaki Leon walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, the setting sun casting its golden rays upon his face, rendering the contours of his cheeks somewhat indistinct. However, his voice rang clearly in Hyuga Niji's ears. "My brother must be among those who can reach the summit. This is a promise, not a demand." Uzumaki Leon turned back, his warm smile merging with the sunlight, allowing Hyuga Niji to see it with crystal clarity. "Let us strive together, Niji. Let us defeat those old-timers and seize control of the world. Yes, if that is your desire. I have said it is not a demand, but a promise, you fool. I understand." The setting sun illuminated the faces of the two boys as they faced the sun, their path ahead ablaze with vibrant light and abundance. The road they had traversed behind them grew increasingly dark with the dusk. At this moment in late autumn, the fallen red maple leaves added a sanguine hue to the encroaching darkness. In this intersection of light and shadow, Hyuga Niji turned to gaze at Uzumaki Leon once more, the youthful features of the latter already hinting at a sharpness reminiscent of Danzo, along with ambition. "By the way, Leon, may I be so bold as to inquire about the mission you two are troubled by? I can assist you in alleviating your burdens." "Well, I must revive the land of the whirlpools. This is a mission I am destined to fulfill, for I am the heir of the Uzumaki clan, and my family has told me so since my birth. Revive a nation? But this is the land of fire, in Konoha. You, no one said that the land of the whirlpools Konoha isn't still Konoha. Your thoughts are truly audacious. What? Are you afraid?" "Not at all. I have promised to help you. If you truly intend to plunge the ninja world into chaos, I will follow you." Hearing Hyuga Niji's promise, Uzumaki Naruto burst into laughter once more. Gazing at the sky, now stained a deep crimson by the last remnants of the setting sun, he squinted his eyes and reiterated, "Indeed, we shall expand our territories, redefine the world, and construct our kingdom anew. The bloodshed along the way is a price I am willing to pay. This is not mere ambition, it is my sacred mission. It is the vengeance of our lost Uzumaki clan upon this ninja world. Countless blossoms of blood will serve as the fireworks heralding our return to the global stage. Surely, the Uzumaki clan cannot dwindle to just myself and Naruto, can it? What say you, Niji? As you wish, I shall follow." Chapter 26. The blood of the Uzumaki clan is the finest elixir two young children, still in their infancy, boasted about their grand dreams, momentarily forgetting the passage of time. It was only upon returning to their respective nests that they recalled they had not faced the wrath of Shimura Danzo for their late return. Late into the night, Shimura Danzo trudged back to his quarters, his once pristine dark blue robe now marred with blood and mud. As he walked, he incessantly instructed his subordinates to pursue. Retrieve the left eye and hunt down Uchiha Shursui, among other commands. The search persisted from dusk until midnight, and Danzo, weary from his recent confrontation with the Uchiha prodigy, returned to rest briefly. The massacre of the Uchiha clan was merely the beginning, as the mastermind behind the plan. He needed to replenish his strength to ensure the demise of even more people in the future. For the sake of our Konoha. Yet, upon returning to the base, the notorious butcher instinctively directed his steps toward his grandson's quarters. Surely, after a day of frolic, the two children must be sound asleep by now. How naive and endearing they were, truly believing that without the elder's permission, the guards would allow them to roam free. Creaking open the door, he was taken aback to find the room aglow with light, rather than shrouded in darkness. His grandson stood at the entrance, his tousled red hair resembling a hedgehog, barely reaching Danzo's waist, and his drowsy eyes were poised to open the door. "Welcome home, father." The scene before him bore a striking resemblance to 30 years ago. Danzo paused, momentarily taken aback, before forcing a smile upon his weathered face and tousling the child's unruly hair. Yet, no one would ever again call him father. The child he had once seen as innocent had long since sacrificed his life for the village, laid to rest as a great warrior in the realm of heroes. His once pure heart was now tainted by the filth of the underground. Had Shinsuke not left this child behind, Danzo's life might have truly been dedicated entirely to the village, his youth, his family, every joy and sorrow. Even his very life, if needed. However, his lineage, his bloodline, still persisted in this world. It is human nature to harbor self-interest, especially in the bonds of family and blood. His ungrateful grandson, who constantly clamored for the revival of the land of whirlpools, elicited a chuckle from Danzo as he tightened his grip on the child's hair. "I have indeed nurtured you as you wished, in the manner of a king." He could not help but recall his son, who revered heroes and the will of light. Were he present, he would undoubtedly be utterly disappointed with Danzo's present actions. "Why are you still awake so late? I've been waiting for you. Why did you return so late? I couldn't sleep without being scolded today." Yet, Uzumaki Rinne was clearly forcing himself to stay awake, yawning repeatedly, determined to wait until Danzo returned before allowing himself to relax. Upon catching a whiff of the blood massed beneath the elder's cologne, he jolted awake. "Are you hurt? What happened? Which rascal dared to lay a hand on you? Did an assassin from another village attack? I'll avenge you." Before he could finish, Rinne received a swift reprimand. Children mustn't use foul language. "I am fine. The rebels have been dealt with, so there is no need for concern. A brief rest will suffice." What sort of person requires you to take matters into your own hands? Did the leaders of other villages invade Konoha? I've never seen you so severely injured before. Rinne poured a cup of water for Danzo and hurriedly helped the elder sit on the bed. The sight of Danzo's bewildered expression tugged at Rinne's heartstrings. "It's just a minor injury. There's no need to worry." As Danzo attempted to wave off the concern, Rinne swiftly covered his mouth with his delicate hand. "What are you doing? How did you injure your hand?" "Shoo. This is what my mother taught me. I don't know if it will work." Rinne withdrew his hand, tilting his head as he observed Danzo's wounds rapidly healing, flesh knitting itself together. "They say our blood is a divine medicine that can heal all wounds. Do you feel better now? Are you healing yourself? For this infamous villain of the ninja world? The blood of the Uzumaki clan." This was also one of the reasons for their family's annihilation. The wounds from battle were indeed mending at an astonishing pace. Even the deep scars from wars long past felt alleviated. Gazing into the child's innocent eyes, Danzo was overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions, for the first time feeling guilt for his actions, his words faltering. "I'm much better. If I were to say that my injuries are a result of my misdeeds, what would you think? Did you get attacked? You're my grandfather. Would I help you or aid those who harm you? Surely, your actions are not meant to hurt me? Of course not. Then that's settled. I am not one to argue. I only consider allegiance and friendship." Seeing Danzo's complexion gradually brighten, Rinne puffed out his small belly, resembling a miniature adult, and patted Danzo's shoulder with a sense of pride. "You are my grandfather. When I was nearly slain by the beasts of the land of water, it was you who sent someone to rescue me. Your care has allowed me to grow up safely, regardless of sentiments or logic. You will always be the closest person to me. Rest assured, even if the whole world despises you, I will be the last one to defend you. Rinna placed a hand in his pocket and smirked. After all, I was born to be at odds with the entire ninja world. So dragging along an old man like you merely makes my future misdeeds seem more justified. Hey, old man, have you been struck on the head to ask me such a question? Chuckling, Danzo relished the sight of his youthful self in Rinna. His gaze filled with warmth and approval. He raised a hand and playfully ruffled Rinna's hair. Ouch. No need for formalities with your elders. You'll stand for breakfast tomorrow. Now, go tend to your wounds. Tomorrow, prepare something you enjoy. Danzo feigned sternness, but upon seeing the fresh wounds Rinna had inflicted on himself to aid him, his tone softened as he cautioned. Healing others will deplete your own vitality. Do not use this ability lightly, not even with me. Historically, elders have never asked the young for their life force. Do not mention this to anyone, not even the Hokage, especially not to your grandfather, the third Hokage. That would land you in significant trouble. Do you understand? Observing Rinna's expression of confusion, Danzo could only shake his head in resignation. Consider this a work-related injury. Well, let's use this as an opportunity to rest for a while. Go back to sleep. I will personally train you from tomorrow. I will do my utmost to help you achieve your ambitions. Yay. As the grandfather and grandson shared a tender moment, the bandage around Danzo's right eye inadvertently slipped off. Shimura Danzo, the newly replaced eyeball, the bandage not securely fastened. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Karen, standing by, was overwhelmed with heartache, observing the old man's crimson eyes, mistakenly believing he had endured some unspeakable ordeal. Those red eyes? Could it be that they belonged to the very eye you sacrificed for Konoha? It must have been excruciating when it was so brutally damaged by the enemy. But wait, something is amiss. Why does the pupil of the blinded eye bear a pattern? This resembles the signature technique of the Uchiha clan that D-Ka once spoke of. What was it called? The Sharingan? Chapter 27. This is as well a fire there exists an eye that possesses the power to manipulate the hearts of men. With such an eye, one can control all whom they wish to dominate. Shimura Danzo's gaze faltered for a moment before his expression regained its composure. He meticulously elucidated to Uzumaki Rinna, his eyes fixed intently upon him, seemingly anxious for his grandson's forthcoming response. The source of this power is steeped in malevolence and bloodshed, a harbinger of misfortune. If I must eradicate this unstable origin, I will be compelled to undertake many despised actions. What would your thoughts be on this? After all, I am the root of Konoha, the epitome of its shadows. Certain deeds must be performed, and some infamy must be borne. Yet, I would prefer not to be regarded differently by my own kin, even if they are but naive children. As he himself stated, it is because they are family. Really? Can this thing truly control hearts? Uzumaki Rinna chuckled foolishly upon hearing this. Then, old man, if you used this trick on the third Hokage and turned him into a puppet, wouldn't that mean Konoha would be under your command? We could then stride with impunity, couldn't we? This time, even Shimura Danzo could only remain silent. There is no need to be so extreme. I already occupy 1/4 of the Hokage position. It is only when combined with your grandfather, the monkey, that we can claim to be the complete strongest third Hokage. Such talk should not be entertained. The power of the Uchiha is more fitting for their own eradication. As for other matters, he has never intended to commit any dishonorable acts against this childhood friend. Danzo continued, your grandfather and I are of similar age, having devoted our lives diligently to Konoha. When the new generation rises, it will be time for us to retire. By then, you should strive to succeed me, and I would relish the leisure. Is this position still to be inherited then? Aren't those in the village saying that even the Hokage's position is chosen by them? Everyone has a chance to become the next Hokage, or so they say. Nonsense. Danzo waved his hand dismissively. Konoha is inherently fair from all perspectives. Any position is filled by those with strength or capability. Even those of humble beginnings can rise to prominence. The lives of the commoners are far more secure compared to the chaotic warring states period. However, considering education, family reputation, connections, personal experiences, and public standing, the offspring of clans naturally have more opportunities, and you are my grandson. But isn't the fourth Hokage from a common background? His master was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, and a direct disciple of the third Hokage. Danzo felt no qualms about sharing such dark truths with a mere child. He seemed to recall something, and his expression suddenly soured. If we truly entrusted the governance of the village to those selfish and ignorant fools, it would spell disaster, regardless of the nation. Why the sudden shift in tone? The death of Konoha's White Fang serves as ample evidence of this. Konoha's White Fang? I believe I have heard that name. Isn't it said that you forced him to his demise? Uzumaki Rina had heard this from an elderly woman selling vegetables at the village entrance, who spoke of a renowned figure in the ninja world, eliminated by a certain influential person in Konoha for reasons unbeknownst to him. He recalled it vaguely, but it was clear that the person in the shadows was Danzo himself. And Rina expressed his uncertainty in his tone. What? Even now, people speak such rumors before you, as if I did not kill enough. Tell me, who fed you this information? Danzo's face flushed with anger, his eyes wide as he slammed his hand on the table, as though he were the one wronged rather than a man of over 720 months. The sight made Uzumaki Rina grimace. At that time, the Second Great Ninja War had yet to conclude, and Konoha was in dire need of manpower. I was overwhelmed with an avalanche of intelligence and tasks. Every high-ranking official yearned for more outstanding young individuals to alleviate the pressure. There was no time for power struggles then. The losses incurred by the Fire Country from White Fang's mission failure were covered by the village, enduring that time of personnel shortage. He was granted an extended leave to allow this candidate for the next Hokage the necessary time to recuperate. Moreover, the Hitaki clan had always been close to the village. No one would ever resent having more strong individuals from their own ranks. Regrettably, we all believed he would recover, focusing more on the pressing battles of the front lines. Whether it was the machinations of foreign spies or the ignorance of Konoha's villagers, what ultimately led to his demise were the ungrateful slanders from those fools. Fools are always like this, comforted by their own baseless accusations, only to shift blame onto others when the situation escalates. This matter seemed to be more than mere reputation for Danzo. He took several deep breaths, downed Uzumaki Rina's cup of water in one gulp, and after a moment, continued. Furthermore, only those whom the village trusted enough were dispatched for such vital and secretive missions. White Fang chose to abandon the mission to save his comrades, who were all important sparks of the new generation of the village. They were the pillars of Konoha's youth. The three companions he led included your father, Sarutobi Konohamaru's father, and a civilian prodigy whose renown was only slightly inferior to that of White Fang. At that time, the two of your fathers were lightly injured and would soon return to the battlefield. The civilian genius, having sustained more severe injuries, was recuperating in the village. In the eyes of the villagers back then, both he and White Fang were capable of assuming the Hokage's mantle. White Fang's death is inseparable from this. There is no use dwelling on the past. They have all found peace now. Danzo sighed, a rare moment of ordinary reminiscing, and gazed at Uzumaki Rina, his thoughts drifting to the body resting in the hero's mound. From that point onward, both your grandfather and I began to view those villagers more as instruments for maintaining stability rather than the absurd notion of seeing them as family. White Fang's fate was too tragic. Thus, those in high positions must inevitably regard more matters as utilitarian bargaining chips, avoiding conflicts with their own interests and dismissing naive hopes in order to gain more. White Fang serves as a stark example of this. Do you understand? Uzumaki Rina, still naive, nodded slowly, his eyelids drooping as fatigue overtook him, rendering him unable to fully comprehend Danzo's narrative. Sleep now. Danzo, noticing the dawn breaking through the window, realized how engrossed he had become. With a wry smile, he patted his grandson's head and gently placed him back on the bed, covering him with a blanket. Today, I dispatched a new mission to Yakushi Kabuto, and Yamanaka Ino will not be able to escort him. So do you wish for me to tell you a bedtime story? Uzumaki Rina mumbled drowsily, already on the verge of sleep, likely to drift off the moment Danzo ceased speaking. Zamura TZ, however, spoke with a voice so resounding it seemed capable of tearing the very roof asunder, passionately recounting tales of yore. In the grand scheme of the world, what has long been united must inevitably divide, and what has long been divided must ultimately unite. The king of Qin swept across the six realms. How fierce and majestic was his gaze as the new sun ascended. That aged schemer animatedly performed his narrative, yet the sunlight never reached a height sufficient to illuminate the interior of the room, and his fervent aspirations seemed destined to decay alongside the darkness that enveloped the space. Yet, Zamura TZ gazed upon the slumbering child at his bedside, unable to suppress a chuckle. How could the offspring of a malignant force within the shinobi world remain uncontentious? The blazing inferno would consume all combustible sustenance around it, evolving into a fire fierce enough to rend the heavens. Wherever the leaves danced, there lay the territory of Konoha. All who thrived beneath its trees were the progeny of Konoha. This is the embodiment of his will of fire. This is the spirit of his Konoha. He then turned his gaze towards Uzumaki Kingdom. This, too, was his legacy. Chapter 28. Their wolfish ambitions Danzo and Shursui have perished. I am aware. The Uchiha clan is currently in disarray. I know. Itachi has been falsely accused of murdering Shursui, but emotionally and rationally, it is inconceivable that he could be the culprit. I understand. Where did Shursui die? At the Nanga River. No, I do not know. The following morning, in the Hokage's office, two elderly men were scheming in secrecy once more. The third Hokage, with a pipe in his mouth, displayed a hint of regret in his eyes for the loss of a capable subordinate, albeit slight. You have replaced the bandage over your right eye again. Now you tell me you are unaware of Shursui's whereabouts? After all, he is the grandson of Kagami. I did not directly eliminate him. I hesitated and allowed him to escape. Later, I witnessed him fall into the river, and now his fate remains unknown. Given his abilities, he is likely to have survived. Yet even after sending others to search, we could not locate his remains. So, you now possess the eye that wields the most potent genjutsu capable of controlling hearts, Kodo Amatsukami. Do you not feel even the slightest stir of emotion when looking at me? Danzo raised his gaze, and upon meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen's seemingly amused expression, he could not help but sigh. If you continue to jest, I may truly be moved. I visited Uchiha Itachi this morning. Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely prepared a cup of tea for his old friend, gesturing for him to continue. He was the last person to see Shursui before his disappearance. I intended to probe whether he knew of Shursui's whereabouts, but unexpectedly, I discerned through this eye that his thoughts were evidently being manipulated. Was it the doing of your subordinate? Danzo pointed to his covered right eye. But Sarutobi Hiruzen showed no surprise, calmly sipping his tea. I am aware. Shursui confided in me about his abilities before he came clean to you. This was a course of action he sought my counsel on. The clan leader and his son. The command inscribed in Itachi's mind was, the village's interests surpass those of the clan. Alas, Shursui's lingering affection for their friendship prevented Itachi from becoming a mere weapon of obedience. Now, he requires manipulation to act. Thus, Danzo nodded, understanding the implications. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, this means one of his eyes is now devoid of value, while the eye I possess remains untouched. Quite fortuitous. Considering the current state of the Uchiha clan, utilizing this eye against their leader could yield significant results to avert internal strife. However, the Uchiha clan, sensing the village's vulnerability, has grown increasingly vocal in their rebellion. Although I initially suggested you seize this eye's power, the war faction's clamor has escalated, and the voice of the peace faction, Fugaku, has diminished significantly. Even if we were to control the leader and his son, it would likely be in vain. Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed smoking, while Danzo's expression turned sardonic. Hiruzen, have you truly not considered the ramifications of their current upheaval? What do you propose? Complete annihilation of the Uchiha. The two exchanged a long, silent gaze before Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed as he exhaled smoke. Is it truly necessary to take such drastic measures? The spirit of Kagami would surely curse us to the depths of hell. Do you think that had we treated the Uchiha with greater kindness from the outset, the present situation might have been different? If Kagami were aware of the Uchiha's current arrogance, he would likely have little to say. Danzo, whether comforting Hiruzen or himself, declared with fervor, we can no longer be so obstinate. Hiruzen, the first and fourth Hokages contemplated winning them over, yet both perished due to the Uchiha. Only our teacher, who never held the Uchiha in high regard, escaped their treachery. Now that the Uchiha's rebellious intentions are known to all, do you wish to follow in the footsteps of the first and fourth? But their actions have led us to this juncture due to our oppression. There are still good children among the Uchiha. During the Nine Tails incident, everyone witnessed the Sharingan of that masked man. Had we not addressed the Uchiha then, it would have cost the entire village its dignity. Was the fault theirs, or did it ultimately become ours? Danzo smirked once more. Hiruzen, you have forgotten the teachings of the second Hokage. The Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. This has been a consensus among the prominent clans since the Warring States period. As the leader of the Sarutobi clan, have you not even reviewed the ancestral teachings passed down to you? Setting aside the grievances of our ancestors, we have witnessed firsthand the Uchiha's treachery, which has dealt severe blows to Konoha. Is this not lesson enough to awaken you? Regicide? Treachery against one's teacher? Who do you refer to with the latter? Ha ha ha. Old man, you truly have not paid attention to past events. During the Nine Tails incident, that masked man who controlled the beast claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Yet you and I have both encountered the true Shura of the ninja world. He is not one to hide behind a mask. His destructive pride would not allow such an act. Moreover, that masked man bore a single eye, and his tone suggested a significant grudge against the fourth, and Uchiha's obsession with the remains of fallen clan members is known to border on fanaticism. Among those labeled as missing over the years, only Uchiha Madara and one other remain, and the latter conveniently possessed only one eye. Setting aside the Uchiha's brutal secret techniques, who do you believe that individual truly is? The Nine Tails incident, the fourth, a one-eyed man. Kakashi. The remains left behind, are you suggesting? Merely a speculation. In all these years, no further clues have emerged. Danzo waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze to the wall behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, which was plastered with photographs of notable Uchiha clan members. He threw a kunai, pinning it firmly to the forehead of Uchiha Fugaku in the center, regicide. Ha ha ha, soon there will be yet another parasital traitor among them. A clan born of evil. Only the completely extinguished Uchiha will be the best Uchiha. What they have always desired was never the position of Hokage. They have sought the downfall of Konoha from the very beginning. Since Uchiha Madara's defeat at the hands of the first Hokage, the Uchiha clan's power has waned. And since the founding of Konoha, more kunai flew through the air, piercing through the photographs of both the Uchiha's doves and hawks, shattering them into fragments that fell to the ground. No matter how they disguised themselves, their wolfish ambitions have never ceased. Now, it is once again a critical moment for the survival of Konoha. Hiruzen, do you not wish to be a Hokage of a fallen village? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the wall for a long time, and when he opened his mouth, all that emerged was a long sigh. Let us act. From this point forward, your research on the Sharingan can be brought into the open. Do not squander it. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen extinguished his pipe. The plans Shursui spoke of are entirely unrealistic. The Manjiki Sharingan against an established Manjiki Sharingan will not yield effective results. Ultimately, it will only lead to Uchiha Fugaku's wrathful demise. It is better for him to die with greater significance. However, this power is now in Danzo's hands, while the other eye remains unaccounted for. A solution must be devised. Chapter 29. The Uchiha Domestication Project. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion as if nothing had ever transpired. Apart from the two parties involved and Uchiha Fugaku, the victim, no one else knew what was discussed in the secret chamber that determined the fate of Konoha. The following day, Shimura Danzo continued to instruct the children in their training with an air of nonchalance. He taught them to channel chakra into their feet, achieving precise control to maintain balance. By the lakeside within the forest, Shimura Danzo, with an air of feigned profundity, stood upon the water's surface as Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji gazed at him incredulously. He smiled with a hint of pride, exclaiming that one could traverse any terrain as if it were solid ground. The vast waters teemed with life, yet Danzo's movement startled none of the creatures residing within. Suddenly, he plucked a sizable fish from the water, tossing it into Naruto's embrace, its size nearly matching his own chest. Only by mastering chakra control can one manipulate ninjutsu at will and become a proficient ninja. Your training this week is to run freely upon the water, imprinting the sensation of chakra balance into your bodies until it becomes instinctual. He tugged at the chakra thread attached to the fish, which promptly wriggled free from Naruto's grasp and splashed back into the lake. Did you see that? The lake is abundant with resources. Your meals this week depend on your ability to catch them. Whatever you manage to grasp while treading water is fair game. Should you take this lightly, hunger shall be your only companion. If you wish to avoid starvation, you must strive. At Danzo's words, both children shuddered and promptly began their training. Naruto took a deep breath, gathering chakra beneath his feet in an attempt to stand upon the water. However, he lost his balance with the first step and fell in with a splash. Uffed. Neji, unable to contain himself, nearly laughed, only to find himself tumbling into the water as well. Seeing one another soaked, they burst into laughter. It was not until their stomachs growled in unison that they realized Danzo had deliberately neglected to prepare breakfast for them that day. Glancing back at the composed figure of Danzo on the shore, their laughter faded. Exchanging knowing glances, they seemed to share an unspoken bond. Refocusing their minds on the essential techniques Danzo had just emphasized, diligently striving to control their chakra. Time and again, they fell into the water like seasoned divers, their entries becoming so refined that not a single droplet splashed unnecessarily. From the dawn of day until the sun hung high in the sky, their efforts finally bore fruit. Neji, recalling the secret of his Byakugan, observed the flow of his chakra and successfully stood upon the water's surface, albeit with some minor ripples beneath his feet. He maintained his balance and no longer sank. Naruto, not wishing to be outdone, mirrored Niji's movements, humbly seeking guidance, and soon found himself standing steadily on the water as well. Success at last. Their hard work culminated in joy, and they could not help but cheer. Excellent, Danzo remarked, nodding in approval, his usual stoic demeanor betraying a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Remember this sensation. Chakra control is not merely for standing upon the water, but to wield ninjutsu with finesse in battle. Now, let us commence the endeavor of capturing our lunch. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for them to act freely. Naruto and Niji exchanged a glance and immediately began to race across the lake's surface, attempting to catch fish. Though initially clumsy and prone to falling back into the water, they gradually honed their skills, successfully capturing several plump fish. Their collective harvest was substantial, though Naruto carelessly tossed back a few smaller fish, unbothered by their fate. This prompted a frown from Danzo, who, accustomed to the rigors of battle, viewed such actions as a waste of resources. Upon returning to the shore, Danzo could not restrain himself from chastising Naruto. "You foolish boy. How can you carelessly discard the fish you've caught?" He frowned, his tone laced with reproach. "Each morsel must be cherished, for in times of war, such resources cannot be squandered. What you possess, even if deemed unworthy, must be retained. There is no sense in casting it aside." Scratching his head, Naruto attempted to defend his actions. "But this isn't our village. We're all friends here. If I'm full, why let others go hungry?" Danzo was momentarily taken aback by this reasoning. Moreover, Naruto continued, "My grandmother taught me that depleting resources is unwise. If we have enough large fish, we should allow the small ones to grow. When they mature, we'll have plenty to eat. Sustainability is key. Fishermen have practiced this for generations." Naruto's reference to his grandmother seemed to resonate with Danzo, who, no matter the circumstance, often found himself swayed by such familial sentiments. This instance was no exception, as Danzo appeared to have an epiphany, his expression shifting as he repeated the terms Naruto had just mentioned, as if unveiling a long-standing conundrum. Depleting resources sustainability large fish small fish will become large fish Uchiha the large fish have spoiled, and the entire pond has soured. Yet, the small fish remain untainted, destined to grow into large fish much like taming wolf cubs into loyal dogs. Laughter erupted from him as he realized the implications. Indeed, there are alternatives. Daybreak, there are alternatives. Lady Shizune, I never imagined I would still be learning from you at my age," he exclaimed, a hearty laugh escaping him. "Oh, so loyal to the village's Sharingan militia." Danzo laughed heartily, disregarding the concerned gazes of the two children, and, barely pausing to eat, hurried towards the Hokage's office. "Hey, he doesn't even hear us calling him. The old man has truly lost it," came Naruto's exasperated sigh as they watched Danzo depart. Smack! A pebble was thrown, landing with a soft thud, as Naruto aimed it at the mischievous child who dared to mock his elder. Chapter 30. Make him slaughter his entire family, yet ensure he remains grateful to us. Inquiry. Can a youth, possessing merely a handful of years of life experience, ever hope to outmaneuver an old politician who has thrived amidst deceit and subterfuge throughout his lifetime, even if he is remarkably precocious? Itachi, we have deliberated this matter numerous times, and ultimately, we have resolved to preserve the last ember of your Uchiha clan. Not only Sasuke, but we shall also take good care of the children of similar age. We truly did not wish to witness the Uchiha clan arrive at this juncture. The innocent children are, after all, blameless in this cleansing. I implore you to show mercy and spare their lives." "Indeed, thank you, Lord Hokage." The gratitude displayed on the unfortunate child, who is being compelled to annihilate his own kin, speaks volumes. This decision was reached through mutual agreement among the Council of Elders. Ultimately, the Uchiha is a member of our clan, and none of us desired to escalate matters to this dire state. Alas, the Uchiha. Sigh. It seems we have no choice but to tread this path. It appears that Sarutobi Hiruzen has finally found his conscience, reluctant to let Shimura Danzo continue bearing the blame, and has assigned his old friend a role in the play. After hearing Sarutobi's words, Itachi's gaze toward Danzo surprisingly harbors a slight reduction in hostility. Truth be told, one cannot entirely blame him. This child has already been ensnared by his dear brother through the use of the Kodoeme Tsukumi, issuing orders prioritizing Konoha. Perhaps he is not even fully aware of his current actions, appearing somewhat deranged. The room is too dim. We should open a window. No one agrees. Yet if you propose to dismantle the roof, they consent to opening a window. Itachi has even come to terms with the worst outcome of his clan's eradication, and now, when informed that he need not execute them all, he surprisingly feels a sense of astonishment at being favored. His expression mirrors what those present wish to see. They desire that very sentiment of betrayal coupled with gratitude. Sarutobi sighed softly, rising to pat Itachi's shoulder. This is a difficult choice, Itachi. Yet, for the peace of the village, we must sometimes make sacrifices. If you find this unacceptable, I can understand. However, such a stance would only lead to greater losses for Konoha, and in time. Itachi remained silent for a moment before resolutely nodding. Thank you, Lord Hokage and esteemed elders, for your counsel. I shall protect Konoha in my own manner. He then took his leave, bowing to those present before exiting. With Shursui deceased, he knows not to whom he can confide his sorrows. Once Itachi departed, Sarutobi sought an excuse to dismiss the two elder mascots, mere bystanders, and sat across from Danzo to share tea. Have you met with Fugaku? Indeed, the Uchiha clan is filled with drunken fools. I ventured to the clan leader's residence, and not a soul noticed my presence. Well, that speaks to your prowess. So, how is Fugaku faring? He is entirely under our control. What is your plan? In the name of the clan leader, I shall assign the elite from the Uchiha to various missions, under the pretext of preparing for rebellion. Given Fugaku's consistent pursuit of stability, they are unlikely to raise any suspicions. Then, we shall dispatch ninja squads to eliminate them one by one. Taking advantage of the Uchiha's vulnerabilities, this betrayal will be initiated by those they trust most. From the moment the first order is issued until the slaughter concludes, we must proceed with utmost swiftness, wrapping it up within 3 days. Sarutobi fell silent for a moment, tapping his pipe against the table. We lack sufficient manpower. Dispatching individuals to assassinate the Uchiha elites will leave us unable to attend to internal clan matters. Itachi's task is perilously dangerous and will certainly require ample assistance. Are you concerned that I lack sufficient personnel in my route? How noble of you. Danzo responded with a cold chuckle. You can publicly claim that I, the leader of Root, have abused my power, fabricating your orders to mobilize the Umbu for these unsavory tasks. This way, you, as Hokage, need not personally offend anyone, and we will have enough manpower. Satisfied? If we publicize it this way, I shall undoubtedly have to strip you of your Root's military authority to maintain appearances. Huh, and so what? You allow me to run amok beneath your very nose, only to use me as a scapegoat when the time comes? After 50 or 60 years of camaraderie, why pretend to be the great wolf? Let us handle matters as they should be. The optimal solution is to act solely for the sake of Konoha. Sarutobi continued to smoke his pipe until every last bit of tobacco was consumed. Yet he could not bring himself to utter the word refuse. With a final long sigh, he patted Danzo's shoulder. My dear friend, I assure you, neither I nor the village will neglect you. My earlier words regarding a half Hokage were no mere jest. Your resolve qualifies you to occupy half a seat of Hokage. Having said that, Sarutobi ostentatiously shifted his position, leaving half a seat available to invite Danzo to join him. However, the latter did not acquiesce as Sarutobi had envisioned. Instead, he scolded with a laugh. Get lost, you old coot. I find your presence revolting. He then continued, since I have been stripped of military authority, I would prefer not to have anyone meddling while I indulge in my hobbies. You have no objections, I trust? Is your hobby conducting human experiments? Sarutobi, resigned, shook his head, yet nodded in tacit approval. You indeed still maintain connections with that rebellious disciple of Orochimaru. Just do not target the citizens of Konoha. Naturally, these years of war have brought plenty of refugees, and I have never laid a hand on Konoha's native populace. Allow me to inquire. You must have created quite a few things over these years, correct? Monkey, are you probing me? The most significant successful experiment from these years, the wood-release Ninja Alpha, is currently serving in your Umbu, is he not? It seems futile that I painstakingly rescued him from the clutches of death, nurtured him, only for him to be brainwashed and swayed by your so-called will of fire. Cough, cough, old friend, let us not speak in such terms. Sarutobi replied, somewhat sheepishly wiping his nose. Everything is for the sake of Konoha. Moreover, did not your attempts to target my subordinates precipitate the situation we find ourselves in now? To this, Danzo responded once more with a cold smirk, but chose not to elaborate further, raising his teacup to clink against Sarutobi's. All is for the sake of Konoha. He. Do not hold such a strong prejudice against my methods. After this, the clan's ninja, who often threaten the village's stability, will be entirely subdued, and future generations will recognize themselves solely as Konoha ninjas, rather than as individuals from their respective clans. Once this new generation, who will exclusively acknowledge Konoha, matures, a new era of prodigies will emerge in Konoha. Sarutobi raised his cup to toast Danzo, the esteemed village leader, who this time voluntarily lowered his cup beneath Danzo's. Konoha must transition from a peaceful ideology to the most radical warmongers at that time. It shall embody your interpretation of the will of fire, allowing this great inferno to paint the sky in the colors of Konoha. After a lifetime of tumult, it seems you harbor little faith in the ideals of the first Hokage. Shimura Danzo truly smiled this time, raising his hand to gaze at the chessboard placed on the table not far away, murmuring, "Long live Konoha." At this moment, the sky had darkened. The setting sun cast a warm glow across the ground, illuminating everything with a gentle light. The streets and alleys were bustling with people, creating an appearance of tranquil times. Yet, the sunset also signified that the blood moon was about to rise. Chapter 31. The Vengeful Spirit of the Uzumaki Clan? As a mere 6-year-old child, what role could Uzumaki Linen possibly play amidst these upheavals? Undoubtedly, he remains blissfully unaware, incapable of influencing the events around him. In truth, he might only be regarded as the ultimate beneficiary of it all. Even if he were to comprehend the situation, he would possess no reason to intervene. Regarding vested interests, Shimura Danzo, shortly after his return to Konoha, would exchange Lenin's pillow for a block of wood adorned with lush greenery every few days. Muttering something about absorbing the life force of the first Hokage's cells, insisting that the god of shinobi should nurture such enigmatic ideas from a tender age. He even introduced it directly before Lenin, stating, "This is the remnant of the first Hokage's cellular experiments conducted by that wretched long-haired insect. I specifically unearthed it from the grave for you." Though deemed a failed specimen, its vitality remained remarkably potent. It elicited no reaction from ordinary individuals. Yet as a member of the Uzumaki clan, it was profoundly attuned to him, significantly enhancing the life force coursing through his veins and unlocking his latent potential. At that time, Uzumaki Lenin was entirely ignorant of the taste of the god of shinobi, and he struggled to grasp the old man's words. However, from that day forth, the wooden block he used as a pillow would inexplicably wither into decayed timber, disintegrating into sawdust at the slightest breeze. Subsequently, Shimura Danzo would replace it with a new, vibrant corpse. A new wooden block. Remarkably, Lenin's physical condition visibly improved. 3 years have since passed, and the vitality within Uzumaki Lenin has accumulated to an astonishing degree. Were it not for the Uzumaki clan's extraordinary innate constitution, he might have already been overwhelmed by the surging life force within him. Even now, if he were to neglect conscious control, simply lying down would cause the wooden bed beneath him to flourish, bearing blossoms and fruit. This is not wood release. It merely reflects the overflowing vitality within him. Regardless of the harshness of winter or the heat of summer, wherever he treads, spring blossoms in abundance. However, it appears that due to a compliment he once paid to a muscular uncle clad in a green bodysuit during his childhood strolls, Shimura Danzo has been somewhat reluctant to allow him to delve too deeply into physical techniques. Aside from the necessary training required of a ninja in training, he seems intent on limiting Lenin's exposure to the village's physical training experts. It can be said that the second generation of ninjas already significantly surpasses their peers in terms of resources for training and access to information. For instance, today, Hyuga Niji returned home to practice the gentle fist style in accordance with the village's agreement with the Hyuga clan, leaving Uzumaki Lenin to wander the root base alone. Little has changed from the original narrative. The targeted training methods ensure that the ninjas of Root become nothing but cold and unfeeling tools for assassination. They're focused solely on Shimura Danzo's commands, which, of course, include tacit approval of the young boy's various activities within Root. Thus, without any hindrance, Uzumaki Lenin unknowingly meandered to a concealed chamber door, not entirely sure how he had stumbled upon this place, yet feeling an inexplicable allure beckoning him to open it. Glancing around to see that none of the Root ninja squad assigned to protect him had approached to intervene, he realized this location was permitted by Shimura Danzo. Consequently, he proceeded without hesitation and pushed the door open. Behind him, several individuals whispered, "Captain, isn't this the chamber where Lord Danzo once sent you to interrogate the Uzumaki clan leader regarding various sealing techniques? That boy shares the Uzumaki surname." Is it truly wise to let him enter? Lord Danzo stated that if the boy shows interest in learning sealing techniques, our role is merely to assist him, and this interrogation chamber contains the most original materials on sealing techniques. But did the Lord permit him to enter such a chamber? The Lord did not expressly forbid it, therefore it is permitted. Ah, I see. Upon entering the chamber, Uzumaki Linen was greeted by dim lighting and an atmosphere thick with age and the stench of blood. The walls were marred with dark stains, imparting an overwhelming sense of suffocation to anyone who dared to enter. It was evident that many brutal interrogations and experiments had taken place within. In the center of the room stood a dilapidated wooden table, cluttered with numerous yellowed books and scrolls. Scattered around the table were rusted instruments of torture, and large pools of dried blood adorned the floor. As Uzumaki Linen approached the wooden table, he noticed that each scroll was inscribed with intricate runes and patterns. Thanks to Shimura Danzo's comprehensive training, he could recognize some of the basic symbols for sealing techniques. Is this all related to sealing techniques? Ugh, what a headache. These are far more challenging than math problems. To this day, aside from the basic sealing technique I was born with, I have yet to master any advanced sealing arts. As he murmured to himself, he touched the center of his forehead. He remembered the seal placed by Grandma Shizuki, which to this day he had yet to comprehend. Shimura Danzo had also confirmed that the seal posed no harm before leaving him to seek answers on his own. A headache. What if the contents within are Grandma Shizuki's final words, or some such? I must unravel them, as Uzumaki Linen mumbled. He absent-mindedly began to sift through the scrolls on the table, inadvertently knocking over a bamboo tube that rolled away. Like a guided missile, the tube hurtled toward the area of the chamber where the bloodstains were most prominent, where a faint outline of a bloodied figure remained on the wall, likely the victim of some horrific interrogation. With a snap, it seemed as though a switch had been activated. The moment the bamboo tube made contact with the wall, a gust of wind swept through the tightly sealed underground chamber, chilling the air as if winter had descended in the early autumn. It sent a shiver down Uzumaki Linen's spine. The eerie wind seemed to move like a living being, swirling around him, raising the hairs on his neck and sending goosebumps across his skin. Grabbing a nearby object for defense, he shouted, "Who goes there? Quit pretending to be a ghost and show yourself." Cackling reverberated in response, an unsettling laughter echoing from an unknown source, intensifying the eerie atmosphere surrounding him. Uzumaki Linen felt a chill rise from his feet, and the laughter grew louder, as if something malevolent were whispering directly into his ear, cackling. How could that old fool Danzo ever fathom that the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan also encompass the realm of souls? I have sealed my spirit within this wall, feigning death in order to escape. While preserving my consciousness for the day I might encounter a plump lamb to feast upon, allowing me to reclaim my physical form. The Uzumaki clan shall not be extinguished by such a minor setback. The 4 great ninja nations, along with the treacherous old man Danzo, I shall ensure that you all meet your demise. Cackling. So, it is true that only a small child has entered. Apologies, little one. But your upcoming life shall be commandeered by me. I shall ensure that you live it to the fullest. Chapter 32. The Despicable Danzo. As the words fell, a chilling wind surged violently, scattering papers across the table, roaring towards Uzumaki Linen. Wait, this vibrant life force, and the red hair. Are you also of the Uzumaki clan? The ghostly figure shrieked again, manifesting directly before Uzumaki Linen, its form marred by dried blood, every inch of its body devoid of unblemished skin, with eyes full of resentment and suffering, clearly having endured great torment in life. Most notably, it too bore red hair. Uzumaki Linen was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? Why do you have red hair? I am the last king of the land of the whirlpools, the greatest sinner in the history of the Uzumaki clan. Child, you have also been wronged by that old wretch Danzo. Damn you, Shimura Danzo. I compromised to such an extent, yet you still refuse to spare my clan. Those treacherous scoundrels of Konoha promised to treat the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan well. Wait, the last king of the land of the whirlpools. Grandfather? The ghostly figure continued to spew curses, while Uzumaki Linen, upon hearing the self-introduction, tilted his head, blinking, tentatively addressing him with that title. The apparition immediately ceased its tirade, staring blankly at Uzumaki Linen, scrutinizing his face as if attempting to memorize every detail, before finally whispering hoarsely, "Child, what did you just call me? That title? Could you be Kushina's child?" Ha! They honored the agreement and spared her life. Child, how is your mother now? And why are you here? This is the most perilous place in all of Konoha. You must leave. My mother is named Uzumaki Kia. Uzumaki Kia. Uzumaki Lennon sensed a flicker of panic and evasion in the ghost's gaze upon uttering that name, as if it had struck a profound nerve within him. Based on the knowledge gleaned from the spy handbook, micro-expression analysis that his sister Yano you had read to him. Was he feeling guilty about something? Mother is already dead. Aunt Kushina is too. Kia, Kushina, they have all departed. The ghost's voice grew even raspier, each word laden with boundless agony and remorse. He bowed his head, seemingly struggling to manage his emotions. Uzumaki Lennon, growing accustomed to the apparition before him, found himself less frightened, his tone inadvertently infused with an accusatory edge. You seem to react quite strongly to my mother's name. She seldom spoke of the events between you two, only using your title as motivation to survive. Since you are here, should I not do something in her memory to comfort her spirit? Good child, let us discuss that later. I will not evade the disgraceful deeds I have committed. First, tell me, your Aunt Kushina, did Konoha not vow to protect her? Why did she die? By your age, it cannot have been long ago. The ghost's gaze grew more complex upon hearing Uzumaki Lennon's inquiry. He inhaled deeply, attempting to calm the tumult within. After a prolonged silence, he finally raised his head, his eyes shimmering with pain and guilt, yet unable to refrain from questioning Uzumaki Lennon. She was the wife of the fourth Hokage, who died 5 years ago alongside him to protect Konoha. I see. A hero of Konoha. That could be considered a good end. Did she leave any offspring? I do not know. I have not heard. But I do not sense the power of a tailed beast within you. Are there other Uzumaki clansmen in Konoha? Yes, there is one named Uzumaki Naruto. A year younger than I. A year younger. Was the fourth Hokage a common ninja? It seems so. The child you speak of. Is he the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Oh, do you understand what that term means? I do. My grandfather spoke of it. He is. Then he must be Kushina's child. The ghost let out a sigh, but Uzumaki Lennon, growing impatient, shattered a glass vessel in his hand, pointing its jagged edge at the apparition. Hey, you old wretch, stop avoiding the topic. While I am indeed curious about these matters, our discussion should center on the grievances between you and my mother. You have skirted around her for too long. It seems you truly do not care about her. Answer my questions, and I will grant you peace. My people surround this place. If you continue to evade my inquiries, I assure you, your soul will be torn asunder in an instant. Upon hearing such pressing demands, the ghost trembled involuntarily, its form flickering as if on the verge of vanishing. Just as Uzumaki Lennon believed he had frightened it into silence, the apparition finally sighed deeply. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. She was my eldest daughter, the greatest hope I had for the future. How could I not care? Yet, my conscience compels me to avoid this topic. How could I wish to save more lives? But when I forged an agreement with Konoha in this chamber, the land of the whirlpools had already fallen. They required a young Uzumaki to serve as a Jinchuriki, and your mother had grown too old by then. Child, your presence in Konoha, does it signify that they showed mercy and rescued your mother as well? Then why did Kia die? My mother has spent these years fleeing with Aunt Shizun until they were ambushed by those ruffians from the water country. My survival and presence here are mere coincidences. I see. And Shizun, that girl, has she perished as well? Upon hearing the name of his old acquaintance, the ghost's aura grew even more despondent, enveloped in silence, before speaking in unison with Uzumaki Lennon. Child, do you know who your father is? It has always been that old wretch Danzo. What grievances exist between you and my grandfather? Did Konoha play a role in those past events? The ghost fell silent, as if struck by lightning, its entire form trembling violently, eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Shimura Danzo. Grandfather? The one who has driven me to this wretched state. You call him grandfather? The apparition's voice sharpened, nearly tearing through the surrounding air, its furious roar echoing through the vast chamber, causing even the chilling wind to shudder. Its form began to distort, the surrounding air seemingly swayed by its tumultuous emotions, swirling into small tempests. Tell me, child, what is the meaning of this? The ghost nearly roared, its visage contorted, the dried blood upon it seeming to come alive, dancing with its rising fury. What has that accursed old man said to you? What has he done to your mother? Shimura Danzo, Shimura Danzo. I cannot kill you. I swear I shall not become a man. I swear I shall not become a man. Even if I must descend into hell, I shall ensure that you accompany me. You old wretch, you are even lower than a beast. Chapter 33. Why do those shadows not strike at our land of the whirlpools directly? Is it because they lack the desire? Enough of the oaths. You are not even human at present. As the chilling winds howled before him, Uzumaki Lenin could not help but smirk. What I inquire about is the connection between Konoha and the annihilation of the land of the whirlpools. Spare me the madness. My mother and father were in a free union. Even that old man only discovered this romance when I was 3. Had he been aware of my mother's existence? As you assume, she and Lady Shizen would not have perished. Moreover, since arriving in Konoha, he has cared for and raised me. I have no desire to hear disparagement of him from some so-called grandfather who has done nothing but just emerged from some corner of the world. That temper of mine certainly cannot be considered mild. By your reasoning, I should be thanking that old scoundrel Danzo for the survival of Hayashi's child? The spectral figure that had just risen in power immediately deflated upon hearing Uzumaki Lenin's words, clenching and unclenching his fists repeatedly, sighing heavily in the end. Very well. Given your apparent access to such places, your standing in that old man's eyes must not be low. Since you are a beneficiary of Konoha's darker side, I shall refrain from deliberately instilling hatred towards it within you. Just live well. Then let me speak fairly and objectively. The downfall of the land of the whirlpools bears little relation to Konoha. Uzumaki Lenin. Originally, I intended to incite you to join me in cursing that old man Danzo, but considering it would not benefit you, I have decided against it. The apparition chuckled twice to lighten the mood, but fell silent under Uzumaki Lenin's increasingly disrespectful gaze. Clearing his throat, he continued, our Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, one of the founding families of Konoha, share a common ancestry and have maintained a commendable relationship. The first Hokage's wife was once a princess of our Uzumaki clan. Indeed, Kushina's connections on both sides mirror those of Lord Mito. With a touch of nostalgia, the apparition gestured towards the emblem of the hidden leaf village at the entrance of the secret chamber. Even Konoha's emblem was modeled after our clan's crest. Konoha and our land of the whirlpools have always been allies in an exceptionally amicable relationship. I am aware. Do you intend to narrate from the founding of the village to the Second Ninja World War? Young one, do not be so impatient. What I mean to say is, if one were to point out a crime on Konoha's part, it would be their failure to aid us promptly during our siege. However, a nation so weak that it can only rely on the assistance of allies is a dereliction of duty on my part as its ruler. Such a charge should not even stand. The forces that besieged us included nearly all the strongest powers of the ninja world, excluding Konoha, did they not? Even those forces alone would have been sufficient to overwhelm Konoha itself. Moreover, at that time, Konoha was the strongest ninja village. Seeking their aid was entirely reasonable. The world had collectively decided that our Uzumaki clan should not continue to exist, and you need not feel guilt over it. Feel guilt? Nonsense. Is it not my failure that I could not nurture more powerful beings in the land of the whirlpools? Before that calamity, many referred to it as the sixth great nation of the ninja world. Upon hearing Uzumaki Lenin's rare moment of consolation, the apparition did not take it to heart. Instead, he puffed up with indignation. We share a common ancestry. The Senju clan produced a Hashirama, so why could we not produce another? Had our Uzumaki clan fulfilled the elder's prophecy and birthed a second god of the ninja world, would we have awaited their annihilation? We would have struck back long ago. At that time, the world would have belonged to us. Do not become so agitated. I suddenly sense that the downfall of the land of the whirlpools is indeed intertwined with your mindset. What manner of speech is this, you impudent child? Can you not harbor some ambition? Although the Uzumaki and Senju clans coexist peacefully now, they once separated due to the discord between our two ancestors. Otherwise, we would have remained one family. Throughout the years of collaboration, we have also been in quiet rivalry. Before the emergence of that peculiar first Hokage, we could boldly claim we were on par with them. Even if there was a disparity, it was negligible. Unlike after the founding of Konoha, many ignorant individuals even consider us Uzumaki to be a lesser offshoot of the Senju clan. Child, given the physical potential you exhibit at your age, have you not thought of becoming the next god of the ninja world? When history is recorded, everyone will only know that the Senju clan was a vassal of our Uzumaki clan. Even if an outstanding leader emerged in the interim, they ultimately could not escape their origins. By then, you would be the brightest and most radiant star recorded in history textbooks. Should you put it that way? I find it rather hard to resist the allure. Uzumaki Lenin has never received such grandiloquent praise before. Instantly captivated, his gaze burned with fervor, unconsciously licking his lips. Precisely. Child, do not mistake my enthusiasm for radicalism. Our Uzumaki clan, beyond possessing vast chakra and exceptional physical prowess akin to the Senju clan, also possesses the unique ability to heal others with our life force, along with the sealing techniques passed down through generations. Some talented clan members can awaken powerful sealing arts, such as the indomitable adamantine sealing chains, without formal training. More importantly, our clan's mastery over the soul is enough to terrify our enemies. The corpse demon consuming seal technique, once successfully activated, can lead to mutual destruction irrespective of the opponent's level of power. With bloodline limits, secret techniques, sealing arts, and a formidable constitution shared with the Senju clan, such a configuration inevitably invites scrutiny and caution from others. What we faced in the land of the whirlpools was an extreme situation of either dominating or perishing. It is evident that we fell into the latter. The corpse demon consuming seal. That was the last technique my mother used to perish alongside those ice ninjas. If you speak of its might, why did our Uzumaki clan ultimately lose? At this moment, Uzumaki Lenin was utterly captivated by this historical account, which diverged significantly from his previous beliefs that the weak perish. Consider this. Why did those powerful shadows not personally obliterate us, but instead dispatch the village's core ninjas to exhaust us through sheer numbers? Was it that they did not desire a blitzkrieg? What do you mean? There were simply too many who attacked the land of the whirlpools. So many that even those capable of executing such strategies nearly perished without finishing the task. Those old fools could only command their subordinates to their demise like turtles retracting into their shells. Oh, but perhaps I should not say so. They were busy intercepting the reinforcements Konoha sent. By exhausting our rear support, Konoha could only watch helplessly as our land of the whirlpools met its end. That battle claimed countless lives. The credit for the conclusion of the Second Ninja World War, we Uzumaki clan, could at least claim 50%. The apparition grinned and gestured A5 towards Uzumaki Lenin. This situation was undoubtedly a result of multifaceted factors. The land of the whirlpools was a nation built by ninjas, a thorn in the side of many nobles. The daimyos of various countries fully supported their armies, and there was even a hint of the Fire Country's shadow behind it all. But child, do not let the absurd rhetoric of these ruling classes tame you. The strong ought to possess everything, not those aristocrats who merely sit idly in their estates waiting for decay. So, does this imply that Konoha has indeed fulfilled its obligations as an ally in providing support? Then why did you just vehemently criticize the higher-ups of Konoha? Furthermore, how did it come to this deplorable state? My child, I have stated that, were it not for the intention to deceive you, these matters are merely my personal grievances. In the final throes of the Great War, all fronts of the Land of Water were utterly defeated, and I shamefully fled. Chapter 34. Inherit and reforge the glory of the Uzumaki clan. Thus, I find myself the most disgraceful monarch in the annals of the Uzumaki clan's history. But how did you escape when the 4 great ninja villages had besieged your doorstep? Surely not by relying on the cover of other soldiers? To end up dying here in such a wretched manner renders their efforts futile. Indeed, it appears to be in vain, does it not? Yet, I have not sunk so low as to depend on the sacrifice of the younger generation for my own survival. It was the people of Konohagakure. The ruin of the land of whirlpools was irrevocable, and the 4 great ninja villages finally loosened their blockade. Reinforcements from Konoha finally arrived, granting us a brief respite. The Phantom sighed deeply once more and continued. The Grand Elder had long since fallen in battle, while the Second Elder managed to escape with a group of the Uzumaki clan's remnants, claiming to seek a true sanctuary for the descendants of our clan. The Third Elder also sacrificed his life to protect the young warriors of the Uzumaki clan as they fled to safety. Our clan did not entirely perish. Yet those who survived from the once mighty Uzumaki clan numbered fewer than 100. Among those in positions of power, I alone chose to endure in this war. A powerful ally is undoubtedly of utmost importance, willing to lend their support wholeheartedly. However, a clan that has already been annihilated, even to Konoha, which once held us in high regard, has become nothing more than a dish on their table. By the time the ninja of Konoha formally arrived at the devastated battlefield, their mission had shifted from aiding us to selecting suitable young clan members to become the new Jinchuriki for the position held by Lady Mito. In fact, to ensure this resource would not easily fall into the hands of other ninja villages, they even took action against our kin, participating in the campaign that led to our ethnic extinction. Just as Uzumaki Lenin thought he might erupt in rage, he found himself bitterly smiling. Mockery etched across his face. Here I am, a monarch witnessing the slaughter of my people, yet I shamefully chose to kneel and beg for mercy, pleading for them to spare my daughter, the young Kushina. Surely, Shia must have been utterly disappointed in me during that time. By the time Konoha decided to escort my family back to the village, she had long since vanished. All these years, she must have harbored resentment towards me. I sealed away Kushina's emotions regarding these past events, dulling her memories so she need not suffer from their torment. Oh, do not be so surprised. A similar sealing technique lies upon your forehead, merely sealing away additional memories or whatnot. This must have been left by that girl Shinji, who was considered half my apprentice. Uzumaki Kingdom was taken aback. The Phantom, however, paid him no mind and continued. Upon witnessing Konoha's people caring for Kushina and bidding farewell to the soon-to-pass Lady Mido, I finally thought I could momentarily set aside my role as a father and return as a monarch, determined to perish alongside those scoundrels from the 4 great ninja villages, only to collapse at the farewell party they had arranged for me. Afterward, as you can see, it unfolded as such. The Phantom threw up his hands in despair. That old coot Danzo believed the sealing techniques I had foolishly given to Konoha were incomplete and confined me within this room, interrogating me day and night. Although he was not entirely wrong in his suspicions, I refused to divulge even a single word to him until my dying breath. This remains the only thing I take pride in during my twilight years. With the secret arts capable of sealing souls, I briefly escaped from this fate, waiting for an opportune moment to seize the next unfortunate soul who ventured into this chamber and claim everything for myself, fulfilling the grand design of reviving the Uzumaki clan. Yet, unexpectedly, it was you, lad, who arrived. Uzumaki Kingdom gazed at the unfamiliar man before him, his heart in turmoil. Even if it were Kushina's child who stood here today, I would not hesitate to act. But you are Shia's child, and I owe the greatest debt to this child in my lifetime. Your temperament mirrors hers so closely. Seeing you is akin to witnessing that child standing before me. Even though you share blood ties with that old beast Danzo, it is difficult for me to consider harming you. Well, such is fate. It seems I can learn of Shia's fate through the words of my grandson before my end, which fulfills one of my lingering wishes. At your age, Shinji likely had no opportunity to teach you anything. The legacy of our clan's sealing arts must not be lost. You little rascal who betrays your master. I shall impart my lifelong knowledge to you. Should you dare to disrespect me as you have today, I will be watching you from the depths of hell. Upon hearing the Phantom's words, which sounded like a final curse, Uzumaki Kingdom wished to inquire further, but the Phantom suddenly raised both hands, a surge of powerful chakra erupting from within him. What is this? Old man, what do you intend to do? This is the last act I can perform for the Uzumaki clan. Catch it, young one. And remember, if you do not strive for greatness, you shall perish. Since the malevolent forces of this world have not wholly extinguished my clan, it is destined that we shall rise again to reign, inherit the supreme arts of the Uzumaki clan, and rekindle our glory. Young one, trample upon those who disdain, despise, and threaten our clan, allowing the splendor of the Uzumaki to overshadow even the so-called god of the ninja world, the Senju. It is you who shall wield dominion over this world. My grandson of the Uzumaki clan is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja realm, propelling our clan to new heights. Rebuild all that we have lost. Child, the future of the Uzumaki clan is entrusted to you. The Phantom, no, Uzumaki Kingdom, suddenly began to wave his arms frantically. The spirits of the fallen nation finally roaring out the final song they had been unable to sing before their demise. Ignoring the child's reaction, he lunged at Uzumaki Kingdom like an ambitious, malevolent figure. And remember, cherish love and enjoy this reckless life. As you grow, do not set your sights too high like your mother. Instead, take several beautiful brides and have many plump children. The legacy of our Uzumaki family rests entirely upon you, and that child named Naruto. My family and I are one and the same. Young one, I entrust everything of my life to you. What an eccentric old fool. Uzumaki Kingdom could not help but scoff, yet in an instant, the Phantom vanished as if it had merged with him. A searing pain pierced his head as a torrent of information flooded into his mind, causing him to collapse to the ground, his consciousness gradually fading into obscurity. Chapter 35. The world shall pay the price. The vengeance of the Vortex clan. The pain is excruciating, as if my head is about to explode. What is it like to absorb the knowledge and experiences of a desperate tyrant? No. That is of little consequence now. Vortex Linning has no time to contemplate the legacy left by that old man. His head is truly on the verge of bursting. In his final moments, that old wretch removed the seal from Linning's forehead, which he claimed was meant to suppress emotions and obscure past memories, even adding his own enhancements to it. As a result, Linning found himself ensnared by a flood of memories that surged forth, leaving him unable to escape. And he cried out in agony. In his dazed state, illusions danced before his eyes, transporting him to a time long past when all was serene. Logically, he should have no recollection of that era, as he was too young. Yet these memories unfolded from the perspective of his gentle grandmother, in a modest yet cozy wooden cottage. A beautiful young woman cradled an infant who had yet to be weaned, her face radiant with joy, enveloping the scene in warmth and tranquility. Little Hansong, come, call Mama. Mama wah wah, good child, Mama is here. Your pronunciation is getting better. My little Hansong is so clever, truly takes after Mama. Hee hee. The old one joins too. Come, young master, call Grandma. Oh, Basayan, Grandma. Oh. The infant, once giggling with delight, suddenly furrowed his tiny brow, transitioning from joy to sorrow, and began to wail, woo woo ah, what's wrong? Why is the child crying? Is it time for feeding? Princess Xia, don't come so close. Is the young master due for a diaper change? The scene shifted again, the infant a little older now, climbing up and down the wooden doorframe while the adults were distracted. A woman rushed over, scooping him up, and after a moment's hesitation, set him down in the flatter courtyard. Oh dear, how did you manage to crawl out alone? Do you miss Mama? Climbing on that hardwood could hurt you. Come, Mama will help. Let us try walking, shall we? Our little Hansong is so clever and adorable. He will learn quickly. As these scenes played in his mind, Vortex Linning stood frozen like a wooden figure, utterly still. The memories injected by his grandmother, however, spiraled out of control, continuing to fast forward without regard for his stupor. Newborn. 1 year, 2 years. Life did not remain in that fleeting moment of peace and happiness. It was soon followed by an unceasing journey of wandering. Time marched on until the last moments before Vortex Xia's demise, when the thick chains pierced through the beasts invading the land of water, bringing it to a near standstill. That was the limit of what his grandmother could record. This segment of memory was one Linning himself could recall, a recollection steeped in blood. The blood of innocent villagers, the blood of enemies, and the blood of his mother. The last embrace from her before her passing stained his clothes and his heart. You must eat well and grow up happy. Remember to drink milk every day to grow taller. When it's cold, wear more clothes. Don't pick up food that falls on the ground. Listen to your grandmother. When you grow up and meet a girl you like, treat her well. Don't be like your mother, calculating emotions, and certainly don't emulate your father, who was deceived by a strange woman. And, even though you were born merely to combine stronger bloodlines and produce a powerful offspring, know that Mama truly loves you dearly. Hansong, you must live well, you must be happy. This is the last time. Little one, you must remember, Mama loves you. Mama, Grandma. Vortex Linning's head throbbed intensely as these memories surged forth, threatening to tear him apart, forcing him to kneel, burying his face in his legs, and cry out in anguish. Yet, their story concluded. The punishment of memory did not cease. Linning was thrust into a war-torn wasteland, where the lamentations eclipsed the raucous laughter of marauding invaders. His perspective shifted to that of a middle-aged man, numbed by the act of slaying enemies. The man's blade, long dulled through countless strikes, rendered his right arm nearly skeletal, yet he continued to kill, seemingly devoid of sensation, hands, bloodied and battered, relentless in their assault, chanting slogans whose meanings he had long forgotten. Long live the Vortex clan. For the tribe, for the people, for the children. Glory in death. Was that wretched husk his grandfather? The last ruler of the land of water, who had just lamented his failures and cowardice. The evening glow painted the horizon in hues of blood and tears, illuminating the territory of the Vortex clan, once a symbol of peace and prosperity, now reduced to a sacrificial ground of war. The air was thick with smoke and the stench of blood, every breath a gulp of death's essence. In despair, the clansmen wielded their weapons, their eyes devoid of light, filled only with profound sorrow and helplessness. Their swords could no longer rise. Their shields failed to fend off the enemy's attacks. Each fallen warrior silently mourned the loss of life, each act of resistance a futile struggle against fate. Amidst the chaos, The cries of civilians and the shrieks of children grew faint against the cacophony of battle, their voices mercilessly consumed, as fragile as their lives. Homes lay in ruins. Every street and corner marked by the fleeting moments of life and death, every stone, every wall, bearing witness to the horrors of war. A young mother, despairing amidst the rubble, searched desperately for her child, her hands smeared with dirt and blood, her eyes brimming with hopelessness. She called out for her child, her voice echoing in the desolate ruins, yet met with silence. Fear and helplessness gripped her heart. She could not know if her child still lived, if she would ever hold them again. And in that moment, Vortex Lenin glimpsed a younger version of his biological mother. Vortex Xia. Her silhouette stood starkly alone against the backdrop of war. Her long hair billowed in the smoky air, once celebrated for its beauty, now marred by dust and blood. Her eyes held no glimmer of light, only profound worry and endless sorrow. She traversed the ruins, calling out each child's name, hoping to find a glimmer of life. Her hands, once graceful upon the strings of a lute, now groped amidst the debris, searching for hope. Her flowing gown, which once danced in the wind, now dragged through pools of blood, heavy and mournful. In the crumbling palace, her gown dusted with ash. The once lavish adornments had long since vanished, leaving only a few disheveled strands of hair dancing in the wind. Her gaze was vacant, staring into the distant horizon, where her dreams once took flight, now swallowed by endless darkness. And so it continued for a while. As night fell, the flames of battle gradually extinguished, leaving only silence and darkness in their wake. The last elite soldier fell in the final moments, and this land became a testament to pain and sorrow. This is the battle of annihilation. It is the epic struggle of the Uzumaki clan, a genuine portrayal of the adage, "A kingdom without a king shall perish." Each survivor on the battlefield stands as a target for the Uzumaki clan's quest for retribution. The scenes of a nation shattered and families torn apart will undoubtedly manifest anew upon their lands. This is an enduring hatred, one that he vows to conclude for the lives of his adversaries. Witnessing his once beautiful and dignified mother reduced to a state of despair and desolation ignited a solemn oath within Uzumaki Lenin. It would not be long before he would drag those responsible down with him, avenging his clan and providing a final resting place for his mother, especially those wretched beings from the land of water, particularly the ice-wielding Mizuno Kuni clan. He yearns to flay each one of them alive. Surely. Born in the aftermath of the ninja wars, he faced the horrifying events of his clan's destruction. What, then, might transpire in the shinobi world? Among the suffering masses, there exists a younger, more pitiful version of Uzumaki Kushina. If one day, Uzumaki Lenin were to share this memory with Uzumaki Naruto, what might unfold? This is a newly awakened Naruto, profoundly instilled with a sense of clan identity by Uzumaki Lenin since childhood. The shinobi world would undoubtedly be transformed beyond recognition. Chapter 36. The Demise of the Vortex. Konoha naturally has a share. My head aches. That old geezer. Even before leaving, he had to undermine me. When Uzumaki Lenin opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a blindingly white scene, lying on a soft mattress. What in the world? How did I end up in the hospital? Who brought me here? A familiar voice soon provided the answer. Smack. Ouch. Young one, refrain from your foul language, or I'll confine you for a month. The stern figure of Shimura Danzo came into view, gripping Uzumaki Lenin's ear in reprimand. Woe is me. I want to do it again, I swear. Ouch, stop pulling. Uzumaki Lenin squirmed and yelped for a while before cautiously lifting his head to gauge the old man's expression. Upon seeing Danzo's unwavering sternness, he internally cried out in dismay. As expected, Danzo, seeing that Lenin still had the energy to fuss, let his old face fall, reprimanding him in a grave tone. Why were you there? Did I permit you to run about? There are many perilous places in the routes that you must not enter. Did I not warn you? If you had not been discovered unconscious there, do you know what might have happened? You would not even know how you perished. But no one told me I couldn't go there. None of the older siblings in the routes warned me either. You dare to retort? Those useless fools neglected their duties and failed to watch over a mere child. I have already punished them all. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Lenin perked up, leaping from the bed and exclaiming, Damn it! I alone am responsible for my actions. If I made a mistake, take it up with me. Don't involve my brothers. Smack. Using foul language again. Are you seeking an early demise? Woe is me. You take such loyalty seriously? Only then did Danzo's expression soften slightly, observing his grandson clutching his forehead in pain. A smirk finally graced his lips. They did not violate the military orders I set forth. Even if I wished to execute them, it would be difficult. It was merely a slight punishment. However, about you. I have scoured the village for the foreign spies lurking in Konoha and have yet to extract information on who attacked you. What peril did you encounter in that secret chamber? Peril? There was none. The most dangerous thing there was my grandfather. That old man who leads people to their doom. Danzo fell silent at this appellation. You? No? Yes. Huh. What? Oh. What do you mean? Uzumaki Kingdom was reminded by Danzo's words and began to ponder the innocently acquired knowledge in his mind. Momentarily lost in a sea of information until a sudden smack brought him back to reality, responding dazedly to the elder's inquiry. If you are inquiring about the truth behind the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, I suppose I know it all. Uzumaki Kingdom tilted his head, staring into Danzo's eyes, a nascent sense of authority emerging on his youthful face. Although still faint, it marked the beginning of his imperial demeanor. He was now the duly appointed heir of the last ruler of the Uzumaki clan, rather than a mere pretender. So, the incident of the Uzumaki clan's annihilation. Konoha was ultimately the instigator, was it not? That despicable old man, even in death, refused to rest, leaving me one last trap. It seems that is precisely what a grandfather and grandson share, as Danzo's thoughts mirrored those of Uzumaki Kingdom almost entirely. However, it is indeed fitting for the leader of the Uzumaki clan. Those inscrutable methods managed to fool me. After so many years, they still found a way to pass on information to their grandson and planted such a significant trap for me, the perpetrator. That is the mark of someone worthy to be my in-law. With this thought, Danzo spoke again, a glint of mockery in his gaze. If I were to admit it, what would you think, little rascal? Directly questioning the villain responsible for your clan's demise is quite a foolish endeavor, my young friend. Upon finishing, he maliciously directed a hint of killing intent at Uzumaki Kingdom. Are you not afraid that I might eliminate you to silence you after learning the truth? Damn it, old man, what is with your sudden madness? Uzumaki Kingdom was instantly frightened, his face turning pale, clutching the bed cover with trembling hands. His voice sweet as honey. What clan are you talking about? I do wish to revive the Uzumaki clan, but according to Konoha's lineage, I should actually be considered part of the Shimura clan. Konoha and I share mutual interests. Why would I harbor hatred towards Konoha? I merely wish to uncover more truths and inquire a bit further. Why are you acting so irrationally? Is there no proper way to treat your grandson? Am I a stray child? Kingdom's voice even carried a hint of a whimper, revealing his genuine fear to the extent that Danzo, having already softened his killing intent, remained oblivious as Kingdom continued to roll about on the bed. Help! Help! There's a mad old man here trying to torture a tender child. Who can save me? Hokage Grandpa, Mito Gate Grandpa, Tsunade Grandma. Woe is me. Who can save me is my own dear grandfather. Smack. Another hit to the head, but this time it felt more like a gentle caress than a punishment. Enough. Stop your cries. No one will come to your aid. No matter how loud you scream. Dare to acknowledge another as your grandfather? Woe is me. I'll stop crying. All right. What do you wish to know? I shall tell you. Splendid. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Kingdom instantly ceased his weeping, chuckling, and wiped his eyes, with not a tear left in sight. You little rascal, you've learned some deceptive tricks from your sister Yuna. Danzo, witnessing this scene, could hardly contain his laughter, realizing he had been outsmarted, but he paid it no mind. If you wish to inquire whether Konoha ever acted against the Uzumaki clan, my answer is yes. Chapter 37. The Caged Bird Mark. In the aftermath, each individual had their share. Konoha's strength was unparalleled, and naturally, the feudal lord of the Fire Country could not tolerate the existence of a nation comprised of ninja clans. From the very onset of the conflict, it was the same group that fervently supported the complete annihilation of the Whirlpool Country. Konoha openly defied orders in the early stages of the war, choosing to support the Uzumaki clan, which subsequently invited the full wrath of the Fire Country. Those nobles were not even ninjas. If a great war were to erupt, left unprotected, they would be the first to perish like ants. What gave them the audacity to act so brazenly? How would I know? Ask that monkey. Shimura Danzo rolled his eyes, clearly not in a good mood. While Konoha fought on the front lines, those nobles severed our finances and supplies from the rear, creating a deluge of slander to vilify and attack Konoha. During that time, Konoha's reputation in the Fire Country was akin to that of a rat scurrying through the streets. I wanted to send someone to eliminate those slanderous scoundrels, but the old monkey refused to allow it. Back in the Second Great Ninja War, the foolish pigs of the Fire Country cornered both Konoha and themselves. I had no intention of compromising, if it came to it. I was prepared for mutual destruction alongside those nobles whose minds were filled with nothing but pig fat. Yet, that old monkey still wouldn't relent. He compromised, lowering the Hokage's status, which had always been equal to that of the feudal lords of the Fire Country. The outcome was that both the Fire Country and Konoha survived. But Konoha's reputation, the Hokage's dignity, and the long-held title of the strongest in the ninja world all dissipated along with the Whirlpool Country. Of course, when the situation became irreversible, they snatched away the little princess of the Uzumaki clan and joined forces with other ninja villages to eradicate the Uzumaki bloodline, ensuring that this lineage would not spread. This was entirely my idea, yet that cowardly monkey remained silent. He then affectionately ruffled Uzumaki Rinne's hair, the soft red locks quickly becoming a tangled mess under his touch. I never imagined that decades later, I would still have such a twisted fate with the Uzumaki clan, especially with that old fellow, Uzumaki Clanlon. Young one, having learned all this, how would you view me, the infamous darkness of the ninja world? Uzumaki Rinne was silent for a moment before lifting his head, his gaze at Shimura Danzo unchanged, still bearing that mischievous demeanor. Why do you keep asking me that? You are my elder. I can't just scold you for your past actions, can I? You are my only living relative. Though my mother, grandfather, and Aunt Shizuki have placed their hopes for the revival of the Uzumaki clan upon me, and I am prepared to give my all. But that is a matter for the future. Uzumaki Rinne shrugged. As for the past, with blood running through my veins akin to yours, I cannot possibly speak ill of it, especially for the sake of survival. If we were to discuss it, the true malice towards our Whirlpool Country comes from the 5 great nations and the 4 major ninja villages. Konoha bears the least responsibility among them. The home that raised me is Konoha, and my ambition is to revive the Whirlpool Country and fulfill the Uzumaki clan's vendetta. These 2 aspirations are not in conflict. Uzumaki Rinne squinted towards the horizon. Konoha will always be Konoha, and my Konoha of the Whirlpool Country is still Konoha. This world should be ruled by the strong, not by those idle gluttons who prey on the common folk. The more our enemies fear us, the more it affirms that our original path was correct. Nations should be governed by ninjas who stand at the apex of the food chain. Konoha possesses the strength to seize the Fire Country, rather than grovel beneath the nobles like a submissive dog. The worst way to govern a nation is through hereditary succession and the monopoly of the nobility. I find it intolerable. Thus I wish for their continued existence to be extinguished. My vision for the future encompasses only the Whirlpool Country and Konoha. All else is merely nourishment along our path of growth. Forget the past, look towards the future. Ninjas are not inferior to nobles. The strong govern the world. And Konoha is not a vassal of the Fire Country. Ha 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 ha. Shimura Danzo appeared momentarily stunned by Uzumaki Rinne's declaration, remaining silent for a considerable time before murmuring and then bursting into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Ah, splendid. This is the pride of the Uzumaki clan that once founded a nation. Today, I have indeed learned a lesson. Nobles are unworthy of their lofty positions. Those with power should bear the heaviest burdens and enjoy the greatest rewards. And you share my ambition. Ha 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 ha. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Shimura Danzo continued to laugh heartily, as if he wished to exhaust every ounce of mirth within him. Then patted Uzumaki Rinne on the shoulder. You are my only living kin. I shall wholeheartedly support all your endeavors. Strive to grow stronger, young one. To overturn the existing order, mere words are insufficient. Become the strong individual you speak of, and reshape this world to your desire. Ha. The future of Konoha belongs to you. An old man like me will lend my full support. Then I wish to lift the caged bird mark from Niji. You should have no objections, right? Shimura Danzo found himself rendered speechless, gazing at the intricate sealing technique that Uzumaki Rinne had just conjured with his left hand, feeling as though the world had become whimsical for the first time. That sealing technique appeared to be the caged bird mark that the Hyuga branch family must bear. How could you? The knowledge of the Uzumaki clan passed down from my grandfather contains records of every type of sealing technique. Uzumaki Rinne clapped his hands, and the caged bird mark transformed through a flurry of symbols before dissipating into the air. The mark, regarded by the Hyuga branch family as an insurmountable curse, was now effortlessly unraveled as if it were mere child's play. That old fool, despite subjecting me to extreme torture, could not extract such knowledge from me. Did he not fear that the legacy of the Uzumaki clan would be utterly severed in that moment? Seeing this scene, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but curse, panting heavily for several breaths before managing to suppress his excitement. Such a thing that can so easily determine his life or death. Let me grant one to the root ninjas. As for the control, it matters not, for in the end, this army must belong to you. Isn't our full name root training department? It should belong to the Hokage. Nonsense. Shimura Danzo shot a fierce glare at Uzumaki Rina. This matter must not reach that old monkey. Otherwise, he will surely find a way to impose the caged bird mark on the Umbu ninjas as well. With so many Umbu, you will be utterly exhausted. That old fool, in his quest for absolute control over the Umbu, would use you and then dispose of you. The ungrateful old silver coin will not treat you with the same kindness as I do. Chapter 38. To annihilate a clan, let us not dwell on the current scene within the Hokage's office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen, peering through a crystal ball into the women's bathhouse, sneezes several times, as the root base is on the verge of being disbanded due to excessive interference in village affairs. The grandfather and grandson are locked in an intense stare. Thus, I shall inquire whether it is possible to directly assist Niji in eliminating the curse mark of the caged bird, if doing so would not further destabilize the village. That is, it appears that you share a deep bond with this child. Perhaps I should have, with a touch of audacity, reclaimed the two-tails Jinchuriki from the Hyuga clan. Very well, I shall provide you with a batch of root ninjas as test subjects. If, after you remove the caged bird curse mark, you can sense their movements and detect the presence of the curse mark, then it is a failure. Otherwise, it is a success. After a moment's contemplation, Shimura Danzo offered this response to Uzumaki Rina, adding, I have just completed a layout against a rather unruly prominent clan, and it is unwise to create too many enemies in the short term. With a deterrent in place, the Hyuga clan will likely be more obedient than dogs in the coming years. Under my protection, even with the caged bird curse, they would not dare use it to control Niji. You may rest assured of that. The village cannot act against too many clans at once without inciting internal strife. The task of suppressing the Hyuga clan will fall to you in the future. Your ability is sufficient to overturn the long-standing order of the Hyuga clan. The three founding families of Konoha have already devised countermeasures. Thus I need not worry about the affairs after my demise. Danzo murmured to himself, glancing at Uzumaki Rina, who still bore a naive expression, prompting a smile from him. The will of the first Hokage and my teacher is that Konoha belongs to everyone, not merely to a single family. The Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga. To uphold this principle, my second teacher even disbanded the Senju clan at the onset of the Shinobi War, merging with the villagers. Old man, don't you find this a bit strange? Aren't we Shimura quite significant as well? The Konohamaru clan is even more so. Is Konoha not a village of one family? Go. What do you know, you little brat? In response, Danzo delivered a sharp reprimand to Uzumaki Rina. When we govern, our clans are vested interests, among the most motivated to maintain and protect the existence of the village. After our departure, they will inevitably become the greatest obstacles to the new Hokage, emerging as new prominent clans. Regardless of how that monkey thinks, I will certainly assist the village in completely diminishing the influence of my Shimura clan before I pass. Wow, what a ruthless old man. This is the lament of those in power. Often, one must choose among unpalatable options. Just as Uzumaki clan's Kanglin chose family over clan, I am merely choosing the village over my clan. Uzumaki Rina nodded, though with a hint of confusion. So, it is not possible for Niji, then? Of course not. It is not the right time. Once you all become stronger, you may consider having Niji use this as leverage to win over those within the Hyuga branch who remain dissatisfied with the status quo. After instigating internal strife within the Hyuga, he could be nominated as clan leader, provided his strength is sufficient to command respect. That was my intention. But didn't you say Konoha isn't a village of one family? Indeed, I did say that the clans behind the upper echelons of Konoha are its staunchest supporters. Danzo huffed. Though I would prefer you not to shine too brightly. Who do you believe is most qualified among the new generation to contend for the next Hokage? What about your relationship with the two-tails Jinchuriki, Hyuga Niji? Best of buddies. And with the nine-tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto? He's my blood brother. Over the years, I have encouraged you to make friends with the offspring of various clans, many of whom are fools. However, those sheltered and well-protected flowers of the greenhouse possess simple thoughts. They can be easily manipulated. Do not underestimate anyone, especially those clan ninjas with familial legacies. What position do you foresee yourself occupying in the village in the future? My mind is currently brimming with the boundless knowledge of the Uzumaki clan. Coupled with my years of remarkable effort, your meticulous guidance alongside Hokage-sama and Koji-sensei, and my rare, extraordinary talent, I shall undoubtedly lead in Konoha. Alas, without question, this was yet another instance where the young Rinne received a sharp reprimand. Arrogance. Is that how Yamanaka taught you to conduct yourself? Where is your humility? The tomb. Yamanaka's sister taught me only methods of stealth and information gathering. She never instructed me on how to raid tombs. Danzo took a moment to regain his composure, inhaling deeply several times before continuing. What I mean to say is, what do you mean? Uzumaki Rinne's eyes sparkled as he repeated the question, his small tail wagging excitedly, his head held high, eagerly awaiting Danzo's praise. What I mean is, should you find yourself utterly impoverished in the future, your good brother, Hyuga will easily ascend to the upper echelons of Konoha due to his status as the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, at which point he shall be oblivious to your endeavors. You little rascal, from whom did you inherit this arrogance? Your father is such a gentle and kind ninja. As Danzo scolded, he suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting to one of deep discomfort as he spat onto the ground in disgust. Bah, that insufferable Uzumaki Kanglen. Whimper. Impossible. I am the more powerful one. That old fool cannot distinguish right from wrong. Whimper. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Rinne's smile vanished, and he squatted down, drawing circles in the dirt. His tear-streaked face, glancing back, was a clear provocation to Danzo, the old curmudgeon. It was evident he had succeeded once more. Danzo, with irritation evident, approached and delivered yet another reprimand. Enough. Stop your antics. Danzo snapped. The village will soon be in turmoil. My comrades in the root organization, and I will have no time to return to protect you. Your Yamanaka sister has also left the village to procure supplies for the orphanage and will not be back for the time being. I must entrust you to other clans for a while. Do not cause them any trouble, understood? Understood. Other clans. Why not the Hokage's home this time? If this riot occurs, that old monkey's clan will be the most perilous place. Very well. What shall you be doing? Engaging in matters that you are unlikely to appreciate. Danzo replied, his gaze growing more severe in a manner unseen by his grandson. To annihilate a clan. Chapter 39. The storm approaches the following day. At the Nara residence, two young boys sat engaged in conversation. The horse moves in the sun. The elephant treads in the fields, while the chariot and cannon travel in straight lines. Hey, eat. Wait, don't eat just yet. General, Lu Ning. You lost again. A boy with a pineapple hairstyle, exuding an air of nonchalance, yawned lazily while pointing at the chessboard on the stone table. This casual atmosphere perfectly influenced Vortex Lu Ning, who responded with a similarly lethargic tone. Ah, how impressive. Shikamaru, don't declare checkmate just yet. Look, you've lost both your horses. If you enjoy speaking like that, I might have to call your parents. Please, don't. I'm just joking. After all, playing chess with someone from the Nara family allows me to reclaim some advantages in other areas. What a crass joke. Are you still a child? I apologize. I just dislike losing in every aspect. It was unintentional. But you were the one who suggested playing chess, to begin with. I never intended to play. By the way, do you have any other hobbies? None really. Other activities require physical exertion, and I have little interest. It sounds too bothersome. Such a statement is quite fitting for your personality. It's a wonder you even engage in chess. Speaking of which, am I really that poor at it? Not at all. Why the sudden self-doubt? After all, even that foolish girl Ino often brags about beating you, yet I haven't won even once. So you think she is foolish too? It's just that she cries so often. Every time she challenges me to a game, I let her win intentionally. Otherwise, it's quite troublesome when a woman starts crying. Wow, how unfair. Why don't you let me win? That's out of the question. You are one of the few opponents I take seriously, or else I wouldn't always invite you to play. Given that, I feel quite honored. But what if I start crying? Please, don't do that. It would be utterly disgusting. For a moment, they fell silent, a gentle breeze stirring their hair. The air filled with a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere, as if time itself stood still. If one were to overlook the reasons why Shimura Danzo left the two children here. By the way, speaking of Ino, since we have some leisure time, shall we tease her a bit? Sure, let us go. It seems the young master has suddenly found his enthusiasm. Well, I'm quite interested in this. Nara Shikamaru chuckled and stood up, turning to walk forward. Suddenly, his face was buried in soft, plush surroundings. Nara Shikamaru's expression stiffened. Mom, when did you arrive here? Hello, Aunt Gino. The beautiful woman, who had only just caught their attention, wore an expression of exasperation and did not respond to their greetings immediately. She raised her delicate hand. Slap, slap. Ouch. Both boys received a light smack from Nara Shikamaru. Ah, you, Nara Shikamaru. I wondered why little Ino always looks so reluctant to see you and refuses to come over to our house with her mother. Is this how you slander her behind her back? How many times must I tell you? Our pig, deer, butterfly family must be united in friendship and support each other. Don't you know what friendliness means? Huh, just like your father. Ouch, that hurts. Let us put that aside for now. Why not take it easy on Luneng? Wasn't it he who suggested this in the first place? Oh, you want to see your friend get punished too? Luneng is a guest in our home. You need to treat him well, got it? Yes, I understand. Ouch, don't twist my ear. Speak properly, don't act like your father. Yes. Nara Gino huffed, and then turned her gaze toward the amused Vortex Luneng, who quickly suppressed his laughter, startled. Hello, Aunt Gino. Ah, such a good boy. Little Luneng has grown taller. I've told you countless times, you must call me sister. Calling me aunt makes me sound old. I'm still in my prime. Yes. Hello, Sister Gino. Ah, little Luneng has such sweet words, unlike my own troublesome boy, who only annoys me. What do you want to eat for lunch? Tell sister, and I'll cook it for you. Thank you, sister. No, sister's culinary skills are excellent. Everything she makes is delicious, and I can eat anything. Hee. Such sweet words. Nara Gino smiled as she affectionately patted Vortex Luneng's head, yet she showed no intention of standing up. With a thoughtful glance, she asked, Luneng, have you noticed anything unusual about the village lately? Any changes in atmosphere or environment? Not really. Konoha has always been thriving and stable thanks to everyone's collective efforts. Everyone is contributing their strength to our beloved village. Vortex Luneng continued to feign ignorance, speaking eloquently as if rehearsed. Ah, I see. That is correct. Everyone is doing well. The village will surely prosper. Nara Gino echoed his sentiment, affirming her political stance before continuing the conversation. However, it seems the weather has been a bit gloomy lately. My husband has been working late in the office for some reason, and I've been the only one handling the laundry at home, which is quite exhausting. Do you think the village is in for a heavy downpour soon? Little Luneng is so clever. Can you tell me what the recent weather has been like? I don't know. We are ninjas, not on my OG. Vortex Luneng tilted his head, babbling. Sister, you work so hard, managing such a large household all by yourself. But Shikamaru is so clever. He must be helping you a lot, right? Once he grows a bit more, he'll surely help you even more. Hey, you two can banter all you want, but don't drag me into this. After a lengthy exchange filled with veiled meanings, Vortex Luneng finally displayed a hint of fatigue, remembering he was a guest in their home. Out of courtesy and a desire to avoid any potential mishaps with the food, he contemplated for a moment before speaking. If we're talking about the rain lately, Uncle Jiku must know quite well, right? Perhaps he is just concerned that the rain might reach his home and chooses not to say anything. The village is indeed facing impending storms. But regarding how heavy or how long it may rain, go ask your husband. He is busy dealing with that. If he isn't speaking, it's likely for your own good, so don't pry any further. This was the limit of Vortex Luneng's willingness to speak, merely to satisfy the curiosity of the lady of the house. The male head of this household, being the advisor to the Hokage, surely knew more than he did. To be honest, he himself was uncertain about what was to come. This was already the extent of his understanding. Nara Gino looked thoughtfully at Vortex Luneng and nodded. Then she stood up, adjusted her clothing, and gently patted Vortex Luneng's head, smiling as she said, I see. You've taught me something today. Little Luneng. All right, I'll go prepare lunch now. If you want to play with little Ino, you should eat first. As I turned to head towards the dining hall, a sudden realization struck me. Supporting my chin with my hand, I murmured, No, that won't do. It's about to rain, and even Luneng is coming to our house to seek shelter. Perhaps you should postpone your visit for another day. Just stay home and relax this afternoon, understood? Nara Shikamaru and Uzumaki Luneng exchanged glances before ultimately nodding in agreement. Chapter 40. Naruto belongs to me. Touch him and die. Women can be quite troublesome, especially those with a fierce demeanor. As Nara Shikamaru observed his mother slowly departing, he couldn't help but express his thoughts. He had anticipated that his companion, Uzumaki Narumi, would resonate with his sentiments, yet he was met with silence. Curiously, He turned to see Narumi lost in contemplation, gazing at his mother's retreating figure. Narumi? Narumi? What is the matter? He inquired. Oh. It's all rather nice, isn't it? A family enjoying each other as company. Even Sister Jiraiya seems to care about you. Narumi responded, turning his head with a slight tug at the corners of his mouth, though a genuine smile eluded him. I apologize. I merely recalled my mother. I'm sorry, Narumi. It's nothing. I might be overly sentimental. By the way, according to Sister Jiraiya, you should be calling me Uncle Narumi. Shouldn't you? Narumi attempted to lighten the mood with a jest, yet his effort fell flat. The previously relaxed atmosphere between the two had grown noticeably awkward. Nara Shikamaru scratched his head, pondering for a while before shifting the topic. Family. Speaking of which, the surname Uzumaki seems rather rare in Konoha. There is someone in our class with that surname, but he has blonde hair. Do you know him? Oh, are you referring to Naruto? You're in the same class as him? Narumi's ears perked up, and his eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, we are in the same class. By the way, given your age, you should be in a higher grade than us, right? Why have I never seen you at school? Well, if you insist on knowing, I must confess that I do not attend school in Konoha. My family merely resides here. Historically, children raised by Shimura Danzo seldom pursue their education at the Ninja Academy. According to him, it's a place that stifles passion and buries ambition, mingling with the unworthy. In simpler terms, he believes that if unruly children encounter too many influences, they become less obedient. This approach was intended to maintain better control over his subordinates. As for Uzumaki Narumi, he was fortunate enough to receive instruction from a prestigious tutoring team, including the third Hokage, and was nurtured by the kind-hearted root ninja, Yakushi no Nai, who preferred a serene lifestyle over the drudgery of conventional education. Oh, what? You mean Konoha Maru, the Hokage's grandson? He simply lacks ambition and enjoys leisure. If he truly applied himself, he would have access to resources far superior to those of Uzumaki Narumi. Thus, this led to Narumi and the misguided Hyuga Niji being labeled as ill-educated, despite the complexities involved in explaining such matters. Narumi opted to gloss over the details. Well, understanding the implication in Narumi's words, Nara Shikamaru refrained from further inquiries and nodded. So, what is your relationship with that fellow named Naruto? I used to see him alone all the time. Everyone else. What about everyone else? Is there someone who dares to bully my Naruto while I'm not around? Tell me who it is. I'll take care of him. Please calm down. I mentioned it was in the past. Narumi abruptly stood, gripping Nara Shikamaru's collar in inquiry. The expression on his face clearly indicated the answer to Shikamaru. In the past? Are you implying that something has changed since then? How should I put it? Do you know the Hyuga family's timid eldest daughter? Her? Ha. Yes, I know her quite well. How could I possibly entrust Naruto to anyone I didn't know? Upon hearing this, Narumi couldn't help but laugh, loosening his grip on Shikamaru while pouring him another cup of tea, encouraging him to continue. So, it turns out you were behind this. Quite the terrifying fellow. What happened? Hyuga Hinata, she had always struck me as a quiet and introverted girl, perhaps overly shy. Until about a week ago. That was when I first met her. What happened then? Please, no interruptions. Nara Shikamaru pushed Narumi's eager head away, clearing his throat to continue. That day, someone played a prank on Naruto. Damn, does that brat not value his life? I'll wipe out his entire family. Narumi exclaimed, eyes wide, ready to spring into action. I told you not to interrupt. Yes, I'll be quiet and listen. Please continue. So, where was I? Right. That day, someone played a prank on Naruto, and it became quite the spectacle. Many were present in the classroom to witness Naruto's humiliation. Nara Shikamaru held Narumi's shoulders firmly to prevent another outburst. Then, the timid daughter of the Hyuga family suddenly slammed her hands on the table, stammering in front of everyone, shouting, Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun is something I cherish. I will protect him and ensure he is not taken away. Whoever wishes to harm Naruto-kun will be my enemy. Bring it on. I will safeguard my Naruto-kun. Wow, you have no idea how many were captivated by her fierce declaration. Her drawer is now overflowing with love letters from infatuated boys. Nara Shikamaru mimicked Hinata's bashful tone, barely containing his laughter. However, it was evident that Narumi could no longer restrain himself, bursting into laughter. Is it truly that exaggerated? Well, regardless of whom Naruto chooses in the future, I shall acknowledge her as my sister-in-law. Their shared laughter echoed. Both Nara Shikamaru and Uzumaki Narumi rolling on the ground in mirth. By the way, what exactly did you say to her that caused such a dramatic transformation? Narumi inquired between chuckles. Oh, it was nothing significant. I merely told her that if she could only bring more trouble to Naruto, it would be better for them to remain apart. Then she assured me she would protect Naruto, and I entrusted him to her. Haraha, that girl is truly something else. And how did Naruto respond? Has he started sending love letters to little Hinata? Chapter 41. The Warrior, the General, and the King indeed. It was Naruto who was tasked with discreetly disposing of those love letters before Hinata could discover them. So what is the matter? Does this little brat understand the concept of possessiveness? Not only that, the young lady of the Hyuga clan seemed to have transformed entirely since that day, and Naruto himself underwent significant changes as well. After all, aside from trips to the restroom, she hardly ever allowed him to leave her sight. Nara Shikamaru took another sip of water, lifted his cup, and shook it lightly. Observing Uzumaki Rinet's expression akin to that of a benevolent father whose pig had finally been fed cabbage, he couldn't help but chuckle. Given her previous words and her esteemed status, no one dared to openly trouble Naruto anymore. Unsurprisingly, he had become much more cheerful. Not the forced indifference of old, but genuine joy. He was, after all, quite easily swayed by his emotions. The two children clinked their cups together like miniature adults. Nara Shikamaru downed the water in his cup and added, they spend a great deal of time together now, hardly apart. To be honest, I find their relationship quite charming. Ah, the frail heiress and the sunny, down-and-out youth, perhaps? Frail? No. Given her current demeanor, it would be more apt to call her Eandra, wouldn't it? Women truly are a fickle species. Just thinking about it is troublesome. Wow, with that said, it sounds even more intriguing. Uzumaki Rine let out a playful whistle. Cool. But how is Naruto performing in class? Are you really starting to sound like a parent? I never answer such potentially offensive questions. Nara Shikamaru shrugged, falling silent. However, Uzumaki Rine could glean enough from his reaction. Sure enough, not ideal. What rank is he in? Nara Shikamaru remained silent, lifting his cup to tap its bottom. Last place, of course. Haha, as expected. Uzumaki Rine understood immediately, letting out a cold laugh, her lips twitching. The next time I see him, I must give him a good talking to. That may not be necessary. Naruto does try hard. It's just that his efforts yield little in return. Perhaps the path of a ninja isn't suited for him. If you truly consider yourself his guardian, prioritizing his emotional growth should be paramount. Happiness is far more important. Well, I certainly agree with your perspective. With your educational philosophy, your children will undoubtedly be very happy, but I want to allow you to label my Naruto as foolish. Uzumaki Rine scratched her head in irritation. By all accounts, considering his genes, he shouldn't be like this. After all, he had heard from his grandfather at the root base that Naruto is likely the descendant of his aunt Kushina and the fourth Hokage. So surely this has something to do with his suitability for being a ninja? He is essentially family, not to mention his unique standing in the village. Oh, could it be the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra? Uzumaki Rine pondered, her chin resting in her hand. As she did, several thick chains instinctively emerged from her body, startling Nara Shikamaru, whose face turned pale. Hey, what is that? Such a terrifying aura. Rine, calm down. Ah, dear nephew, I'm here. Uzumaki Rine snapped back to reality, smiling brightly as the chains retracted. Nara Shikamaru took several deep breaths to steady himself, his heart still racing. And couldn't he help but retort, was that reaction really necessary? You truly are an arrogant racist. Was that some family secret technique? Well, sort of. My apologies. I just got a bit too excited thinking about a solution to this problem. It's merely a little trick. Uzumaki Rine chuckled, giving Nara Shikamaru a reassuring pat. I assure you, Naruto's future performance will exceed your expectations. The Uzumaki clan is destined to be number one, if being last can be considered first. Nara Shikamaru rubbed his head, still feeling his heart racing. But if Naruto could learn that trick of yours, becoming a legitimate top student would be a breeze. Wouldn't it? Great idea. You've just inspired me, Shikamaru. A strategist's mind is truly remarkable. Huh. Oh, no need to mention it. Uzumaki Rine vigorously shook Nara Shikamaru's hand. So, what is your impression of him? Me? What about me? Naruto. Although I'm unsure why he has been ostracized by those commoner children, I find him to be quite an interesting person overall. Not unlikable. In reality, only a few ill-natured commoner kids behave that way. Most of our classmates harbor no ill will towards Naruto. It's just that sometimes his overly passionate demeanor makes him seem silly, which makes it hard for us to approach him. Nara Shikamaru shrugged, eliciting a hearty laugh from Uzumaki Rina. That's good to hear. It's only our Uzumaki clan that bullies others. We would never allow anyone to bully our Naruto. I will ensure that he climbs to the pinnacle alongside me. Should I perhaps keep my distance from those bearing the Uzumaki name? Hey, don't say that. We're all family here, and I wouldn't allow anyone to harm you either. I hope to protect you in that way. At noon, the sun hung high in the sky, and delightful aromas wafted from the kitchen as Nara Yoshino peeked in from outside, inviting the two children to come in for a meal. Uzumaki Rine tapped Nara Shikamaru on the shoulder, responding cheerfully before scampering off to wash her hands. Nara Shikamaru found it amusing as he rubbed his slightly sore shoulder, murmuring, "Family, huh? What an intriguing person. Such is the allure of a king. It truly makes one wish to draw closer." Nara Shikamaru stood up, stretching lazily, placing his cup down, his mind still mulling over what his father had told him last time. When he had first met Uzumaki Rina, he sensed that she bore many burdens, feeling overly restrained, which he disliked. Yet, his family always encouraged them to interact more. However, when he mentioned this to his father, Nara Shikaku, he received an answer he could not comprehend at the time. The nurturing of soldiers, generals, and kings is fundamentally different. Undoubtedly, that esteemed individual is indeed raising him as a king, regardless of their relationship or how our families feel about that organization. Engaging with that child will only benefit your personal growth and our clan. Over time, their relationship surprisingly flourished quite well. Being a soldier is exhausting, and the responsibilities that come with kingship are burdensome. It's all quite troublesome. Such a protective individual. Perhaps being his general is a rather easy task? After all, he does quite like this fellow. Non-BL, all characters' orientations are normal. Chapter 42, The Eve of Annihilation. As time progressed slightly, on the other side, within the Uchiha clan's territory, the central figure of this dramatic tale, Itachi Uchiha, strolled aimlessly among the various stalls of the Uchiha compound. This would be the final occasion for such frivolity. Henceforth, the Uchiha clan may struggle to regain its former prosperity. With a furrowed brow, Itachi walked ahead, his mood increasingly agitated. Just as he clenched his fist, he was startled by a tricolor dumpling that was unexpectedly thrust into his mouth, causing him to recoil. Turning sharply, he found a girl behind him, her face etched with concern as she laughed at his exaggerated reaction. He had momentarily forgotten the girl who had been accompanying him. In the day, he was the one who had invited her out. Itachi, why have you been so melancholy lately? Is something troubling you? Is being in the Umbu more exhausting than being in the Uchiha police force? You seem to have aged considerably. Izumi. Itachi murmured her name, his tone imbued with an unfamiliar emotional depth that quickened Izumi's heartbeat, leaving her blushing. Yes, I've always been here. The girl shyly lowered her gaze, but could not resist sneaking glances at the young man's expression. Though she could not fathom why Itachi had so unusually asked her out, she cherished the simple act of accompanying him, yearning to hear more of his voice, more and more. Why had he suddenly fallen silent again? Was he shy? The atmosphere felt peculiar. Surely, today would not lead to the direction she feared? If Itachi truly confessed his feelings, would she respond, agree, or yield? Yet, at that moment, she remained blissfully unaware that the fleeting hint of emotion in Itachi's demeanor signified a final farewell. It's the Uchiha police force, not Konoha. Isn't it? Do you think the same? After a prolonged silence, Itachi sighed with a tinge of disappointment. Since Shursui left, there has been no one in the Uchiha clan who resonates with me. Even among those remaining, the one closest to me, Izumi, embodies the utmost arrogance of the Uchiha clan's aspirations. Indeed, the transformation of the Uchiha was beyond hope. Itachi walked ahead, hesitating for a moment before asking, Izumi, if one day I must undertake actions that the world cannot accept, what would you think of me? Itachi-kun, you are so intelligent. If you were to do something detrimental to yourself, there must be an unavoidable reason behind it, right? In that case, I would feel heartbroken for you. I see. Truly, thank you, Izumi. Itachi felt an inexplicable moisture at the corner of his eye. But if someone were to harm your family, what would you? Before he could finish, a sharp kunai pressed against his temple. Itachi, that joke is not very amusing. You know? Izumi, who had always maintained a gentle smile, now glared at him with her Sharingan activated, her crimson eyes locked onto Itachi, the kunai pressing firmly against his neck, drawing blood. Whoever dares to harm my family, I will hunt them down to the ends of the earth and ensure they meet a gruesome end. This is the Uchiha, a clan of love, is it not? Seeing Itachi fall silent, Izumi resumed her cheerful demeanor, retracting the kunai. I wish to consider you family too, Itachi-kun. Please do not make it difficult for me. If you have any burdens, you can share them with me. I will do my utmost to help you. But please do not let killing you become an unavoidable reason for me. All right? I apologize. It was merely a jest that stirred your emotions. Ah, that is well. Please refrain from such jokes in the future. You truly frightened me. Following their earlier grave exchange, Izumi noticeably relaxed, playfully punching Itachi on the shoulder before taking his hand, skipping along the street. As Itachi looked down at the warm, gentle hand in his grasp, he offered no resistance, allowing her to lead him forward, though his expression remained detached. "Ha, mommy. Come catch me. You're so slow." Suddenly, a child of similar age to Sasuke darted in front of them, followed closely by his mother, bouncing towards them and inadvertently crashing into Itachi's embrace. "Oucha! You little rascal, I told you not to run around. Now look what you've done. Apologize to your older brother and sister." The mother, no longer coaxing her child to slow down, swiftly appeared before them, tapping her child's forehead in reprimand. Then turning to Itachi and Izumi, bowing in apology. "I'm truly sorry, Itachi, Izumi. My boy is just too mischievous. Has he caused you trouble?" "Oh, it's quite all right, Anihako. It's good for children to have energy." "Ah, look at you, the son of the clan leader, so well spoken. What a refined child." The arriving lady praised, lightly patting her child's head. "Yujiro, hurry and apologize to your older brother and sister." "I'm sorry, Izumi-nichan and Itachi Onaikin." The child's voice was pure and innocent, reminiscent of little Sasuke. "Oh, no need to apologize. It's quite all right. Yujiro is very well behaved." Izumi chuckled warmly, crouching to pat the child's head, embodying the essence of a caring older sister. After some pleasantries, the Uchiha matron waved goodbye and led her child away. Itachi watched the mother and child depart, lost in contemplation for a long while Izumi waved her hand in front of him, garnering no response. Itachi, those Uchiha children are so adorable, aren't they? Shouldn't we have one together someday?" "Children." "Yes, children are truly delightful. They represent the future of the Uchiha." Itachi suddenly shook himself from his reverie, calling out to the departing mother and child, "Anihako." "Yes? What is it?" "Young Master Itachi? The Uchiha children will surely grow up well. No one shall harm them." Itachi bowed deeply to the Uchiha matron. "I promise you." "I apologize, Izumi. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Without daring to glance back at the woman's reaction, Itachi swiftly departed the scene. "Hey, Itachi, let us play another day." Hearing this, Itachi stumbled slightly, waving goodbye to the girl without daring to respond. He found himself at a loss for words. Another day. As dusk deepened and the moon began its slow ascent, Itachi leaned his head against the street corner wall, tears streaming uncontrollably. The tomo in his eyes spun faster and faster, gradually merging into a complete pattern. When he opened his eyes again, they were a vivid crimson. His voice, once clear, became hoarse and unpleasant, as if sliced by countless blades. "The Uchiha will no longer see another tomorrow." Chapter 43. Do you speak thus merely to slay me? The moon tonight glows an exceptionally crimson hue. Izumi, I harbor feelings for you. On this eerie and unsettling night, Itachi Uchiha sought out the girl who had strolled with him during the day, declaring she would treat him as family. Despite the strange words he had uttered earlier causing her to be on guard, Izumi found herself irresistibly drawn to the very phrase she had longed to hear. She lifted her gaze, only to be met with Itachi's blood-red eyes, where the three tomo of his Sharingan bizarrely converged, forming a pattern reminiscent of a shuriken. Against the backdrop of his scarlet irises, they appeared strikingly enchanting, almost making one subconsciously overlook the horrific sensation they evoked. The Uchiha clan had strict regulations prohibiting the use of the Sharingan against one's kin, a violation of which would mean exile from the family. Yet, Itachi had evidently breached this rule. What beautiful eyes! No, Itachi, you. Izumi found herself momentarily entranced, and by the time she resolved to avert her gaze, it was already too late. Forgive me, Izumi. I have no choice. Rest assured, it will not hurt. This is a technique unique to my Manjiki Sharingan. Please, savor it. I have arranged a space filled with candy and laughter for you. Tsukuyami. Itachi. So you spoke those words merely to facilitate my demise, did you? Izumi's final words before collapsing were painfully piercing. There was no response, for even if he answered, she would not hear it. Itachi cradled her fallen form, gently laying her down upon the ground, staring blankly for a long while. He could not help but caress her face, his gaze lingering on her attire adorned with the clan's crest. As if bidding a final farewell to the family. The children will be safe. You will be safe. I will not kill you, Izumi. The Hokage has stated that the innocent lives of children may be spared. After all, you are merely 12, still a child. You will survive. Perhaps in the future, you will long to take my life. I apologize, but this life of mine is already pledged to Sasuke. Please take care. At that moment, the purge of the Uchiha clan commenced in earnest. Itachi's ally, Obito Uchiha, was eager to unleash a merciless slaughter upon the Uchiha people. It was time to reduce the once arrogant Uchiha to ashes alongside the flames of Amaterasu. With his palms pressed together, Itachi continuously recited in his heart, before glancing back at the girl one last time, murmuring to himself, what would my reaction have been if you had truly responded to me just now? It no longer mattered. In any case, farewell, Izumi, and farewell to everyone. When Itachi opened his eyes again, the Crimson Sharingan was filled with cold indifference and resolve. This night, he would transform into a harbinger of death, becoming the most infamous criminal in the annals of Uchiha history. All was for the sake of Konoha. Though he himself could not fathom why he was so unwavering in his loyalty to the village. Perhaps this was what the third Hokage referred to as the will of fire. Red, blindingly red, a panorama drenched in blood. The slaughter continued. The air thick with the metallic scent of blood. The raging flames illuminated the surroundings in a hellish glow as Itachi moved expressionlessly through the inferno. His steps were steady and resolute, each bearing an unwavering intensity. Clutching the cold blade that gleamed menacingly, he unflinchingly reaped lives. With each decisive stroke, another Uchiha fell before him, staining the ground crimson. His gaze remained as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He resembled a merciless machine of death, his mind consumed solely by orders. The roaring flames ravaged the tranquility of the Uchiha compound, tearing it into countless fragments. Innocent clan members awakened from slumber. Terror and chaos swiftly spreading. The screams of children, the weeping of women, and the furious roars of men melded into a mournful symphony. Itachi, what is happening? An elder of the clan, his hair white and face lined with wrinkles, gazed at him with disbelief and fury. You, what are you doing? You have betrayed our Uchiha clan. As the son of the clan leader, you have turned against Konoha. Blood dripped from Itachi's blade as he faced the elder's accusations. A profound pain swelling within him. Yet he understood he could not waver, even if the path ahead was an endless abyss. Itachi's voice trembled, but he forced himself to continue. I do this for the future of the village, to prevent a greater calamity. A greater calamity? The elder's voice quivered, tears glistening in his eyes. Is the blood of our Uchiha clan what you deem the future? Itachi was rendered speechless. He could only turn away and continue his rampage. The eyes of his kin were filled with anger and confusion, unable to comprehend why Itachi, the son of the clan leader, would commit such a foolish and cruel act. That is, Aunt Heezy's head. Itachi, you wretched beast, you have betrayed us. I will kill you. A young clan member bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. In an instant, his Sharingan transformed from 1 tomo to 3. I will make you pay for this. The young member charged at Itachi, but the latter's movements were undeniably swifter, more ruthless, and resolute. Once again, the familiar sequence of hand raised, blade falling ensued. He swiftly ended this predictable confrontation, leaving only deeper sorrow in the wake of his clan. Why? Why would you do this? The young member lay on the ground, his voice growing weaker, yet his eyes remained filled with defiance. For Konoha, as time wore on, the slaughter gradually subsided. The Uchiha compound fell into a profound silence, littered with corpses and charred remnants. Itachi stood amidst the ruins, his body smeared with blood, yet his visage remained expressionless. He knew the sins he bore would be eternally etched in the annals of history. The cries, curses, and pleas for mercy reverberated, an unending torrent of pain and lamentation. The path Itachi traversed was strewn with the severed limbs of his kin. Thus, it was only natural that Itachi eventually returned to his own doorstep. As always, his father and mother awaited him at home. The only difference was that he now held a blood-soaked blade, entwined with the souls of those from the Uchiha clan who had met their untimely demise at his hands. Through the door, he could vaguely make out 2 figures kneeling at the mat, seemingly prepared to bid a final farewell to their once-beloved son. They were his father, Fugaku Uchiha, and his mother, Mikoto Uchiha, also the greatest adversaries in his mission to annihilate the clan. What followed would be a confrontation between two masters of the Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 44. Father and Mother Without a Trap. Come in, Itachi. Uchiha Itachi stealthily approached his home, cautiously observing his surroundings, his hands tightly gripping the weapon. Just as he believed he was prepared, the gentle tone of his father's voice, unchanged from usual, made his tears flow like a burst dam. Silently pushing the door open, he found his parents kneeling with their backs to him, as if they were ordinary parents waiting for their child to return home for dinner, engaged in casual conversation. Their calm expressions belied the profound love they held. The reassuring gaze they cast upon their son remained unwavering. Of course, when they saw Itachi enter wielding a bloodstained knife, their faces showed no sign of surprise. They undoubtedly knew what was to come. Uchiha Itachi's hand, which had been firmly gripping the hilt, began to tremble uncontrollably, the tears streaming down his face washing away the blood that had splattered upon him. They did not turn to look at him, their defenseless backs exposed to the tip of Itachi's blade. So it is, you stand with them. Father, Mother, we understand, Itachi. Mikoto's voice remained as gentle as ever, completely innocent, having never participated in the discussions of rebellion within the Uchiha clan. Yet, the greatness of maternal love compelled her to embrace her child even in this moment. Itachi, please promise me. His father, Fugaku, spoke again, their last words not one uttered for themselves. This father, who had always been stern and seemingly unapproachable in the eyes of Itachi and Sasuke, spoke with a tone that, though still commanding, would not be criticized as lacking compassion. Please take care of Sasuke. Itachi, now overcome with grief, could no longer hold back his tears. Pick up the knife, Itachi. A ninja should never easily discard their weapon. Doing so could place you in peril. Hearing the clatter of the weapon hitting the ground, Fugaku turned for one last admonition. But this glance left Itachi momentarily stunned. At this moment, the kaleidoscopic pattern reflected in Fugaku's eyes was different from the one he had previously shown Itachi. What had once resembled the three-bladed shuriken of his own eyes now transformed into the pattern of a four-bladed shuriken. This was a pattern Itachi had seen before. The kaleidoscope of Shursui, and the power of those eyes, known as the strongest genjutsu in the ninja world, Kodo Amatsukami. Have you been caught in a genjutsu? Was it Shursui's eyes that did this to you? Do not worry, Itachi. It is difficult for one kaleidoscope to affect another when the opponent is consciously resisting. This is merely a trick to deceive that old man Danzo. As Fugaku spoke, the pattern in his eyes once again transformed into the shape of three tomo, rapidly spinning. When he opened his eyes again, the pattern had shifted from another's shuriken to his own. My eyes foresaw the situation we face today, so I was prepared. I apologize, but when I predicted the future, I did not look at you, Itachi. Otherwise, I would have done everything to prevent you from meeting Shursui for the last time. What do you mean? Fugaku's words sent Itachi's heart racing, an inexplicable fear surging within him. The one truly ensnared in the genjutsu was you, who was utterly defenseless at that moment, Itachi. Another silence ensued. Shursui. Itachi began to retort, but in comparison to the tumultuous changes in his thoughts and feelings over this time, he opened his mouth but found himself speechless. Perhaps you are right, but it is also due to the influence of Shursui's eyes that my thoughts remain inclined towards Konoha. I cannot break this genjutsu. Then act, Itachi. The head of the Uchiha clan spoke, his posture unchanged in kneeling. Itachi could take his father's life with a simple thrust. I initially cooperated with them, fearing they would realize I was not under their control and would turn their tactics against you, turning you into a puppet. Now, at least I can speak my mind. Having killed your way here, there is no turning back for you, is there? The village will certainly not spare us. Compared to that, I would prefer to fall nobly by my son's hand. Itachi picked up the kunai again, even as he exerted every effort to steady his trembling hands. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, mixing with the blood. Compared to you, our pain was but a fleeting moment. I cannot claim to be a worthy father or husband, let alone the leader of the Uchiha clan. My life has been a haze, driven by my clansmen's demands. Take my eyes. You will surely feel the significant decline of your ocular power as you wield the kaleidoscope. This is the path once traversed by our ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Merging the kaleidoscope of kin can elevate one's eyes to new heights. My eyes were meant for Sasuke. Itachi merely shook his head, his shoulders still trembling. I see. You are truly a kind child. Then destroy my eyes. Do not let them fall into the hands of outsiders. Itachi composed himself, silently gazing at his father, refraining from further words. He understood that no matter what he said, he could not alter this outcome. Act. We take pride in you. Fugaku slowly closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Itachi gripped the short sword tightly, tears uncontrollably pouring from his eyes. Blurring his vision, yet resolutely gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to drive the short sword into his father Fugaku's chest. With a cruel stab, the short sword mercilessly pierced Fugaku's body, blood instantly staining his clothing. He trembled slightly from the instinctive reaction of his body but did not utter a sound. His face remained calm, as if he had long anticipated this moment. Following suit, Itachi directed the blade towards his gentle mother, who had cared for him, never uttering a harsh word, even once. No one cared about what they had just said. They only knew that the Uchiha clan, littered with corpses, had now gained 2 more unfortunate remains. No one cared how illustrious and formidable these bodies had been in life. The Uchiha now lay as mere fragments, manipulable flesh. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The entire world fell silent. Only the crimson blood continued to flow, reminding the world of the horror that had just unfolded. Chapter 45, The Cursed Uchiha. As born from hatred, the weighty short sword in Uchiha Itachi's hand transmitted the warmth of his father's body through the blade to his palm. Yet it could not thaw the icy chill that enveloped his heart at this moment. Blood dripped along the blade, each drop resonating like a heavy hammer striking his heart. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by a terrified and incredulous scream. Brother! It was his last remaining kin, his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Little Sasuke stood at the threshold, his eyes brimming with shock and fear as he surveyed the scene within, his brother holding a bloodied sword. Their parents lying lifeless in a pool of crimson. Why? Why would you do this? Sasuke's voice trembled, his small hands clenched into fists, nails digging into flesh without him feeling the pain. Itachi raised his gaze, meeting his brother's pained eyes, and an overwhelming tide of sorrow and guilt surged within him. He yearned to explain, to convey to Sasuke that this was an unavoidable choice, yet the words that escaped his lips morphed into, "My foolish brother." Then, amidst Sasuke's shock and fear, Itachi's Sharingan flared to life once more. Tsukuyami. Behold, my dear brother, witness the sins I have committed. As the words fell, Sasuke's vision was suddenly engulfed in a sea of blood red. He found himself standing in an empty Uchiha clan compound, suffocated by an oppressive silence. Hey, brother, where are you? What is happening? Answer me. His calls echoed unanswered, leaving him alone in a haunting stillness, trembling uncontrollably. In an instant, the once desolate street before him became crowded with Uchiha clan members. Aunt Hizi, Uncle Yamamoto, Brother Hoshi, and Mom and Dad. What? You are all still alive? It was just a prank by brother, right? Seriously, brother, this joke is far too frightening. It's not funny at all. I might get angry. Sasuke's voice quivered as he attempted a forced smile, but as he spoke, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. The bizarre behavior of his clan members shattered any illusion he could conjure to convince himself they were still alive. Hey, what's going on? Why is no one responding? Mom, Dad, please turn and look at me. Yet, no one answered. Their expressions were vacant, resembling soulless husks as they walked straight toward the end of the street, where stood Uchiha Itachi, cold and menacing, wielding a bloodstained dagger. Brother. The clan members approached Itachi with blank faces, their eyes devoid of life, as if their souls had been siphoned away. Itachi remained motionless, his expression unyielding, marked by a chilling resolve. The short sword in his hand glistened under the moonlight, an instrument of slaughter designated for his kin. Sasuke could not fathom that the brother he once knew, filled with warmth, had transformed into such a merciless figure. As the first clan member drew near, the massacre commenced. Itachi's movements were swift and precise, resembling a reaper, mercilessly claiming the lives of his family with each deadly stroke. Every strike extinguished a life, and Sasuke watched in horror as his family fell one by one, their faces frozen in expressions of shock. With each of Itachi's lethal blows, blood splattered, staining the ground, the walls, and Sasuke's vision crimson. He saw his kin collapse in despair, while Itachi showed no signs of halting. Blood flowed through the streets, forming rivulets that mirrored the moonlight, shimmering with an eerie glow. Sasuke felt his feet soaked in the warm blood, yet he was paralyzed, forced to witness the horror unfold before him. Mom, Dad. Sasuke saw his parents move toward Itachi, and this time he finally discerned emotion on their faces, deep despair and anguish. They looked at Itachi, seemingly seeking an explanation, but he merely wielded his blade in silence. A profound terror enveloped Sasuke as he cried out in desperation, calling for his clan, especially for his parents. Hoping for a response, but only silence echoed back. The clan grounds transformed into a sea of blood, with bodies strewn about, their faces contorted in agony and hopelessness. "Ah! Stop it! Brother, don't show me this!" Sasuke screamed uncontrollably within the illusion, clutching his head in despair, his voice filled with fear and anguish. Yet Itachi remained oblivious, continuing his carnage. Only when the last Uchiha fell did the effect of Tsukuyomi dissipate, merging reality with the nightmarish vision of bloodshed. Were it not for the compulsion of the illusion, Sasuke might have fainted from the overwhelming surge of emotion. Even upon returning to the real world, his face was ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with profound shock and disbelief. He gazed at his brother, confusion and distrust clouding his expression. "Uchiha Itachi, why? Why would you do this?" Sasuke's voice erupted in a near howl, his heart torn between grappling with this brutal reality. "For testing my own resolve." "Resolve? What kind of answer is that? You destroyed everyone because of this. Then you should have killed me as well. The cursed Uchiha clan. Their Sharingan born of hatred. Only by killing those they hold dear can they attain greater power." Itachi's eyes were vacant, mechanically reciting the lines he had long prepared, his gaze fixed upon the sky, revealing none of the turmoil within. "You still possess value, my foolish brother." Itachi regarded him with the same icy indifference he had displayed during the slaughter. "If you wish to kill me, then harbor hatred for me, despise me, and live your life in ugliness. Escape with all your might, cling to survival. Then one day, come before me with eyes like mine." With that, Itachi revealed his unique eyes, distinct from the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan. This is the Uchiha clan's ultimate power, a strength granted only to those who can bear the weight of their own cruelty. Finally, he cast one lingering glance back at the blood-soaked streets of the Uchiha, suppressing the urge to weep openly, and staggered away from this sorrowful place. Meanwhile, Sasuke, unable to endure such a powerful psychological assault, succumbed to unconsciousness, his eyes rolling back. Chapter 46. Embrace the responsibilities of the clan leader. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. When Uchiha Sasuke opened his eyes once more, he was greeted by a stark, blinding whiteness, the pale sheets, the ghostly pillow, and the 4 drip attached to his arm. "Am I in a hospital? Have I survived?" "You're awake." A sudden, youthful voice, similar in age to his own, pierced through his thoughts, accompanied by the sight of a cup of water being offered. Overcome by thirst, Uchiha Sasuke murmured his gratitude and gulped it down eagerly. As he raised his gaze, he noticed a red-haired boy standing on a table not far from him, who promptly refilled his cup. This was that boy named Uzumaki Naruto, the one who had once bested him in front of his brother. No, Uchiha Itachi, and had long been regarded as his adversary. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke muttered that name in a daze, clenching his fist. So, he was indeed the greatest enemy. His dear brother. Turning his attention back to the boy who had handed him water, he slightly parted his lips. "Are you here to mock me?" "Mock you? What joke would that be? Do you find it amusing?" Uzumaki Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, changing the 4 bag before continuing. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not as malevolent as you think. I'm just here with Sister Hanabi to offer some volunteer support at the hospital and learn a few medical techniques." "I see. Thank you. Hey, don't look so glum. I have some good news. Would you like to hear it?" "What good news could there possibly be?" "The world is cloaked in shades of gray. I told you not to be so downcast. There are still some survivors from your Uchiha clan, you know? Well, there is only one who is older than you left. The other survivors of the Uchiha clan are those whom he deemed unworthy of extermination." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke fell silent. The anguish and fury of his clan's massacre suddenly surged within him, compelling him to seize Uzumaki Naruto by the collar and shout, "What kind of good news is that, you fool? Everyone is dead. My parents, all of my uncles and aunts. They have all. You know nothing, nothing at all. How dare you speak so nonchalantly from your lofty perch?" Uzumaki Naruto looked down at Sasuke's hand gripping his collar, observing his trembling form. A flicker of anger stirred within him, yet he paused, uncharacteristically refraining from lashing out. Instead, he gently clasped Sasuke's hand in an attempt to soothe him. "All right, I understand you're in pain. I want to hold it against you for what you say. If shouting at me helps alleviate your sorrow, then I have no objections, but I must say, your spittle is rather unpleasant. And please, don't move around while on the floor. Look, the blood in the tube is flowing backward. The nurse will have to stick you again. I'm sorry. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Sasuke realized his misplaced anger was discourteous. He lowered his voice in apology and gradually released his grip. Uzumaki Naruto crossed his arms, his expression darkening before he spoke again. And about what you said earlier, that I know nothing. I actually wanted to hit you. Why? Well, I know that suffering cannot be compared, but your clan's extermination is not an experience unique to you. The Uzumaki clan lost our homeland, our family reduced to but a few. At least your Uchiha clan still has embers of hope remaining. Your ancestral lands still exist. Uzumaki Naruto pointed to himself. I and Naruto, we of the Uzumaki clan. If comparing tragedies brings you comfort, then I must assert that during our times of suffering, you were not even a tadpole yet to take shape. The Uzumaki clan. I had never heard of it. Before meeting you, I was unaware that he had family sharing his surname. Uchiha Sasuke murmured, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Comparing tragedies. Perhaps you are right. Suffering embodies endless pain that cannot be measured, but Naruto has always been nothing more than an orphan. Do you know what it feels like to gain something only to lose it? Of course, I know, Uzumaki Naruto retorted with an eye roll, irritation evident in his tone. If it weren't for the fact that you're lying on a hospital bed, I would have kicked you off it by now. You truly know how to stab at others' hearts. Naruto has been alone since birth, but I differ. I witnessed my mother take her last breath before my eyes, perishing alongside those who invaded us. Her blood drenched me. Uzumaki Naruto sighed, rubbing his head in frustration. I don't want to recall these memories, but you've successfully stirred up my unpleasant past. This is the plight of the weak in the shinobi world. Without strength, one can only be preyed upon. Well, you've ruined my desire to comfort you. I no longer think you're worth my concern. Farewell. Uzumaki Naruto snapped his fingers, turning to leave when Uchiha Sasuke grasped his sleeve tightly. Wait. I apologize for provoking your pain earlier, but how can you maintain such a carefree demeanor despite your experiences? This question only served to aggravate Uzumaki Naruto further. Carefree? You only see me when I'm relaxed, don't you, young master? The hatred I carry far exceeds what you bear. I strive for it, unlike you, who wallows in self-pity like the weak you are. With that, he grasped Uchiha Sasuke's wrist, allowing him to feel the thick, rough calluses on his hands, testaments to countless hours of training in hand seals and physical techniques. Uzumaki Naruto's voice held a subtle tone of mockery as his gaze swept over Sasuke's arms, which remained smooth, unmarred by rigorous practice. Your hands resemble those of carefree students at the Ninja Academy. But remember, from this moment onward, those days of ease are forever gone, young master. In response, Uchiha Sasuke fell into a humbled silence. And, as the son of the clan leader, I advise you to shoulder your responsibilities well. If you fancy yourself exceptional, it is your duty to lead the surviving Uchiha clan members. That is the burden borne by one who considers himself a king. Of course, if you only wish to relinquish your hatred and languish in idleness, then consider my words unspoken. Uzumaki Naruto shrugged, shaking off Sasuke's grip. After all, the fewer members there are in a clan, the more precious they become. That is why I care about whether Naruto is mistreated. For we are the last of our kin. I have taken it upon myself to be the leader of the Uzumaki clan, vowing to dedicate my life to ensuring the happiness of my remaining kin. Leader, is it? You are indeed a commendable individual. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, but did not respond to that remark. Embrace your destiny, Sasuke, for the sake of familial vendetta, and furthermore, to fulfill the obligation of caring for the remaining kin. From now on, we are akin to one another. I find myself rather envious of you, as your target for vengeance is singular. What does this signify? Yet, I witness Uzumaki Lenin leaning against the wall, exhaling deeply, and narrowing his eyes. I am destined to wreak havoc upon the entire shinobi world to achieve my grand ambition of vengeance and national restoration. You, little Lenin, another survivor has awakened. Please assist your sister for a while, as I still have a surgery to perform. Hey, I'm coming. At that moment, the call of a nurse echoed from the doorway, shattering the heavy atmosphere. Uzumaki Lenin responded, waved at Uchiha Sasuke, and hurriedly departed. Before leaving, he turned back to Uchiha Sasuke, playfully blinking. Sasuke, our story is only just beginning. Are you prepared? Uchiha Sasuke silently clenched his fists in response to the retreating figure, raising his hand in acknowledgement. Chapter 47. When the Vortex clan was annihilated, my mother was of a similar age to you. Not to mention that over there, Uchiha Sasuke, alone and unobserved, wept openly. Meanwhile, in another hospital room, a young girl, who had been peacefully slumbering in her dreams, finally stirred awake. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting bright patches of light upon the floor. The girl languidly stretched, her voice laced with a playful tone as she murmured, "Dearest, the sun is quite bright. Shouldn't you be waking me with a good morning kiss by now?" The atmosphere surrounding her was eerily silent, and it was only then that she sensed something amiss. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and found a small child with red hair standing by her bedside, clutching a wet wipe, his face contorted with fear as he gazed at her. The two exchanged glances, each perceiving a palpable disdain in the other's eyes. Vortex Lenin. Uchiha Izumi. My lady, I understand that you may need a shoulder to vent your emotions, and I am more than willing to fulfill that role. However, I must implore you to refrain from addressing me in such a manner. I fear I am unworthy of that title. Another silence ensued, yet the girl chose to disregard Vortex Lenin's response. In agony, she covered her head, unable to suppress a cry of pain. The memories within the illusion began to fade, yet those deliberately obscured by Itachi surged forth, the recollections of the previous night standing out with utmost clarity. It was the longest night she had spent with Uchiha Itachi. Blood, family, promises, harming loved ones, suffering, and confessions? No, that was called the Mangeki Sharingan. Was everything merely an illusion? The one who seemed to share a lifetime with her in that dreamscape was, in reality, there to kill her. The strongest genjutsu, perhaps. Was all of that just a fantasy? What of family? What of children? All of it, false. Right, family and Itachi. What has become of everything? Uchiha Izumi attempted to process her thoughts, seemingly unable to reconcile the vast chasm between reality and illusion. After a considerable pause, she waved her hand toward Vortex Lenin, standing by. Child, tell me, what has become of the Uchiha clan? Please accept my condolences, my lady. You are now the eldest elder of the Uchiha family. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi felt as though struck by lightning. Her face drained of color. She swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing to the floor. Clearly unable to accept this truth, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. How could this be? Where's Itachi? She grasped the hem of Vortex Lenin's clothing, anxiously inquiring. If you are referring to the one who slaughtered the Uchiha clan, he has defected. At this revelation, Uchiha Izumi released her grip, slowly sinking back onto the hospital bed, her gaze vacant. Like a marionette stripped of its soul, she sat motionless for a long while before murmuring, "No, it cannot be. It is impossible. Why would Itachi do such a thing? Am I truly the last survivor? Then, my mother and father." Upon uttering the words mother and father, Uchiha Izumi jolted awake, forcibly rallying herself, suppressing the heartache threatening to escape her throat. Disheveled and resembling a madwoman, she hastily threw off the blanket, determined to rush out. No, it cannot be. I must see this with my own eyes. Yet, once again, the effects of the genjutsu, compounded by a day without sustenance, overwhelmed her, and she collapsed onto the floor in a more pitiful state. Are you all right? In her daze, it was only the small, shoulder-high Vortex Lenin who helped her back onto the bed, carefully using a wet wipe to clean the dirt from her face. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Uchiha Izumi felt as if this child were looking through her face at someone else. This meticulous care seemed undeserved, leading her to instinctively recoil from Vortex Lenin's touch. Oh, there is no need to worry, my lady. Or should I be more familiar and call you Sister Izumi? As if sensing her thoughts, Vortex Lenin unveiled a gentle smile, strikingly at odds with his character. Are you aware of the Vortex clan? That family too met a tragic end. Red-haired. That was Lady Kushinas. Indeed. At the time the Vortex clan was extinguished, my mother was of a similar age to you. As Uchiha Izumi listened, her body trembled even more violently, yet she no longer resisted Vortex Lenin's touch. Due to certain ancestral techniques, I have witnessed my mother's sorrow and despair during the fall of the Vortex clan. I must admit, your expression now bears a resemblance to hers back then. Hence, I cannot help but wish to care for you more, without any ulterior motives. Having said this, Vortex Lenin paused, his voice turning somber. After all, she is no longer here. Those words inadvertently touched a tender spot in Uchiha Izumi's heart. She looked down at Vortex Lenning's earnest and gentle demeanor, a maternal glow inexplicably shining in her eyes. Unable to contain her anguish, she disregarded the boy's protests, pulling him into her embrace like a cherished pillow, burying her head in his neck and weeping openly. The relentless tears quickly drenched his shirt, leaving Vortex Lenning feeling somewhat breathless. "Good child, will you take me back to the clan, please?" Gently patting her hand, Vortex Lenning sensed her helpless tremors. He was reminded of the memories of his mother he had encountered at the root base during the massacre, and after a moment of hesitation, he found himself unable to refuse. "Very well, you lack strength now. Let us eat first before we go. If it is safe there, I can ensure your protection." All right. Chapter 48. Clover? Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's territory, once a resplendent jewel of Konoha village, has now devolved into a desolate wasteland. The vibrant scenes of yesteryears have been replaced by ruin and desolation. The once bustling marketplace stands empty and silent. Uzumaki Lennon supports the breathless Uchiha Izumi as they walk down the street. As they proceed, the lively shops that once thrived are now closed tight. The bloodstains on the signs remain unwashed, and the acrid scent of blood wafts through the air from afar. In a corner, a hidden severed finger remains, a testament to the Uchiha's decline. Continuing onward, the central hall that once glimmered with light is now devoid of any presence. The murals on the walls, which once depicted the glorious history of the Uchiha clan, have been obliterated by countless bloodstains and marks of struggle, leaving behind nothing but a wall of mockery. The streets that once echoed with the laughter of children and the chatter of clansmen are now filled only with the howling wind. In a corner of the clan's territory, a garden that once served as a gathering place for the youth has transformed into a barren land. With the departure of its inhabitants, the once blooming flowers have withered overnight, leaving only dry stems and leaves. The trees that were once lush have turned yellow, their leaves stained with the blood shed by clan members the previous night, becoming eerily vivid. As the fierce winds blow through, they rustle ominously, as if narrating endless tales of rage and sorrow. Amidst this desolation, Uchiha Izumi stands, her heart torn asunder. She gazes upon the familiar scenes now rendered alien, overwhelmed by an acute sense of helplessness, as if even breathing has become arduous. As she walks, despite her subconscious desire to escape, she instinctively follows the route home, resembling a lost spirit, dragging Uzumaki Lennon towards her house. There, too, is emptiness, and bloodstains are strewn across the floor. Her family, everything she cherished, has been ruthlessly severed by Itachi Uchiha's blade the night before. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Uchiha Izumi gently pushes away Uzumaki Lennon's support, stumbles a few steps, and collapses before her home, covering her face with her hands. Tears pour uncontrollably through her fingers as she cries out, "Mom, Dad, no. Please. Why was I so easily ensnared by the illusion last night? If only I had been awake, if I could have stopped this from happening, or if I could have died alongside you. If only I could return to that moment. If time could freeze at the instant I fell under the illusion. Why? Why must I witness this? Dad, Mom. They are all gone. Ha ha. Ha ha ha." Uchiha Izumi seems to lose her mind, her eyes vacant, collapsing to the ground, her limbs thrashing wildly, clearly in a state of delirium. "This is fake. All of it. Itachi, you are still using Jinjutsu on me, right? Please tell me this is just a prank. You said you liked me, didn't you? You even wanted to marry me in the illusion. Why are you doing this to me? Why? This is fake. All of this is false. The beauty within Tsukuyami is the reality. This is all fake. Ha 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 ha." Suddenly, Uchiha Izumi lets out a heart-wrenching scream that resonates with profound anguish. "Ah. Itachi Uchiha, I will kill you." Her eyes, once filled with sorrow, have ignited with a crimson Sharingan, the tomo rapidly spinning in response to her intense emotions. Evolving swiftly into the peak form of the Uchiha clan, the three-tomo Sharingan. Yet, the speed of the tomo's rotation shows no sign of slowing. Rather, it intensifies with her pain. The once stable circular pattern begins to twist erratically, and the lines between the tomo tremble, signaling imminent collapse. As if liberated, Uzumaki Lennon, who had been anxiously watching her, suddenly feels a chill emanating from Uchiha Izumi, infused with a potent malevolence. Her body trembles uncontrollably, as if devoid of reason, and a terrifying intent to kill surges forth, enveloping a portion of the Uchiha territory, shattering countless vessels under the pressure. Izumi. Uzumaki Lennon, a mere child of barely 40 months. Though believing himself to have witnessed significant events, has never even harmed a chicken, and thus cannot withstand such overwhelming malice. The proximity only amplifies his fear, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. Izumi, Izumi, spare me. Oh, it is indeed a miracle. Everyone knows the danger of approaching a rampaging Uchiha. It leads only to death. Yet, perhaps due to Uzumaki Linen's earlier remark about her resemblance to his mother, which ignited a protective instinct within Uchiha Izumi, his plea unexpectedly resonates. Uchiha Izumi, regaining a fragment of her sanity, turns to him, noticing his pale face, and hastily retracts the murderous aura. Her pupils remain blood-red, but the pattern at their center has transformed from the simple circular motif of 3 tomo into a complex geometric design, further accentuated by the sanguine background, rendering it both enchanting and cruel. The clover pattern, how beautiful. Izumi, what happened to your eyes? Ah, it's nothing, just a bit dry. Uchiha Izumi, hearing Uzumaki Linen's inquiry, lets out a dry laugh, biting her lip, blinking twice as her pupils shift back to their original black hue. And she takes his hand. Sister is fine now. Let us return to the hospital. You mentioned there are still surviving children from the Uchiha, right? Yes, many. Well, that is somewhat comforting news. Itachi Uchiha, the next time we meet, it will be your end. As Uzumaki Linen, still shaken, leans on her for support. They begin their return journey. Uchiha Izumi instinctively touches her eyes, recalling the sudden surge of ocular power, and vows anew. I have sworn, should anyone harm my family, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will ensure your dismemberment. Next time, it will be either your death or mine. Nearby, a crow, having witnessed the entire scene, finally takes flight, leaving behind a scattering of black feathers. Far away, on the border of the land of fire, Itachi Uchiha, through his summoning beast, observes the entire ordeal. Itachi gazes at the half-eaten dango in his hand, recalling the vow the girl had just made. A whirlwind of complex emotions surging within him. Interestingly, the first time he tasted dango was when she offered it to him. Perhaps he would never taste it again. He mutters to himself, the sweet delicacies he usually relished now lodged in his throat, leaving only a bitter aftertaste. Thus, Itachi Uchiha ventured to a secluded spot, where he solemnly erected a grave for the half of the tricolored dumpling he could no longer consume. Farewell, Uchiha. Farewell, Izumi. And Sasuke. With his hands clasped together, Itachi silently recited these thoughts. Ah, a junior. At that moment, his former accomplice from the clan massacre, the masked man who journeyed alongside him, unexpectedly materialized before him, waving a snack in hand. You seem to be in poor condition. You won't be able to travel like this. I believe you enjoy this, what is it called? Tricolor dumpling? Although I do not comprehend why you have such an affinity for it, I advise you to regain some strength. We still have a journey ahead. The masked man's gaze clearly harbored ulterior motives. No. Itachi merely waved his hand dismissively. I am allergic to this. He then took the tricolor dumpling from the masked man's hand and buried it alongside the remaining half he had. He truly could not eat another bite. Each morsel reminded him of the first person who had taken him to savor it, evoking memories of her vow to end his life. I am sorry, perhaps next time. My life has already been reserved for Sasuke, he reiterated silently within his heart. Chapter 49. The Distribution Conference in the Hokage's Office. Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen sat side by side, gazing through the crystal ball on the desk, observing the unfolding scene in the Uchiha clan grounds. As Uchiha Izumi's emotions gradually stabilized, relinquishing her intent to harm Uzumaki Narumi, the tension in Danzo's body finally eased. He waved his hand, signaling the root ninjas lurking around the Uchiha to halt their preparations for an assault, remaining on alert. Was this calamity for the Uchiha merely a catalyst for awakening more Sharingan? Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized the crimson, 3-tomo pattern in the crystal ball, exhaling a plume of smoke before turning to Danzo with narrowed eyes, inquiring, "How fruitful was your endeavor this time?" "It is not my gain, but that of the village," Danzo retorted curtly, before continuing. "The results exceeded our expectations significantly. There are 13 additional 3-tomo Sharingan, 32 more 2-tomo, and several 1-tomo. Moreover, there are quite a few eyes that shattered due to excessive stimulation. Those must be the inferior Uchihas lacking the talent for advancing to the Manjiki Sharingan." He reported the data amassed on the night of the massacre. Looking up, Danzo saw Hiruzen regarding him with a half-smile, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "You haven't concealed anything from me, have you, old friend? For instance, Is there a Mangeki that has been hidden away? I have entrusted all matters concerning the Uchiha to you, and with the camaraderie we've shared over the years, let there be no secrets between us. I shall see to it that you meet your end one day, Danzo shot back, rolling his eyes in exasperation, glaring at Hiruzen with a fierce demeanor. Stop with the veiled remarks. I am now a powerless retiree and lack the inclination to engage in such trivial banter. Calm down. As long as it is what you desire, everything will align in your favor. I merely wish to inquire, what became of Fugaku's eyes? Those were known to be Mangeki Sharingan even before the clan's demise. Enough of your nonsense. Danzo slammed the table, nearly suffering a heart attack from rage, pointing an accusing finger at Hiruzen. The village? Aside from you, the voyeur, who else knows? I certainly do not. Until last night, I was unaware that his eyes were Mangeki. I suspect his ungrateful son took them for himself. It is absurd that I once discussed using Shursue's Koto Tsukumi to control Uchiha Fugaku's mind, yet you never informed me that he possessed Mangeki. Do you think the Mangeki would be effective against another Mangeki? I squandered this opportunity. Danzo exclaimed. Do you know how long the cooldown for Koto Tsukumi is? 10 years. A decade. That is long enough for me to visit your grave multiple times. Do you understand? Hiruzen, splattered with Danzo's vitriol, retained his composure, chuckling as he patted Danzo's back, attempting to soothe his agitated friend. Do not be so riled up. The outcome is ultimately favorable. At the very least, our objectives have all been achieved, and you have acquired the Sharingan you sought. Is this not a cause for celebration? Nonsense. Danzo retorted, his fury escalating. He stepped forward, seizing Hiruzen's collar, and spat. This is no celebration. Uchiha Fugaku's lack of resistance was due to his own weakness, not the result of my Koto Tsukumi. Do you think I am still oblivious to your deceit in coaxing me to use Koto Tsukumi on him? Was that wasted opportunity meant to guard against my potential use of it on you? You claim to treat me as a brother, yet remain wary of me? Hiruzen's smile widened, yet he did not deny the accusation. Let us not speak of it openly. A brother must maintain some semblance of mutual understanding. After all, you have often spoken earnestly of wanting to assassinate me. I admit to feeling some apprehension. Furthermore, you stand at the pinnacle of power in Konoha, second only to the Hokage. It is obvious that the Mangeki's Genjutsu, ineffective against Fugaku, would be directed towards others. Surely, you wouldn't consider abducting a young girl from the street to serve you, would you? Even if this power were in my hands, I would find it troubling to wield. Who else could it be used against? My good brother, let us show mutual understanding. You may select first from the surviving Uchiha children. How does that sound? Danzo, however, remained unyielding, still gripping Hiruzen's collar tightly. Get lost. You coward. Who says it cannot be utilized? Who says there is no one above you? Is the Daime of the Land of Fire merely a figurehead? As soon as the words left his lips, both men fell into a contemplative silence. This notion was utterly contrary to the very essence of ninjas, who had always believed in serving the nobility. My old friend, you are becoming increasingly influenced by that rascal of yours. Hiruzen remarked with a chuckle. Perhaps, Danzo conceded. But you are not entirely incorrect. He patted his head in self-reproach. How did I overlook that? Very well then. I shall entrust the responsibility for this batch of Uchiha children entirely to you. After all, having the dark side, which has always been straightforward, handle this matter would not reflect well. The number of eyes you cultivate will depend solely on your prowess. Surely, this will suffice to ease your frustration? Humph. Was it not said that upon the completion of this task, I could take a paid vacation? You, Hokage, are nothing but fickle, constantly assigning tasks. With another scoff, Danzo finally relinquished his grip on Hiruzen's collar, returning to his seat, arms crossed, pointing at the scene in the crystal ball where Uchiha Izumi was awakening her Mangeki. And what of this girl? How do you intend to handle her? You need not test me. I have already stated that I shall leave her entirely to your discretion. You deliberately arranged for our dear grandson to encounter her at this moment. Do you still need to seek my counsel on how to proceed? Danzo pondered for a moment, a smirk forming on his lips, carrying a hint of coldness, malice, and a deadly promise. If she proves useful, I shall wield her as a sharp blade. If not, regardless of Uchiha Itachi's intentions in leaving her, my grandson's endeavor to revitalize the Uzumaki clan could certainly benefit from an increase in population. The genes of a talented individual capable of awakening the Mangeki Sharingan would undoubtedly be advantageous. Or perhaps, death. Do not forget, You are merely a failed suitor pursuing a girl from the Uzumaki clan. What wisdom could you impart to your grandson? Just then, a fierce gust of wind tore through the Hokage's office, shattering the well-repaired walls anew. Accompanying the howling wind was Danzo's furious roar. Damn monkey. Can you not let bygones be bygones? I have told you countless times, it was merely admiration. Admiration. My wife and I are true love. Hiruzen, sheltered behind a newly formed earthen wall, could only stifle his laughter, nearly losing his breath. Chapter 50. The true culprit behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation is Shursui. Recently dismissed from military power for the abuse of his authority, Shimura Danzo swiftly regained control over the training of the Uchiha children. Though he feigned a desire for retirement, inwardly, he was elated. However, when Sarutobi Hiruzen inspected the aftermath of the Uchiha massacre, he shifted the blame squarely onto Danzo. While the details remained obscure to the public, any astute individual could deduce the implications of Danzo's loss of military power following the Uchiha's demise. It was a matter that could not be divorced from his involvement. Presently, his only concern was how to extricate himself from this predicament and continue to manipulate his new subordinates. To this end, the man reputed as the first Hokage, wielding the authority to bear all blame within the ninja world, sought to create a scapegoat for himself. He instructed Sarutobi Hiruzen to transfer all documents regarding Uchiha Shursui's time in the Umbu to the root, fabricating an identity for himself as the chief of the root. This was as if he had been serving in the root from the very beginning, gradually ascending to the position of his most trusted aide. Possessing the second greatest power in root, and enjoying the utmost trust from Danzo himself. With all conditions set, Shimura Danzo donned a pristine white robe, resembling a benevolent old grandfather, and made his way toward the Uchiha clan's territory. After Uchiha Izumi had coaxed Uzumaki Naruto back to the hospital to care for the other children, she returned to this eerily silent clan grounds, unable to suppress her tears as she covered her face. Alas, the Uchiha had ultimately arrived at this tragic juncture. It was a pity the village had discovered it too late. Danzo stood quietly, like a ghost cloaked in white, not far from Uchiha Izumi, sighing softly. Immersed in her own sorrow, Izumi only then sensed the presence beside her and hastily drew a kunai. Anyone she could not detect with her current strength posed a significant threat if they were indeed an enemy. However, as Danzo regarded the sharp weapon directed at him, he merely shook his head slightly, raising his cane to deflect the kunai's point, signaling that he was merely a frail old man reliant on his cane for support, thus presenting no threat to her. Little girl, it is perilous for a ninja to remain oblivious to changes in their surroundings. Who are you? She stammered. The old man. My name is Shimura Danzo. Though my reputation may not be favorable among your clan, I could not help but revisit this place after such a tragic incident befell a member of the Uchiha family. Shimura, Danzo. Uchiha Izumi echoed, recalling a vague notion of the name in her mind. Oh, was it not during the Uchiha assembly when they often berated the entire village and the Hokage? They rarely mentioned the higher-ups. As denouncing the Hokage was a unifying factor for the Uchiha clan, they acknowledged no one else. Where had she heard this name before? Oh yes, Itachi. During this period following Shursui's death, she was one of the few left to communicate with him, and she had heard that name more times than she could count in a matter of days. Itachi's sentiment seemed to suggest Shimura Danzo was not a good person. Uchiha Itachi. Izumi recalled that once handsome face, which now appeared detestable to her, clenching her fists in anger. That hypocrite, spouting nonsense. The beast who committed patricide and matricide. Not a single word he uttered could be trusted. Even the punctuation needed to be inverted for the truth to emerge. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, the loathsome Shimura Danzo might very well be a benefactor to the Uchiha clan. Greetings, Lord Danzo. With this thought, Izumi's gaze turned markedly more amiable, and she extended her hand to him. Ah, hello there, little girl, Danzo replied, suppressing his revulsion. Recalling the duplicitous demeanor of his old associate, and feigning an exceedingly friendly smile. He then surveyed the Uchiha clan grounds, once brimming with vitality, now fallen into desolation. The old man's eyes grew moist as he beheld the remnants of the clan's former glory. Though he was of an age accustomed to the cycles of life and death, he could not help but shed tears of sorrow. How long has it been? Not long after Konoha was founded, before all tragedies unfolded. Mikage once invited me, along with Hiruzen, to visit the Uchiha clan. Back then, your clan leader was a man named Uchiha Madara, and we were all merely children like you. But now, Alas, everything has changed. Thus, Shimura Danzo spoke to himself as he stood before the once sacred altar of the Uchiha clan. Gazing upon the devastation and desolation that lay before him, relishing in his own handiwork, a profound sense of pride swelling within him. Perhaps there was a trace of nostalgia for times gone by, yet it paled in comparison to the joy of vengeance fulfilled. Uchiha Madara, the legendary leader of your clan, fell in that fateful battle, while the first Hokage, weakened by that encounter, succumbed to despair. Since then, the Uchiha have maintained a hostile stance toward the village. Danzo sighed deeply, gesturing for Uchiha Izumi to join him in sitting down. One moment, are you referring to Hiruzen, the Hokage? The current assistance and cleansing of the Uchiha were, without question, acts of condolence from the village. And the survivors were merely naive children yet to cultivate animosity toward the village. Undoubtedly, Hiruzen Sarutobi's reputation held significant weight in the eyes of the young girl before him, which bolstered the credibility of Danzo's words. Shimura Danzo inwardly chuckled. Indeed, the third Hokage, alongside myself and a fellow named Mikage, were all disciples of the second Hokage. Child, perhaps I owe you an apology. As he spoke, Danzo genuinely bowed his head in reverence to the altar of the Uchiha before him. Why do you say that? The true culprit behind the Uchiha clan's tragic fate is Shursui, my late friend's grandson. He was also the subordinate I once valued most. His unique abilities were the catalyst for this calamity. Chapter 51. Shursui has manipulated me. All of this was his doing. Shursui, are you jesting? He was clearly deceased at that time. Wasn't he all of this orchestrated by Itachi? Ah, Itachi, merely a pitiable youth. Shimura Danzo shook his head in melancholy, sighing deeply. Child, from my perspective, I am not entitled to utter such sanctimonious words. Yet I can unequivocally assure you, all that Itachi has done was not of his own volition. Not of his own volition. What do you mean by that? Was he truly coerced into committing such acts? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi immediately raised her head, clutching Shimura Danzo's pristine sleeve as if grasping at a final lifeline, her gaze brimming with hope. The intensity of that gaze caused a twinge of shame within Danzo, yet he maintained his composure, cleared his throat, and continued. He may have been in a state of delirium when he committed this grievous error. The origin of all this turmoil lies with Uchiha Shursui. His eyes, the very source of this calamity. Are you aware of the ultimate power possessed by your Uchiha clan's eyes? You mean the Manjiki Sharingan? Uchiha Izumi found herself utterly captivated by Danzo's emotive manipulation, and without hesitation, she revealed her newly awakened three-tomo Sharingan. She regarded Danzo as a cherished confidant of the Hokage and a peer of her family's esteemed ancestor, thus deeming him utterly trustworthy in conveying condolences to the Uchiha clan. Moreover, there were matters concerning Itachi. Indeed, I have recently come to know through extensive research of historical records that the Uchiha clan's eyes, upon reaching this stage, awaken unique ocular techniques. Danzo paused, observing that Uchiha Izumi did not introduce the abilities of her Manjiki Sharingan, and he carried on. Shursui's Sharingan has also evolved to this stage, awakening a technique reputed to manipulate the thoughts of others at will. It is said that your eyes are also known as the eye of mental reflection, with the powers awakened being what one most ardently desires at that moment. Shursui, alas, I had always regarded him as my most trusted subordinate, yet I never anticipated his fervent yearning for power, nor did I foresee the depth of his animosity towards the Uchiha clan. What do you mean? The ability to alter another's thoughts. Is Itachi? No doubt. He was likely influenced by this genjutsu. Do you not feel that since Shursui's disappearance, Itachi's demeanor has undergone a significant transformation? At that time, Itachi had been half coerced and half deceived by the village into accepting the mission of annihilating his clan. It is only natural that he would be emotionally unstable. However, Danzo could not reveal this. Rather, he squinted, scrutinizing the fluctuations of emotion on the girl's face. Your words indeed resonate. Danzo let out a deep sigh, portraying a sorrow greater than anyone else. At that time, both of Shursui's eyes could unleash this dreadful genjutsu. He may have originally intended to use one eye against the Hokage and the other against the clan leader, all to fulfill his ambition of controlling the entire Leaf Village. He first targeted the monkey, our esteemed Hokage, yet little did he know that the so-called ninja arts expert, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had already anticipated his move, preemptively fortifying himself with layers of protection, thus evading complete subjugation, which ultimately led to his exposure. Regrettably, as his superior, I was too close to him. holding power only second to mine, yet I failed to notice his abnormalities, allowing him to gather a faction and render me utterly powerless without my knowledge. Humph. Naive child, had I possessed such power, I would have seized control of the leaf long ago. Danzo could not help but scoff. What? Gaining such power only to be thwarted by that beast, Hiruzen? Oh, that is of no concern. As for whether the lies he spoke would be revealed, tch. Go inquire with the Hokage. From him, you would receive precisely the same account. They had previously coordinated their testimonies. They performed a full play, even altering the ninja files of the leaf. All of this is Shusui's fault. I had treated him as my own grandson. Danzo lamented, his words so convincing that even he almost believed them. Later, upon realizing Shusui's wolfish ambition, he had already enveloped himself in green chakra, fleeing far away. Oh, as Uchiha Madara once put it, he had invoked Susanoo. It was I who later pursued him, suppressing my heartache, and ultimately ended the life of my once beloved subordinate. I sought to reclaim his eyes, to prevent this tragedy, yet I was too late. His eyes had already been utilized, and the recipient was undoubtedly Uchiha Itachi, who had maintained the closest relationship with him within the clan. He believed that his grandfather's death and his family's ruin were the fault of the Uchiha clan. That beast, Uchiha Izumi, was evidently completely captivated by Danzo's tale, her eyes aflame, unable to refrain from cursing vehemently. He had long since issued orders to my subordinates, commanding them to covertly assist Uchiha Itachi. All this transpired unbeknownst to me. Hiruzen, however, was compelled to strip me of all authority as an elder. Danzo wiped away his tears sorrowfully, appearing utterly aggrieved. How I have fought for Konoha throughout my life. Yet ultimately, it was my lax governance and inability to discern character that led to all of this. I bear no resentment for it. Having said this, Danzo stood with great solemnity, raising his cane, his legs trembling slightly, and bowed slightly to Uchiha Izumi. I apologize, young lady. I can no longer represent Konoha, but I offer my most sincere apologies to your Uchiha clan on a personal level. There is no need for such formality, elder. Observing the elderly gentleman on the verge of collapse, Uchiha Izumi felt a stirring in her heart, hastily moving to support Shimura Danzo. There is no need for self-reproach, elder. You too are merely a victim. All of this is the fault of that beast, Uchiha Shursui. However, she failed to notice the sinister smile curving upon the lips of the seemingly kind, frail old man as he bowed his head, wiping away tears. In response to her comforting words, that was precisely what I desired to hear. Indeed, the second Hokage spoke true. Most of the Uchiha clan are indeed fools. Chapter 52. Uchiha Umbu Training Department. Regarding the Uchiha, the village will certainly do its utmost to handle matters appropriately. This was a guarantee that the old man, insisted upon when I relinquished my power to Hiruzen. Regardless of the image I once portrayed within your Uchiha clan, you must have faith in the Hokage's promise. I believe you, elder. Uchiha Izumi grasped the withered hand of Shimura Danzo, her gaze earnest. After all, she was merely a girl of 12 or 13, lacking the experience commensurate with her present strength, and thus could not withstand the seasoned politician Danzo. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. Your reputation may be tarnished, and it is likely due to Uchiha Shursui's actions, is it not? Shimura Danzo feigned deep emotion. Yet inwardly he found amusement. To believe in him would bind her for life. Perhaps, but I understand why the Uchiha despise me. In the past, our Leaf Village's Jonin, Kakashi Hitaki, received a Sharingan eye from a fallen comrade as compensation for the sight lost in battle. The Uchiha clan insisted on reclaiming this eye. But I, under pressure, insisted that they honor the wishes of the deceased and allow it to remain with Kakashi. This led to the Uchiha losing an eye and resulted in the scorn I have borne for so many years. I have heard of the copy ninja Kakashi Hitaki. Uchiha Izumi nodded in a daze, and Danzo sighed deeply, as though burdened by many sorrows. In the end, Kakashi lived up to expectations, becoming a powerful ninja who contributed to the Leaf. My insistence was not in vain. Even if from now on, our clans are irrevocably severed, everything I have done was ultimately for the Leaf. The Uchiha, after all, are still our Uchiha. No one wishes to witness the scene unfolding today. For the Leaf, the Uchiha of the Leaf. Uchiha Izumi murmured, seemingly inspired, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Danzo. You are right. Your choices are worthy of respect. Kakashi-senpai is indeed an outstanding ninja. I believe the elders in our clan have recognized your profound wisdom upon seeing Kakashi-senpai's later achievements. We Uchiha, certainly bear no resentment for contributing to the village. From this moment on, the voice of the Uchiha clan transformed from that of Uchiha's Leaf to that of Leaf's Uchiha. Very well. Danzo chuckled inwardly, yet continued to feign sorrow. Let us hope so. We initially failed to stop Shursui in time, and in doing so, we inadvertently involved Itachi and the entire Uchiha clan. I merely wish to share the truth with you and my old friend's kin. How you choose to proceed is solely your affair. You need not say more, Lord Danzo. Uchiha Izumi replied respectfully, her eyes once again reflecting the crimson of the Sharingan. Regardless of his reasoning, my parents ultimately fell to his blade. We cannot coexist. To slay him may indeed be a form of liberation for him. Uchiha Izumi hesitated, then spoke resolutely. Upon hearing this, Danzo could no longer contain himself and let out a long sigh of relief. Then I can rest easy. What did you say? Ahem, it is nothing. Itachi is your clan's enemy, and the village will support any choice you make. However, he has been warped by the malevolent Uchiha Shursui. In his mind, he may still believe he is in the right, defending his actions. At that time, do not let your guard down. Do not meet the same fate as your parents. Upon the mention of her parents, Uchiha Izumi's crimson eyes deepened, and she gasped for breath. You need not worry, regardless of his reasons. The slaughter of one's own kin, striking down one's own parents, is an utterly inhumane act. He is ultimately the greatest sinner in the annihilation of our Uchiha clan, and I shall not rest until he is dealt with. Ah, you have endured much, my child. Danzo comfortingly patted Uchiha Izumi's shoulder, then continued. The village's police force may need to be re-established. That is certain, the elders of the Uchiha have. Uchiha Izumi's voice faltered, her emotions overwhelming her. They have all perished. The entire police force is gone. Good, very good. In her most vulnerable moment, she was most receptive to counsel. Danzo praised, soothingly stroking her back as if he were a kind grandfather comforting his distressed granddaughter, his voice unusually gentle. Izumi, you are now the oldest living elder of the Uchiha clan. I have thoughts I wish to discuss with someone, and I can only share them with you. Have you considered where the future of the Uchiha lies? Think of those little ones in the hospital, crying endlessly. Danzo's tone softened, employing the hypnotic techniques of an interrogation room to coax her gently. The future of the Uchiha lies in continuing to live carefree in the greenhouse this village has built for them, seeking revenge on Uchiha Itachi unarmed. Or would it be better to undergo rigorous elite training to restore the Uchiha's glory and dispose of Itachi like a stray dog? Regardless of the choice, the end goal remained the same, to eliminate Uchiha Itachi. This was the very thought occupying Uchiha Izumi's mind. Certainly the latter. The glory of our Uchiha clan shall not be buried. Is that so? What a clever little girl. Danzo approved of this response, then firmly patted Uchiha Izumi's shoulder. As your friend and the remaining clan member, I wholeheartedly support your decision. Therefore, I will specifically request Hiruzen to establish an Umbu training department for the Uchiha. From then on, Izumi, you shall be their captain. As their last remaining elder sister, your experience as a ninja surpasses theirs, and your authority will facilitate their training to become exceptional. Furthermore, my retirement may prove rather dull. I shall personally guide you all. Dear young ones, restore the former glory of the Uchiha. Yes, Lord Danzo, I am immensely grateful. Seeing Uchiha Izumi's tearful expression of gratitude, Danzo could no longer restrain his laughter, letting out a hearty guffaw. Meanwhile, the crows in the distance appeared to witness this scene entirely, flapping their wings and cawing as they took flight. A crow's feather fell upon the Hokage's desk at that moment. Chapter 53. The caged bird version of the Uchiha Youth Brigade the following day arrived at the now-dissolved original route base. The Hyuga clan was left in a state of terror from the recent events, fearing that the village might experience a similar fate. They immediately entered a state of heightened alert, and our dear Niji remained trapped within the confines of the Hyuga household. It is believed that once they come to terms with reality, they will remain Konoha's most loyal guardians for a considerable time. At this moment, only the Uzumaki grandfather and grandson remained, while Shimura Danzo, having returned to his domain, could no longer suppress his laughter. The table was cluttered with jars filled with Sharingan, and he looked at his grandson with a flushed face, the pride in his demeanor unmistakable. My boy, would you care for a Sharingan? No, really? This is the three-tomo Sharingan. It is a pinnacle form that only a few ordinary Uchiha can aspire to in their lifetime, and here it is, laid out before us. Ah ha ha ha. Say no and I mean it. Uzumaki Rinne replied, his gaze filled with disdain as he observed the old man's eccentricity. What is the Sharingan really? Does it even deserve to taint the purity of my Uzumaki bloodline? Do not be so arrogant. Each bloodline possesses its own merits. The Jinjutsu enhancement and the ability to replicate others' jutsu are both sufficient to drive anyone in the ninja world to madness. No one would dismiss the advantages of their own lineage. Just as Shimura Danzo was reprimanding him, he could not contain his joy any longer. Bursting into laughter once more, But you are correct. What merits do these wicked Uchihas possess? They are a race that has long since met its demise. Yet here I am, showing goodwill by training their youth and cleaning up their corpses, preserving the Sharingan as a relic. Truly, I am the greatest benefactor in the world. Kekekek. My dear grandson, I implore you to place the caged bird curse mark on each of those newcomers. Do not refuse me. Kik. Who would have thought that after battling the Uchiha for a lifetime, I would end up safeguarding them? Kik. All right, I understand. Please stop laughing. It is rather unsettling. Uzumaki Rin sighed, gazing at the old man as if he were a child oblivious to the need for cleanliness after committing a crime. His eyes were filled with helplessness. Though I am unsure of your intentions, I have a favorable impression of Izumi. I do not wish to be the villain in this scenario. The sealing techniques passed down in the Uzumaki clan are all capable of being sealed. I can inscribe a few caged bird marks onto the sealing scrolls, and you can take care of applying them. These marks can even remain hidden. The Hyuga's caged bird is so conspicuous merely because they intentionally showcase the disparity between the main and branch families. I can create a version that does not reveal the mark to avoid any adverse reactions from the Hyuga. Shimura Danzo nodded in satisfaction, while Uzumaki Rin's gaze towards him grew more resigned. However, judging by Niji's aversion to the caged bird, it is evident that while this technique can control life and death to intimidate them into obedience, it does not affect their thoughts in the slightest. If you employ this on your subordinates, they will continue to harbor their hatred for you and will remain duplicitous. Surely, you do not expect to build an army with this? I am well aware of that. Of course, I do not, Shimura Danzo replied with a smile, raising his hand in acknowledgement. It is merely that the Uchiha are naturally difficult to tame, requiring some assurance to keep them in line. I shall not even disclose to them that their lives are in our hands. That is hardly intimidation. After leading troops for 30 to 40 years and training this many squads, I understand how to manage them far better than you do. If I were to encounter those children I saw in the hospital today, that would be one matter, but Izumi is perceptive enough to detect these things. So perhaps using this on her would be inappropriate. Indeed, aside from her and Uchiha Sasuke, the others were intentionally left for us to cultivate, Shimura Danzo agreed. Squinting at Uzumaki Rin as he tentatively asked, are you saying that you are reluctant to act against your little friend? Come on, old man, stop making wild assumptions. She is already attached to someone, Uzumaki Rin retorted, rolling his eyes without reservation. Moreover, what do you mean by old girl? She is nearly twice my age. My care for her is merely a substitution for my mother, an old woman of 12 or 13. By your logic, I must be a 1,000-year-old spirit. Shimura Danzo's lips twitched as Uzumaki Rin stretched his neck and inquired further. By the way, your instruction for me to stay close to Yana and care for the survivors was also to help me gain visibility among the future subordinates, wasn't it? What is so special about that fellow named Sasuke that you would single him out to be alongside Izumi? What do you think? Shimura Danzo retorted with a question of his own. Well, I have met those two brothers before. And it seems that his brother was the one responsible for the downfall of the Uchiha clan. Is that not so? Is that the reason? Does his brother still harbor some feelings for him? Shimura Danzo said nothing, yet the silence could be interpreted as an affirmation. Based on my impression of him back then, I never would have thought he was capable of such actions. So, did you and your associates strike some sort of deal with him? Knowing too much could be detrimental to you, Shimura Danzo replied cryptically. Oh, Uzumaki Rin acknowledged, realizing that he had hit the mark and choosing not to pursue the matter further. After a brief silence, the very man who had previously instructed Rin not to pry now took the initiative to ask, what do you think of Uchiha Sasuke? Ah, a cocky yet adorable little brat. He seems to have a good relationship with his brother, and this incident appears to have impacted him greatly. He even awakened his Sharingan. Is that so? And what is your relationship with him? Not very close, but I do not dislike him. Based on our interactions over the past few days. Well, he seems like someone who could become a friend. A friend, huh? Hee, my grandson and Itachi's brother. Shimura Danzo murmured to himself, then turned to Uzumaki Rin and posed an unexpected question. If one day he must come to kill me, what would you think? Come on, old man. I have told you countless times that such jokes are in poor taste. Uzumaki Rinne responded with indignation, clearly displeased. You are my grandfather. I must protect you. Anyone who wishes to harm you will have to contend with me. Is that so? Shimura Danzo fell silent, his eyes beginning to glisten. Good boy. He gently patted Rinne's back, signaling him to leave, perhaps to engage in some clandestine activity. Go play. All right. Chapter 54. The Eye of the Soul. It was a considerable time after the turmoil surrounding the Uchiha clan had completely subsided. Uchiha Izumi, having been thoroughly deceived by Shimura Danzo, may not have been entirely oblivious, but she had nonetheless willingly contributed a batch of exceptional talents to the village. Those children, barely 6 or 7 years old, who awakened their Sharingan due to the tragic events, were regarded by her as worthy candidates to wield the blade against Uchiha Itachi. They were all ushered into the so-called Dark Department training program, aimed at avenging Uchiha Itachi, defending Konoha, and restoring the Uchiha name, referred to simply as Root. To instill proper values in these impressionable children, Danzo had deliberately emphasized the words Konoha on the promotional banners, enlarging them while reducing the prominence of the Uchiha name, which was framed in red. Consequently, this group of children, initially filled with hope for the future, found themselves utterly disillusioned. Notably, these chosen children did not include our young Sasuke. Naturally, as the heir of the clan and the younger brother of the architect behind the Uchiha massacre, he was able to awaken his Sharingan, having even achieved the first Tomo during this calamitous event. A promising future lay ahead. However, he did not enter the elite training squad of Root. One reason for this was the recurrent presence of a red-eyed crow perched on the windowsill of the Hokage's office. Fixated on Sarutobi Hiruzen, silent yet laden with unspoken implications, much like the ominous words he had directed at Danzo. I will keep a close watch on you. This so-called good youth of Konoha, Uchiha Weasel, threatened to divulge Konoha's secrets to foreign nations, forcing even Danzo to acquiesce. All machinations regarding Uchiha Sasuke were thus shelved. On another front, Uchiha Izumi, now the sole elder of the Uchiha clan, had her own considerations. The reconstruction of the Uchiha after the disaster necessitated someone to oversee the operations. As an elder whose lifelong goal was to hunt down Uchiha Itachi, she was acutely aware that her time might be limited, and thus, it was imperative to cultivate a capable leader for the Uchiha clan. She had no desire for this role herself. The prime candidate was, of course, Sasuke, the son of the former clan leader. Although his reputation among the clansmen had suffered due to the actions of his brother, a conversation with Lenin had instilled in him a sense of responsibility, uniting his companions and aiding the weak with a demeanor that blended approachability with authority, enhancing his standing within the clan and showcasing his leadership potential. The responsibilities of a leader diverged from those of the clansmen, and the training of soldiers intentionally sought to exclude him. Unbeknownst to our young Sasuke, he felt isolated due to his brother's actions. Despite his efforts, he sensed that the respect of his clansmen eluded him, and the valuable resources were never extended to him. Even Uchiha Izumi, who was currently closest to him within the clan, seemed to deliberately avoid him, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. He, Uchiha Sasuke, felt aggrieved. Thus, at this moment, Uchiha Sasuke approached Izumi's office, seeking an explanation. However, Izumi did not anticipate that Sasuke would harbor such intentions. She was presently absorbed in organizing the Uchiha family's scrolls of knowledge, nursing a profound ache. The Eye of the Soul. Uchiha Izumi pondered the words on the scroll, covering her eyes with a hand. Her tone tinged with an indescribable melancholy. What mindset did I possess when I awakened these two ocular techniques? The world, which allows for the brief manipulation of time, and the thinking gold, which grants absolute clarity and enforces the body to maintain its optimal state, piercing through all illusions? Itachi, what propelled me to awaken them? While lost in thought, she caught sight of Sasuke peering through the door, his head craned to glimpse her. Observing her laborious expression, the questions he had meticulously prepared faltered on his lips. Oh Sasuke, what brings you here? Sasuke momentarily froze, having expected Izumi to ignore him as she had before. Yet she initiated the greeting. You look quite exhausted. The myriad inquiries he wished to voice transformed into a vague, insipid concern. Are you all right? I'm not here to check on you. The clansmen are worried about your health and want you to rest more. This is everyone's opinion. A chuckle escaped Izumi, her first genuine smile in days amidst the Uchiha domain. Little Sasuke, you truly haven't changed at all. I used to adore your proud demeanor. Adore? Me? Or was it adore the most? Our naive little Sasuke, in that fleeting moment, comprehended the entirety of the Uchiha clan's restoration. However, he soon heard Izumi clarify, "Well, it's the kind of affection shared between siblings. When I visited your home, I found your jealousy quite endearing." As she jested, she turned her gaze back to Sasuke. "Rest assured, I will take care of my health. You must have come to discuss your position within the Dark Department training program, right? That won't do." "Why not?" "Because, Sasuke, you have your own responsibilities. Caring for those children who are engulfed in sorrow and unable to care for themselves is what you've been doing all along, isn't it? Is that the reason?" "What a flimsy excuse. If you're hindering me for those burdens, I absolutely cannot accept it. I need greater strength to achieve my goals." With a sharp clap, a resounding sound echoed through the room. Izumi had struck him, her expression dark as she loomed over the slightly bewildered Uchiha Sasuke. "Why did you do that, woman?" "Apologize." "Sasuke, you." "I said apologize. The term burden should never escape your lips." Grinding his teeth, Sasuke eventually lowered his head and muttered, "I'm sorry." Izumi's expression softened slightly, and she sighed, her tone earnest as she addressed him. "Sasuke, while strength is undeniably crucial, it is equally vital to protect and care for those around you. Your goals align with those of the entire Uchiha clan. Revenge is a necessity, but the restoration of the Uchiha requires not just avengers, but leaders capable of bearing responsibility. You have always been a clever child. You understand what I mean, don't you?" I certainly do. But that is precisely why I need to grow stronger to gain their respect." Sasuke opened his mouth, ready to defend himself further, when he noticed Izumi's fingers come together, lightly tapping his forehead. "That won't do, Sasuke. If you truly wish to become stronger, allow me to train you personally." The moment the words left her lips, the familiarity of the gesture and tone left them both momentarily stunned. "Why do you make such a gesture?" "Forgive me. I merely wanted to tease you like he once did, and I lost myself for a moment." The atmosphere plunged into an uncanny silence until Sasuke, swallowing hard, was the first to speak. "About him. I'm sorry. It's nothing, my child. This has nothing to do with you." Uchiha Izumi intended to respond in such a manner, yet her voice betrayed her as it quivered with suppressed sobs. "I am sorry. Sasuke, I didn't intentionally avoid you during this time. It's just that I truly cannot bear to see your face." "No, rather, his face. Could you step outside for a moment?" Despite the prideful demeanor of the second young master Uchiha, he refrained from uttering a single word of dissent and silently turned away. As the door closed, the muffled sounds of her anguish continued to echo within the room. All the while, a raven perched upon the treetop bore witness to the unfolding scene. Chapter 55. How did I raise such a useless child? At long last, our dear Niji has been released from the clutches of the Hyuga clan, allowing the two brothers to be reunited. While a reunion is indeed a cause for celebration, our little Niji's expression at this moment is hardly one of joy. The reason is simple. Uzumaki Narumi has dragged him into a small grove to spy on a certain blonde and his beloved Hinata. It is no wonder that this cousin is in a sour mood. And over there, "Hey Hinata, look at what I recently learned from Narumi. The pinnacle of the Uzumaki clan's taijutsu," Uzumaki Naruto declared as he performed a comical display of martial arts before the girl. Naruto-kun is so full of energy and charm. Hinata gushed. "And this? A jutsu I developed on my own. With this, Iruka-sensei can never catch me when I cause trouble in class." Naruto wiggled his body like an eel, demonstrating his escape technique in front of Hinata, appearing quite ridiculous. "Wow, Naruto-kun is so clever. Amazing." Hinata clapped her hands in awe, her face brightening with delight, while Niji, in pain, squatted on the ground, pinching his own skin in disbelief. "By the way, Hinata, I finally learned the shadow clone technique today. Look," he excitedly declared as he formed the hand seals. With a poof, the smoke cleared, revealing Naruto still standing in a dazed pose while a single, poorly formed clone, barely the size of his head, lay lifelessly on the ground. "Wow, Naruto-kun," Hinata exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she struggled to find the right words, finally stammering, "Wow. There's 1.5 of Naruto-kun." Suddenly, her eyes widened in alarm. "Ah, Naruto, be careful." Before she could finish her warning, Narumi, unable to contain his frustration any longer, launched a powerful kick into Naruto's back, sending him sprawling several meters away. Who dares to sneak attack me?" Naruto yelled, bewildered. "Ouch! Hinata, I've been hit." Before Naruto could recover, he felt a knee pressing against his back, rendering him immobile, accompanied by an unmistakably menacing voice from behind. "It's me, Do you have a problem with that? Narumi glared fiercely at Hinata, who was timidly adopting a fighting stance beside him. Or do you have an issue? Hinata shivered and shook her head vigorously, reassuring herself that Narumi would not harm Naruto and that she must not upset him. Thus, she reluctantly lowered her fists, realizing his tone was harsh. Narumi forced a smile and softened his words. Listen, little sister, you cannot raise a child like this. Naruto is the type who gets restless without a good thrashing for 3 days. While it's good to care for him, you can't keep coddling him like this. His intellect is already lacking. You'll spoil him. I understand. It's my fault. I'll take the blame, Hinata murmured, looking chastised. Seeing her discomfort, Narumi shook his head, wondering how Shikamaru could possibly think of her as a big sister. He then waved at Niji, who was clenching his fists. Hey, Niji, take your sister aside for a moment. You two should bond. Let me deal with this fool without her watching. It would be embarrassing. Upon hearing Narumi's intent to discipline the blonde, Niji complied willingly. Thus, only the two Uzumaki brothers remained. Narumi's knee showed no sign of leaving Naruto's back, pressing down firmly to ensure the boy could not escape. Ouch! Narumi, what on earth are you trying to do? Why attack me right after we meet? Even if it's you, I won't forgive this easily, Naruto protested, only to receive a sharp slap to the back of his head. Ow! Irika-sensei said hitting the head makes you dumb, even if he does it to me all the time, Naruto grumbled. Shut up. You barely managed to retaliate from the sneak attack, and your first instinct is to act like a child in front of a girl? How did I end up with such a useless child? Narumi's tone was filled with disappointment, as he seemed to take on the role of a stern father. You say your grades at the academy are poor, yet here you are, distracted by romance instead of training. I supported your relationship, but how can you only have one girl in your life? Hey, I do train hard, Naruto protested, and Hinata and I are clearly enough. Another slap interrupted him, delivering a sting that was more humiliating than painful. I said, children should not interrupt adults. Do you know what your mission is? Our Uzumaki clan is dwindling. Reviving our lineage is a heavy burden for you. I wish for you to live a stable life, but you must also contribute to our family's revival. Having more children would make you a hero. You want Hinata to bear all those children by herself? Are you trying to wear her out? If you truly care for her, you should find her some companions. Don't take her affections for granted. You're talking nonsense. Besides, you're only a year older than me. Why are you the adult, and I'm the child? Enough. I said, children should not interrupt adults. Hey, Narumi, you're going too far. Chapter 56. The innately malevolent Uzumaki clan. The unabashed favoritism, unwavering dedication, and unreserved interactions. All of these may very well explain why, as an observant bystander, Naruto is so enraptured by Sakura's affection for Sasuke. However, Hinata, who has begun to express her feelings more directly, is equally relentless. Her affections are unmistakably directed towards Naruto. The combination of a domineering heiress and a neglected prince is simply irresistible for Naruto. Before long, like a foolish golden retriever, he finds himself inseparably revolving around Hinata each day. Little Hinata, in her shyness, almost faints from embarrassment daily, but as she grows accustomed to it, she can now take the initiative to hold Naruto's hand. Her transformation from a timid girl to a more assertive figure has not gone unnoticed, even prompting a nod of approval from Hayashi Hyuga. If only she could shake off the clingy blonde shadow trailing behind her, she would be even more satisfied. At school, they are a couple that elicits countless sighs, reminiscent of a beautiful flower blooming amidst a pile of manure. Uzumaki Lining observes the goofy, exuberant Naruto, and for the first time, he truly senses Naruto's unfiltered joy, unable to maintain his own composure, bursting into laughter. This laughter inadvertently loosens his grip, granting Naruto the chance to wriggle free, resulting in a playful tumble that leaves Lining beneath him. Haha, Naruto, stop fooling around and get up. I'm here to discuss serious matters. How typical of you, Uzumaki Lining, to call for a pause when the tables turn. Where was this restraint just now? Naruto retorts, determined to teach him a lesson today. All right, I admit my fault. I'm exceptionally good at soothing children. No more tears, little Naruto. Silence. Just because you were slightly older than me, why do you always act so superior? After some playful banter, the two brothers, who had been shouting on the lawn moments ago, now lie side by side under the sun, relaxing. Naruto, still miffed over Lining's earlier authoritative demeanor, cannot help but retaliate. What if you're older? I'm already a student at the Ninja Academy, while you haven't even enrolled yet. Once school starts, You'll have to call me senpai. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. I refuse to waste time in a place that stifles individuality, Lining responds nonchalantly, chewing on a blade of grass. So you've been at this ninja school for over a year, Haven to you? I look forward to the day you can protect me, you know? Lining turns to Naruto with a half-smile. Eyes glinting with mischief. Do you truly wish for Hinata to care for you for a lifetime? While it might sound a bit patriarchal, wouldn't it feel rather disheartening to only seek solace in a woman's embrace? Naruto, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, bristles with indignation. I do not. I've been working hard. My efforts are no less than anyone else's in class. My training intensity surpasses that of most. Though I may not see immediate results, as long as I persist, I shall become a formidable force. I am destined to be Hokage. After this declaration, Naruto scratches his head in frustration. Damn it, who told you I'm the least capable in class? Is it that annoying Sasuke again? Not and don't dwell on it. I would never betray my brother. Lining replies with a light smile as he approaches Naruto, gently patting his shoulder. I've never doubted your efforts. However, if your efforts are misguided, you may find yourself merely treading water. With a grin, Lining unfurls several chains from around him. Their movements reminiscent of the tentacles of a thousand-legged octopus, each imbued with the potent energy of sealing techniques, emanating a formidable gravitational pull. Naruto feels an inexplicable drain on his chakra from these bizarre chains. Yet, Lining, seemingly possessed, disregards Naruto's pale countenance, taking his hand and placing it upon the chains. His tone soft yet enticing. Naruto, do not lose heart. Your potential extends far beyond what you perceive. Come, place your hand here. I will help you experience the power of controlling fate. This is one of the legacies that once allowed our Uzumaki clan to stand above all, a force that instilled fear throughout the world. Capable of manipulating, taming, and harnessing the ultimate power of all-tailed beasts, the adamantine chains. Roar! At that moment, an unexpectedly fierce wave of crimson chakra erupted from Naruto, overwhelming him with a violent energy that flattened the surrounding flora. The innately malevolent Uzumaki brat. I shall not rest until your clan is obliterated. I will kill you. Your clan is the greatest disgrace among the Six Paths bloodlines. 1,000 times more malevolent than the Uchiha Sharingan. We-tailed beasts shall never be subjugated. Naruto's roar was no longer his own clear voice, but rather the anguished cry of a trapped beast, hoarse and brutal, sending shivers down anyone's spine. Yet, this had no effect on Lining, who continued to manipulate the terrifying chains behind him, unperturbed by Naruto's crimson chakra. He greeted the emerging consciousness with a cheerful tone. Good afternoon, little fox. Oh, why haven't you unleashed even a single tail? That crimson chakra is quite adorable. Isn't it? As Naruto prepared to unleash his fury upon Lining, his fox chakra suddenly faltered. In Naruto's consciousness, the Nine Tails, who had been fiercely battering against the cage, paused, recognizing the thick sealing energy of the chains. Oh, I've spent too much time with this blonde Uzumaki. He has almost forgotten the taste of being lashed by the red-haired Uzumaki's chains, the Nine Tails mused. Apologies for the interruption. Thus, the Nine Tails withdrew its chakra, extending a tentative tendril to shake hands with Lining before retreating into the depths of Naruto's mind. Upon seeing the blonde's chaotic demeanor in this unfamiliar environment, it quickly reverted to its previous demeanor. If memory serves, this brat doesn't know the adamantine chains, does he? Well then, this should be easy. Roar. Little brat. Chapter 57. The culprit behind the death of the fourth Hokage. The enormous paw of the fox struck heavily against the iron cage, producing a sharp metallic screech. Accompanied by the roar of the Nine Tails, our protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, shuddered, retreating several steps before finally daring to glance at it. Gradually, he became aware of his predicament, gazing at the massive figure of the Nine Tails, unable to suppress an exclamation. Wow, what a gigantic red fox! The crimson pupils of the great red fox reflected the tousled figure of the blonde boy, intertwining in Naruto's mind with the image of that reckless girl and the annoyingly astute blonde from his past. Ultimately, they coalesced into the not-so-bright visage of the boy before it. Kushina no, it's Naruto Uzumaki. The fox's piercing gaze flickered, revealing the intertwined grievances with his parents, vividly manifesting in this child. The once helpless infant who could only wail had now matured into an irksome human form. It then bared its gaping maw, attempting to conceal the profound malice buried deep within, whispering to the young Naruto, "Look how much you've grown. Come closer, kid. Hey, where am I? And who are you?" Let me out. Lenin is waiting for me to teach me some incredible techniques. Naruto, jolted awake by the sudden paw strike from the nine tails, pointed at it, exclaiming, "While I'm intrigued by this enormous fox that appeared out of nowhere, now is not the time for that. Let me go. I can't leave my friends hanging. Do you not know who I am?" The nine tails chuckled, its eyes glinting as if recalling something amusing, beckoning Naruto with its paw. "Then come closer and see. I'm the projection of your spirit, kid. I've watched you grow. Step forward. Let me see you properly." The voice of the ancient fox, who had lived through countless eras, was imbued with an alluring magic, its unique melody capable of captivating minds. This creature, a relic from the era of the Sage of Six Paths, carried a fearsome reputation. Even its mere voice felt like an illusion. There were no flashy tricks, just the weight of millennia, rendering every utterance of this aged beast a truth in the presence of the young boy who barely measured up to its stature. My spirit projection? Why is it a fox? Thus, Naruto took a step forward. "Come closer. Yes, just a little more. Hurry, child. Let me kill you." With a thunderous crash, the chilling claws, accompanied by a howling wind, lunged towards Naruto's face. Ah! The outstretched claws were suddenly ensnared by chains that emerged from nowhere, each link adorned with intricate sealing techniques, unfurling with the nine tails' own chakra, extending along its claws and enveloping its entire form. The claws, which had reached towards Naruto, were abruptly halted. "You actually extended your claws, great fox. You seemed rather well-behaved moments ago." At that moment, Uzumaki Lenin emerged from the depths of the mental space, standing shoulder to shoulder with Naruto. He wrapped an arm around Naruto's neck, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he addressed the nine tails. "Naruto is under my protection, understand?" With that, the chains tightened further, wrapping around the fox's paw and swiftly attempting to bite into its neck. Roar! Uzumaki brat. The clash of two opposing chakras ignited an immediate chain reaction. The nine tails' orange pupils blazed with fury as its chakra flared, resembling the fur of a fox, and its roar threatened to shatter the eardrums of the two boys. The encounter of tailed beasts and chains, age-old adversaries, incinerated what little sanity the great red fox possessed. The Uzumaki clan, that damned red-haired Uzumaki clan. Why does another unknown redhead appear? I heard from the old lady Mito about the brutal extermination war. Are you not all extinct yet? In terms of enmity, the nine tails had been forcibly controlled by the Uchiha clan twice, harboring a deep-seated hatred. Yet, it had been subtly manipulated by the Uzumaki clan for 3 generations. With no end in sight, a momentary shock pales in comparison to the relentless drip of water on stone. There is no need for debate regarding whether the nine tails loathed the Uzumaki or Uchiha more. As Uzumaki Lenin shielded Naruto firmly behind him, he retorted with a sneer, "Heh. Even if your tailed beasts devolve into mere strays, our Uzumaki clan will never perish." With a resounding crack, the binding chains dissipated, and the fox, already striving to break free, was suddenly unencumbered. Its massive paw unleashed a tempest, crashing against the cage. "Roar! You brat. Hey, calm down, great fox. I'm not here to tussle with you today." Uzumaki Lenin scoffed, unfazed by the unleashed behemoth's menacing display. Protectively, he placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Unflinching, "I sensed a chakra within Naruto that does not belong to him from the beginning. Now it's clear you're behind it. The reason Naruto can't use his jutsu properly is due to your interference, isn't it? What on earth is happening? Lenin, what is this? This is the cause of your constant mistreatment, hindering your ability to utilize jutsu effectively. And it is also the very culprit behind the death of the 4th Hokage, the disaster known as the Nine Tails." Chapter 58. The connection between you and me in the vortex. Humph. Faced with the inquiries of a child no larger than his own foot, the Nine Tails merely chuckled coldly. "I shall only acknowledge the last statement. The rest is merely the folly of that little brat striving for the approval of inconsequential beings." How utterly ridiculous. Even if one endeavors to protect a territory, it will still attract the ambitions of the unscrupulous. Even if one commits no malevolent acts, they will still be feared as a monster by all. Born of great power, they inspire fear, thus are exploited, and should be sealed away by an even more perverse being, left to endure endless darkness and solitude. The Nine Tails, a guardian spirit that has existed since ancient times, was said to be the last remnant of the Sage of Six Paths, left to safeguard the peace of the ninja world, yet ultimately became a scapegoat for the ravages of war and human tales. Such is the inherent vice of humanity. Even the great sage of 6 paths could not alter this truth. Gratitude fades, promises expire. Only hatred endures. The Nine-Tails narrowed its elongated eyes, observing the golden-haired boy on the other side of the cage, who was curiously examining it. His azure eyes, as clear as a lake, reflected the fox's orange-red form, revealing no trace of the fear and hatred that humanity ought to feel towards it. Noticing the Nine-Tails gazing at him, the boy responded with a foolishly enthusiastic smile. Little Naruto did not forget the Nine-Tails' earlier intent to kill him, but having lived for 6 years, he had encountered many who wished him dead. It was simply that the murderous intent emanating from this great fox was far more intense than that of the ordinary villagers. After all, this great fox was seemingly a part of him, their bond closer than that with others in the village. At least this fox did not hurl rotten eggs at him every day. Furthermore, it claimed to have watched him grow. Surely that was more time than even the third Hokage devoted to him? It was at least on par with the importance of people like Hinata, Niji, and Lee. After all this time, the great fox had yet to utter a single curse against him. Naruto Uzumaki chuckled foolishly and waved at the very monster that had just attempted to take his life. Humph. The Nine-Tails regarded the boy's glaring smile with a disdainful snort. I have seen your desperate attempts to gain the attention and approval of others. How laughably absurd. This foolishness is not a result of my chakra, but is a hereditary trait of the Uzumaki clan, devoid of any sense. Not entirely. Observing the red-haired boy wielding the adamantine chains, the Nine-Tails fell silent. This Uzumaki child was not as impulsive as the women of his clan it had encountered before, who resorted to bondage at the slightest provocation. The adamantine chains exuded an aura that the Nine-Tails found utterly repulsive, yet aside from the initial entanglement when it sought to attack Naruto, they merely danced around the red-haired youth. Rather than an assault, it was more a form of intimidation. Hey, calm down, great red fox. I know you harbor resentment. I am here to have a proper conversation with you. Displaying the adamantine chains is merely to facilitate dialogue. The Nine-Tails scrutinized the seemingly harmless golden-haired boy before casting a glance at the red-haired protector standing in front of him. The 9 orange tails involuntarily thumped against the ground, and it turned away, huffing coldly. Umph. Regardless of your intentions, I have no interest in your words. Oh, then I shall not disturb you further. Naruto, come with me to learn the adamantine chains. This technique is a unique skill of our Uzumaki clan. Once you master it, you will become incredibly formidable. Stay where you are? The Nine-Tails roared in response. What are you doing? In truth, Uzumaki Karani had no intention of leaving, turning back with a smile in her eyes. Indeed, mother would not deceive me. The adamantine confinement is a power that any tailed beast would fear. And, is it true that the legendary Konoha's greatest calamity, the Nine-Tails, possesses such a character? This contradictory and reserved behavior is rather amusing, isn't it? What does the book say? This sort of personality is termed tsundere, right? Is it because of an intense fear of having their weaknesses exposed that they hide behind indifference and arrogance? Quite endearing, really. After all, that little brat has been under my watch since he was a child. Your intention is to prevent me from releasing my tailed beast chakra, thereby disrupting the circulation of this child's chakra, is it not? Retract your damn chains. I do not wish to see such things within my domain. Upon hearing the term adamantine confinement, the Nine-Tails tone softened considerably. Then I shall take that as your agreement, yes? A most beneficial proposal. Uzumaki Karani tilted her head, eyeing the Nine-Tails tail that swayed slightly behind it. Involuntarily retracted the adamantine chains with a smile. In many ways, you and Naruto are bound together in life and death. I entrust my Naruto to your care. So please look after him well. The Nine-Tails huffed dismissively, turning away without granting her another glance. Yet, its tail swayed even more vigorously than before. The next words sent the Nine-Tails, sealed by the Uzumaki family for 3 generations, into a furious rage. By the way, in order to better understand Naruto's situation, I have perused a significant amount of material from the Konoha library. I must say, you and our Uzumaki clan are indeed fated to be connected. Get lost. Leave my presence, you damned Uzumaki brat. A slender fox paw extended from the cage, snapping back with force, causing Uzumaki Karani, who had entered Naruto's consciousness space through his rampaging tailed beast chakra, to vanish in an instant. Karani. Hey, why did you suddenly disappear? Little Naruto exclaimed, jumping in agitation. What did you do to Karani? She is unharmed. I merely expelled her from this space. The Ninetales looked down upon the little green-haired boy, who was no larger than its own head, as he fussed about on the ground like a startled young fox, baring his milk teeth and attempting to intimidate his perceived foe to protect what he cherished. Humph. The Ninetales aimed a paw at Naruto's forehead and flicked it sharply. Children must speak to adults with respect, you insufferable little brat. Chapter 59. Ugh. It hurts. What are you doing, you big fox? Upon hearing that Vortex Lenin was unharmed, Naruto's tense expression finally relaxed. He clutched his head and let out a loud wail. Then, lifting his head with a playful demeanor, a smile spread across his face. I say, big fox, I didn't quite understand your conversation with Lenin just now, but since you reside within my body, and Lenin mentioned we are allies, I take it I'm not mistaken in that regard, right? The Ninetales fixed its gaze on Naruto, remaining silent, while contemplating the optimal angle from which to strike this bothersome little brat fatally. Ah, you just said you watched me grow up, is that true? Then why have I never seen you? Wow, you're even bigger than Hokage Rock, so you must be incredibly powerful, right? How do you compare to Irika-sensei? Naruto continued, unabashedly admiring the fox's magnificent fur, the color reminiscent of the sun, imagining how warm and comforting it would be to embrace. If I were to snuggle up and sleep next to you, it would surely be far more comfortable than my own bed. I really want to keep such a fox as a pet. The Ninetales, previously flattered by the compliments, felt a surge of anger at Naruto's words, its veins visibly throbbing. Shut up. You're making me deaf, you wretched little brat. Who do you think you are, keeping a pet? I am the fearsome Ninetales. Ninetales. The Ninetales glared fiercely, yet the diminutive golden-haired child beneath it showed no signs of fear. Instead, he reached out his hand with a carefree grin. Hey, since Lenin said we can trust each other as friends, let us get acquainted. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I will definitely become Hokage one day. The Ninetales silently observed Naruto, remaining unresponsive for a prolonged moment. Hey, big fox. Is your name Ninetales? Lenin taught me that the first step to friendship is exchanging names. What should I call you? Humph. The Ninetales narrowed its eyes, taking another look at Naruto before turning away. You are not yet worthy of knowing my name, you peculiar little fool. It sneered. Hokage? Ridiculous. That red-haired brat who just entered is far stronger than you. He awakened the adamant and sealing chains at such a young age, making him a purer vortex than you, while you are merely a pitiful creature doomed to remain at the bottom. However, if you wish to kill him right now, I could lend you my power. Have you never thought of tearing apart those who ridicule you, ostracize you, and mock your weakness? Eliminate everyone stronger than you, and you could become the mightiest Hokage of Konoha. The ancient being, having witnessed humanity's darkness for millennia, spoke with a voice laced with temptation, seemingly aiming to awaken the hidden darkness and sorrow within this seemingly carefree yet profoundly sensitive child, hoping to bend him to its will. It sought to lure the boy into breaking the seal, unleashing the beast to obliterate everything in sight. But, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you gone mad in that cage? Why would I entertain such thoughts? What I received in return was the displeased shout of a child. It appeared that Naruto was unaffected by the dark chakra being released, his resolve unexpectedly steadfast. Are you truly a projection of my spirit? I would never harbor such dangerous thoughts. While some attitudes in the village are indeed disheartening, I would never entertain thoughts of murder, as you suggest. Mutual destruction is an act for fools. Naruto stood firm, hands on his hips. I have Lenin, Hinata, Neji, Sasuke, Grandpa Hokage, and many more important people to protect. I would never forsake my current companions out of hatred. After his previous conflict with Sasuke, they had begun to understand each other, and now they were friends who couldn't help but bicker whenever they met. Such foolishness is laughable. The Ninetales merely scoffed derisively. By the way, that flashy, cool technique Lenin has, the one he said I could learn. Naruto continued. From your reaction earlier, it seems you dislike that technique. With a broad smile, Naruto added, don't worry, even if I learn it, I wouldn't use it against you. Powerful abilities are meant to confront enemies and protect comrades, not to harm them. Little brat. Naruto chuckled. After all, you said you've been watching me grow up. By their standards, you should be capable of playing a fatherly role in my life, right? I truly hope we can become friends. I have no objections. That is simply wonderful. The Ninetales coldly huffed, its tail sweeping across the ground. Such a keen sense of hierarchy, little brat. Comrades, you have an elder brother to care for you. There's no need to demean yourself to please everyone. I have no intention of pleasing you. Naruto, undeterred, shouted back, get lost. Then, the Ninetales, as if sweeping away refuse, exhaled forcefully, blowing Naruto out of its consciousness space. It then lay down, narrowing its eyes as it gazed at the spot where Naruto had been standing. Ah, the bond of intimate brotherhood. In the past, the old man's two sons were even closer than you two, but later, how will your relationship develop? That little brat is embarking on a path of carnage. Chapter 60, Turning Tables? Hey, how can you just turn your back like that? It infuriates me. When Naruto Uzumaki finally came to his senses, he found himself back in the real world. As he opened his cerulean eyes, he could not help but exclaim loudly. Before him was a pair of eyes as radiant as white jade, belonging to a girl whose face was flushed with shyness. Why is it Hinata? In Naruto-kun, I don't quite understand what you're saying, but I am truly sorry. You should show some respect to Lady Hinata. Did I not teach you how to treat your girlfriend properly? Ouch. Both Lian Ning and Niji stood beside Naruto, delivering playful punches that left him bewildered. No, that is not it. Hinata, let me explain. I wasn't yelling at you. I just saw an enormous fox, even bigger than Hokage Rock. I was scolding it. I would never raise my voice at you. Faintly, Naruto heard the fox's resentful snort. Unfortunately, the girl before him could no longer hear it. Her fingers moving rapidly as she performed hand seals, her embarrassment causing her to faint from the heat. In Naruto-kun's, I've finally been acknowledged by Naruto-kun's family. I am so happy. And as for being a girlfriend, it's too. Please rest assured to leave Naruto-kun to me. So blissful. Lady Hinata. Seeing this, Niji immediately rushed over to support the collapsing heiress. Lian Ning, meanwhile, playfully ruffled Naruto's golden hair, chuckling at his shy sister-in-law, and nudged Naruto forward, gesturing for him to wake Hinata. Hee, I told you, little Hinata. It's not as terrifying as Shikamaru makes it sound, is it? She's still the same, just as adorable. And Naruto, both of you are. Just as Naruto was about to approach the concerned Hinata, Niji suddenly sprang up beside her, veins bulging on his forehead. Byakugan, activate. Gentle fist technique. Chakra point strike. 8 trigrams palm, for palms, 8 palms, 16. Stop, this is enough. Don't really hurt him. The boy is already a bit foolish. Lian Ning waved his hand to intervene. Niji had just sealed Naruto's chakra points to restrict his movements. While it wouldn't cause harm, it was enough to render him stiff. Standing before the Hyuga siblings, Naruto resembled a statue, his azure eyes filled with the sorrow and disbelief of betrayal by a friend. Hey, you two. Explaining this is a bit complicated, but if I don't immobilize you, you'll surely start moving around. Lian Ning recalled the sealing techniques passed down from his grandfather, his fingers swiftly tracing intricate patterns in the air. An elaborate sealing array quickly formed around Naruto, partially covering the 8 trigram seal on his navel and creating a new, more complex sealing technique, blending the 8 trigrams with rarer seals. The Ninetales inside was furiously cursing. I was ready to negotiate, intending to reduce the impact of tailed beast chakra on Naruto. And yet this brat has gone back on his word. Damn human. Of course, Lian Ning couldn't hear the Ninetales grumbling, and even if he did, he would merely chuckle indifferently. He gazed intently at Naruto, a smirk playing at his lips. If you move recklessly, any mistake in the sealing lines could result in a completely opposite seal. Of course, I have better solutions. But the more pressing reason is that your uncle wants to hit you. Naruto's eyes widened in alarm, panic surging through him. A powerful chakra coursed through his veins, breaking the seal on his chakra points as a faint red chakra enveloped his body. Negative emotions flooded his mind, tainting his left eye with a sinister crimson hue, exuding a primal ferocity, as a guttural roar escaped his throat, sounding nothing like a human. It was the voice of the fox he had encountered in his mind. Roar. You damn brat, how dare you go back on your word? His right eye remained clear, its azure hue revealing a hint of confusion. Hey, Lian Ning, what exactly do you intend to do? Why am I speaking in that giant fox's voice? These words are not my own. I feel so hot right now. Lian Ning, unfazed by the beast's insults, shrugged and yawned. I say, fox, are you foolish? With my knowledge of sealing techniques, if the previous mark merely reinforced the seal, you should have already been suffocated and unable to speak through Naruto's body. How could you still converse with me? He ruffled Naruto's hair and continued. It's not merely suppression. I altered some pathways in the seal. Thus, the tailed beast chakra that overflows will now nourish your body rather than wreak havoc, preventing damage to your chakra system. In simpler terms, your physical techniques will become unparalleled. And without the tailed beast chakra interfering, you should be able to use ninjutsu normally. The Ninetales responded disdainfully. Humph, you foolish brat, thinking you can use me? Your revised seal will only become a new channel for me to penetrate the 8 trigram seal, escaping and completely occupying this brat-esque body, tearing apart you deceitful humans. Lian Ning merely smiled. No, Naruto has me. I won't let you influence him. With that, he swiftly traced intricate patterns once more, forming a tight sealing array that once again secured the 8 trigram seal, disappearing in an instant. It was an invisible chakra array that required specific conditions to activate. That condition was for the 8 trigram seal to be penetrated halfway, at which point this new sealing technique would reveal itself, enveloping the original 8 trigram seal and resealing the Ninetales. This degree of sealing won't trouble me. I will kill you one day. The Ninetales snorted coldly, retracting its chakra back into Naruto's consciousness space, biding its time. Do as you wish, Fox. But before then, you must pass my test. He patted Naruto's shoulder, his tone light. All right, Naruto, how do you feel now? The red chakra around Naruto gradually faded, and his left eye returned to its original cerulean hue. He blinked and moved his limbs, discovering a newfound lightness in his body, the chakra flowing more smoothly than before. Wow, I feel so much better, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, jumping up and pumping his fists. Though I don't quite understand what happened, Lian Ning, you are truly amazing. I feel like I could punch a mountain into the air. Lian Ning, however, wiped the playful expression from his face, adopting a serious demeanor. Though the Ninetales' power is formidable, it is ultimately a double-edged sword. You must learn to control it rather than be controlled by it. Ah, I understand. Using domination and submission to describe comrades is quite strange. I assent it? What should I say to you? All that transpired between the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast was closely observed by countless eyes in the trees. And beside it, a sudden appearance of a white-haired ninja rabbit, adorned with peculiar circular markings on its body. Chapter 61. War is the sorrow of a whole generation upon spotting a rabbit. The usually unflappable eyes of Vortex Lenin sparkled with excitement, prompting an immediate desire to chase after it. However, he was pulled back by Niji, recalling the need to bid farewell to Naruto and Hinata. Naruto, Hinata, we've suddenly remembered something urgent, so we must take our leave. Naruto, if you feel unwell, do let me know at once. Oh, make sure to save some roasted rabbit for us. Vortex Lenin hardly had a moment to absorb Naruto's words before he seized Niji's hand, and with his short legs in motion, they dashed into the underbrush in pursuit of the rabbit. A woman clad in a black nun's attire observed the two brothers as they ran towards her, smiling gently and waving. Sister Yanao, Vortex Lenin exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards her, while Niji greeted her politely with a nod. Unlike Niji, who still had his biological mother in this world, his feelings towards Yanao were not as profound. Since Lenin's arrival in the village, Yanao had been the one to guide him in acquiring various necessities. Over the years, with Shimura Danzo preoccupied with political affairs, Yanao had spent the most time with Vortex Lenin, who regarded her almost as a second mother. With his innate perceptiveness, Vortex Lenin sensed a tinge of sorrow entwined within Yanao's chakra. Are you feeling sad? Yanao merely smiled and shook her head, then crouched down to gently pat Lenin's head. I apologize for interrupting your playtime. The volunteer aunt at the orphanage has returned to her hometown, and I find myself a bit overwhelmed. If you have some time, could you lend me a hand? Vortex Lenin, ever eager to assist those he cared about, nodded obediently. Niji, shall I go ahead? Niji, feeling a bit moody, retorted, did we not agree yesterday that we would never leave each other behind, no matter what? I will help too. Ah, you rascal. Then I am immensely grateful. Yanao smiled softly, attempting to bow in thanks, but was stopped by Niji's hand. No need for formality. You are Lenin's sister, and that makes you just like my own sister. Yanao paused for a moment, managing to hold back tears, and embraced Niji tightly. You are both such good children. Lenin remained silent, subtly nudging Niji aside. That is my sister. Helping each other is fine, but don't go hugging her indiscriminately. Such childishness. Children raised in orphanages typically leave when they reach an age where they can fend for themselves, often returning to express gratitude for the care they received. However, this orphanage was established only after the Third Shinobi World War, and many of the war orphans had yet to mature into self-sufficient individuals. Moreover, the world had remained tumultuous, with ongoing localized conflicts. Currently, The orphanage was home to a plethora of children under the age of 12 who still required nurturing. Yet, it was hardly appropriate for two 6- or 7-year-olds to take on such responsibilities. Both children were acutely aware of this. As Vortex Lenin gazed at the dilapidated wooden building, packed with nearly 100 children, he felt a willing acceptance. After all, witnessing these children struggling for the barest necessities stirred something deep within him. Having experienced the hardships of being a war orphan himself, having wandered with his mother and grandmother for 3 years, he understood their plight intimately. Observing Yanao's gaze linger on the children at play, filled with an unmistakable longing and a hint of impending sorrow, Lenin finally mustered the courage to ask, "Sister Yanao, judging by your expression, is something about to happen?" Yanao instantly adjusted her demeanor, smiling gently as she patted Lenin's head. "It's nothing. Just that child has been assigned a dangerous mission again. As a foster mother, I worry for his safety, which makes me somewhat restless. Moreover, due to certain circumstances, I must assist his mission from the shadows and cannot frequently appear before these children. If my presence were to be revealed, it could jeopardize him." Her gaze drifted towards the children as she continued, "They are all my children. Every one of them is precious to me. The thought of being separated from them for the sake of one child's safety is truly painful." Vortex Lenin placed his hand on Yanao's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, believing he understood her intent in calling him over. With a firm declaration, he proclaimed, "I, Vortex Lenin, assure you under Shimura Danzo's promise, will safeguard this orphanage and everyone within it." Yanao, with great patience, waited for Lenin to finish before playfully tugging at his ear. "Silly child, how many times must I remind you? Regardless of the situation, you must address your elders properly. It is the most fundamental of courtesies." "Ow, don't pull. That hurts." Lenin feigned great pain, looking pitiful. "I spoke so gallantly just now. Can't you at least pretend to be moved for my sake?" "I am indeed moved, but a good child must never address their elders by name. As a ninja, one must adhere to proper etiquette." Yanao shifted from tugging to gently massaging his ear, and then playfully tousled his hair. "I appreciate your kind intentions. Lord Danzo has already made his promise to me. I brought you here today to show you how they live. It is not to evoke your pity for donations, but rather to help you understand. This is the lingering pain of war." Vortex Lenin fell silent. War does not simply conclude the moment a ceasefire is declared. The casualties suffered by warriors leave an indelible mark of sorrow on the families left behind. The destruction of infrastructure and food supplies leads to a complete breakdown of civilian life, while the ideologies fostered by war become increasingly radicalized, resulting in persistently high crime rates. More importantly, there are the war orphans who lose their parents and everything familiar, finding mere survival to be an insurmountable challenge. "I know. My mother. The trauma inflicted by war requires an entire generation to heal and mend before any semblance of moral order can be restored." Yanao knelt down, gazing intently at Vortex Lenin. "What I am conveying is not merely a lecture. I have always recognized you as a thoughtful child. I wish to show you the suffering, to illustrate the immense misfortune it brings to the innocent. You have determined your path from a young age, and no one can interfere with that. I merely hope you will carry my words in your heart. War is never a romantic affair. If a peaceful resolution is possible, do not resort to war as a default option. War encompasses not only glory but also boundless suffering. My vision does not include the existence of war orphans." Vortex Lenin nodded obediently, appearing to absorb the lesson. In the future, it would be best to eliminate their children as well. They are all future enemies. Chapter 62. The first page of a new epic unfolds. In a calm tone, Uzumaki Renang recounted, "When I was but a small child, I nearly fell victim to the beasts of the Mizukage clan from the Hidden Mist village. Had it not been for my mother's selfless sacrifice, I would have long since become a decayed corpse. To eradicate the remnants of our Uzumaki nation, leaving no survivors, is a truth they have enacted. I, along with all the orphans of war, initially survived in the cruelest crevices of humanity. Our enemies did not spare us out of mercy. The seasoned healer, Nanaka Yano, who had cared for countless war orphans, found herself at a loss for words. Yet, Renang swiftly changed the subject, smiling as she continued. It is precisely due to the benevolence of humanity that we have had the opportunity to grow up unscathed. Fear not, Sister Yano. I too came perilously close to death. I have deeply understood such suffering, which compels me to be judicious in every decision I make. Moreover, the old man has imparted to me that direct confrontation does not always yield the greatest benefits. There are myriad methods to achieve one's goals. However, The revival of the Uzumaki clan is my mother's dying wish, a dignity for which countless souls of our lineage sacrificed their lives. These memories shall never fade. The sensation of my mother's blood upon my face, the warmth of her embrace gradually cooling, haunt me as lifelong nightmares. Hyuga Niji touched the mark on his forehead, reminiscent of a caged bird, and added, the emergence of new powers inevitably involves bloodshed. Nanaka Yano sighed lightly. At this age, one should be frolicking under the sunset without a care in the world, yet your thoughts have delved so deeply. This is the enduring pain of war. Uzumaki Renang raised her chin and laughed. Precisely because we are children, we can afford to be a bit willful, to express our loves and hates without restraint. If one can set aside the murder of their mother, then they are unworthy of being called human. Is that so? Yano mused, gently ruffling Renang's hair. What a stubborn child you are. Since I cannot dissuade you, promise me one thing. Regardless of the circumstance, protect yourself. Do not walk ahead of me, understand? Yes, I understand, Renang nodded. I cannot appear in public anymore. What will you do next? There are some issues with the false identity I had in the Wind Country that require resolution. I will not be able to see you for a considerable time. So take care of yourself, all right? Then, sister, please be careful on your journey. Seeing Renang's reluctant expression, Yano couldn't help but chuckle, pinching her cherubic cheek. Rest assured, I was once a renowned wandering priestess in the ninja world. The trials of life and death I have endured far surpass your years. I shall not perish so easily. All right, do not wear such a serious expression. Children should smile more, for that is their true beauty. When I return, I shall continue being your tutor and bring back some specialties from the Wind Country, all right? I understand, safe travels. The siblings embraced, each reluctant to part. Hyuga Niji stood silently to the side, contemplating Nanaka Yano's earlier words. Meanwhile, a hidden serpent in the grass observed everything with keen clarity. In the distance, Orochimaru watched the obedient Nanaka Kabuto trailing behind him, licking his lips with a flick of his long tongue. Is something the matter, Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto inquired. You will remain loyal to me, will you not, Kabuto? Of course, it is you who has granted my life its purpose. Let me carry out your bidding. Indeed, this is but a part of the plan. As dusk descended, the two children emerged from the orphanage, stepping forward with resolute confidence beneath the setting sun. Uzumaki Renang, hands in her pockets, gazed skyward. So, what are your reflections on Sister Yano's words? Indeed, I am deeply moved by the cost of war and the pain that time cannot erase, and the necessity of war. Uzumaki Renang smiled again. So, Niji, let us refrain from uttering foolish phrases like we will see what happens later. We shall swiftly establish our own order and bring an end to wars that hold no significance for the common folk. Only through absolute power can we compel the greedy rulers to coexist peacefully. Naturally, this is also to fulfill our ambitions. Let us turn the first page of a new epic. What shall we do? Hee. Uzumaki Renang smiled innocently. Although the old man's hellish training was far from perfect, it has allowed us to become genin at the appropriate age. Now, let us take on some missions. It is time to practice the art of killing. Chapter 63, The Trio Squad. Henceforth, your code name shall be Sai? Preposterous. Utterly absurd. Within the confines of the root base, the resounding roar of Shimura Danzo echoed incessantly. Such scenes had become increasingly frequent over the past 4 years. After all, the mischievous child had grown considerably. How old are you? Just because I bestowed upon you a shinobi forehead protector, you truly believe yourself to be someone of significance? How many D-rank missions have you even undertaken? Have you pulled up weeds, caught a cat, or picked up litter by the riverbank? Have you ever helped an elderly person cross the street? You've barely completed 10 D-rank missions, and yet you dare to bicker with me about taking on C-rank tasks. Uzumaki Lenin habitually rubbed his nearly shattered ears and donned a conciliatory smile. While that may be true, my time spent assisting Sister Yano and healing wounded individuals could certainly be considered C-rank missions. That was Yano's C-rank mission. You were merely a helper learning medical techniques. What does that have to do with you? The missions completed by the leading jonin are counted as accomplishments of the entire team. Uzumaki Lenin mumbled, taking a few steps closer, adding, furthermore, during the incident with Uchiha KCH, you compensated me with A-rank mission funds for my allowance. Surely that counts as an A-rank mission as well? Bang. Shimura Danzo couldn't resist delivering another swift thump to Uzumaki Lenin's head. What does that have to do with my permission for you to leave the village? Sealing techniques. Medical ninjutsu, swordsmanship, taijutsu. You possess an array of skills, Yet for all these years, I have insisted you focus on building a foundation. As a shinobi, you have yet to master even a single offensive ninjutsu, lacking the means for ranged attacks. The dangers lurking in the outside world are immense. Even C-rank missions can escalate to A-rank levels of peril. If something were to happen after you leave the village, how would I explain it to your parents in the afterlife? Alas, it is precisely because of your weakness and lack of experience in actual combat that you require battle to hone your skills, enabling your growth to accelerate. Old friend. The child does have a point. You do not typically present such a demeanor towards your subordinates. The subordinates en route have seen blood by this age. Sarutobi Hiruzen casually entered this private space, cheerfully interjecting. As if at home, he nonchalantly rummaged through Danzo's drawer, extracting a pipe that Danzo, who never smoked, ordered him to take outside and not corrupt the youth. Then, as if nothing had transpired, he tucked the pipe into his pocket, clasped his hands behind his back, and spoke with a smile. It is a good thing for children to seek experience and broaden their horizons. Why must we, as elders, always seek to hinder them? Shut your mouth, monkey. You need not play the role of the good cop. That is my child, and if something goes awry, it will not concern you. Danzo furiously huffed and puffed. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained cheerful. A fledgling cannot be caged forever. Excessive repression will only lead to greater troubles. You lack this experience. I once sought to keep Asuma protected, only to have the opposite effect, as he remained unwilling to return to the village for years. In hindsight, it would have been better to grant them greater freedom earlier on. He then conveyed a message in a code only known to the second Hokage. At worst, you could have someone follow them discreetly, correct? As Hokage, I still possess the authority to mobilize my ninjas, right? I understand. Danzo grunted, snatching a mission scroll from Hiruzen's hands. In that case, Lenin, Aniji. Yes. Danzo then pointed at another child, roughly the same age, who had consistently performed admirably during training. Henceforth, your code name shall be Sai. Yes, you three shall form a squad tasked with escorting a merchant across the borders of the land of fire to the land of water. During this journey, you may encounter mountain bandits. It is imperative that you ensure the merchant's safe arrival at the destination. Return safely. Understood. Thus, Uzumaki Lenin, accompanied by the two others, departed with excitement. Only the third Hokage remained, bearing the scrutiny of Shimura Danzo's piercing gaze. Still smiling, he remarked, "Such indecisiveness is unbecoming of one in the shadows of the shinobi world, my old comrade. Spare me your lectures. The grandiose titles of the shinobi world matter not. My son is gone, leaving only this lone seed. 7 years old is still too young to venture out. Yet, you believe a heartless persona is how one should present themselves to their subordinates." Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "Both the crows and snakes have seen you with this child. Showing favoritism will only provide them with leverage against you. In the end, it will be detrimental to both you and the child." Danzo paused. Moreover, it is better to allow them to venture outside and gain experience. This child cannot be caged indefinitely. Compared to the 9 tails, the 2 tails is a force that can be controlled, and Niji needs to be tempered sooner rather than later. I am aware, no need to remind me. The one embroiled in this is merely confused. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally offered an escape route. How are the new Uchiha children faring? The methods you use to train Route 1T suffice anymore. If they are unsuitable, I will reclaim your authority over the troops at any time. I understand. Danzo did not erupt, but responded directly. The Uchiha cannot be controlled. Suppressing their emotions will not awaken the latent power within their bloodline. Forcing them to awaken the Sharingan is too perilous and could easily incite rebellion. Since the death of the first Hokage, I have spent decades studying the Uchiha. I understand better than you how extreme their emotions can be. Then what do you intend to? We shall wait until they are ready to be dispatched to the front lines. For these years, all other matters will be postponed, allowing them to ingrain the will of fire into their minds. The will of fire. Splendid. Yours or mine? Yours. The flame of devotion to comrades and the village, sacrificing oneself for others. Very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled once more. In that case, why not allow me to teach them? Leading by example. Get lost. Danzo rolled his eyes. Then return to me the root ninjas I have trained for so many years. Leaving a handful of the new Uchiha children behind, I have no objections. Everything else can be discussed, but this matter is non-negotiable. Monkey. You. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Monkey, you will come to regret this. Bang. Danzo instinctively reacted, storming out. Gazing at the emblem representing his identity on the door, he fell silent before pushing the door open again, pointing at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "This is my domain. You are the one who should leave." Sarutobi Hiruzen, biting down on his pipe, chose not to respond, accurately retrieving a bottle of fine wine that Danzo had cherished for many years and casually placing it in his pocket. Grinning, "Shall I take my leave then?" Danzo's right hand nearly lost its restraint, itching to strike him. "Go buy some groceries." Got it." However, both seemed to have forgotten one crucial detail. The training methods of Danzo's route had always been survival of the fittest, where the strong prevailed. The measures taken were, in essence, a form of free-range management. This oversight ultimately led to Danzo neglecting to arrange for a visible leading jonin to oversee the mission, a decision he would come to regret profoundly. Chapter 64. Grasping life's essence in the face of mortality regardless of any machinations brewing elsewhere. Whirlpool Linning led his squad to the village entrance to undertake their mission, escorting a portly merchant, to avert any complications stemming from their youth. The trio artfully employed transformation techniques, each assuming the guise of an adult. Linning molded his visage after a youthful depiction of his elder mentor, while Ningxi, drawing from his memory of his father, adopted a likeness that mirrored their future adult selves. As for Zhuijing, after being cajoled with a series of arguments, such as the second Hokage's mandated 2-male, 1-female squad composition and the notion that ninjas should be willing to go to any lengths to complete a mission, he reluctantly transformed into a captivating maiden with flowing locks and fair complexion. Zhuijing remained silent, a nagging sense of unease washing over him as he observed the two playfully poking his face. However, upon reaching their destination, they promptly shed their jovial demeanor and adopted a serious countenance. Their inexperience in social graces was palpable, resulting in a reserved approach when interacting with the merchant's entourage. The merchant's retinue comprised burly men, typical bodyguards, devoid of any discernible chakra. Upon catching sight of Zhuijing's transformed appearance, they were immediately captivated, vying for his attention. Whirlpool Linning, however, would have none of it. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his blade, its gleaming edge pressed against the throat of one particularly audacious individual. Drawing a line of blood. "Unless you desire an untimely demise, maintain your distance," Linning warned, his voice laced with menace. "Our mission is to safeguard the merchant, not your lives. Behave yourselves and avoid causing trouble. Understand?" The men, intimidated by Linning's menacing demeanor, retreated in haste. The merchant, seasoned from years of traversing the land, recognized the potential threat posed by the seemingly small ninja contingent. He interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. "Gentlemen, please," he pleaded, forcing a smile. "We are all on the same side. Linning-sama, please forgive their lack of decorum. I apologize for their behavior." Casting a disdainful glance at his trembling subordinates, he lamented their incompetence while simultaneously expressing gratitude for hiring the ninjas. Zhuijing gently tugged at Linning's sleeve, murmuring, "Linning-sama, there's no need for conflict. The mission comes first." Whirlpool Linning reluctantly sheathed his blade, his gaze sweeping over the bodyguards, silencing any further dissent. The merchant swiftly steered the conversation back on course, urging the group to commence their journey without delay. Linning nodded, signaling Zhuijing and Ningxi to follow. Regaining their composure, the trio resumed their professional demeanor. Linning's seemingly rash actions had inadvertently established their authority within the group, ensuring their compliance and minimizing potential complications. The journey proceeded without incident. Whirlpool Linning and Hyuga Ningxi, utilizing their sensory abilities, scouted ahead, identifying traps, evading wildlife, and anticipating enemy ambushes. Zhuijing brought up the rear, guarding against unforeseen threats. Linning, embarking on his first mission outside the village, reveled in the opportunity to wield the skills he had honed under the tutelage of Elder Jisuk. He even went so far as to lacerate his palm, using the pain to overcome fatigue. As blood trickled onto the soil, its potent life force invigorated dormant seeds, causing them to sprout into a verdant patch of vegetation amidst the barren landscape. The merchant, observing this phenomenon from his carriage, narrowed his eyes in silent contemplation. The carriage continued its arduous journey, while the ninjas navigated the trees, maintaining a strategic distance from the merchant's party. Periodically, they would pause to allow the caravan to catch up. Whirlpool Linning and Hyuga Ningxi perched on opposite branches of a towering tree, awaiting the arrival of the merchant's party. Linning was preoccupied with sealing his chakra pathways, prompting Ningxi to activate his Byakugan in curiosity. "Linning, why are you restricting your chakra flow?" He inquired, perplexed. Your chakra levels are barely on par with a genin. I intend to refine my swordsmanship during this mission, Lenning explained. Therefore, I've chosen to abstain from ninjutsu. But what is the correlation between the two? Ningxi pressed. Relying on a safety net hinders true growth. Only in the face of mortal danger can one truly comprehend the essence of survival, Lenning declared. This seal will automatically disengage in a dire situation, granting me a surprise advantage. Then how do you intend to travel without chakra? Shall I carry you? Why travel at all? Lenning retorted, tilting his head forward. Even during moments of respite, vigilance is paramount. Activate your Byakugan and observe. Ningxi complied, his brow furrowing as his vision expanded, revealing a contingent of mounted brigands rapidly approaching their location. It seems our sensory prowess surpasses even yours, Lenning quipped, a grin spreading across his face. Who are those riders? Judging by their attire, they are bandits, Ningxi replied. Who are they targeting? Lenning inquired. The terrain suggests they are heading directly for us. Then they are our adversaries? Lenning confirmed. Affirmative. And what course of action should we take against our adversaries? Lenning probed. Do not treat me as a child, Ningxi chided. Then, of course, we shall eradicate them all, Lenning exclaimed, leaping from the tree, ready for battle. Chapter 65, Blood Feeding and Wooden Burial. The signal was sent. Vortex Lenning sharpened his blade, while Niji assumed a stance of gentle fist. At this moment, Sai received the signal and hurried over. Drawing his shuriken and preparing for an assault, a massive scroll unfurled behind him. Ninjas? Indeed, ninjas. The vile pig had indeed hired ninjas. As they clashed with the incoming bandits, they could be heard exclaiming, even so, the chief has issued a death order. We must risk our lives to eliminate that fat pig. There were only 3 opponents. How formidable could they be? Could we, with so many brothers, not overcome them? That fair-skinned woman shall be kept as a trophy for the chief. Let us slaughter them. As the battle was about to erupt, the expression on the fair-skinned woman's face darkened, her brush swiftly gliding across the canvas. However, due to her youth, her painting skills were not yet refined. And with little preparatory work, she could only conjure up a hastily drawn ink snake to assist. Vortex Lenning, wielding a large blade, charged headlong into the fray. The Leaf Village sword technique surged forth with a ferocious power. The long blade, enveloped in wind pressure, struck horizontally, forcing 3 bandits to block with their axes, which shattered under the impact. Like an arrow released from its bow, Vortex Lenning plunged into the enemy ranks, slicing through foes with ease, as if he were chopping vegetables. When the enemies swung their weapons at him, he always managed to respond in time, parrying their attacks. With another swing of his blade, he would surely sever an enemy's arm. His vibrant red hair danced along with the blade, accompanied by the splattering of enemy blood, creating a surprisingly beautiful scene. Niji took a deep breath. Seeing Vortex Lenning's reckless charge, he quickly activated his Byakugan to provide cover. In the pale world of Byakugan, all movement slowed, and his 360-degree vision allowed him to perceive more enemies, intercepting attacks that Vortex Lenning hadn't foreseen. The 8 trigrams palm of the Hyuga clan was also a deadly technique. Every defense and attack from Niji targeted the vital points of the enemies, inflicting substantial damage. The two fought back-to-back, soon clearing a significant area around them. Vortex Lenning sprang off ahead, using it as leverage to leap into the air. The bloodstained blade carving a crimson arc descending from above. The blade aimed directly at the throat of the enemy leader. In a flash, the leader, who commanded such a ruthless gang, instinctively raised his meteor hammer above his head, successfully blocking Lenning's lethal strike. Crash. Yet, the ninja blade Lenning had secretly forged was ultimately of inferior craftsmanship. After this series of battles, it could not withstand the strain and shattered upon colliding with the bandit leader's meteor hammer. The little chief, grinning with malice, raised his meteor hammer once more. Boy, no matter how skilled your swordplay, without a weapon, you are merely a lamb for slaughter. Prepare to die. But at that moment, ink snakes emerged ceaselessly from Sai's scroll, swiftly slithering around the little chief's arm and fiercely biting the handle of his hammer, rendering it immobile. Though Vortex Lenning had not sustained significant injuries, he was somewhat fatigued. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, then glanced at the enemy before him, placing a hand on his body to unseal his chakra. Ah, the blade is broken, but who said I excelled in swordsmanship? Where blood had fallen, a small pool formed, which soon sprouted into a twisted cluster of trees. A phenomenon triggered by the life energy he had absorbed from the first-generation cell wooden stakes his grandfather had made him sleep with over the years. Both the Senju and Vortex clans shared a lineage, and Lenning's body now contained a formidable life force. Blood fell, and the plants thrived. Suddenly, an idea surged into Lenning's mind as he observed a seed rolling by the little chief's feet. A wicked smile spreading across his face. Let us test something new. Seizing the opportunity, before the last wound could heal, he swiftly flung blood onto the seed. I shall name this technique blood feeding, wooden burial. Before long, the blood-stained seed took root and sprouted at an astonishing speed, quickly resembling a sapling, its crown aiming at the little chief's groin. It continued to grow at a rapid pace. Initially, the little chief was merely lifted, but soon the branches began to penetrate his very pores. Moments later, from dozens of meters above, the frenzied screams of the bandit echoed, accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn apart as blood rained from the sky. The crimson liquid slowly trickled down to the ground, mingled with a collection of miscellaneous, colorful remains. However, this blood was not Lenning's. It did not signify life, but rather death, a representation of a fate worse than death. Lenning, what you have unleashed is the fabled would release. Such power, it must come at the cost of your own vitality, correct? Indeed. Vortex Lenning nodded to Hyuga and then explained to Sai, would release is rather grand, compared to wooden beings or dragons. I merely catalyze the growth of seeds and cannot freely control the shape or actions of the wood. Reflecting on the experience, Lenning placed his hand back on the tree, as the blood from the tree seemed to respond to its master's call, surging back into Lenning's body. Along with the life force and energy of the tree itself, he felt invigorated. Miraculously, all his wounds healed, and the energy within his veins surged anew. Meanwhile, the once mighty tree, devoid of sustenance, collapsed under its own weight, leaving behind a pile of decaying remains. The debris scattered swiftly as the wind blew. Clenching his fists and sensing the newfound strength within, he sought to absorb more life, yet found it ineffective as other plants could not resonate with his blood. Observing the trembling bandits encircled by Sai's ink snakes, Lenning could not suppress a gleeful smile. Releasing and absorbing life. Let us call it life release. However, this reaction is merely due to certain special circumstances. Driven by life force, it cannot be classified as a bloodline limit, but rather as a unique secret technique. Lenning stepped forth, ignoring the quaking bandits who begged him not to drink their blood, and patted Sai on the shoulder, exchanging a high five with Hyuga. Well done, brothers. Turning to Sai, he continued, Sai, your ability to summon beasts from the scroll is a secret technique as well, right? What would happen if I used my blood as ink? Would it strengthen the beasts? Sai did not respond immediately, observing the bandits for a while, seemingly puzzled by their terror. Upon hearing Lenning's question, he suddenly clapped his hands in realization. I see now. No wonder they are so frightened. Lenning, the books say your actions resemble those of a perverse vampire. Will you also drain the blood of these remaining living beings? Vortex Lenning. Are you an idiot? Chapter 66, Seeking Mercy from the Ninja Lords. The battle concluded, and the group took a moment to recuperate. By the way, Sasuke, your technique of summoning monsters with your brush is truly remarkable. Is it a secret art of your clan? I've never heard of a family renowned for painting in Konoha. As they surveyed the battlefield, now a river of blood, only 3 ninjas remained, replenishing their energy with soldier pills. Uzumaki Run looked at the small, battered Sasuke, who had sustained quite a few blows, and asked, I am a child of war, so I am unaware of my family's name. I go by the code bestowed upon me by Danzo-sama. This technique is something I realized while painting. It is a fusion of genjutsu and ninjutsu, I suppose. A smile unintentionally crept across Sasuke's face. My brother gifted me a sketchbook, and since then, I developed a fondness for painting. Eventually, I discovered that my chakra could animate the ink on paper, allowing me to create a ninjutsu. It was only recently that I made this discovery. And this technique is still in its infancy, far from reaching maturity. Wow, such enviable talent. You are a genius. Rin exclaimed. Oh, not at all. You both are equally impressive, Sasuke replied, glancing at the mangled remains on the ground and the charred fingerprints on the corpses. He clumsily attempted to compliment them, mimicking the mannerisms of the merchant caravan. Indeed, I was quite impressed with my technique just now. Rin interjected, to which Sasuke added, someone certainly did get blown up. By the way, Niji, what was that blue flame that erupted from your fingertips while using the gentle fist? Fire release. When did you learn that? I'm not entirely sure. Niji answered, I just felt a surge of heat during the battle, and suddenly flames ignited from my palms. It appears this unique chakra can target an enemy's chakra point, igniting their entire body with fire. That is indeed a formidable power. You will surely shine in the future, Niji. That is only to be expected. We all will, he replied confidently. After 4 years of close companionship, Niji had shed much of his earlier reserve and pessimism, adopting some of Rin's exuberance. Now able to speak with such boldness. Ah, of course, who else but me? Rin responded with equal bravado, leaving Sasuke unable to decide whether to laugh or not. After their playful banter, they remembered the merchant caravan they had left behind for quite some time. Prior to the battle, Sasuke had already warned the caravan of the impending attack, instructing them to wait for their return before continuing their journey. Upon their return, they set off with the caravan. By evening, they arrived at a border town within the Land of Fire. As dusk approached, and after a long day of travel, the caravan requested to rest for the night. After conducting a thorough safety check and confirming there were no risks, Rin and the others agreed. During their stay, a wealthy merchant even arranged a feast for the 3 ninjas. It was their first time out of the village, and brimming with curiosity, they eagerly immersed themselves in the town's charm before attending the banquet. Upon entering the banquet hall, they were greeted by an array of exquisite dishes. At the center was a magnificent roasted pig, its skin golden and crispy, glistening with fat and exuding an enticing aroma. Surrounding it were various delicate sushi. Fresh fish slices atop soft, sticky rice, vibrant in color. A steaming hot pot bubbled with a rich broth, filled with delectable ingredients such as silky tofu, crisp vegetables, and bouncy meatballs. Rin's eyes sparkled as he eagerly picked up chopsticks, shoving a piece of sashimi into his mouth, exclaiming, "Delicious." Niji cautiously sipped the fresh broth, nodding in satisfaction. Maintaining the etiquette expected of them, he swiftly ladled a generous bowl and downed it in one go. Sasuke gazed at the feast before him, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, as if he were dreaming of the freedom he was currently experiencing, before joining in to savor the food. The banquet was further enlivened by the performance of dancers, their graceful forms swirling with colorful ribbons. Rin clapped along with excitement, occasionally stuffing his mouth with food, while Niji and Sasuke admired the dance, softly discussing the techniques they had employed during the day's battle. The atmosphere was filled with joy, allowing them to momentarily forget the exhaustion of their journey and the perils of combat. That was until they spotted a shabby figure slipping through a small gap in the banquet hall's wall, stealthily making its way to the side, gazing longingly at the feast before him, swallowing hard with desire. He believed he was undetected, but every ninja in the room was acutely aware of his presence. "Hey kid." Rin waved him over. "Stop looking around. I'm talking to you. Come here." "Me?" the little beggar asked incredulously, and upon receiving nods from the 3 ninjas, he cautiously approached the table, awkwardly bowing as he addressed them. "Honorable ninjas, I did not mean to intrude. Please enjoy your meal. With so many dishes, if even a single bowl of soup is left in the slop bucket, it would sustain me for quite some time." The little beggar, clad in tattered rags and skin stretched over bones, bore various scars and bruises. Though he appeared to be of a similar age to Rin and his companions, his demeanor was filled with the essence of hardship. His eyes, filled with fear, betrayed his longing for the food spread before the ninjas. The 3 ninjas exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a complex array of emotions: surprise, sorrow, sympathy, pity, confusion, shock, and bewilderment, all swirling within their gazes as they regarded the beggar. The little beggar kept his head down, sensing their prolonged silence and fearing that his appearance and odor had offended the esteemed ninjas. Trembling with cold sweat, he bowed deeply, pleading, "Ninja lords, spare me. It is I who should not be here. Do with me as you will. My little sister is gravely ill, and today is her birthday. I only wished to find some leftover food to help her, yet I have intruded upon you. She is burning with fever, and all she desires is a taste of meat before she passes. Kindly grant this humble beggar such a trivial wish. Even if you were to end my life afterward, I would be eternally grateful." Chapter 67. The Curse of the Ninja. What does the term ninja signify in the eyes of the common folk? Why does a mere street urchin tremble in terror before them, more so than when confronting the savage beasts of the wilderness? The 3 exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts weighed down by discomfort. Each word from the young beggar struck them like a hammer, shattering their vanity and pride amid the celebratory feast. Why does such a plight exist? Have you not endeavored to alter the course of your own lives? Upon hearing Ji's probing inquiry, the child lowered his head further, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Ji, refrain from such remarks. The tides of fate do not yield to mere effort. Though they had employed transformation techniques to appear larger and more imposing, the trio's true ages were comparable to that of the kneeling child before them. This resonated particularly with Lenning, who felt the weight of this realization most acutely. Having witnessed his mother and grandmother perish at the hands of pursuers from the land of water, he reflected that, had it not been for his grandfather's timely intervention, he too might have found himself in the same desperate plight as the young beggar, fighting tooth and nail merely to stave off hunger. The more likely fate would have been an early demise, becoming nothing more than a meal for the stray dogs of the streets. The ninjas wield such formidable power. What, then, is their purpose? Is it merely to fulfill the whims of the opulent aristocrats? To stand idly by as the masses suffer, numb to their plight? Serving as enforcers for the rulers who safeguard the happiness of a privileged few at the cost of their own lives? Lenning found himself questioning the very essence of their existence for what felt like the nth time. Get lost, you filthy beggar. Do you even know where you are? This isn't a place for the likes of you. Just then, a wealthy merchant, sensing the disquiet at their table, rushed over to intervene. He spotted the small beggar holding a tattered bowl before the three unpredictable ninjas and cursed under his breath. Scram! Hurry to the kitchen and fetch 2 buns, then leave. This is no place for you. The merchant then turned to the 3 armed ninjas, plastering a sycophantic smile on his face. Noble ninjas, please do not mind this wretch. Let him pass as a mere nuisance. These filthy beggars will say anything to procure alms, spinning tales that sound almost believable. As he spoke, he attempted to drag the beggar away, muttering, "Go on. Are you trying to provoke the ninjas? Can't you wait until we leave to scavenge?" The merchant's patronizing tone betrayed his disdain. You should focus on surviving at your age. Did he truly believe that these perceptive ninjas were oblivious to his words? Even the most miserly of merchants could feel sympathy for the child, while all others regarded the ninjas as devoid of emotion, capricious beasts. What indeed does it mean to be a ninja? Tasked with protection, how could such human suffering persist? What are they guarding? Even Ji, the most emotionally detached among the trio, found himself lost in contemplation. Release him, Lenning commanded. My lord ninja, this, I said, release him. I invited him here, Lenning asserted. His gaze fixed upon the merchant's youthful visage, marred by a menacing cross-shaped scar, a face that bore an unmistakable aura of menace. The merchant, upon hearing this, shuddered and immediately relinquished the beggar, distancing himself from the child. My apologies. Enjoy your revelry, noble ninjas. We shall depart at dawn. The merchant bowed, and, as he averted his gaze, he noticed the lush weeds beneath Lenning's feet, while the other 2 stood upon the autumnal dust, a thought crystallizing in his mind, a flicker of insight flashing in his eyes. No one noticed when he slipped away, leaving the 3 children to encircle the 6 or 7-year-old beggar, showering him with concern. Where do you live? I possess some medical ninjutsu. I could treat a simple fever if needed. We can't finish all this food. If you'd like, join us. Feel free to take whatever your sister might fancy. By the way, where are your parents? Are they in good health? This inquiry came from Ji, who typically spoke little. Hey Ji, perhaps it's best not to probe into matters that might evoke painful memories? Huh, but the book says. Quit reading your pirated books. It's all right. The beggar hastily waved his hand, indicating he bore no offense, responding, my parents were killed by ninjas 2 years ago. His tone revealed no emotion, merely recounting a grim fact. Yet, the nonchalance with which he spoke sent a shiver through the trio. This was profound numbness. Both ninjas, bred to serve, and commoners, long tormented by hardship, had been stripped of their genuine feelings. Ah, Lenning gasped. My parents were also slain by ninjas. Ours were too. We may also face the same fate at their hands someday. He nudged Ji, turning to the beggar. Do you harbor hatred for ninjas? To answer, I cannot fight back nor kill. I cannot harbor hatred. Resentment towards ninjas will only lead to a more miserable existence. The beggar continued to pick at the food they had offered, nearly choking until Hinata Niji handed him a cup of water, allowing him to continue. The beggar forced a smile, though tears involuntarily streamed down his cheeks. We cannot suddenly gain the eyes of a sage to acquire extraordinary power, lacking any talent. How could a lowly beggar seek vengeance for his kin? Moreover, ninjas are but instruments, mere accomplices to enemies. My parents were murdered by hired thugs during an election. I know well who my true foes are, and I will not misplace my blame upon ninjas. With his head bowed deeply into his bowl, he hastened to consume his meal, his body trembling noticeably. Of course, a wretch like me has no right to blame our mayor. That's not right. Lenning murmured unconsciously. What? This is all wrong. The current paradigm is flawed. The power of ninjas derives from their physical and spiritual essence. They can alter nature with a mere gesture. Limitless and inexhaustible, it is the most advanced form of productivity, a means to achieve social harmony and energy liberation. The dawn of a new order, and should not serve as enforcers for an oppressive old regime. This world of ninjas is far too surreal. The forces of change have always existed, yet the world has not improved. Instead, it seems as though throughout history, those in power have merely been imbeciles content with the status quo. History recounts many sagacious rulers who sought to elevate ninjas, yet each met with a grim fate, mysterious deaths, disappearances, or rebellions that led to the fall of their nations. In the end, all came to naught. Niji, well-versed in literature, interjected, such policies act like a curse. Never implemented, whoever attempts to do so meets with ruin. It is as if an invisible force persistently thwarts the elevation of ninja's status. Chapter 68. Let us stir this wind. Blood-feeding technique. Let us indeed incite this breeze. In our new realm, we shall propagate our innovative ideals. I am eager to witness how this invisible consciousness can impede us. Zui swallowed hard, realizing the precarious situation he had unwittingly entered. Our own country. Are we merely playing house? Oh, foolish child, what nonsense are you uttering? Uzumaki Renang pressed down on Zui's head firmly. The samurai of the Iron Country are capable of governing their own lands, establishing a paradise for warriors. Why should we, as ninjas, not aspire to the same? This endeavor transcends mere vanity. It is about forging new possibilities for the world, instituting a new framework and policies to safeguard the happiness of all. Countless wars have unequivocally demonstrated that the political systems erected by these ineffectual hereditary nobles are utterly futile. Zui nodded absently, lost in thought. Uzumaki Renang and Hyuga Niji exchanged amused glances, teasingly wrapping their arms around his neck. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Since the old man has sent you to accompany us, we cannot allow you to depart so easily. Zui shook his head once more. Why would you think that of me? The books say companions share both fortune and misfortune. We are a team, are we not? Indeed. They replied in unison with a smile. At that moment, the famished little beggar, having finally finished the bowl of rice after 3 days of hunger, momentarily forgot his plight. A contented burp reminded him of his sister, and guilt washed over him. He looked at the trio with hopeful eyes. Ninja, esteemed ninjas. You just mentioned that you could discern the nature of my sister's illness, correct? Oh, I cannot guarantee anything, but there is a 90% chance of curing her, Uzumaki Renang said, rising to nudge the little beggar's shoulder, indicating he should lead the way. The beggar, desperate to cling to this final flicker of hope, stumbled to his feet, nearly toppling over. His pallid, emaciated face flushed with joy, but then he recalled something and his expression fell. Right, money. The doctor will require payment, but we have no money left. It was all taken by those deceitful physicians. Seeing Uzumaki Renang moving further away, the little boy's mind raced, mistakenly thinking that this esteemed ninja was leaving because he could not afford the medical fees. Master, Uzumaki Renang turned around. My heart, my liver, my brain, my life, all that I possess, take whatever you deem valuable. Just please, have mercy and save my sister. I am willing to do anything. Uzumaki Renang merely smirked before continuing onward. Upon reaching the doorway, he glanced back at the little beggar still bowing deeply, kneeling with utmost sincerity. Come along, little one. Are you attempting to morally bind me? How can I treat your sister if you do not lead? What? The beggar's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, as if he had glimpsed a ray of light in the darkness. He lifted his head, his lips quivering in disbelief. Yet, when he met Uzumaki Renang's gaze, a smile broke through his tears. Really, can you truly save my sister? His voice trembled, choked with emotion. The little beggar, as if finding the world's most precious treasure, sprang to his feet and dashed towards the door, calling back, "Follow me. My home is just ahead." He pushed open the door, revealing a dimly lit room where a frail little girl, no more than 3 or 4 years old, lay on the bed. Her face flushed with an unnatural hue. It was evident she suffered from malnutrition-related illness. Uzumaki Renang wasted no time. After assessing her condition, he instructed Niji and Zui to escort the little beggar outside, while he positioned himself at the bedside, drawing a kunai to pierce his fingertip. This provides a perfect opportunity for an experiment, according to the ancient memories passed down by the elder Uzumaki clan leader. The method of healing through his blood differed from that of other Uzumaki. Perhaps it was due to the years spent in close proximity to wood-release cells, amplifying the vitality coursing through his bloodline. His blood had awakened a deeper power, infused with a unique chakra, allowing him to manipulate it even when separated from his body. Unlike the various types of chakra on the test paper, this was yang release. The Uzumaki clan was destined to master yang release. Its ultimate manifestation could resurrect the dead, a feat considered fundamental within the pure-blooded Uzumaki. Although his chakra did not encompass earth release, preventing him from wielding wood release like the first Hokage, he could still command a portion of nature through this chakra, if he could fully harness this life force. Today marked the first step of that endeavor. Uzumaki Renang brought his bleeding fingertip to the girl's lips, allowing the crimson fluid to flow into her mouth. In mere moments, the unnatural redness of her face began to normalize. Her breathing grew steadier, while her eyes remained closed. She no longer clutched the edge of the blanket in pain, her body relaxing. It was merely the result of exhaustion, her health fundamentally restored. Uzumaki Renang sensed his chakra coursing through her, merging her physical and spiritual energies into a harmonious whole. Similar to the experimental reports on those who had undergone cell transplants from the first Hokage, she had been infused with his yang release chakra. Given her tender age, her grasp of this power was still limited, making his yang release gentler than the aggressive nature of the first cells. He gently beckoned to the girl. "Lift your left hand." Her body stirred momentarily before settling into stillness. "Raise the hand with which you eat." This time, she effortlessly lifted her right hand. "Now, raise your other hand." Success. The left hand rose as well. Uzumaki Renang pondered. Human brains are often overly active, leading to uncontrollable thoughts. If applied to animals, the self-created technique known as blood feeding could prove exceedingly beneficial. Chapter 69. We encountered the divine vortex. Lu Ning surveyed the wooden cottage, then took a bowl of clear water, dripped some blood into it, and gently swirled it. Instantly, the entire bowl transformed into a vivid crimson. He then called to the young beggar, "Come in." The young beggar obediently entered, first glancing at his sister lying on the bed. Seeing her serene expression, free from anguish, her body relaxed as she even let out soft snores. Joy radiated from him, impossible to suppress. "Sister." He then turned to Vortex Lu Ning, his face reflecting a fervor akin to worship. Without hesitation, he bowed deeply, his voice trembling. Thank you, my lord, for saving my sister. I am but a humble beggar, and I can offer no reward, but I am willing to serve you for a lifetime." Vortex Lu Ning chuckled. "Your words are pleasing, yet you do not even know your own name. How can you serve me? My surname was lost after our parents abandoned us, and to evade our enemies, I had to forsake it. I can scarcely recall my name. For years, everyone has simply called me young beggar and my sister sickly child. I shall be called whatever you wish, my lord." Vortex Lu Ning, unfazed, replied, "You shall be named Panan." "What? From this day forth, you will bear the name Panan, symbolizing the eradication of all worldly suffering. This was the foremost thought that arose in my heart upon meeting you." Gazing behind the young boy, Vortex Lu Ning noted that although the cottage was dilapidated, it was neither filthy nor disordered. It was evident that it was frequently cleaned. The arrangement of items was remarkably orderly, and most importantly, the wall by the window was lined with an array of collected old books, none of which bore dust, indicating they were often perused. "You call yourself a young beggar, yet your living space reveals a soul uncontent with stagnation. This abode cannot contain your spirit." He handed the boy the bowl of water without further explanation. "Drink this." The young boy, no, he had resolved to embrace the name Panan, received the water, asked no questions, and without hesitation, drank the peculiar concoction. Almost immediately, warmth surged through him, and an itch spread across his body as if a small serpent danced within him, yet it was a comforting sensation. Panan remained steadfast before Vortex Lu Ning, motionless. Vortex Lu Ning yawned and patted his shoulder. "It is late. We must journey onward tomorrow. You should rest well. This potion will fortify your physique and enhance your chances of survival. Aspire to rise above your current state. Do not settle for being a beggar. I hope that one day, you may assist me." Yes, my lord." Vortex Lu Ning had already reached the door. My lord. You are my sister's savior, granting her a second chance at life. I humbly ask you to bestow a name upon her as well." Vortex Lu Ning regarded Panan with a knowing smile, sensing his earnest wish, and waved his hand. "Let her be called Kong." A simple name is easy to nurture. The rest shall depend on your capabilities. Yes, yes. Punin watched as Vortex Lu Ning departed, lingering until the figure of his benefactor vanished from view before finally turning back. In that moment, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to inquire about his benefactor's name. But, brother, what is it? The sister on the bed rubbed her drowsy eyes and slowly awakened. After my slumber, I feel much better. My body feels warm and comfortable. Dear sister, Punin swallowed hard, suppressing the surge of emotion within him. It was vital to note that prior to this, his sister had lain in bed for 3 entire days, her breath shallow. We have just encountered the divine. This was nothing short of a divine gift. Unbeknownst to the already distant Vortex Lu Ning, the bookshelf, filled with astronomical histories and political discourses, would one day be adorned with numerous tomes on theology. Chapter 70. Become my right-hand man. At this juncture, the ninjas had successfully escorted the merchant caravan to the border of the Land of Fire, where they paused to rest. And the boundary marker was already visible in the distance. Vortex Lu Ning seemed to awaken to the reality. So we are still within the Land of Fire. The realm described in books as the most powerful and prosperous in the ninja world. Yet, it is evident that many do not survive here. Although they traveled along seldom trodden paths, they encountered more than one beggar along the way. The merchants in the carts were constantly served with the freshest meals, while scavengers waited by the roadside to collect horse manure for sustenance. Along this journey, no resources were squandered, and the streets traversed by horses remained pristine. The environment of the Land of Fire was as idyllic as a utopia. Yet, the suffering of the masses was palpable. Throughout the journey, the hearts of the few were profoundly stirred. Vortex Lu Ning, having been a ninja from outside the village, possessed a broad perspective, his ambitions reaching far beyond the confines of Konoha's literature. This experience allowed him to transcend the limitations of nation and village, broadening his vision to encompass a more distant horizon. With newfound understanding of the Uchiha clans standing among the villages, he couldn't help but recall Uchiha Itachi. Had he not, at some point, broken free from the confines of his clan, choosing to eradicate his own family? The 3 esteemed ninjas persevered through the border of the Land of Fire, and soon they would reach their destination. The merchant, having already sent word ahead to arrange a feast in honor of the 3, expressed his heartfelt gratitude for their life-risking protection along the journey, beseeching them not to refuse. The wealthy merchant dismounted his cart, approaching the trio with a beaming smile. However, as he bowed his head, a glimmer of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. This subtlety certainly did not escape the perceptive ninjas. Yet the limited experience of the 3 7-year-olds prevented them from discerning any deeper significance. They merely considered the merchant's astuteness to be expected. Even upon deeper reflection, they could only surmise that the merchant sought to cultivate a rapport with them. However, at that moment, their thoughts were far removed from indulgence, and without hesitation, they declined. The merchant, undeterred by their rejection, maintained his cheerful demeanor. Very well, I shall not disturb your rest. Once you escort us back to our town and complete the task's formalities, we can converse at length. Silence enveloped the group as they continued their journey. Upon reaching the Land of Water, they entered the merchant's domain, where the carts moved swiftly, far faster than they had in the Land of Fire. Upon arrival, the merchant's reputation was evident, as every passerby greeted the caravan with reverence. Lord Caffin, Lord Caffin, Lord Caffin. Their tone bore more fear than respect. The merchant responded to each greeting, his demeanor becoming somewhat haughty upon entering his territory, his tone towards the ninjas less deferential than before. Yet, perhaps with ulterior motives, Kato, who was reluctant to leave the cart, took the initiative to drive the horses, his gaze fixed on the ninjas, wary of their potential disappearance. Once they reached their destination, Vortex Lu Ning urged Kato to swiftly sign the mission scroll, preparing to depart. However, unbeknownst to them, their surroundings had been completely encircled. What had initially seemed like a warm welcome from the townspeople was revealed to be a gathering of mercenaries under the command of the wealthy merchant. Cursed be it. What were they thinking earlier? How could they have overlooked such an obvious situation? The narcotic incense circulating in the black market had indeed proven effective. Even the formidable ninjas were susceptible to its influence. At that moment, Caffin, embracing a rotund figure resembling himself, regarded the 3 ninjas with no trace of the earlier obsequiousness. Turning to his brother, he remarked, "Did you see that, Kato? What did I tell you? As long as one possesses a clever mind, it is entirely feasible to scheme against ninjas, even with a mere mortal's body. Curse it. It was the incense the merchant had lit while conversing with them in the cart. They had initially thought it merely a peculiar indulgence of the wealthy. Kafan, supporting his brother, did not do so out of affection but rather because he too had inhaled the incense and found himself unsteady. Ahem. Relax, everyone. I have always preferred harmony. My actions are merely to ensure that none of you suddenly become violent. I have another proposition to discuss with you, esteemed ninjas of great strength. With a swift motion, Vortex Linning drew his blade, refusing to be coerced into action under duress. He had sworn an oath with his life since that fateful rain in the land of water. Clutching the blade with his fingers reversed, he inflicted pain upon himself to remain alert, blood dripping from his arm to the barren ground, where only a small ant hole remained. Vortex Linning's eyes gleamed with ferocity. His expression twisted, yet his mind raced to devise a means to let his blood seep into the ant hole. If you wish to issue a mission, you could easily do so in Konoha, without the need for such threats. Judging by your conduct thus far, it does not appear that you lack for mission funds. Hinata Niji, suppressing his fatigue, retorted to the merchant, if it weren't for Konoha's rigid regulations prohibiting ninjas from engaging in political matters, would I be compelled to resort to such a convoluted method to recruit powerful ninjas from the great ninja villages? Kafan shrugged, nonetheless. The foundation of a ninja village is undeniably superior to that of those aimless rogue ninjas. Over the past while, I have indeed managed to entice several formidable ninjas through this method. After all, at the end of the day, you ninjas are merely tools willing to do anything for profit. With that, he clapped his hands, and several ninjas of considerable strength emerged from the mercenary ranks, surrounding the trio with predatory intent. Their appearances varied, yet all bore a deep scar across their forehead, a mark of rogue ninjas existing outside the law. These individuals were bona fide adult ninjas, with skills starting from seasoned lower-ranked ninjas, posing a formidable threat to the trio of Linning, who stood barely over a meter tall. While those enticed by money may not have been the stalwarts of the ninja village, their combat experience was not to be underestimated. The intensity in their gazes suggested that each had claimed the lives of no fewer than 10 individuals. Kafan continued his tirade, having observed your performance along the way. I am quite satisfied with your abilities. Join me in my endeavors. If you assist me in conquering the land of water and allow me to become its new lord, I shall reward each of you handsomely. 10 million Ryo per person. Come, be my right-hand man. Beside him, Kato's eyes glimmered with admiration as he looked at his brother. Chapter 71, a young release derivative? The Art of Blood Offering. Before the trio could respond, the renegades surrounding Kahan began to clamor. Hey, boss, why did you promise them 10 million, but we only get 8 million Ryo? We demand a raise. Silence, you fools. Kahan reprimanded his subordinates without reservation. Pointing at Uzumaki Raccoon in the center, that red-haired lad can use would release the power of the legendary god of shinobi. Which of you can do that? If you want more compensation, you must first prove your worth to me. Would release? You probably just found some trickster. I never heard of such a secret when I was in the village. Although this guy's face looks somewhat familiar, I can't imagine him being able to use would release. A ninja wearing a Konoha renegade headband stepped forward with a sneer. Asahi Hyuga raised his head. Byakugan? From the Hyuga clan? To send you out on a mission. You must be a low-ranking member of the branch family, your life entirely at the mercy of the main family. Just like my unfortunate teammate who died in the war. While I do covet the Byakugan of your Hyuga clan, there's nothing I can do if you're just a branch member. This Konoha renegade seemed to command some respect among the renegades. He scanned Uzumaki Raccoon and his companions, his gaze lingering on the cross-dressing Sai for a moment, and he licked his lips with a sinister grin. Someone like that doesn't meet the boss's recruitment criteria. To prevent information leaks, we'll have to kill him. The wood-release trickster and that pretty girl the boss mentioned can stay, though? Well, you ninjas understand ninja matters better. If that's the case, then there's nothing to be done. The Cataract Kid is out of luck. The other two should obediently become my subordinates. I won't mistreat you. I hope you won't refuse. Otherwise, Kahan spread his hands. Hyuga, hearing the renegade discuss the differences between his main and branch families, felt like someone was dancing on his nerves. His patience had reached its limit. Even his drowsiness seemed to dissipate. His Byakugan widened, veins popping on his forehead, and a blue fire flickered in his eyes, tinting his once jade-like pupils a pale blue. His brain felt as if it had been scorched by flames, both cool and scorching, two opposing sensations simultaneously entering his brain and spinal cord, forming an even more wondrous feeling that made Hyuga shudder with pleasure. He once again assumed the 8 trigrams fist stance. and even a strange blue flame ignited in his hands, yet it didn't burn him at all. What a pitiful child. The Jinchuriki wasn't killed by her successor after all. The affairs between the village's leaders shouldn't be blamed on you children. I also want to see what this new world you speak of will be like. Don't die here. Let me lend you my power. A sigh echoed in Niji's mind. Although the voice was hoarse like a beast's, the tone was gentle, even carrying a hint of tender tolerance, sounding like the talking cat of a kind neighbor. Hyuga Niji paused. Are you the blue cat from back then? Just call me Two Tails. Although I don't like the nicknames humans give us. Don't call me Blue Cat. I am the two-tailed spirit of vengeance. With those words, the blue flames engulfing Hyuga Niji surged even higher. All traces of drowsiness vanished, and chakra instantly filled his entire body. The blue flames in his palms burned even more intensely. Ah, thanks, Blue Cat. Niji's Byakugan were also tinged with the wildness of a beast by the blue flames. His grin carried a hint of wickedness. And with the power of the tailed beast's chakra, he struck out at the renegade closest to him. 8 trigrams, flame palm. His palm, enveloped in blue flames, slammed into the enemy's chest, and the blue flames took advantage of the attack to ignite within the enemy's body. Starting at the heart, using blood as fuel, they traveled through the enemy's veins, turning all the internal organs into charred remains. When the person opened his mouth again, black smoke billowed out, his eyes glazed over, and he collapsed to the ground, instantly turning into a charred corpse. A ninja only attacks and does not defend. If a vital point is attacked, even a god will die. Hey, what's going on? Weren't you guys supposed to be affected by my hallucinogenic incense? How can you still stand? My useless subordinates can't even resist this drug. Don't compare us to those trash who would betray their village. Uzumaki Raccoon shook his increasingly dizzy head and looked mockingly at the Konoha renegade who had spoken earlier. Huh, what secret you haven't heard of? Can anything you've heard be called a secret? Although it's not exactly would release. At this moment, the ground beneath their feet began to shake for some unknown reason. The surrounding trees were also sinking due to the earth-shattering tremors, as if some monstrous beast was digging tunnels and gnawing at the roots. A small amount of blood was infused with a large amount of life force by Uzumaki Raccoon. He was now pale and swaying, but he still forced himself to sneer. Although I only cultivated one queen ant, it should be enough to deal with you. Those who dare to speak recklessly and attack me must be prepared to be avenged to the death. Who told you that would release is the only derivative of yang release? It's not just wood that's natural, you idiot. Uzumaki Raccoon grinned and raised his hand. Blood offering, blood ant rampage. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As Uzumaki Raccoon's voice fell, the ground beneath them suddenly collapsed, and countless giant ants, larger than an adult's arm, poured out of the ground. Among them were even a dozen ants larger than humans. Their bodies shimmered with a crimson light, and their sharp mandibles were terrifying. Avoiding Niji and Sai, who were traveling with Raccoon, they attacked the renegades. What is this? A summoning beast? I've never heard of this type of summoning beast. What monsters? So many. How are we supposed to fight this? Why would a ninja with this kind of power accept a C-rank mission? Isn't that bullying? I've never heard of you in Konoha. You're definitely not an unknown figure. Who are you? Seeing the surging blood ants, the renegades panicked and used their signature moves to resist the ant swarm. Water release, water bullet technique. Earth release, earth flow river. Wind release, wind scythe jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. The renegades came from all over the world, and the ninjutsu they used were varied. Other ninjutsu had little effect. After all, they were only C-rank ninjutsu, limited in scale, and could only destroy 1 or 2 ants at a time at best. Only fire release burned the ants, causing the flames to explode instantly, incinerating the giant ants' bodies, scalding the insects, and sending them rolling on the ground, engulfing more of their kin in flames, causing widespread casualties. Use fire release. Fire release is surprisingly effective against these monster ants. Chapter 72. The True Painting of Beasts, Bloodhounds. Ah, quite formidable indeed. I had no idea that my swarm of ants could be countered by flames. This was my first real combat experience, and I was rather oblivious until now. Vortex Lenning sat atop the back of a colossal ant, observing the scene with amusement as he scratched his head and laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up to the fire ninjutsu user. Behind him, chains sprang forth, targeting the several ninjas who had just unleashed their fire techniques. But how many of you are truly adept at fire ninjutsu? Diamond lock. The thick chains whirled through the air, entwined with powerful sealing techniques. Caught off guard, at least 4 fire ninjas were pierced through the heart by the chains. their lives extinguished instantly. Others were ensnared, unable to escape the binding force, rendered immobile. The number of fire ninjas dwindled drastically. Cough, cough. In that moment, Vortex Lenning expended a significant amount of chakra, his complexion paling further, the originally vibrant red of his hair dimming, now tinged with white. His mother had once told him that pure-blooded Uzumakis would see their hair turn white after excessive chakra consumption. Only when chakra was fully restored would it regain its red hue. How frustrating. I was too careless. Had it not been for the mesmerizing incense I inhaled earlier, he wouldn't have needed to resort to such energy-draining techniques to summon these ants to engage the enemy. Vortex Lenning glanced at Hinata Niji, who was surrounded by blue flames, darting through the enemy ranks like a specter. Wherever the blue flames blazed, foes fell one after another. Niji was indeed impressive. With comrades supporting him, he appeared unaffected by the narcotic, showing no concerns over chakra depletion. I am still too weak. Vortex Lenning turned his gaze to SI, who was firmly protected by the blood ants and had succumbed to unconsciousness, and couldn't help but chuckle, commanding the blood ants to bite down on SI's arm. The instant the blood ant's sharp fangs pierced SI's arm, the slumbering youth jerked awake, letting out a brief whimper. His dazed eyes suddenly focused, instinctively reaching for the ninja tool pouch at his waist, an instinct honed under Danzo's tutelage, compelling him to retaliate even when caught off guard in slumber. Don't draw your shuriken, you fool. Look at the situation. SI turned toward the source of the voice, his unfocused pupils reflecting the figure of Vortex Lenning atop the ant's back. This fellow was brandishing a bloodied chain to intimidate the enemies. A half-eaten soldier's ration still dangling from his mouth, his pale face splattered with the blood of rogue ninjas. So, many ants. Am I still dreaming? Vortex Lenning flicked away the coagulated blood clinging to his eyelashes. Let us put questions aside for now and annihilate these foes. From right to left. The third scroll in your pouch. I've hidden something extraordinary within. SI, still in a daze, nodded obediently and proceeded to unfurl the scroll. As his fingers brushed against the scroll at his waist, his entire arm suddenly convulsed uncontrollably. Chakra surged within him like boiling ink, rushing towards the scroll. The sealing scroll unfurled with a rustle, revealing 3 crimson-silhouetted canine creatures peeking from the edges of the parchment, their ears depicted as though they were wilted leaves. What an ugly creature. SI fell silent. The ears of the grotesque hounds were positioned at their rears, one drawn hastily while the other sported 2 heads, clearly contrary to his meticulous artistic style. It was a mere rehash of a draft he had already completed, yet the execution was utterly flawed. I was merely doodling with your blood on the scroll while you slept. It contains my power, you know? SI despaired. This isn't even a painting. This is not art. You've squandered my masterpiece. Now enemies abound. Is this truly the time to be fretting over such trivialities? Come now, great artist, our combined technique, blood feeding, spirit infusion. No, this technique is called Super Beast Pseudo-Painting, Bloodhounds. With that, Lenning and SI pointed their hands towards the enemy, and the 3 bloodhounds lunged fiercely in their direction. The bloodhound soared towards the throat of a Mist Village rogue ninja, who narrowly evaded by leaning back, only to have a shuriken thrust into his left foreleg. Dark crimson blood splattered onto the sandy ground as the creature twisted, sinking its fangs into the rogue ninja's wrist. The simultaneous cracking of bone and the anguished cries erupted. Slay this beast. An Awagakure ninja swung a hammer, aiming to crush the hound's midsection. The bloodhound released its grip and rolled, its hind leg caught by the wind from the hammer swing, limping behind a rock. Seizing the opportunity, SI's ink snake wrapped around the IWA ninja's ankle, only to be scattered by a shuriken thrown by a lightning ninjutsu user. The 3 bloodhounds attacked from different angles. One had its ear sliced off by a wind blade, yet still managed to tear into the calf of a Mist Village rogue. Another clamped down on the handle of the IWA ninja's hammer, creating an opening for Niji's gentle fist. The stoutest 2-headed hound withstood 2 fireballs, sinking its fangs deep into the artery of the lightning ninjutsu user. What on earth are these, dogs or rabid wolves? The Mist Ninja, clutching his bleeding wrist, retreated. The bloodhounds, though covered in wounds, ears mutilated, hind legs twisted, fur charred, still relied on their primal instincts to tear and kill, disrupting the precision of the ninja's tactics into a chaotic melee. The bloodhound's claws tore through the forehead protector of a Mist rogue, yet as the enemy retreated, one of its forelimbs was severed by a shuriken, dark crimson flesh mingling with shattered bones splattering everywhere, but the main body remained ferocious. Using its remaining 3 limbs to cling to the rock wall for leverage, its fangs viciously piercing the enemy's shoulder. Upon noticing that the bloodhounds did not dissipate like the ink snake had after being struck, but merely bore additional wounds, I could not help but feel his pupils constrict. They are corporeal beings, and they do not vanish upon being attacked. These hounds are living creatures. Vortex Linning, however, remained unfazed. Indeed, the creations of Yang Release can manifest from nothingness. I can hardly fathom the surprises that await me once I fully master this power, rather than relying solely on blood to invoke it. While the two conversed, the battlefield shifted once more. The fangs of the two-headed hound were still embedded in the thigh of the lightning ninjutsu user, while 3 sharp wind bullets pierced through his spine. Blood gushed forth from the ruptured vessels. In the distance, the enemies retaliated with another fire technique, only to see the hound explode, leaving behind a charred head rolling between the rocks. The limping bloodhound, having just torn into the throat of a mist rogue, was met with the IWA ninja's hammer, which shattered its skull. Amidst the dull thud of its cranium fracturing, the remains continued to convulse, gripping the enemy's ankle until it was incinerated by fire techniques into a smoldering pile of ash. The final hound, with its ears severed, was the most tenacious. It clamped down on a severed arm and leaped towards the rock wall, only to be annihilated by a combination of lightning and fire techniques. As the currents coursed through its body, flesh burst like overripe fruit, and the viscous remains splattered onto SI's clothing, causing him to stagger back in shock. Vortex Linning calmly caught SI, adding the concluding remark, "However, the flaw of life is its inevitable mortality. This is far more convenient than ink paintings." Chapter 73. Exhausted chakra. Thus, the 3 canines were completely vanquished. The swarm of ants had also been mostly incinerated. Yet, approximately 10 remnants of the enemy still clung to life. However, those who remained were evidently not to be underestimated, for each one was an elite Nin. Vortex Linning shook his head as the effects of the medicine began to wear off, the dizziness no longer as pronounced. He turned to Sai, saying, "Let us see if we can walk now. Watching Niji single-handedly slay foes while we merely toy with insects and beasts is rather humiliating." Vortex Linning drew the new katana he had purchased after their last battle. "Ah, of course," Sai replied, reaching into his ninja tool pouch. The two exchanged glances and shouted in unison, charging onto the battlefield with the elegance of trained ninjas. Sai continuously propelled shuriken forward, while Vortex Linning's blade cut through the air with a sharp whistle. "You needn't say that. The cover provided by your summoned beasts has been immensely helpful to me." Niji, noticeably fatigued, attempted to correct his companions. However, he was interrupted by Vortex Linning, who patted his shoulder, urging, "Go rest, leave the remainder to us." In an instant, Linning's blade was drawn, striking down at the neck of a ninja in the center. The ninja reacted swiftly, turning just in time to expose Linning's back, and thrusting a kunai toward his rear. Easy, bang. At that moment, Vortex Linning dispelled his transformation technique, his previously towering figure shrinking into that of a small child, unblemished by maturity. The intended lethal strike instead slid downward, grazing Linning's small posterior. The ninja, momentarily stunned, stammered, a child? Is this a transformation technique?" Yet, in the chaos of battle, even a moment's distraction could lead to fatal consequences. At this instant, Vortex Linning, having been provoked, erupted in fury. I shall surely kill you." The ninja had yet to retract his attack, leaving his neck wide open. Although Linning was not tall, his blade was long. With a swift motion, the gleaming edge cleaved through the air, severing the enemy's head, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. At that moment, another enemy approached. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Utilizing the body replacement technique, Vortex Linning's katana struck the collarbone of a Rock Village rebel ninja, while simultaneously, he suffered a heavy blow to his shoulder, causing the bandaging on his backside to tear. A few droplets of blood were flung to the scorched earth, seeping into the shattered compound eyes of a burnt worker ant, which twitched feebly. Noticing this, Vortex Linning's eyes glinted as he flicked his rear again, causing more blood to splatter. Resisting the ringing in his ears and the dizziness, he rejoined the fray. Linning's katana grazed the ribs of a Sand Village rebel, producing a shower of sparks upon striking the rocky surface. Seizing the opportunity, a chain entangled the enemy's ankle, but with a powerful jerk, it was yanked back, causing the child to stumble. The weight advantage of an adult ninja rendered a 6-year-old's tactics a mere jest. He decisively released the chain, launching 3 shuriken laced with explosive tags directly at the enemy's face, which detonated. Earth release, rock grasp. As the Rock Village ninja's technique surged from behind, he was busy biting down on the bandages wrapping his wounded rear. He barely rolled aside to dodge the earth spikes, grabbing a charred ant carcass as a shield. The shattered exoskeleton mixed with blood splattered, as sharp mandibles embedded into the crevices of the wall where Ka Fan was hiding. Water release, water chaos wave. The Mist Ninja's torrent slammed Linning against a tree trunk. He coughed up blood but threw his last poison saban. The intended lethal strike faltered, only grazing the enemy's left shoulder. Yet, it sufficed. The poison ninja staggered backward, crushing a burnt soldier ant beneath his foot, causing its bloodied remnants to spasm and pierce his ankle. Seeing the peril, Ka Fan prepared to retreat strategically, but suddenly found his path blocked by a sturdy carapace. The worker ants, reanimated by blood under Lenning's command, encircled Ka Fan, their crimson compound eyes and jagged, shattered mandibles reflecting their bloodthirst. Once insignificant, these ants transformed into fearsome beasts, akin to an unyielding undead legion, eternally driven to kill, even if their brains lay in tatters, without sensation, pain, or thought. They obeyed their leader's commands, advancing relentlessly until their last limb was severed. This was the essence of the insect clan. In the fleeting moment before the great insect's maw crushed his skull, Ka Fan finally grasped the meaning of loyalty, realizing his subordinates had scattered in terror, leaving him alone. But speaking of which, Ka Duo had fled rather swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Indeed, one must never underestimate a ninja, believing that sheer numbers would guarantee strength, only to discover the disparity among ninjas. The incompetents under his command were mere buffoons, a collection of failures. His mind felt remarkably lighter. Thoughts were elusive, nothing remained. He chuckled, Ka Duo. I've truly met my match this time. The company is now yours. Do not squander the ambition I've instilled in you all these years. Ka Fan's last words escaped his lips as blood poured from the corners of his mouth, his body uncontrollably collapsing to the ground. White and red matter oozing from the remnants of his shattered skull, his death a tragic spectacle. This once renowned merchant left the world unnoticed. Meanwhile, the trio, expending the last of their chakra, finally united to eliminate the last remaining enemy, who was perilously close to Jonin's strength. Thus, Ka Fan's private army was obliterated. The conspiracy to overturn the land of soup was stillborn, yet the shattered scheme was reborn, reconstituted into a more colossal plot. As Lenning's head grew heavy once more, this time from chakra exhaustion, his vision dimmed. He truly could not endure any longer. The three exchanged a final glance, each sharing a smile. Vortex Lenning commanded the remaining ants to guard them, and once he was assured no further threats loomed, he peacefully succumbed to slumber. In their battle to conserve chakra, the trio had dispelled their transformation techniques, leaving them as 3 wounded children amidst a pile of corpses, a sight that would evoke pity in any observer. Yet, as Lenning had previously remarked, it is only through life and death that one can comprehend the true essence of a ninja. While forged in battle, ambition flourishing amidst carnage. All that does not kill me only serves to make me more formidable. The journey of youth must be toward the stars and the sea. Lenning's once vibrant red hair, dulled by chakra depletion, lay soaked in blood, now vividly crimson once more, resembling a lifeless corpse. For despite the prowess of chakra and physique, the children of the Vortex clan remained, after all, merely children. Chapter 74. The survivor, a cool sensation brushed across his forehead, and the bloodstains etched on his face were gently wiped away with warm water. After enduring prolonged and intense combat, his body finally felt a semblance of comfort. Waking abruptly, the crimson-eyed Uzumaki Lenning grasped the delicate hand that was using a damp cloth to cleanse his visage, exerting such force that he nearly crushed the bones of his caregiver. A startled cry escaped her lips, not the fierce retaliation he had anticipated, but rather the pained gasp of a frail woman. As his mind struggled to emerge from the haze of confusion, he gradually regained clarity upon hearing her voice. Loosening his grip and shifting his gaze to the individual he held, a woman appearing to be in her 30s, clad in a faded grayish-white linen robe, with the collar patched with indigo scraps. Her hair, a withered yellow, was wrapped in a cloth that was supposed to be a nun's headscarf, yet adorned with a half-ruined piece of lace, reminiscent of a tattered curtain discarded by some noble. I apologize for my earlier reaction. Did you save me? The unique perception of Uzumaki Lenning activated, and even without turning around, he could distinctly sense the presence of two other chakra signatures nearby, those of Sai and Niji. Thank you. May I inquire where this place is? This is Winza village. If you are well enough to leave, I urge you to do so quickly. We have no surplus food to offer you. At that moment, another head peeked out from behind the woman, a child appearing slightly older than the trio of Uzumaki Kingdom, perhaps around 10 years of age. Yet, he was frail, looking as if he had not enjoyed a hearty meal in quite some time. The woman turned to comfort the child, saying, Xiaofu, these children are younger than you. Given the circumstances, had we not rescued them, they would have been devoured by wild beasts. You were the one who found them on the ground and brought them to this refuge, correct? You must embody the virtues of an elder brother towards your younger siblings. The small, scrawny boy, affectionately called Xiaofu, leaned into her touch, shyly scratching his head as he replied, I know that, Mother Foam. You are very kind. And it is precisely for this reason that we were saved and hold you in such high regard. But they are different. He pointed at Uzumaki Kingdom and the others. Continuing, when we first rescued them, I had not realized it, but now I regret it. They are ninjas. They wear headbands, and their wounds are grievous. They have come out to kill at such a young age. When they grow up, they will surely be even more ruthless. If we aid them now, they will undoubtedly kill even more people in the future. In that case, our act of saving lives for the sake of peace would merely make us accomplices to war. But they are lives, nonetheless. If we turn a blind eye to the plight of such young children, we would be no different from those merciless ninjas, would we? Ninjas. Indeed. Uzumaki Kingdom, unusually composed in the face of disdain, took a moment to steady himself against the dizziness caused by blood loss. He stared blankly at the mother and son, posing a question, why do you harbor such contempt for ninjas? In your eyes, what do ninjas symbolize? Are your current tribulations all the result of ninjas? Ah, what do ninjas symbolize? The boy sneered, charging towards Uzumaki Kingdom, seizing him by the collar and shouting. His spittle flying, my parents were taken by bandits, my sister was humiliated by them, and, unable to bear the weight of it, fought back. And our village was reduced to ashes. Every child here wanders because of the devastation wrought by bandits. How can you ask why I disdain ninjas? Calm down. What you speak of are bandits, which have nothing to do with ninjas. Had it not been for the support of you ninjas behind every band of bandits, how could we possibly be so powerless? You ninjas are the greatest bandits of all. Whenever the townspeople form a militia to seek revenge against bandits, those vile ninjas leap into action, using their techniques to slaughter us as easily as chopping vegetables. The very strength they wield, marked by their headbands, is enough to kill someone of our size. Not to mention, our Winza village is currently occupied by a group of scoundrels known as Kafin, along with ninjas. Hey, what you speak of must be rogue ninjas. A legitimate ninja would surely assist in such matters, would they not? Uzumaki Kingdom chuckled awkwardly, pushing Xiaofu aside to avoid the spit splattering onto his face. Such noble words. Yet you ninjas are merely mercenaries who only recognize wealth over righteousness. We lack the funds to hire ninjas to exterminate bandits, and without their help, the bandits grow ever bolder, extorting us for protection money. We have no means to pay for tasks. Our village is besieged by numerous bandits. Prices here are unlike anywhere else. One loaf of bread costs 500,000 Rio. With so many victimized villages gathered together, surely it is possible to raise enough for a B-rank mission? Is there not a village chief to advocate for you? This place is remote and far removed from the renowned, indifferent lord of the land of hot water. The village chief has never cared for our lives. He colludes with those bandits. The common folk in the ninja world truly endure countless calamities. Uzumaki Kingdom mused in silence for a moment. You mentioned those bandit rogue ninjas. What kind of strength do they possess? Can you describe it? How could I possibly know? Lions and hyenas can easily kill humans. To me, there is no difference. Their strength is likely only that of a chunin, but the people here cannot cope with them. The woman, known as Foam, spoke up. You. I was once a medical ninja, she revealed. However, since the land of hot water has been completely eroded by the hot springs, our hidden hot water village has not seen battle for years, leading to a decline in the strength of our generation of ninjas. Eventually, the entire hidden village relaxed its defenses, allowing outsiders to enter freely. I merely traveled this far and encountered these children, driven by compassion, rescuing them and living on until now. But as I am not an offensive ninja and my strength is weak, my former companions only act for money and will not lend a hand without payment. This dire situation has remained unresolved. Mother Feng has done remarkably well, saving many of us. She is the most magnificent, gentle, and kind-hearted person in the land of hot water. Xiao Fu looked up at Mother Feng with eyes filled with admiration. Uzumaki Kingdom scrutinized Mother Feng intently, causing the adoring Xiao Fu to flare up, instinctively shielding her behind him. Hey, do not regard Mother Feng with such disrespectful eyes. If you harbor any ill thoughts, you should leave immediately. Forgive me. Is it merely an illusion? Though this Feng possesses a physique, appearance, voice, demeanor, and style of dress that indicate she is an unrelated individual, he could not shake the feeling that she evoked a sense of familiarity. Feng, Mother? Chapter 75. How did you end up like this? In light of our circumstances, as compensation for your care, once we have recovered, our team shall assist you in eliminating those bandits. Eliminate them? Don't jest. Did you not hear what Mother Maple just said? They are CH9. Little Fu could not refrain from mocking. Look at your slender arms and legs. What can a child even shorter than I do? When I pulled you from the pile of corpses, you were far less remarkable than you are now. So what if they are CH9? We have fought and slain them before. Vortex Linen retorted with a derisive smirk. How can you be so sure that the corpses you saw were not the result of our own handiwork? You? Indeed. We observed some remarkably large corpses of monstrous ants. Those creatures must have perished alongside the scum. The ant carcasses around you are particularly large. Their lifeless forms appearing to shield you, are they not? It is precisely because of these monstrous ants that you were spared from the lethal aftermath, is it not? And now you stand here, brazenly boasting. Do not think to win Mother Maple's favor with such deceit. You still have a home to return to. Once you have healed, you should hasten back, for our supplies are running low. Vortex Linen ruffled his hair, but his gaze shifted to Sister Maple. Grinning, I am but a child brought forth by the wandering priestess. How could I dare traverse the world without acquiring some skills? Sister Maple involuntarily widened her smile, her expression unchanged as she redirected the conversation. Even amidst the ninja world war, it is rare for children like you to be dispatched on missions. Konoha's educational methods seem rather ruthless. No, we are a special team. Of course, we cannot be compared to the ordinary villagers who require protection. This mission was an opportunity one fought hard to secure. Vortex Linen chuckled. After a moment of silence, Sister Maple gently pushed Little Fu, sending him on his way. Little Fu, go fetch some cherry blossom cakes for our 3 guests from the cellar's second basement. Turning back to Vortex Linen, the maternal figure could no longer contain her urge to act. Unaware of her intentions, Vortex Linen continued his playful probing. Sister Maple, surely you cannot know that I enjoy cherry blossom cakes? The wandering priestess, perhaps? The ruler's rod was raised high. Crack. What did you call me? Oh. Sister Vortex Linen exclaimed dramatically, clutching his head and looking at her with feigned innocence. How could such a young child be out on missions? The moment I stepped out of the village, you followed right after, did you not? And you remained so reckless, completely unguarded against strangers. Your awareness of information protection woefully inadequate. In just this brief exchange, I have gleaned so much information from you. If I intended to harm you, there are countless ways I could have done so. You should return to the village and practice more. Do not rush into the adult world. It is not a good place. The familiar tone of reprimand echoed the words of Yakushi no Nayu. Alas, I have already saved many lives on my journey. Had I remained in the village, they might have perished in some unknown corner. If I had departed sooner, perhaps I could have saved even more. How old are you? If you had left any earlier, you would have already become the dung of beasts. Yakushi no Nayu smacked Vortex Linen's head. Furthermore, I have told you before, never regard yourself as a savior. Such a burden is too great even for the sage of 6 paths. Well, you have said that one must find meaning in life. I already have my mission. Moreover, my lack of caution is precisely because I know that the sister before me is but your embodiment, Sister no Nayu. Clearly, it is your disguise that has failed. Yet you accuse me. Silver-tongued. Heh. Vortex Linen playfully pushed his luck, leaning into Sister Maple's embrace and nuzzling her. Then he remembered to inquire. Did you not say you were to execute a mission in the land of wind? How did you end up in the land of hot water? And judging by their reverence for you, you must have been here for some time. Yet you had always remained in Konoha. How did you manage this? Did you eliminate the original Mother Maple who aided them and usurp her position? Yakushi no Nayu remained silent, merely tugging on Vortex Linen's ear. It is a technique of the shadow clone. This persona is a regularly changed doppelganger. I have been collecting intelligence under the guise of a nun for many years now. while my true self has already departed for the land of wind. Do not conflate everything with erasing traces. Children ought to maintain a certain innocence to be truly adorable. Vortex Lennon was momentarily taken aback, instinctively pinching Nonayu's soft belly. Huh? Isn't the shadow clone without a physical form? Honestly, when Lord Hokage explained ninja principles to you, did you ever truly listen? The shadow clone technique was developed by the second Hokage and possesses a physical form. Naturally, the chakra of a shadow clone cannot sustain itself for long. It is through my personal methods that I can maintain the shadow clone for such an extended period. Vortex Lennon raised his head, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Sister Nonayu, you are so incredible. I wish to learn this. First, focus on recuperating. When the two other teammates, who were recovering slowly and had expended much chakra, awoke, they beheld the sight of Vortex Lennon nestled in the arms of a stranger, acting all cutesy. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Is this truly the same raucous troublemaker who incessantly clamored for rebellion and violence? How has he become like this with a stranger? Are we dreaming? Lennon, who is this? Oh, you are awake. Vortex Lennon turned his head, greeting them with a radiant smile. Noticing their peculiar gazes, his expression stiffened, and he hurriedly extricated himself from Yukushi no Nayu's embrace, placing his hands on his hips and chastising them. What is with that impolite look? She saved us, and we ought to at least express our gratitude. No, we were merely taken aback by the sight of you. Chapter 76, For a New World. From the words of the pharmacist Yano Yu, it has become evident that the land of soup is utterly decayed. Aside from the capital city, where the daimyo still serves as a mere mascot, the surrounding cities have largely been divided among various warlords, bandits, and rogue ninjas. The daimyo's rule has become a fragile facade, as beneath the surface, the region has already fractured into chaos, each faction pursuing its own interests. In cities ruled by warlords, there is at least a semblance of order. Ambitious warlords are the daimyo's throne, having already assumed the mantle of king without a crown. They still possess a shred of humanity towards the common folk, viewing them as their own subjects, for when they succeed in their rebellion, these cities will become their political strongholds. In stark contrast, those desperate outlaws care for nothing but seizing the moment, exploiting the populace, and indulging in acts of violence and plunder, routinely annihilating entire villages and towns without a second thought. Such actions require no justification, driven solely by a fleeting impulse for thrill and pleasure, with even the hot springs of this region transforming into a fade for money laundering. The games of the powerful leave the common people in deep suffering. Presently, Wanza village, or rather, the ruins of Wanza village, is where Lu Ning and his companions find themselves. Initially, they were besieged by bandits from the mountains who abducted the adults and older children to toil in the mines, leaving only a handful of the younger ones to fend for themselves. It was only through the benevolence of Yanoyu, the pharmacist, also known as Sister Maple, that they were able to survive. However, before they could catch their breath, the village was subsequently overtaken by Kaffin and his mercenary group. Even Yanoyu's shadow clone lacked the strength to confront the entire faction, compelling them to hide in a secret chamber beneath the ground. The bandits, driven solely by avarice, neglected the crops sown in spring, allowing them to become overrun with weeds. Now that autumn has arrived, the harvest has yielded nothing. This is the true reason why Shofu lamented the absence of food. They have truly run out of supplies. The previously stored rations have long since been consumed. In the dimly lit confines, the trio, Lu Ning, and others, huddled together, lighting candles that cast a yellowish glow, rendering their faces somewhat ominous. The atmosphere was thick with the sense that something significant was about to unfold. In a hushed tone, Lu Ning, with a serious expression, addressed his companions, whispering, "We are well aware of the events transpiring here. Our next course of action is quite clear, is it not? Even in the absence of a bounty, I shall defy the ninja code to assist in eliminating those bandits." Sajui clenched his small fists, his eyes brimming with righteousness. The chaos here is ripe for us to seize power. This notion was gradually leading Niji astray from his principles. Sajui's brow furrowed as a question mark slowly emerged in his mind. "Niji, your thoughts are somewhat. Such ideas are permissible," Lu Ning interjected, noticing Sajui's incredulous expression, clearly startled by their dialogue. He couldn't help but chuckle, patting Sajui on the shoulder. "What's so strange about it? Didn't you aspire to be an artist?" A truly skilled painter can freely express themselves upon the world map. Although it was evident that he was speaking absurdities, the exhilaration was palpable. In an instant, enthusiasm surged within him. Luning then turned to Niji, adopting a lighter tone. The ambition to seize power is still too limited. Given the turmoil in the land of soup, it will inevitably crumble under its own divisions. If a great talent emerges, it may restore the nation, which would be a fortunate turn of events. He gestured towards the map of the land of soup on the wall. Since it is fated that someone will rise to power, why should that person not be us? Luning extended his hand. You have always spoken of lofty aspirations. Niji paused for a few seconds, then chuckled softly. Such eloquence. You made that decision the moment you left the village, did you not? What we are experiencing now merely strengthens your resolve. Then I have already declared, I shall follow you until the very end of hell. Niji placed his palm over Luning's hand. Lord Danzo merely instructed me to accompany you, and it certainly sounds exhilarating, Sajui chimed in, placing his hand atop theirs. Ruling the world is not my ambition. It is merely a mission I was born to fulfill. Luning gazed at the two before him, his eyes misting with emotion. The two, in turn, flashed smiles at him. Let us drink this packed milk, bind ourselves as sworn brothers, and march towards our shared goal. For a new world. We shall not only revive the land of whirlpools, but also overthrow the entire ninja system as it stands. We shall create a new order that ensures the old can find peace, the strong have purpose, and the young can thrive. Sajui smiled, adding, so that everyone can have enough to eat. Niji continued, so that each individual can choose their own path. Luning touched the blade at his waist, declaring, let hatred be utterly crushed in our generation. The potential of ninjas can certainly accomplish this. Victory, victory, victory. Our first battle to make our mark in the ninja world begins here. Luning hurled a shuriken at the map, targeting the nearest bandit stronghold. Eradicate treachery, vanquish evil. Purify the land, and bring peace to the world. Honor the ninjas. Honor the ninjas. Honor the ninjas. Just as the three raised their cups in fervor, the door of the small room was suddenly knocked upon. A gentle yet firm voice floated in from outside. It is quite late now, children. It is time to rest. Please, do not make any more noise. Okay, the three responded in unison with innocent voices. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, an elderly man, having passed his 60s, paced restlessly, nearly blinding Sarutobi Hiruzen with his anxious movements. If I calculate correctly, the children should have completed their mission and returned to the village by now. There is no need for such worry. I am well aware, Shimura Danzo scoffed, stroking his beard and glaring. The growth of children requires tempering. I am not worried about them. Yet you have assigned them to the land of soup, one of the nations with the highest deployment of root ninjas. Most of those so-called rebellious ninjas are likely graduates of your root training, are they not? Their rebellion is merely a part of the mission. It is simply a precaution, he retorted. Chapter 77. Break free from the shackles of fate and soar. You are the eagle that pierces the sky. The once dominant rebel group that occupied the village has been eradicated, their remains consumed by the newly spawned blood ants of Yukino. The village is now habitable once more. The children, under careful organization, gradually emerged from the basement, finally basking in the sunlight again. However, the majority of them gazed longingly at the once thriving rice fields, only to find them overrun with weeds, their faces falling in disappointment. Some of the more fragile-minded toddlers even broke down into tears. Yukino observed all this keenly. Yet, his vitality had not fully recovered. Proximity to living beings would only deplete their life force rather than rejuvenate his own. He found himself powerless to intervene, longing to act yet unable. In moments of diminished vitality, he instinctively siphoned life from those around him. While a robust life force would allow him to nurture the natural world, fostering life wherever he tread. Currently, he refrained from drawing too close to his companions, fearing the involuntary absorption of their vigor. The exceptional yang released from the cells of Hashirama Senju had similarly awakened the monstrous essence within his Uzumaki bloodline, transforming his heritage from a nurturing caregiver into a hybrid of a nature druid and a vampire. For a long time, Yukino found himself questioning where exactly his genetic mutation had originated. But before he could fully master this yang release, there were numerous tasks he wished to undertake yet could not. At present, mastering the shadow clone technique, as described by Sister Yanao, was of utmost importance. Early in the day, Yukino eagerly approached Yanao, hoping to learn more hidden techniques so they could swiftly ascend the mountain. While he dared not absorb the life force of his allies, his methods against enemies would be far more ruthless. They could be treated as mere blood bags. He cherished everything around him, but remained indifferent to the life and death of the unfamiliar. Yukino had always been this way, fierce yet fiercely protective. Without further ado, the training of ninjutsu progressed smoothly. The three children were outstanding talents, each possessing exceptional aptitude and a solid foundation in the clone technique, thanks to Yanao's detailed explanations. Although the multiple shadow clone technique is a forbidden art, the shadow clone technique is a fundamental skill for elite ninjas. Shimura Danzo had previously introduced the concepts to the trio, though he had not formally taught them. Thus, it was only natural that after a day of practice, all three successfully mastered the technique. They exchanged glances, and to test the capabilities of their shadow clones, they simultaneously commanded their clones to engage in combat. As the clones dissipated, the sensations of pain and fatigue from the lethal blows returned to the trio, prompting them to grimace in agony. Unable to contain themselves, they readied their weapons to ascend the mountain. However, before they could embark on their mission, more pressing matters awaited them. The caged bird. Long ago, Yukino had promised Niji Hyuga this very moment. Aspirations must be realized. Yukino steadied his breath, sitting cross-legged opposite Niji, who mirrored his posture. Niji removed his forehead protector, revealing the mark of the caged bird, his eyes fixated on Yukino's crimson gaze, betraying a hint of nervousness as he swallowed hard. Yukino scrutinized the mark, sneering, the prototype of the caged bird seal. I have seen it through my grandfather's memories. It was a means of cultivating dangerous servants within the Uzumaki clan. Yet it became a tool of oppression for the Hyuga clan. Servants. Caged birds. Is it possible that the Uzumaki once tamed the Hyuga? Could the current branch family system have been inspired by the marks of these subjugated kin? Sasuke, if we cannot speak. Both Niji and Yukino felt a twitch at the corners of their eyes. Get out. X2. Oh. Sasuke sulkily exited, closing the door behind him. The room dimmed, and the atmosphere grew heavier. Yukino inhaled deeply, his hands weaving intricate patterns in the air, as complex sealing techniques manifested like chains at his fingertips, trembling as they enveloped Niji's original caged bird seal. The once complicated technique was rewritten, fracturing from its minutiae, and the X mark that constricted his forehead was utterly obliterated, revealing a once-hidden smoothness. What remained was a trivial light, and unlike the grotesque caged bird seal that had once dictated his fate, this mark did not mar Niji's appearance. Rather, it bestowed an ethereal quality to his demeanor. It was as if he had been touched by the sage of six paths himself. At this moment, Niji transcended the shackles of his spirit, his aura becoming far more graceful. Clad in white, with long hair cascading to his shoulders, his features matured from boyishness to striking handsomeness. The scroll at his waist adding an air of scholarly charm, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. A refined gentleman, radiant as the moon, with every gesture exuding elegance. The noble youth of the clan, raising his cup, gazing skyward with white eyes, stood as an epitome of grace. Caged bird, be freed. With this final declaration, Niji's taut nerves finally relaxed, the constraints that had long burdened him dissipating, leaving his mind blissfully vacant. The cage shattered at that moment, the exhilaration surpassing even the thrill of soaring through the skies. Niji touched the spot on his forehead, where pain once lingered for a lifetime, now reduced to a mere dot. This was merely a disguise, a clever modification of the original sealing technique. The remaining mark would allow the elders to perceive that the seal still existed, yet it could no longer influence him in any way. As long as they harbored no ill intentions, this disguise would remain undiscovered. Niji could sense the imprint's presence. And when they dared to control the two-tails Jinchuriki of Konoha again, Niji would have grown strong enough to enact his own night of annihilation. Hey, don't daydream. Did I erase your mind too? Snapping back to reality, Yukino waved a hand before him. Seeing Niji regain focus, Yukino felt a wave of relief wash over him and smiled. Can you see the disappearance of your blind spots? The flaws you mentioned that the branch family possessed compared to the main family. Overcome with excitement, Niji recalled this detail and obediently activated his Byakugan once more. The final vestige of weakness had indeed been filled. From this moment on, nothing would escape his gaze. Now, his eyes were truly unrestricted, a genuine Byakugan. Look at you, flourishing. Yukino chuckled, lightly tapping Niji's shoulder. Break free from the shackles of destiny and soar. You are my right-hand man, soaring through the sky like an eagle, not a cage bird. When we are strong enough, we shall together upheave the Hyuga clan's dominion, allowing all the caged birds to soar in a new sky. To be your right arm, always by your side to assist you. Niji's Byakugan turned a deep crimson. This is my mission. I will adhere to our pact. If such a new world truly comes to be, the Hyuga clan shall be yours alone. Yukino smiled gently. Bumping fists with Niji, a new world will indeed manifest. A world that belongs to us. Chapter 78. Fierce Battle. In a moment of crisis. Thus, everything is in place. And all that remains is to kill. After a few days of rest, the condition of the group has returned to its peak state. With his own blood as a catalyst, Lu Ning has summoned several colossal monster queen ants, while the ant army lies in wait beneath the ground. Advancing in tandem with Lu Ning and his companions, poised to emerge and launch a surprise attack at any moment, causing the very ground to tremble beneath their march. Sajui fervently sketches, meticulously replicating a plethora of ferocious beasts, ready to summon them into battle with his chakra at a moment's notice. Having heard the voice of the two tails for the first time during their last fierce confrontation, Hyuga Niji, spurred on by Lu Ning, has been shamelessly conversing with his cat, gradually bridging the gap in their relationship. Moreover, he has finally compensated for the blind spots in his Byakugan. The trio packs their belongings and sets off with eager anticipation. The medicine master, Yaoshi Yunayu, fusses over the appearance of the thin Lu Ning, smoothing out every crease in his clothing until there are no flaws left to find, before giving him a gentle push forward with a reminder to stay safe. Lu Ning, looking at the diminutive figure, playfully reaches up to pat his head, eliciting a frown of annoyance. Do not worry, I shall not squander your kindness during this time. Upon our return, you shall have ample meals to enjoy. Cut it out. Who cares how much you eat? Just be careful. Don't come back if you can't. Lu Ning waves his hand dismissively. Niji mentioned that the geographical and economic positioning of this place is quite favorable, which explains why a profit-oriented merchant like Kafin would choose to occupy it. As long as you obediently listen, I assure you will never go hungry again. From now on, Wenzhou Village shall be renamed New Whirlpool Hidden Village. Rest easy, for we have arrived, and all hardships shall soon come to an end. Here, we shall sow the seeds of hope. With that, he waves farewell and strides away without looking back, to strategically belittle the enemy while tactically respecting them. At the bandit stronghold, dawn breaks, and the two sentries remain drowsy. From a ninja's perspective, this is exceedingly unusual. There must be a scheme at play. Sajui conjures several ink mice and ink birds to scout, and after a while, he retracts the scroll. He has gathered substantial intelligence on the stronghold's layout. After all, mice are ubiquitous in the mountains, and few pay attention to the rodents scurrying by until one is crushed underfoot, turning to ink before anyone notices. However, Sajui's mouth twitches. Did the bandit leader, half asleep, really just step on the ink mouse without noticing? Did he not feel any difference beneath his feet? Or was he so powerful that he dismissed their assault entirely? His light-footedness and low vigilance suggest he is not a formidable foe at all. With a squelch, the mice continue to perish underfoot as the leader surveys the worksite, muttering about the recent surge in rodents and the need to dispose of spoiled grain. Meanwhile, not far away, individuals captured are succumbing to starvation. What is happening? The other two glance over, and Sajui, after a brief moment of silence, declares, "Kill." The trio strides boldly forward. The sentry, just roused from slumber, still disoriented, meets his end at the hands of a shadow clone, blood splattering the ground. Unnoticed, they successfully infiltrate. An endless army of ants emerges from the earth, sowing chaos within the bandit ranks. Their sudden increase in size also amplifies their appetite. Having devoured all small animals in the vicinity, Lu Ning commands them to refrain from destroying crops and vegetation, as they have been subsisting on the bark of dead trees. They are ravenous. The hunt begins, and at last, they can indulge freely. Those bandits, who once held power over the common folk, now appear as mere morsels before the monstrous giant ants, their shattered skulls softer than blood pudding. Sajui summons an ink lion to guard the entrance, ensuring no stragglers escape. The assault commences. Against a group of malicious mortals, the ninjas engage in a one-sided massacre, effortlessly cutting down the blocking bandits. Unhindered, Lu Ning and his companions press on directly towards the bandit leader's location. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. Intelligence reveals that aside from the bandit chief, who is a ninja, and the second in command, a samurai, the rest pose little threat. They easily approach the chief's tent, finding him barely stronger than Kafin's ninja, struggling to counter the army of ants that Lu Ning has summoned. Though the ants may not be able to slay an elephant, they can certainly defeat a mere chunin. Moreover, with Lu Ning directing the battle strategy, the odds are in their favor. Having observed for a while, Lu Ning finds the situation dull and draws his sword. With a flourish, he unleashes a graceful arc through the air, striking towards the bandit leader's neck. Suddenly, another blade flashes by, not to protect the bandit chief, but to claim Lu Ning's life. It is the second in command, the samurai, who has been lurking in the shadows. Abandoning his leader to his fate, without hesitation, he draws his blade and strikes. Your swordsmanship is still too raw, little ninja. Perhaps in your next life, you should hone your vigilance. The mastermind behind these terrifying ants is merely a callow youth? Very well. Once you are dead, I shall kill the chief and pin the blame on you, allowing me to claim this stronghold for myself. At this moment, Lu Ning grips his sword tightly, channeling all his strength into slaying the bandit chief, leaving himself open and defenseless against this deadly strike. It is a certain death. Sajui and Niji, witnessing this scene, are filled with rage, rushing forward to shield Lu Ning from the blow, but the distance proves too great, and they are too late. Lu Ning, get away. Be careful. Damn it. Two Tails, I beg you for more chakra. I must save my friend. As the other two's desperate pleas echo in vain, the great sword descends. Thud. The blade pierces flesh, grinding against bone with a chilling sound, blood spraying forth. Sajui feels a rush of crimson flood his brain. Time itself seems to freeze. The lungs have been pierced, and blood spills everywhere. It is apparent that recovery is impossible. The samurai bandit reveals a triumphant smirk as his plot succeeds. The blood beasts conjured from Lu Ning's essence cry out in anguish, sensing the peril that looms over their creator. Chapter 79. The Cycle of Prosperity and Ruin. At this moment, blood seeped continuously from the gaping maw of the bandit. Hijie Niji halted his advance, a sudden smirk curling upon his lips. With a resounding clash, Uzumaki Kingdom was cleaved by a great sword, instantly dissipating into a wisp of smoke. The warrior, astonished, found the true form piercing his heart, swiftly followed by another strike that dispatched the incapacitated leader, tossing their bodies aside like mere refuse. The warrior's eyes widened in disbelief, lingering until his final breath, unable to comprehend the nature of his failure. Why? I distinctly struck you. How can you still be alive? Do not speak of shadow clones. You warriors have not even grasped the essence of the ninja's three-body technique, have you? The inability to adapt and innovate ensures the inevitable decline of the samurai. Your swordsmanship is commendable. In your next life, forsake the path of the samurai and seek a more stable profession. Uzumaki Kingdom retrieved the blade that had nearly ambushed him, flicking it with his fingers, producing a crisp metallic sound. This sword possesses a commendable quality, he mused, accepting it with a smile. Turning his gaze back to the warrior's lifeless, resentful visage, he felt a jolt of surprise, quickly followed by amusement. Size Beast had long ascertained that another warrior resided within this stronghold. Yet they had not encountered him amidst their relentless advance to the core, indicating he was likely lurking in ambush. Indeed, this treacherous individual cared not for the fate of his own leader, seeking to slay him instead. It seemed he had harbored thoughts of usurping power long before. Yet, it was indeed painful. The agony inflicted upon the shadow clone would be transmitted back to the original. Uzumaki Kingdom gingerly touched the injury on his neck, grimacing in discomfort. Approaching the two fallen figures, he raised his hands and exchanged a celebratory clap. Success! So it was a shadow clone? You genuinely startled me just now. You ought to inform me before making such decisions next time. My heart cannot withstand such shocks. Hijie Niji remarked, his expression considerably more composed than that of Sai. After all, his Byakugan allowed him to perceive the chakra levels within Uzumaki Kingdom, which were evidently lower than expected, likely due to some form of deception. Thus, he had not been overly worried initially, though witnessing Kingdom being struck had momentarily unsettled him. Meanwhile, within him, the gentle-hearted cat, responding to the pleas of the little ghost, prepared to lend its chakra. Crunch crunch. Before the three brothers could commence their celebration of victory, the sound of gnawing bones reached their ears. Turning to look, they saw that the head of the ninja leader had been partially devoured by the ants. Ultimately, the remaining half of the head was impaled upon a steel blade, hoisted high, replacing the once majestic flag with the grotesque visage of the leader in his final moments of agony. Moreover, with only half remaining, blood flowed from the jagged bite, gradually congealing into a more fearsome black, viscous substance that adhered to the mountainside, enhancing its intimidation factor. Uzumaki Kingdom surveyed the scene from a height, observing the wretched bandits struggling amidst a mixture of blood and urine, and bellowed, 10 breaths, to the central tent. Spare your lives for now, until I decree your fate. Should you fail to arrive, it shall be deemed treason, and those who defy my command shall be slain. Upon his declaration, the ferocious ants ceased their feast, the bandits. Feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, though they remained bewildered by the unfolding events, perceived the head of their leader hanging prominently on the flag. It was evident that control of this stronghold had shifted. Moreover, given the ruthless methods employed by the one commanding these man-eating ants, it was clear he would not be an easy master to serve, as they scuttled with fervor. 1. Upon receiving the command, the bandits immediately took flight. 2. One unfortunate soul stumbled over a comrade's severed limb, collapsing into a pool of blood, ignored by his fleeing fellows who trampled past. 3. Another attempted to escape the stronghold amidst the chaos, clutching gold, only to be swallowed whole by the guarding ink lion. 4. Some seized the opportunity to exact vengeance upon those they harbored grievances against. Bystanders turned a blind eye to such scenes, rushing forward in haste. 5. An altercation erupted as someone was stepped upon from behind, leading to a flurry of blade clashes, disrupting the escape of others, culminating in a skirmish involving numerous participants. 6. 7. 8. 9. Though 10 breaths were proclaimed, Uzumaki Rinne deliberately counted slowly, eager to observe the reactions of the bandits amidst the unexpected turmoil. The three stood aloft, scrutinizing the unfolding chaos, frowning at the lack of discipline displayed. Such a disorganized rabble would be a burden even as cannon fodder. 10. Completing his count of 10 seconds, nearly a minute had elapsed, with most remaining trembling before Uzumaki Rinne. Honoring my word, Uzumaki Rinne clapped his hands, summoning the concealed ants once more, who proceeded to mercilessly slaughter those who failed to arrive in time. The stronghold was not vast, and the time he had allotted was sufficient for all to reach the designated area. Those who lingered too long had been accounted for. As for those who were slain, they either disregarded Uzumaki Rinne's pronouncement or dawdled in disobedience. There was no need to extend courtesy to those who displayed ingratitude. Their lives would serve as a testament to his authority. A transformation devoid of bloodshed cannot be deemed a true transformation. Altering deeply ingrained beliefs is arduous. Yet inducing acceptance of the status quo through various stimuli proves rather simple. After all, as bandits, they warranted no sympathy. Uzumaki Rinne towered above, holding the head of their second-in-command, observing those bowing before him, and finally nodded in approval. Very well, your execution and compliance are barely satisfactory. Now, provide me with a reason not to execute you. You are all aware that you are indeed deserving of death. At that moment, blood still dripped warmly from Uzumaki Rinne's blade, the sharp gleam of the blade reflecting coldly, as if a mere glance could pierce the very soul. The bandits swallowed hard, hastily pleading for clemency. My lord, spare my life. I cannot die. I have the elderly and young ones to care for. Indeed, my lord, my mother is bedridden, and my child suffers from illness. If I perish here, it is not just my life at stake. My lord, we were once villagers from this region, unwilling to become bandits. We were driven by desperation. My lord, I possess the key to the dungeon. I know where the abducted villagers are forced to labor. Chapter 80. Obedience to command. No regrets in life and death. Standing atop the highest chair, Vortex Lenin cradled the head of the leader in his hands, resting his chin on one hand as he yawned. He gestured towards those who had previously claimed knowledge of the dungeon and the villagers' whereabouts, instructing them to ride the giant ants to carry out these tasks, granting them a brief reprieve. As for the others, Lenin gazed at the group of bandits whose logic had unraveled in fear, their words a jumbled mess, and frowned as he clapped his hands, instantly silencing the cacophony. I have no interest in what you say. Those bodies you trample upon had families. Regardless of their past sufferings, when they chose to raise their blades against their own kind and became executioners, they severed their ties to their original class. They are betrayers who have already broken faith once. The kingdom of soup has deteriorated due to bandits, and as it worsens, more bandits emerge, leading to further decline. They may have once been victims, but they are undoubtedly parasites who thrive on the suffering of others. Once a bandit, always a bandit. More insects surrounded the bandits, and the atmosphere was thick with despair. As long as you obey, I may spare your lives. I could even grant you the lives you have always dreamed of. He continued, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and those who defy me Lenin pointed his bloodied long knife around at the corpses on the ground, the head of the former leader still hanging from it. I believe you can see what awaits them. Damn it, stop pretending. You're just kids no older than my son. This must be some trick, some illusion. A voice cried out, unable to withstand the mental strain. Then, Hinata Niji, his eyes covered by a black cloth, thrust forward, commanding. Fireball. A bolt of blue flame, hot enough to distort space, shot forth, striking the man's temple and igniting him, causing smoke to billow from his orifices. Lenin's expression finally bore a hint of delight. See, this is what happens to those who disobey. I hope you all recognize your positions. This is the consequence of the choices you made. The remnants of the charred body radiated heat, creating a vast clearing around the flames. The bandits, witnessing extraordinary power, swallowed hard and stammered, yes, yes. From now on, fight for me on the front lines to atone for your sins. Those who achieve merit shall not only be absolved, but may also rise to the rank of general. We will reward based on military merit. Anyone who believes themselves capable can shine under my command, ensuring no gold is buried in the dust. If I can expand our territory, I shall grant you titles and honors. The bandits exchanged silent glances, trembling in fear, their eyes reflecting a blend of terror and numbness towards death. Yet, in that moment, a flicker of hope emerged in their hollow stares. After all, if there was a way out, if they could survive, who would choose to be a desperate outlaw? What lay before them was not merely a threat to their existence. It was an opportunity to transcend and transform. They had sworn to themselves when choosing the path of banditry that they would never again endure scorn, never again live in poverty and humiliation. Who among them did not know that banditry was not the righteous path? But every route to legitimacy had been blocked. They yearned for progress yet found themselves cornered. However, as bandits, they faced even more scorn and relentless oppression from the unmasked elite. Yet now, a genuine chance for redemption lay before them. Regardless of the truth in Lenin's words, he was a formidable force capable of annihilating their former leader. His youth signified boundless potential, worthy of their allegiance. This was at least a glimmer of hope. Moreover, the bandits harbored a sliver of naive optimism, believing themselves easily manipulable. Yet this optimism dissipated in an instant when Niji ruthlessly incinerated the skeptic. They were children, authorities, demons, masters of their fates. No one dared to speak. Until 3 shadow clones positioned among the crowd shouted in unison, "From now on, we obey the Great One's command. We shall toil tirelessly, with no regrets in life and death." At that moment, they awakened from their stupor, clamoring to impress their new leaders with their fervent cries. "From now on, we obey the Great One's command. We shall toil tirelessly, with no regrets in life and death." The human tendency to conform is terrifying. Those bandits who still harbored resentment followed suit blindly, repeating, "From now on, we obey the Great One's command. We shall toil tirelessly, with no regrets in life and death." As for the meaning behind it all, only the 3 shadow clones who led the chant truly understood. After all, the majority of the bandits were illiterate and impoverished. Lenin nodded, a broad smile finally gracing his face. He had always despised bandits since the ninjas from the land of water ravaged his village. Those who wielded power to oppress the weak were all bandits. The 5 great nations were the worst of them. What? You say I am one of them? His actions were a righteous crusade against evil, a self-proclaimed champion of justice, fundamentally different from the simple oppression inflicted by the 5 great rogues upon their villages. As for these bandits, he certainly had no qualms about their allegiance in battle. As for their chances of survival, they were nearly non-existent. This was merely to maximize the value of their demise and establish a reputation for sparing captives, facilitating future negotiations in war. Grant them a sliver of hope, and none would risk their lives recklessly. They were a group devoid of principles, much like when they chose to harm their own for survival. Now, they would strive to serve him faithfully to survive. There was no escape. Of course, should anyone manage to break free from the encirclement, Lenin would not hesitate to employ them. But at this juncture, he had no need for these bandits in combat. He lacked the strength to expand his territory, but he required talents to stabilize his rear. Is the strategist still alive? Do you have a strategist here? Step forward. One bandit, trembling, raised a bloodied arm and stammered, This was our former strategist. I pulled it from him to save him. And the other parts of his body? They were consumed by your esteemed pet. What a pity. After a while, The earlier bandit returned with the emaciated villagers, wielding hoes, driven by whips to herd the bare-chested men and boys. Women and girls, even more bare than the men, were driven from another side. Their faces bore expressions of profound numbness. Even as the whip lashed at them, they were treated like cattle, their demeanor unchanged, devoid of freedom, hope, or a future. Having never tasted a full meal, they had long since become living corpses. Chapter 81. I will ensure you are well fed upon witnessing the scene. Uzumaki Leon was incensed, and with a mighty swing of his adamantine chains, he sent the bandit wielding a whip hurtling away. He bellowed at the heap of mangled flesh. Who dares to treat them so? Do you still presume this is your time to tyrannize? Your standing is no better than theirs. As criminals, you are even lower. Do you comprehend this? After his reprimand, he turned to face the impoverished individuals before him, each one gaunt and sunburned, their faces caked with dust, evidently having just emerged from the mines. Some trembled with exhaustion, yet dared not release their tools. Prolonged suffering had desensitized most of them. They had unconsciously adopted the mindset of slaves. Furrowing his brow, Uzumaki Leon inquired of the bandits, "Is there any grain left in our granary?" One of the trembling brigands stammered, "Our report, boss, there is plenty. Is it enough to satiate the villagers?" "Our report, certainly." Then hastened to prepare the meals. At his command, several bandits scampered towards the granary, opening the doors to reveal an abundance of grain, some of which had even begun to rot. The miners, bewildered, exchanged glances, still trying to grasp the unfolding events. "Fear not, villagers. We have come to rescue you. From this day forth, you are free." Uzumaki Leon turned his attention to the women bearing bruises, striving to present a gentle smile. These individuals, comparatively better off due to their different roles, bore fewer wounds. Yet their expressions were more sorrowful than those of the miners. "It is all over now. Come forth and identify those who have harmed you. We shall commence our reckoning. No one shall ever harm you under my watch again." For a prolonged moment, silence reigned. They merely bowed their heads, too afraid to confront the bandits. Is no one willing to speak? This is a singular opportunity. After today, all grievances will be erased. No one may cause trouble in my presence. Yet still, no one dared to respond. Only a few girls with lighter scars mustered the courage to raise their heads, their gazes fleetingly meeting those of the bandits, only to be seized by terror once more, falling silent. Although the duration may have been brief, the psychological imprint of absolute violence had taken firm root in their minds. Moreover, Uzumaki Leon and his companions were not utilizing transformation techniques to disguise themselves. They appeared as mere 7-year-olds. A child of such tender age. Was this not merely a game of heroism played by the offspring of some bandit leader, or a test of their compliance? Unable to even lift heavy objects, what could they possibly achieve? The bandits likely regarded them as mere children engaging in folly, yet they did not dare to look up, even as they failed to notice the severed head of their leader hanging from the flagpole above. Unable to bear it any longer, Uzumaki Leon shouted at the bandits. "If they are cowards, does that mean you cannot hear? You know well the deeds you have committed. Those who have harmed my people, step forward." Almost half the bandits took a step forward. The few who remained back were those who had earlier mentioned their families while begging for mercy. Uzumaki Leon smirked indeed. They should all be exterminated. The villagers kept their heads bowed, afraid to meet the bandits' gaze. The bandits, too, lowered their heads, daunted by the increasingly dark expression on Uzumaki Leon's face. He sheathed his blade, the hilt striking the ground thrice, producing a crisp sound. "Lift your heads. What manner of cowardice is this? Look up and behold. Your oppressors have paid the price. These marauders shall no longer reign over you. Under my protection, you shall no longer suffer oppression." Only then did the crowd muster the courage to raise their heads, involuntarily drawn to the severed head on the flag, their faces paling in fear. Upon recognizing whose head it was, their expressions transformed into exhilaration, and they could not suppress their cheers, their smiles breaking forth despite themselves. In the oppressive darkness, even the purest of souls can become tainted. Hardly anyone mourned the death of such a person. Only joy for survival prevailed, of course. A minuscule fraction of Stockholm Syndrome sufferers might perceive their abuser as benevolent due to a slight reduction in their cruelty. But such notions were beyond the realm of normal discourse. Uzumaki Leon stood at the pinnacle, his fiery red hair billowing, casting a shadow over the crowd while radiating a warmth surpassing the sun itself, instilling a sense of light and joy in life. He then turned to gaze down upon the bandits, tapping the hilt of his sword, the chains behind him swirling and encircling them all. Kneel. The two simple words conveyed an undeniable authority. In the face of such a tyrant's command, no one dared to defy. The bandits promptly knelt in a line. Uzumaki Leon then addressed the villagers, signaling to Zhuijing, who nodded in understanding, manipulating chakra threads to guide ink and brush before the villagers. Today, I stand before you with three mandates: justice, justice, and once more, justice. As I stand here, they shall not dare to act with impunity. Whoever you believe has wronged you, whoever has mistreated you, mark their faces with your ink. For every stroke, they shall kneel for an hour. There is no limit. The extent of your grievances is for you to determine. Let all your past injustices and suffering be expressed freely as you wield your brush. After today, I do not wish to see such expressions of despair upon your faces again. Your suffering has come to an end. You are the first citizens of my new realm. Rejoice and bask in the sunlight. Uzumaki Leon beheld the villagers, who finally dared to tentatively lift their heads, hope gleaming in their eyes, and a kind smile gracing his face. These were truly his people. He uttered no grand declarations, simply stating, "I will ensure you are well fed." At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted from afar, and the hungry individuals felt their stomachs rumble in unison, their collective voice rising louder than thunder. The sound of swallowed saliva echoed throughout. With a wave of Uzumaki Leon's hand, they raced towards the food with unprecedented speed. Hinata Niji had to maintain order. Form a line. Everyone will receive their share. There is no need to scramble. A lonely little boy sat apart, devouring his rice, deeply aware of the absurdity of the world. Tears fell unbidden into his bowl. "Father, if only you had arrived one day later. You would have been saved, and we could have had a hot meal." Chapter 82. Is a loaf of bread worth 500,000? In the land of the vortex, where the earth meets the sky. When addressing the villagers who had once been victims, Uzumaki Lenin clearly did not adopt the same demeanor he had used with the bandits. He soon mingled with them, inquiring earnestly about each person's age, marital status, the number of family members, any health issues, and their aspirations for new employment. Is the food warm enough? In such a remote area, the villagers had never received the protection of a great lord, and thus felt no sense of belonging to him. When Uzumaki Lenin descended upon them like a savior, displaying such humility and generosity, and provided them with a hearty meal, he quickly won their hearts. The desires of ordinary people are simple. Whoever feeds them is whom they will follow. At that moment, Lenin stood forward, passionately speaking, while the villagers below desperately shoveled rice into their mouths, yet straining to listen to his words. Understanding their hunger, Lenin did not concern himself with trivial matters. He spoke with varying tones, primarily telling stories to the children who had already eaten their fill. On the borders of our nation lies the land of fire, reputed to be the most prosperous and magnificent realm in the world. Not long ago, I passed through there, and the people were foraging for horse manure to eat. The children gasped in astonishment, unable to contain their chatter. Is it really like that in the land of fire? The adults say it is a land of wealth and happiness. But is horse manure tastier than sheep dung? I have lived in the mountains and have never seen a horse. If horse manure is more palatable, then the people of the land of fire must be happier than us. But sheep has the best flavor, doesn't he? Is there no nation that eats wholesome food like eggs and meat instead of scraps? Of course, there must be. Uzumaki Lenin stood on tiptoe to pat the head of the child who spoke, and the child, taken aback for a moment, quickly bent down to meet him halfway. Our nation, the one we have forged with our own hands, will realize our vision. Rising again, he elevated his voice so that all could hear. This nation is plagued by foolish rulers and treacherous officials. The land of hot springs, historically renowned for its breathtaking scenery, has been transformed from a desolate wilderness into a thriving home through generations of tireless effort from our ancestors. But what have they done to our home? Do you know what others are saying about us? They claim all we suffer today is our own fault, that our starvation is deserved. After we die, they will still blame us. How long have you been imprisoned here, and how long has it been since you saw the world outside? Everything in this nation is crumbling at an alarming rate. Do you know how much a loaf of bread costs outside now? 500,000. Not even a cartful could suffice. We once toiled for the land of hot springs, yet it failed to protect us, leaving us vulnerable to bandits. Now, we cannot even afford a meal. What have we gained from our sacrifices for the Lord? Endless humiliation. With his voice rising and falling, Lenin concluded with a sudden shift in topic. Our world should not be like this. We must ensure that our children can at least have enough to eat and grow strong, that we possess the ability to protect what we cherish, that those around us can lead good lives, and that we overthrow the foolish lords responsible for our suffering. We shall establish our own order atop the mountains. The young men below felt their blood surge with excitement, standing up to shout alongside Uzumaki Lenin. He smiled at them, gesturing for calm. Fellow villagers, I have a dream. A vision of a world united. I wish for every child in our nation to receive a quality education, for every capable individual to be given the opportunity to excel, for every elder to enjoy their twilight years in peace. In such a world, there would be no war, where every person could live to adulthood. Technology would flourish, curing most ailments, sparing us the grief of losing loved ones. And with strict laws, no one would be driven to wrongdoing by desperation, nor would there be those who commit crimes simply for the thrill of it. Everyone present here will find happiness in such a world. We shall construct a new system, independent of the ninja hierarchy. Most importantly, no one shall bully us again. Before that, for the sake of the next generation, for our future, we must strive a little harder, give a little more, and sacrifice a little further. Therefore, for the realization of such a world, I need your strength. Let us forge our ideal homeland together. A gentleman avenges himself, even if it takes 10 years. Those who dare to look down on us today will one day pay the price. Let that unworthy lord return power to those who are kinder, braver, and wiser than he. We do not seek rebellion. We do not incite revolution. We cannot survive without our families. Why sacrifice our happiness for the interests of others? No one desires war, yet we have no retreat. This world, these policies are suffocating. Even if we survive by chance, our descendants will suffer greatly. Thus, we must overthrow them and liberate the world. Our new nation shall be called the land of the vortex, 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 the vortex empire, the vortex empire. The atmosphere surged with fervor, the villagers chanting the name of the land of the vortex, their eyes filled with longing and zeal. In this moment, the land of the vortex, standing upon the earth, began to take shape. When dawn rises, the new empire will swiftly rise, consuming everything around it. Like a sprout breaking through the soil in spring, it will eventually cover the entire land. Unlike a whirlpool, this nation will not hide on an isolated island, shunning conflict. It is a vengeful spirit reborn from the blood of hell, an ultimate beast that has longed to engulf all on this earth since before its birth. Moreover, this is not merely a small nation of one ethnicity. It is a robust empire composed of the collective will of countless diverse groups. As for public opinion, it shall certainly be determined by their sovereign. Chapter 83. Look, children should not be entrusted to you, should they? Yet, some individuals might not share such a cheerful disposition. Without delving into whether this intelligence has reached the hands of the Lord of the Land of Soup, we find ourselves in the Hokage's office in Konoha Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazes intently at the report, puffing on his pipe, and after a long moment, his eyelids twitch. See? I told you children should not be left in your care. Silence. Shimura Danzo's expression darkens further, his typically sallow complexion turning a furious shade of red. This rascal. Does he not understand that lingering outside without the Hokage's permission is tantamount to betraying the village? My grandson from the dark underbelly of the shinobi world wants to become a rogue ninja of Konoha? It would be one thing if he simply ventured out, and I could dismiss it as youthful restlessness, especially since he is in the land of soup. At worst, I could have my informants keep an eye on him. But he dares to incite the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails and the elite seeds of my root to remain there together. Merely a fortnight without a beating. And this boy has become so unruly. Cough, cough, calm down. The Hokage's permission. If you sweeten your words, perhaps I might grant you this? Sarutobi Hiruzen pats his old friend on the back. Danzo, surely you do not wish for your grandson to become a rogue ninja, do you? Go on. If you have nothing better to do, go hug your precious crystal ball. My crystal ball is not precious. The one who misuses the tool is the problem. Danzo retorts with a cold laugh, commanding his subordinates in front of the genuine Hokage. Contain this information. It must not reach the Lord of the Land of Fire. Discreetly handle all of his private spies and replace them with our own. Obscure the Lord's vision, allowing him to see only what we want him to. When the time is ripe, the Land of Fire will also undergo a change. Sarutobi Hiruzen offers no further comment, merely clearing his throat to remind. This is no longer the era of our teacher. Do not underestimate the Lords. They possess their own elite forces. Concealing matters from them is not so simple. Upon hearing this, Danzo erupts in fury, slamming his palm onto the sturdy ebony desk, leaving a deep imprint. How dare you bring this up? According to our teacher's plan, this was precisely the intended position for the Lords. Had it not been for your yielding to these swine, the Lord's private armies would not have burgeoned. Do you know how long I have endured this foolish lord? And what of the Lord's elite? Are you referring to the 12 guardians of the land? Or perhaps your own Asuma Sarutobi? That talented son of yours has been buried by the envious lords. He was a fine candidate for Hokage. After these years of trials, he has become a mere pawn of the lords. Would the heads of the various clans still trust him with the village? Would they heed his commands? The Hokage must prioritize the village's interests above all else. He must strive for the benefit of his own village, not be subservient to the lords who would always be wary of the village. At this point, both men pause, not to mention the overly flattering remarks from Danzo. Their discussion echoes the recent events concerning the Uchiha clan. Danzo silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellows, having grown up alongside him. He knows precisely what his old friend is prone to say. Yet, it is evidently too late. Both being sons of those in power, working for even greater authorities. Does my dear nephew not resemble another Itachi Uchiha? I shall summon him back immediately. That makes it even more so. Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling breathless, nearly succumbs to Danzo's provocations. Meanwhile, Danzo sips his tea unhurriedly. I may have spoken too ominously, but such a situation will not occur. Konoha cannot be destroyed by a single individual, and the Land of Fire lacks the strength to strike at Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen glances at Danzo. So, you do not plan to intervene while your grandson misbehaves outside? Of course not. However, since he has already created a ruckus, it would not be amiss to consider it one of Konoha's clandestine networks. This place can serve as his little treasure trove, akin to how we were allowed to frolic in our youth, under the leniency of our clan leader father. You may write while out of the village. I have no desire to trouble myself over your grandfather-grandson affairs. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubs his temples, reminding, you ought to know best that it is easy to find military generals to pacify the world, yet it is challenging to recruit scholars to govern it. Even our teacher lacked the confidence to manage the entire realm simultaneously, which is why he did not encourage the first Hokage to ally with Uchiha Madara in sweeping through the 5 nations. That is a matter your grandson must contend with himself. If everything is done for him, he will not experience growth. Those nurtured in a cradle cannot become formidable warriors. It matters not if he cannot manage. Let this be his practical social assignment. After all, compared to the politicians of those civilian nations, our methods as amateur ninjas are exceedingly benevolent. If he wishes to tread this path, such trials will greatly benefit his development. Your educational methods are indeed hawkish in style. This is called pragmatism, you foolish monkey. Danzo scoffs. Hawks do not love their young. Not every chick pushed off a cliff learns to fly. Indeed, it seems I have misspoken. Just as they conversed, the solemn door of the Hokage's office was abruptly kicked open by a mischievous child, a mere small fry, who boldly pointed at the imposing Hokage and shouted, Grandpa, prepare yourself. I challenge you. With that, he pulled out a wooden shuriken from his pocket and hurled it forcefully towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's Konohamaru. Little Naruto was of the same age when he first entered the village. Danzo nodded at him. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old rascal, exhaled smoke at the weapon, causing the already feeble wooden shuriken to veer off course, accurately flying towards Danzo. When the force of the wind struck Danzo's leg, it had lost all momentum, landing gently at his feet like a docile kitten. Danzo glanced down, picking up the shuriken. Danzo grandpa? Little Konohamaru, seeing the scarred face of this seemingly nefarious old man with a cane, was evidently terrified. Realizing he had accidentally thrown the shuriken at the wrong person, his short legs trembled in fear. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the instigator, chuckled amiably. Oh dear, Konohamaru, how many times have I told you not to run about with dangerous weapons? You see, I am unbothered, but if you were to accidentally harm someone else, it would be quite unfortunate. Bad people might strike back at you. However, Danzo stood up, perfectly cooperative, his expression as cold as ice, gripping the wooden shuriken, each step he took exuding an air of intimidation. Little Konohamaru nearly wet himself, his legs shaking uncontrollably, and he turned to flee. Yet the door had already been sealed by his scheming grandfather's wind technique. The doorknob inside was higher than outside, and even jumping would not allow him to reach it, leaving him scratching at the wooden boards in desperation. Danzo grandpa. Whoa, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was aiming for my grandpa. Danzo raised his palm, and from Konohamaru's perspective, all he could see was Danzo's shadowy countenance. Terrified, he curled into a ball, clutching his head. Then, a warm hand landed atop his head. Just now, The angle you launched the shuriken could use some adjustment. Lowering it by 15 degrees would yield a steadier shot. Also, do not expose your back casually. This has always been a grave taboo in the shinobi code. Yes, Konohamaru straightened his back. And, yes, remember, weapons are meant to combat enemies. Toys may seem trivial, yet once you become a true ninja, remember never to wield a weapon against your comrades. Shimura Danzo gently patted the little one's head a few times. With diligent practice, a promising future awaits. Indeed, at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled as he stepped forward, taking hold of Sarutobi Konohamaru's hand. Well now, my dear grandson has taken the initiative to visit his old grandfather. I have already placed the pen and paper on the table, and the signature has been affixed. You may write your own leave from the village. I shall take my grandson out for a while. Furthermore, this stack on the right contains today's documents. Understood? Why don't you tire yourself out? Have Haruno and Uchiha come over to assist me with this as well. Very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen cheerfully liberated himself from the burdens of official duties. Hand in hand with his little grandson as they exited. In a casual exchange, he remarked, I came to find Brother Renin. Your brother Renin has gone out of the village and is currently unavailable. How about I keep you company instead? Chapter 84. The New Era. Venture forth. The duo of grandfather and grandson wandered far away, leaving behind only the shadow of Shimura Danzo in the Hokage office, grappling with the troublesome affairs caused by his unruly child. For those in the upper echelons of power, the definition of a rogue ninja was inherently vague. Allowing ninjas to remain outside for extended periods merely required an application and a signature. These little monkeys had already taken care of that for him. Yet, the child had flown away, further and higher with each passing moment. After half a month apart, Danzo found himself increasingly concerned. As the child matured into an exceptional ninja and decision-maker, their time apart would inevitably lengthen. He felt a yearning to pen some words of encouragement for the boy. But what could he write? Danzo closed his eyes. A decision-maker. He recalled his days with Sarutobi, their youthful ambitions, and the profound expectations set upon them by their second Hokage mentor. In those days, the monkey had been brave and spirited, willing to risk his life for comrades and the village. Though somewhat reckless, his personal charm attracted many followers. He had sincerely obeyed his mentor's directives, diligently supporting the monkey for an extended period. From the outset, during the first Great Ninja War, when the second Hokage fell in battle, the peace treaty that was to be signed was torn asunder. The pressures from the 4 great ninja villages and the feudal lord of the Land of Fire weighed heavily upon them. It was a time of unprecedented peril for the village of Konoha. They endured countless sleepless nights, sustained only by soldier pills. Yet, even amidst such crises, the brothers persevered, albeit at a tremendous cost. Danzo touched his right eye. The hellish first Great Ninja War had concluded. Then came the second and third Great Ninja Wars. They stood back to back, ultimately emerging victorious. Regardless of the danger, they firmly believed that with each other's presence, there was nothing to fear. They were Konoha's mightiest shield and spear, collectively shaping the flourishing village of today. As time passed, they grew old. Eventually, they chose separate paths. His wife had passed away early, and his son later fell in battle. After becoming utterly alone, his thoughts grew increasingly radical, coupled with the monkey's increasingly conservative and passive demeanor. He even contemplated that the monkey was unworthy of remaining in the Hokage's position and considered usurping it himself. If only he had not stumbled upon his son's letter due to excessive longing. If only he had received the news of Rin's death a moment later. Or had never found him at all. Danzo shook his head. He could not even be certain of how obsessed he might become, free of any ties. As for now, becoming Hokage was originally Shizen's dying wish. His child had grown up, with his own ideas. Why should this old man, who was already half a foot in the grave, still worry so much? He sipped his tea once more. His mentor's original intention was for his strategies to complement the monkey's impetuosity. Yet now, his strategies had morphed into cunning deceit. While the monkey's deep emotions had rendered him indecisive, the first Hokage established the village, the second constructed its framework, and their generation's mission was to stabilize the village, harmonizing various voices into the will of Konoha. For this purpose, the monkey was to nurture the great tree, while he would prune the pests that threatened unity. As the roots of Konoha, they drew sustenance from the outside world, nurturing the towering tree to grow indestructibly. It was meant to be so. Instead, Konoha had become the weakest generation under their stewardship. Reflecting on his own actions, he felt he had achieved less than the decisive third and fourth Mizukichi. Throughout his reign, he had only managed to rectify the Uchiha clan. What a source of shame. However, this also proved that there were few divisive elements within Konoha. So, he decided to write a testament to the will of fire that they, as Konoha's decision-makers, had upheld throughout their lives. He would write that no matter where they go, they must never abandon the will of fire. Though they all received the teachings of the second Hokage, each individual perceives the will of fire differently. The monkey's will of fire. As long as there are leaves fluttering, the fire will burn. The shadows of the flames will illuminate the village, allowing new leaves to sprout. When one seeks to protect those they cherish, the true strength of a ninja manifests. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire endures. Ignite the flame of peace. This represents the pacifist view within Konoha. As for his perspective, as long as a single ember remains, it can instantly transform into a raging inferno, consuming everything flammable around it to fortify itself. That is the will of fire. Wherever the leaves flutter, there lies the ninja village of Konoha. This embodies the spirit of Konoha. Yes, where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire endures. This is the hawkish perspective. Ignite the conflagration of war. With clarity of purpose, he began to write, "To my esteemed mentor, the second Hokage. At the dawn of Konoha's creation, you governed the tumultuous era with law and order, establishing the foundation of our village. You kindled the flame of the Shinobi Academy, creating the Umbu to protect the people. During the calamity of the Golden Horn, you single-handedly repelled thousands of adversaries. To safeguard our future generations, you valiantly fought against foes in perilous lands, ultimately sacrificing your life. Entrusting your legacy to us, we shall quell the enemies, restore order, and protect the foundation of Konoha, ensuring peace throughout the realm. We pledge our utmost dedication until our last breath, and have remained diligent for over 40 years, resulting in the achievements we see today. Therefore, to you, the future generations." As Shimura Danzo's words flowed like a spring, he suddenly paused and struck through the entire passage. A vibrant, life-filled, and flourishing world ultimately would not be forged by us, the decaying old men. Thus, he let the ink flow freely, the tip of his pen even tearing through the paper. A new era. Venture forth with abandon. A document was pressed into an envelope, and a pure white pigeon took flight. Shimura Danzo exited the office, hands clasped behind his back, while Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned against the wall, smoking a pipe. Without needing to ask, it was evident that the man had just returned home only to be expelled by his daughter-in-law, citing that smoking in a confined space was detrimental to the child's health. This had become a commonplace occurrence. Sarutobi Hiruzen, clearly accustomed to this, cheerfully surveyed his office and, upon seeing Danzo emerge, greeted him naturally. "Oh, you sent it out? Indeed. You are nurturing a seed of chaos within the ninja world. Nay, I am wholeheartedly developing Konoha's future." Ha! The two are not mutually exclusive. Old friend, the transformation of Konoha must commence. What harm is there in granting you a bit more power? Let me witness what your understanding of the will of fire will bring to Konoha's rebirth. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Danzo's shoulder. Since the Uchiha clan massacre, the cacophony within the village has largely been quelled. The Konoha of prodigies must be revived within this ninja world. The two raised their heads to the sky, where the sun was nearing its zenith. Exchanging a knowing glance, they fist-bumped in unison. To Konoha. To Konoha. Chapter 85. Because we are still young, let us redirect our gaze back to the land of soup. Oh no. To our new realm, the land of the vortex, where the fundamental framework of order has already taken shape. Under the command of Vortex Lenin, military and political decisions are firmly in hand, wielding the power of life and death over the sinners. His flamboyant red hair is unrestrained, its vivid hue visible even in the darkness, bringing warmth and hope. As the sovereign who has redeemed these individuals, his words carry immense weight, earning him great respect. Tales abound among the populace, proclaiming him the god of life. In the rice paddies, the seedlings blossom in 3 days, yielding ears in 3 days, maturing in 3 days. He embodies the harvest and hope, a divine being governing all happiness in the world. Hinata Niji, an erudite scholar, naturally assumed the role of strategist, one of the few whom Vortex Lenin trusts. He oversees the strategies and recommendations, concealing his identity with a black cloth over his eyes. He perceives everything with clarity through his Byakugan, presenting himself as a blind military advisor who orchestrates from the shadows. Should anyone mistakenly perceive him as a mere scholar lacking strength, Niji would not hesitate to enrich the new sprouts with additional nutrients. Renowned for his mystery, no living soul has ever gazed directly into his eyes. With the assistance of Vortex Lenning's chakra, Sai diligently sketched the ink beasts, fulfilling his monitoring duties. With a mere thought, he could sense the slightest movements throughout the mountainous region. The flying fish, roaming beasts, flowers, trees, and even the stones standing upon the mountainside all bear traces of his imitative artistry. These serve as his eyes. Freed from unnecessary constraints, the childlike nature of Sai flourished. His artistic skills honed through relentless practice, nearly indistinguishable from reality. Given their current stature, they would not attract enemies or dissenters cautious enough to guard against even the stones and flora of nature. He is the invisible eye watching over the land of the vortex from above. At this moment, the three young heroes of the Empire sit cross-legged atop a massive stone at the mountain's peak. Unable to contain his impatience, Sai spoke first. "Hey, things seem settled here. Don't you think it's time we head back? Shin will surely worry about me. And there's also Lord Danzo." According to Konoha's laws, being away from the village for over a month without special permission is akin to treason. Niji concurred. There are indeed precedents in the ninja world of Jinchuriki or trusted high-ranking officials being labeled as traitors. It is time for us to return. How long have we been away from the village now? Sai inquired. Since we received the mission, it has been 28 days. It is indeed time to go back. Vortex Lenning toyed with a pair of large blood walnuts, using sealing techniques to suppress the saplings threatening to burst their shells. Grinning as he said, "Let us proceed as Sister Yanao taught us. My sealing technique should suffice." The method mentioned by the medic Yanao, capable of maintaining the shadow clone's disguise without dissipating for an extended period, is quite simple. Prepare multiple shadow clones, seal them within scrolls, and when the chakra of the current clones is nearly exhausted, unseal the scrolls to summon the previously sealed clones, a cyclical process. If prepared adequately, with enough chakra and time to spare, one could maintain shadow clones for an entire year. However, the corresponding darkness and solitude incurred upon sealing would inevitably return to the original body once the clones dissipate. The sealing techniques of the Vortex clan can also obscure perception and thought, thus this aspect poses no issue. Yet, as he pondered this, Vortex Lenning fell into silence. She had never revealed to him the depths of her suffering, and he remained unaware of the pain endured by the gentle medic Yanao, who treated the world with such kindness. When he touched upon this subject, Yanao nearly broke down. Once she ensured that the children she had taken in were settled, she meticulously memorized the sealing techniques mentioned by Lenning, promptly dispelling the shadow clones to share memories with her original self. Eager to assist his nurturing sister, Vortex Lenning was more than willing. However, he was left wondering where he might find her incarnation again. In turn, Lenning acquired one of her techniques used for traversing the ninja world. He considered his mastery of sealing techniques to be sufficient. "You two should head back first. I will follow with a shadow clone." Huh. Both were taken aback. Niji grasped Lenning by the collar and exclaimed, "What do you mean? Did we not agree that as comrades, we would face everything together?" "Calm down, Niji. I'm not suggesting that I abandon you to undertake any perilous venture. We are all brothers here. You've become the chancellor of the land of the vortex. Have a bit more confidence, will you? You've broken free from your cage." Lenning chuckled, gently pulling Niji's hands down, attempting to soothe him. This boy had always lacked a sense of security, having lost his biological father due to his lineage. And while harboring resentment towards the clan, he could not help but feel inferior due to the inequity. Even though he had shattered the bonds of captivity, his mindset required time to transform. Lenning placed a hand on Niji's head and draped his other arm around Sai's shoulder, pulling them both into an embrace, pointing towards the revitalized rice fields below. At that moment, the morning sun rose, casting its glow upon the ripening rice seedlings, with dewdrops reflecting the sunlight, bathing the entire field in a dazzling golden hue. That was the color of sunlight, a symbol of hope, a harbinger of harvest. It signified no more hunger. When they first arrived, this place was merely barren land. Lenning guided the two to gaze at the rice paddies for a while, and when the moment felt right, he spoke again, his tone gentle. "Look, the grains are ripening once more. After all, I have yet to fully master the art of solar release. The shadow clones lack the power to hasten growth." The two fell silent. "Do you remember when we first arrived? When those bandits were rampant? The children were as savage as starving wild dogs, devoid of light in their eyes. Look at them now, how joyfully they smile." Sai remarked, his expression somewhat peculiar. I mean, Lenning, those children you mentioned, many are older than us. But we possess abilities they do not. We are the true adults capable of achieving great things. In the sunlight, the liberated villagers had already taken up arms, practicing diligently, preparing to secure more space for survival, for their shared dreams, for the prosperity of the new world. War. The two followed Lenning's gaze, reflecting on the sentiment. War is a means by which we, often referred to as adults, strive to secure greater benefits and more living space for those we must protect. Resources in this world are finite. If we abstain from consumption, others will partake. Should others consume our share, we would face starvation. If we consume theirs, while it may not be a glorious act, those behind us will surely live more happily. Lenning smiled once more, gesturing towards the land below. Do you remember how it was when we first arrived? Before we took down the bandit nest, what was their life like? I may not fully grasp governance, but my desire is simple, to ensure they are well fed, to see the young children survive until the sun shines brightly upon them. I wish for everyone to have 3 meals a day, to toil from 9 to 5. This is my small indulgence. Moreover, beyond the concerns of livelihood, there lies the ambition to dismantle the current 5 great nations, leading to their utter obliteration. Huganiji, tracing the mark on his forehead, acknowledged that although the cage had been shattered, his spirit had yet to fully acclimate to this newfound sense of freedom. Even the most splendid aristocratic governance harbors its underclass and the oppressed. What harm is there in striving to transform such a world? The three of them clenched their fists together, exchanging smiles, for they were still young and blissfully unaware of the vastness of the world. Then, let us deploy shadow clones, Sai murmured, for in this situation, my original self would undoubtedly face dire consequences upon returning to Lord Danzo. Chapter 86. Death on the same day of the same month. It was on that fateful afternoon, shortly after the three had dispatched their shadow clones, that the carrier pigeon took flight. Engaged in their military drills and assaults on new hilltops, they were entirely oblivious to the letter lying on the table. Unbeknownst to them, the elders of Konoha had been fully aware of their activities and had been discussing the mission with laughter along the way. Consequently, when their shadow clones returned to the village to report, chaos ensued. Brat, you dare to return? As soon as he entered, Uzumaki Raku was met with a furious kick from Shimura Danzo, scattering him into a puff of smoke. The sight of the remnants of his grandson's shadow clone only fueled Danzo's anger further. Grabbing the ninja tool pouch that had burst forth from the dissipated clone, he rummaged through it and unearthed several sealing scrolls, his irritation turning to exasperated amusement. This boy, no matter whom he is with, only learns the worst from them. Using shadow clones to fool me. I've never once met the real deal when Yakushi no Nai comes to report. Has he grown so bold? I can tolerate his mischief. But to think he would attempt to deceive me before he has even matured is simply unacceptable. He quickly formed hand seals, unrolling the scrolls. As Raku's bewilderment deepened, Danzo unleashed a gust of wind infused with sharp chakra that swept over his grandson, obliterating the shadow clones. Wind release, vacuum sphere. He then coldly commanded, let this brat come to see me in person. The 2 remaining clones swallowed hard, responding, yes, right away. They too disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving Danzo alone to stare at the empty tool pouch, his mouth twitching in irritation. These rascals can't even pretend to be competent. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Raku was embroiled in combat on the front lines, poised to strike down the enemy leader. Just as he was about to deliver the fatal blow, an inexplicable paralysis seized him. His movements froze, and he began to convulse in agony, cold sweat pouring down his brow. The pain surged back into his body, catching him off guard, and he collapsed, clutching his abdomen and rolling in distress. That old man's wind released though he had shown restraint. How could he not know I was attacking the same spot on those shadow clones? Oh, my stomach hurt so much. His intestines felt as if they were twisting, rendering the rest of his body numb. Just when he was confronting his enemy, the timing of his shadow clone's dissolution was particularly unfortunate. That old man always seemed to hinder him at the worst moments. Under the pressure and pain, even the self-assured Uzumaki Raku found himself acting childishly. Heh, you little brat. You were careless. The enemy leader seized the opportunity, swiftly picking up the broken remnants of his weapon to cleave at Raku's throat. Since you failed to kill me, prepare to die. Get away. Despite his agony, Raku sensed the imminent danger. With no time to block, he hurled the blood-soaked walnut he had carried for days at his foe. Freed from the sealing technique's restraint, the walnut burst forth with uncontrollable vitality, cracking its shell upon contact. It rooted into the enemy, rapidly expanding into a towering tree that pinned a leader beneath its weight. The foe was drained of all life, left as nothing more than a desiccated corpse. But Raku's power didn't end there. The vitality he had infused into the walnuts over the past week, coupled with his blood, had birthed a formidable artifact of the sun. The tree continued to grow wildly, thickening to the point where even 5 men could not encircle its trunk. The branches bore countless, enormous walnuts, each one ripe and ready. As the fruits fell, they too quickly broke free from their shells, sprouting anew as baby walnut trees. These saplings immediately began to siphon the life force around them, intertwining with the larger tree. The entire stronghold became a part of the forest, a scene of carnage laid bare before Raku's eyes. Compressed version. Pseudo-tree world arrival. Mere mortals stood no chance against such extraordinary power. All were suppressed beneath the immense wood. Raku, recovering from his exertion, surveyed the lifeless forms below, scratching his head and smacking his lips. It seems I lost control for a moment, resulting in this. My technique truly is formidable, though it has left me somewhat drained. I inadvertently caused the deaths of so many. As a master of life, he could still sense the vitality around him, yet found none. Furrowing his brow, he mused, well, it's no great loss. They were merely pests, a band of marauders with nothing worth saving. With a tinge of guilt, Raku offered a brief bow to the fallen before plucking a couple of new walnuts from the tree. Summoning his army of ants, he commanded them to devour all traces of the encounter, leaving nothing but a vast pit, as if the stronghold had never existed. Raku, are you all right? Are you hurt? The other two, having received memories from their shadow clones while battling elsewhere, rushed to his side, concern etched on their faces as they supported him. I'm fine now, at ease. Raku leaned against his comrades, gritting his teeth. I'm all right. That old man was truly ruthless. If I hadn't had a backup, I might have been killed. As I looked at the army of ants, their massive forms obscuring the foliage, his mouth twitching. After their recent nourishment, each ant stood over a meter tall, particularly the queen, who had grown immensely. If you hadn't prepared a backup, you wouldn't be Raku. Hinata Niji. More focused on Raku's well-being, noted, Lord Danzo appeared genuinely furious this time, even going so far as to attempt to take your life. We clearly couldn't hide it from him. What now? Should we flee? Raku was taken aback by the suggestion. For now. That's unnecessary. The old man's kick was rather light at first. He only became aggressive after realizing I was using shadow clones to deceive him. It wasn't even a true assault. With a decisive clap, Raku declared, all right then. Since that old man has made his demands, let us go in person. The deed is done, and if he has the courage, let him try to kill me. You the two chuckled awkwardly. If he truly intends to kill you, we won't be able to stop him. As long as you're willing to try to stop him, Raku replied with a grin, I will never forget your kindness. When the time comes, we shall become ghosts together. No need for you to remember. Impossible. Even if he strikes at me, I won't allow that old man to lay a finger on you. Then we shall be grateful, but the same goes for us, right, Zai? After all, we have shared the bond of life and death, destined to perish on the same day of the same month. Chapter 87. The so-called ninja. Yet, just as the three were truly departing, an unexpected guest arrived on the newly expanded territory. The figure donned a broad-brimmed straw hat that obscured his face in shadow, exuding an air of mystery. Clad in a black cloak with a pure white lining, he left half of his buttons undone, revealing his muscular chest, and wielded a large blade. He raised an eyebrow at the colossal ants devouring corpses and glanced at the newly planted sign. The land of the whirlpools? Could there be a connection to the whirlpool country? It is said that the new leader here also has red hair. Resolutely drawing his sword, he decided, never mind. Let us kill first. With a swift motion, he drew and sheathed his blade in one seamless action. The overwhelming presence of the corpses pressed down on the earth, causing it to sink 3 inches. Meanwhile, 3 children hastened on horseback, arriving promptly at the entrance of the base. Uzumaki Kingdom swallowed hard and pushed the door open first. Hey, old man. I'm back. With a whoosh, a scroll accompanied by a gust of wind flew toward him. And Uzumaki Kingdom did not dodge, allowing the paper to slap against his face. From the desk came the cold snort of Shimura Danzo. What? After playing around, you've forgotten to greet your grandfather? TCH. As if I would. There were more instances of calling you old man than grandfather. What did you say? Uzumaki Kingdom's expression shifted instantly. I said, your little grandson has endured countless hardships and has finally returned to the longed-for hometown, my dear grandfather. Humph. This time, Shimura Danzo clearly was not swayed by such words. After summoning the other two inside, he barked, "Kneel." "Yes." "Ugh." "TCH." Regardless of their reactions. The three of them knelt in a straight line. "Humph." Shimura Danzo placed a bucket filled with water atop each child's head. "Keep your posture straight. Before sunset, if even a single drop spills over, you three will remain here and spar with me for an entire week. Do you understand?" "Wah." Before his words had faded, Uzumaki Lenin could be heard fake crying, feigning grievance for attention. Such clumsy acting. Shimura Danzo was determined to ignore it. "Wah wah." Shimura Danzo's hand trembled slightly as he served tea. "Wah wah wah." Never mind, the old man falls for this act. When Ji-sun was his age, never mind. He was always on the battlefield then, and this child has been independent from a young age. He had missed Ji-sun's childhood, thus he found it even harder to bear seeing his own child cry. Shimura Danzo sighed. "Enough. Why are you crying?" Uzumaki Lenin lifted his watery eyes. "Grandfather, it hurts so much." "What's wrong? Where does it hurt? Is it an injury from overtraining?" "Wah." "No." Uzumaki Lenin tearfully accused, pointing to the same wound on his shadow clones that had been struck by Shimura Danzo. "A few days ago, while I was fighting with someone, I was ambushed from a distance, and it caught me off guard, nearly getting me killed. If that large blade had struck just a bit further, I would never see you again, grandfather. The worst part is, I was betrayed by the person I trusted most. My heart aches. It hurts so much." "Wah wah wah." Shimura Danzo's hand rose, then fell. So this child is deliberately being sarcastic with him? However, this kid has not been idle outside. Always fighting. Has the old man nearly caused him harm? That hat is quite well placed. Shimura Danzo cleared his throat a few times and simply stated, though harsh, "A true ninja must endure what ordinary people cannot, gradually numbing their hearts amid endless suffering, forcing themselves to erase the pain of emotion. Only then can one become a standard ninja. Such suffering may seem trivial compared to the battles you will face in the future. After all, you have chosen your own path. The road ahead must be traveled by you alone. You have already taken the first step, and you will surely become accustomed to this, or grow strong enough not to suffer injuries." Uzumaki Lenin refused to listen and continued to argue, and right after returning to the village, we were sent straight to his office without a moment's rest. "I am currently in pain, tired, hungry, and distressed. My own grandfather is making things difficult for me, forcing us to kneel here all day. Wah wah wah. I'm just a 7-year-old child who played a little and came home late. Look at our thin arms and legs. This bucket is heavier than half our bodies. It's crushing us, and we'll never grow tall enough to find a wife." "Enough. Shut up. When you declared yourself king in the land of soup, did you even think about being only 7? Is this the sort of thing a 7-year-old should be doing?" "Wah. Old man, it's not the land of soup. It's the land of the whirlpools." Uzumaki Lenin, still indignant, felt that his efforts were being insulted. Shimura Danzo silently removed the buckets and flicked Uzumaki Lenin on the forehead. "Enough. Stop crying. I'll teach you a wind-release ninjutsu for self-defense. Consider it compensation. Hooray. I truly love my grandfather the most. I'll teach you the ninjutsu that scattered your shadow clones earlier. Whether you can master it depends on your skills." Shimura Danzo added, "The kneeling punishment is lifted, but you are still not allowed to go anywhere this week. You must honestly temper your character. You are grounded for a week. Do you understand? Then, when can we go back?" Oh dear, Uzumaki Lenin was hit again. Thinking about establishing his own domain so soon. Can your ninja training keep up? Have you built a solid foundation? Without systematic training, merely allowing yourselves to grow wild outside, your strength will diminish significantly. Even that Uzumaki Naruto has the hope of becoming Hokage, unlike you who left the village without permission. Oh, understood. Seeing his grandson looking defeated and seemingly absorbing the lesson, Shimura Danzo finally nodded in satisfaction. With a quarter as the time frame, for every 3 months you spend there, you must return for 1 month to report back. I will personally check your training progress and correct any errors while imparting new knowledge. If your training does not meet the standard, you will remain in Konoha until your strength satisfies me. Furthermore, within a year, if you do not conquer more than half of the land of Soup's territory, do not speak grandly. Little children, your territory must also be well governed. With a solid rear, do you understand? Yes. 3 robust responses echoed. A glimmer of determination flashed in Uzumaki Lenin's eyes. Truly, having lived together for so many years, who doesn't he know who? It was just a matter of retreating to advance. If he dared to confront Shimura Danzo head-on today, then Shimura Danzo would genuinely dare to break his legs and confine him for a year. However, If Shimura Danzo was unwilling to budge an inch, Uzumaki Linning would not hesitate to mark his forehead protector here. After all, family ties always require mutual compromise. Chapter 88. After all, he's also a student of the Hokage. The educational approach of Shimura Danzo is indeed quite reprehensible. Well, only Uzumaki Narumi dares to voice such objections. During the day, he reviews official documents and orchestrates various schemes without the slightest hesitation before the three youngsters. In his spare moments, he even sips tea while explaining the logic and various purposes behind his actions to the trio of children. They all strain to listen intently, but due to their lack of experience, there remains much that eludes their understanding. Concepts such as retreating to advance, feigning the east while attacking the west, and surrounding way to rescue Zhao all seem foreign. Until now, their minds had been focused solely on a straightforward, reckless approach. Never had they considered that human hearts could be so devious. The strategies of warfare could be employed in such a manner, particularly for Niji, who felt a shiver run down his spine, his eyes wide with astonishment. His subsequent training methods would surely become far more diverse. However, there remained much that was incomprehensible. Even when he inquired, the answers remained elusive. In response, Shimura Danzo merely comforted them with a gentle pat on their heads, assuring them of their exceptionalism among their peers. Then, with a casual flick, he tapped Uzumaki Narumi's forehead. Look how eager he is to improve. Oh, old man, that's just your bias. I'm working hard too, all right. It's just that my responsibilities do not lie in this area. Did you not declare your ambition to become the leader of a new world? Danzo flicked his fingers again, relishing the bouncy sensation. Then you ought to understand everything and master various skills. While proficiency is not mandatory, comprehensive knowledge is essential. This way, when a problem arises within the larger organization, you can promptly nurture new talent or step in yourself. Danzo then turned to the other two. You must also strive tirelessly to enhance your abilities, ready to contribute to the organization at any moment. Living up to your elevated status, and ensure you do not become the next little Sakura or Ino. It seemed he was subtly criticizing someone. The two, unfamiliar with the context, simply nodded respectfully, vowing to work diligently and not become unproductive individuals. As the day swiftly passed, the light filtering into the room diminished. Shimura Danzo waved his hand to ignite the coal lamp, took a sip of tea, and spoke in an unreserved tone of admonition. You must remember, politics is no child's play. Most politicians in the realm of ordinary people are nothing more than monsters cloaked in human skin, devouring others without a trace of guilt. Compared to amateur politicians like myself and the monkey, who merely strive to maintain a village, those ordinary politicians who dedicate their entire lives to power struggles are far more insidious. The elite among them can govern entire nations. Therefore, when dealing with such individuals, one must exercise utmost caution. You must be more cunning, more treacherous, and more ruthless than they are. Do not concern yourselves with so-called morality. The moral theories upheld by our ancestors are merely shackles they imposed upon their forebears to tame them. The three children listened, spellbound. They were to become the authors of history, not its judges. Both criticism and praise carry an air of condescension. One would never openly discuss those they looked down upon. Having finished reviewing the day's scrolls, Shimura Danzo found the blank expressions of the three children somewhat amusing. Enough, enough. These words should ideally be imparted to you when you are older. Yet, I am an old man, nearing the end of my days, and cannot help but feel a sense of urgency. You children should still indulge in laughter and play. Stop with the morbid talk, old man. As long as one lives, death is inevitable. This is an immutable truth of the world. To die peacefully is a luxury for a ninja, even a disgrace. Shimura Danzo stood, patting Uzumaki Narumi on the head, then strode outside with his hands clasped behind him. Do not blame me for being sentimental. After all, your rebellious phase seems to have started too early. All right, today's literary tasks conclude here. The remainder of our time will be dedicated to practical training. You must always approach your training with the awareness of mortality. During genuine life and death struggles, the enemy will not show mercy simply because you are not a shadow clone. Since you have chosen this thorny path, be prepared to embrace death as your companion. I shall not go easy on you. You will witness firsthand the nature of combat among ninjas. The distinction between those without chakra and ninjas is a stark one. Merely slaughtering ordinary people is no great feat. You must aspire to be among the strongest of ninjas. I will teach you what it truly means to be powerful. Such lofty words, essentially, it amounts to being able to withstand a beating, unable to fight back, nor can you flee. Bah, This insufferable old man truly knows how to boast. The three followed him, already numb to the ordeal. In the 44th training ground, the Forest of Death, Shimura Danzo's prowess. As a renowned figure within the ninja world, he was entrusted by the second Hokage during the First Ninja World War as one of the future leaders of Konoha. If one were to exclude the reliance on the power of the Sharingan, his strength was not to be underestimated. The fact that he could engage in daily arguments with the third Hokage without facing repercussions speaks volumes of his capabilities, allowing him to hold his own against the strongest Hokage. As a shadow in the dark, he was indeed of a shadow-level caliber. It was only after he found no further room for improvement in his abilities that he began to seek external means of power. Of course, in the future, he would ultimately forsake his lifelong learnings, abandon all that he once held dear, and rely on the Sharingan and would release elements that he could not wield to even half their potential, leading to a regrettable decline in his abilities. Yet, at this moment, with hopes for the future still intact, he certainly could not allow himself to fall into such a state of disarray. He remained firmly among the ranks of powerful ninjas. Now, Shimura Danzo stood at the center of the forest, looking down upon the three children. An aura of immense pressure emanated from him, causing the beasts of the forest to shrink back in trepidation. Even the earth trembled slightly, with pits forming beneath his feet. As night deepened, visibility within the forest grew exceedingly poor. This was an environment deliberately chosen by Shimura Danzo. The darkness would sharpen the children's perceptual and coordination skills. Moreover, ninjas must learn to navigate through various complex environments, as many high-level missions can only be executed under the veil of night. A competent ninja should be able to traverse any treacherous terrain with ease. Clearing his throat, Shimura Danzo spoke, shaking the two bells in his hand. Your task today is to seize these two bells from me. You may rest only once you have succeeded. The age-old tradition of the will of fire. One cannot become Hokage without enduring such trials. This tradition must continue. After all, Shimura Danzo is a direct disciple of the second Hokage, a true heir. He is also a legitimate successor of the Hokage lineage, and his will of fire is equally potent. The children he nurtures can also aspire to become Hokage. Chapter 89, The Fierce Battle of Shadows. With a blood-red blade in hand, Uzumaki Kingdom stood before Shimura Danzo, adopting the stance of Raido cut. Hyuga Niji, his eyes wide and veins bulging, ignited blue flames upon his hands, eerily illuminating the quiet night like ghostly will-o'-the-wisps. Sai concealed himself in the shadows, his ink blending seamlessly with the thick darkness, hiding various terrifying beasts within. Begin. At Danzo's command, the three sprang into action, swiftly encircling him in a triangular formation, their momentum unwavering. With a mere glance, Danzo assessed the situation and nodded with satisfaction. The chakra flames enveloping Niji's hands, could they be the legendary power of the Two Tails? Within just half a month of leaving the village, he had managed to control the beast within him, combining it with his unique ninjutsu. This child truly has a promising future. If he can withstand the dark side of the beast, he will undoubtedly become one of the village's elite combatants. However, while the chakra flames of the Two Tails are formidable, they are also conspicuous in the night, contrasting sharply with his typically cautious demeanor. This must be a deliberate ruse to capture his attention, a shadow clone. The real Niji lurked in the darkness, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Sai favored ranged attacks, yet now he recklessly charged forward, adding to the chaos. The two were merely providing cover. The true offensive would come from wind release. Wind palm. Danzo unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Uzumaki Rennie's chest. Substitution jutsu. In an instant, Rennie transformed into a cloud of smoke. The wooden stake in his place shattered by the force of the wind. Meanwhile, he appeared at Danzo's side, swinging his blade toward his waist. Protect yourself, boy. The enemy will strike the moment you let your guard down, leading to your demise. Wind release. Wind bullet. Danzo reacted with astonishing speed, forming seals before Rennie could land his blow. A chakra projectile, enveloped in fierce winds, shot toward Rennie's abdomen. Had it struck his head, it would have obliterated his mind. Danzo sighed inwardly. Yet, at the moment of impact, Rennie exploded into another cloud of smoke. Shadow clone. Impressive. 8 trigrams. Fire bullet. At that moment, the other two launched their attacks as well. Danzo chose to evade the torrential flames from afar, while simultaneously unleashing a wind bullet that struck Niji, who too transformed into smoke, another shadow clone. In the blink of an eye, Sai's speed intensified, faster than before, as he closed the distance to Danzo. With a menacing grin, he drew several chains from behind, hurling them at Danzo while simultaneously sketching intricate sealing techniques, grasping Danzo's arm. The sealing technique activated instantly, restraining the chakra within that arm. With the chakra flow obstructed, should he attempt to use the chakra from that arm again, it would swell until it burst. However, due to his limited experience with sealing techniques, Uzumaki Rennie could not entirely seal Danzo's arm in such a short span, but could only restrict the flow of his chakra. Yet, that would suffice. Uzumaki Rennie, still pressed against Sai, taunted Danzo. "Hey, did you expect this, old man? Those earlier antics were all a ploy to mislead you. The current me is the real deal." Danzo's smile broadened, a sense of pride swelling within him. "Ah, you possess transformation techniques as well? Despite not having communicated. Your synergy is remarkably strong. It seems your abilities and bonds have significantly improved." After the praise, he doused Rennie's triumph with cold water. "But if I were you, I would have anticipated the potential for unexpected changes in battle. Completing the mission swiftly should always be the priority." With that, he swiftly formed hand signs with one hand. Body flicker technique. He moved so fast that no afterimage remained, only the sound of wind as he appeared dozens of meters away. Not that he couldn't go further, but he feared Rennie might lose sight of him. Uzumaki Rennie's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wow, you can do that? Grandpa, I want to learn this." "Huh. There are many things you still need to learn," Danzo scoffed, placing his now mobile arm against the seal as the tight binding began to unravel. "Since the demise of the old ghost, Uzumaki clan's Kanglin, I have been honing my sealing techniques. I can no longer be considered a novice. You will find it difficult to contend with me for long. Go home and train harder." Drawing a kunai, he charged once more at Uzumaki Rennie, his figure blending with the wind, as swift as lightning, so fast that the trio barely had time to react. The kunai, infused with wind chakra, extended into a sharp chakra blade, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. This is merely the standard level of AJ Nin. If you cannot defeat even such a ninja, the outside world will be perilous for you. Super Beast Imitation, Blood Lion. From the shadows, 3 majestic lions lunged at Danzo, aiming to disrupt his trajectory. They were instantly shredded by the chakra blade, leaving only a pile of flesh behind. Danzo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, your drawings have become tangible? Quite fascinating. But your position has been revealed." Sigh. Blood Feast, Swarm of Insects. The nocturnal forest teemed with lurking insects. And as warm blood spilled forth, these mindless beasts swelled in size, transforming into Uzumaki Rennie's sharp sword, aimed directly at Danzo. In a desperate act to cover Sai's retreat, they charged recklessly toward the chakra blade. "Ah, no, that's not quite right. Their minds have long since abandoned the concept of death. All that remains is their loyalty." Danzo forced a smile from his throat. "Oh? A technique akin to the Oil Clan's manipulation of insects? Yet if it merely enlarges them, it pales in comparison to the Oil Clan's versatility. Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere." With that, Danzo unleashed a barrage of wind chakra blasts, his mouth emitting a rapid-fire sound as if from a machine gun, instantly turning the swarm of insects into a chaotic mess amidst the endless bodies of the fallen insects. A flicker of blue flame flashed by. Before he could contemplate evading the attack, the boy's fiery palm struck his acupuncture point. That was the surprise assault launched by Hyuga Niji, concealed by the enormous insects. "Lord Danzo, in the darkness, your vision pales in comparison to the Byakugan." Fire Release, 8 trigrams 16 palms. Chapter 90, The Power of Yang Release. Haraha. Well done. All of you have made significant progress during this time. Shimura Danzo clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Under the fierce assault from Hyuga Niji, he transformed into a cloud of smoke, and a powerful gust of wind swept in, blowing Niji back 3 meters. The blown-away Niji found himself held at knife point by Danzo from a distance. "However, do you think this old man cannot use shadow clone technique?" Danzo looked at the white-eyed boy in his grasp, nodding in affirmation of their abilities. Logically speaking, although he had been somewhat lenient, breaking one of his shadow clones together was enough to demonstrate that the 3 children possessed sufficient strength. Their combined power could rival a Jonin. While this may not be remarkable among his subordinates, these 3 children were only 7 years old. How formidable would they become once their bodies fully matured? Danzo could hardly imagine. In any case, they had already shown enough capability to satisfy him, and this could come to a close. Yet, since they had not revealed any signs of despair, it indicated they still had trump cards to play. Danzo aimed to force out their hidden abilities, which would facilitate targeted training for them in the future. Moreover, the intelligence he had received contained significant points of interest, particularly regarding this boy who had yet to reveal his true potential. Then, Vortex Linning wore a cunning smile, declaring, "Then, let us activate Plan B. Old man, you are currently within the range of my power. It is now my turn. Blood offering, wood." Vortex Linning initially intended to shout wood burial, but reconsidered, thinking it a bit undignified to emerge from beneath the old man's rear. So he altered his words. Blood offering, wood binding. Blood splattered as several massive trees sprouted from the ground, encircling Shimura Danzo, and as the wood reached its zenith, it abruptly dove downwards, aimed directly at the encircled Danzo. To ensure absolute effectiveness, Linning hurled 2 walnuts. Blood offering, coiling dragon. The sharp spikes of the walnuts were meticulously polished, their patterns intricate and resembling multiple wooden dragons entwined around the walnuts, poised to spring forth at any moment. Yet even the dragons could not contain the overwhelming vitality within the walnuts, as sturdy vines swiftly shattered the wooden dragon's restraints and charged straight at Danzo. Danzo's pupils constricted, momentarily forgetting to evade. What? This is the power of wood release? No, wait, you didn't even perform hand seals. He instinctively reached for his right eye. Even with the activation of his Sharingan, he still could not discern the flow of chakra in this jutsu. Normally, even if one could not replicate a bloodline limit or a higher-level bloodline elimination, one should at least be able to perceive the chakra fluctuations of a technique. This was a secret art capable of manifesting wood. Though not purely wood release, it still possessed the ability to absorb vitality and chakra. So that's it. He wondered how this boy suddenly acquired the wood release bloodline. The tree's ability to absorb chakra, was it an extension of the Vortex Kingdom chains, or? While Shimura Danzo pondered, he was unexpectedly ensnared by the incoming wood release. Not wood release, but the most primitive form of yang release. You, ignorant old man. Vortex Linning triumphantly approached Danzo, yanking the bell from his waist and waving it before him, boasting, "How about that? You let your guard down, didn't you?" Intelligence is crucial in ninja combat. One must never relax due to arrogance. Remember this well, old man. Ouch. Before he could finish his sentence, Danzo kicked him to the ground, and Linning rolled several times before regaining his footing. What happened? Linning exclaimed, turning back to see that the Danzo he thought he had bound with wood release had transformed into a puff of smoke. It was merely a shadow clone. You must never relax due to arrogance. Isn't that something you remember quite well? Talking without action is mere pretense. Ouch, that hurt. Danzo observed his grandson's playful demeanor and shook his head helplessly. Looking at the three, he announced that their training was deemed successful. Those who rely solely on strength are the first to meet their demise. Poison, traps, deception. One must employ various schemes to the utmost to be considered a true ninja. He first admonished Linning, "Yang release? Look at your pale complexion. Is this how one masters yang release? You are recklessly using your own blood. How many times have I told you? Do not take your vitality lightly just because you are young. If anything were to happen, how would I explain it to your parents? This isn't the time for you to cry in bed at night, terrified of death." With a reprimand followed by encouragement, he then affirmed the trio. "The strength you displayed today, along with your cooperation, is exceedingly commendable. I am deeply gratified. Continue to strive forward. You may yet realize your dreams. My grandson Linning possesses the qualities of a Hokage. As a reward, and to celebrate your completion of your first C-rank mission, let us dine out tonight. I shall treat you all. Well, I can accommodate a budget of up to 5,000 Ryo. Though I wonder what these little ones wish to eat. Anything beyond that would be excessive, and a child's indigestion is a serious concern. When little Kanoamaru was just born, that foolish monkey had no restraint in feeding him, resulting in late-night hospital visits every few days. The esteemed Shimura Danzo would never make such a foolish mistake. Hooray! The three cheered in delight, with Vortex Linning leading the charge. Then let's go eat Ichiraku ramen. I've heard Naruto mention it almost every day, and since you won't let us run out during meal times, I'm nearly starving. After finally speaking up, you want ramen? The key point is, you never mentioned wanting ramen before. How is it my fault for not letting you run around? I've allowed root ninjas to pack you grilled meat every few days. Has that been insufficient? Have you ever suggested wanting to try a different flavor? Just as Danzo was about to agree wholeheartedly, he paused and turned to the other two. What about you? What do you wish to eat? Hyuga Niji had no particular requirements regarding food, having resolved a significant issue. He naturally supported Linning's decision, I feel the same. Sai, having been raised in a closed environment by Root since childhood, was curious about everything and nodded. Lenning's tone suggests it's quite delicious. I would like to try it as well. Thank you, Lord Danzo. Danzo nodded. Observing the unity among the three children and feeling no irritation, he turned and waved his hand. Then let's go. Shall we call little Naruto as well? This is his favorite food. It shouldn't be a problem to have one more person, right? Chapter 91. The great benefactor Shimura Danzo stumbled, nearly tripping over a small stone by the roadside. Your grandfather won't allow it. Why? Why is he so cruel? Wouldn't it be fine if we brought that little Konohamaru along? Surely he wouldn't refuse to treat his grandson to a meal? It's not that simple, Danzo replied. There are minor disputes arising from the division of interests. In any case, your grandfather and I are not as harmonious as you might think. With that, Danzo, realizing he had been overly talkative, gave a gentle pat on Uzumaki Rennie's head. In short, if you wish to take your brother along to play, go call Konohamaru. Understood. Uzumaki Rennie cheerfully responded, leading the two away. Konohamaru had a Hokage grandfather, yet for reasons unknown, his home was not situated within the Sarutobi clan's territory, but rather in the heart of the entire Leaf Village. Compared to the convoluted clan lands, it was much more serene. Uzumaki Rennie entrusted Hyuga Niji with summoning little Konohamaru while he and Sai went in search of Uzumaki Naruto. For reasons unclear, Naruto, an orphan, resided comfortably in the most prosperous area of the village, quite close to the Sarutobi household. The fact that he could live there indicated that his parents must have held significant standing in the village during their lifetimes. Otherwise, given the identity Naruto possessed, as stated by the old man, he would have been taken in as a foster child by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Now, even the esteemed Hokage dared not erase traces of their existence. Contemplating the familiar photograph of the blonde boy displayed on the Hokage's desk and the murmurs of his grandfather before passing, Uzumaki Rennie's suspicions grew clearer. Upon reaching Naruto's residence, he found the entire building vacant, with only the Uzumaki family occupying it. Viewed positively, it meant Naruto lived alone in an entire villa. Despite being in the bustling center of the village, the area surrounding Naruto's house was eerily deserted, with no one daring to linger there. This circumstance allowed Naruto to leave his doors and windows wide open while he slept. Fortunately, his door was equipped with a high-quality lock that automatically secured itself when closed. However, the windows remained ajar, and he seemed unconcerned about catching a cold. Rather than waste time knocking, Uzumaki Rennie opted to climb through the window. Sai, attempting to uphold decorum, interjected, Rennie, isn't it a bit improper to climb through the window? What's the worry? It's not as if I'm a stranger. I'm at home here. Do you really need to climb through your own window? Not particularly, but what's wrong with climbing through my own window? Is there a problem? No. Just, it feels rude. The two then leapt through the window, which faced Uzumaki Naruto's bed. At that moment, the golden-haired boy lay sprawled out, his blanket carelessly pushed aside, exposing his navel, while a pool of drool collected on his pillow. A stack of instant noodle cups cluttered his desk, a testament to how long he had been hoarding them. His bedroom was his entire realm of activity, with the areas beyond serving merely as storage, leaving only a bathroom and a living room that might occasionally be used. Today, we could have utilized the living room, but Uzumaki Rennie chose to leap onto his bed instead. Hey Naruto, wake up. Uzumaki Rennie lightly shook his shoulder, but seeing that Naruto remained in a deep slumber, his playful spirit ignited. He retrieved a paintbrush from Sai's pocket and specifically asked for washable ink, allowing his artistic flair to flourish upon Naruto's face, whimsically splattering ink everywhere. He began with a circle, added 5 ovals, drew a triangle, dotted 2 eyes, and sketched an arc. Hey, a cute little turtle. After completing his masterpiece, he snapped a photo for posterity before nudging Naruto again. Still, there was no response. One cannot forcefully awaken someone deep in slumber, lest they awaken with irritation, which would hinder their enjoyment even if they eventually joined in. Reluctantly, Uzumaki Rennie covered him with a blanket and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Naruto, upon feeling the cool touch of the summer blanket against his skin, shot up with goosebumps. Who is there? Oh, Naruto. Are you allergic to blankets? Uzumaki Rennie waved his hand. Come on, let us go play. Rennie, you're back. Naruto, still somewhat dazed, heard this, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he jumped from the bed. Just a moment. Let me get dressed. He had never been one to check himself in a mirror. Just in time that Naruto is awake. Let us invite him along. When the group reconvened, Shimura Danzo observed his young charge laughing merrily with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, completely carefree. Looking over at Niji, little Konohamaru had been successfully brought out, awkwardly greeting him. Danzo nodded in acknowledgement to Uzumaki Naruto, welcoming him while inwardly twitching at the sight. Why on earth does the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki have a turtle drawn on his face? As a perfectionist, he could not allow Naruto to dine with such a face, instinctively pulling out a handkerchief to wipe clean his visage. Due to poor judgment in selecting friends and the fact that their journey had taken them through sparsely populated areas, Naruto remained blissfully unaware of the artistic embellishment on his face. He merely noted that an unfamiliar elderly gentleman had approached him, offering to treat him to Ichiraku ramen. In his 6.5 years of life, such an occurrence had never happened. Even Irika, who treated him differently from others, had never gone so far as to offer him such kindness. Uzumaki Naruto, feeling profoundly valued, thought to himself, am I truly being invited to dine? Moreover, this invitation came from a friend's parent who did not harbor the same disdain as others. Upon learning that his child played with him, they wished to treat him to a meal. Oh, Rennie's grandfather is just as kind-hearted as Rennie himself. Is this what it feels like to be acknowledged? Naruto resolved to remember this kindness. It was worth noting that even his grandfather, who often shared his fish soup, had never invited him to ramen. Burying his head deep into the bowl of ramen, obscured by shadows, unidentified liquid dripped into the broth. Today's soup seemed saltier than usual. Shimura Danzo looked on in silent disbelief at the gaggle of young children engaging in an impromptu eating contest, noticing that Naruto's bowls towered higher than the combined total of the others. His lips twitched slightly. How can this Nine-Tails brat eat so much? His single meal's worth is comparable to that of an entire adult squad. Naturally sensitive, Naruto sensed Danzo's scrutinizing gaze and raised his head, tears glistening in his eyes. Grandpa, you are truly a great person. You are the best grandfather I've ever met. I will surely be as dutiful as Rennie. Like him, that one tea be necessary. Danzo inwardly muttered. So, after all this time of the monkey plotting and preparing, he was ultimately outmaneuvered by a mere meal? Even a child in need of love is oblivious to what he truly requires. What has that monkey been up to all these years? Even I, the leader of the root, understand how to guide orphans to grow obediently and healthily, yet this monkey has merely allowed the child to suffer abuse, transforming him into a wild child of the wilderness? It would have been better to entrust him to me from the start. Initially, I spread rumors urging villagers to attack little Naruto, hoping that the Hokage would be drawn to him and become his sole pillar of support, a steadfast ally for the village. What has the monkey been doing all these years? Was it merely a matter of making acquaintances? But then again, I only have discord with one son, and his 2 siblings share a poor relationship with him as well. It is only natural that monkeys do not educate humans. Shimura Danzo sighed softly, inadvertently avoiding the bright blue gaze of Uzumaki Naruto. Have you had enough to eat? If not, you can have more. Well, it should be fine for a Jinchuriki to eat a little extra, right? Really? Exclaimed Naruto. I would never deceive a child. Yay. Uzumaki Naruto leaped up with enthusiasm. Uncle, I'll have 3. No, 2 bowls of pork miso ramen, please. Coming right up. Chapter 92. This is our home. At this moment, deep in the night, the aroma of steaming ramen filled the air in Ichiraku ramen, where the bubbling broth surged with vigor, releasing wisps of fragrant steam that coalesced into ethereal clouds. The sight was tantalizing, igniting an insatiable appetite. In front of Konohamaru, the stack of bowls nearly towered above his head. Just in time, his older brother, Uzumaki Naruto, intervened before he could overindulge, playfully grabbing him by the collar and leading him aside for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. Turning back, he resumed boasting to Naruto about the thrilling adventures of their journey. Let me tell you, they have been calling me the savior, the beacon of hope. With such trust placed in me, I must not disappoint their expectations. In the eastern mountainous regions of the land of soup, half of it is under my protection. Truly remarkable, Lu Ning, exclaimed Naruto, having just finished his noodles. He clapped his hands, gazing at the retreating figure of Lu Ning's shadow clone with envy. How come your shadow clones can move freely and even pick up objects? Is it physical? How is it that your technique possesses physicality? Naruto's eyes sparkled as he eagerly approached Lu Ning. Can I learn this too? Lu Ning chuckled, ruffling Naruto's hair with a hint of exasperation. Of course. I'll teach you tomorrow. If I can master it, so can you. He then inquired, is your body feeling better? The great fox shouldn't hinder your chakra's normal flow, allowing you to perform ninjutsu without issue, right? If you can't even grasp the theory of the shadow clone technique, it will be challenging to master the advanced version. Hey, don't underestimate me. Naruto jumped up, hands on his hips. I've become quite formidable. Ever since meeting Kurama, my progress has skyrocketed. My speed in learning ninjutsu has increased tremendously, and Irika-sensei even praised me specifically. I'm no longer at the bottom of my class. I ranked 29th in the last exam. Indeed, Kurama has been a blessing for me. Since I met him, my strength has been on the rise. As Naruto spoke with growing excitement, he gestured animatedly. Oh, by the way, Luning, you don't know who Kurama is, do you? He is the great fox within me. Since our first meeting, I visit him daily to chat. We've even exchanged names and are now friends. Shut up, you little brat. Don't spout nonsense. That's merely a nickname I use when I'm annoyed with you. Who has exchanged names with you? Kurama's growl echoed in Naruto's mind, causing him to laugh awkwardly. Luning never doubted Naruto's words. Just as he was about to praise the spirited blonde, he suddenly realized, wait. I remember Shikamaru telling me there are only 30 students in your class, right? So you, placed 29th? After a moment of contemplation, Luning decided against holding back and burst into laughter. Haha, that is quite an improvement from your previous scores. As long as you strive for progress, that is commendable. But, did the last place student not participate in the exam? Hey, what do you mean by that? Naruto protested, jumping up. Don't underestimate me. You jerk. I actually placed second in the practical portion. It's just, the written test was incredibly difficult. If you had been around, you would know that everyone in the village believes in me now. Is that so? That is wonderful. Yeah, exactly. Everyone says. They say I'm a late bloomer, that the fox spirit is awakening. Ah, I see. Luning frowned but felt unsurprised, gently ruffling Naruto's hair. Have you stood up for yourself? You've become stronger, capable of protecting yourself and those around you. When they treat you as they always have. Did you fight back? Wait. Grandpa Third told me that everyone in the village is family to be protected, right? What you're saying doesn't seem right. Naruto stammered, bewildered by Luning's sudden seriousness. Why has Luning become so stern after just a month away from the village? He is merely a year older, yet his tone of admonishment feels so natural. Luning disregarded Naruto's little outburst, maintaining a steady gaze, his smile radiant but his tone earnest. So what if they call you a fox spirit? Spirits should inspire fear and dread, not be subjected to ridicule and insults. Silly child, you are my brother Uzumaki Luning, destined to become a lion among tigers. Why pay heed to the barking of stray dogs? Be kind only to those who treat you well. The rest are not your responsibility. Naruto nodded, still processing Luning's words. Luning's smile broadened as he extended his hand towards Naruto. Once things settle down, let us visit our homeland, the land of whirlpools. It is our home, the rebirth of our Uzumaki clan. There, a brand new world will flourish, shaping into the vision we aspire for. Together, we shall build our new abode. Our home. Did Luning include him from the very beginning? The revival of the Uzumaki clan. Would there be others with the surname Uzumaki? Would they greet him with smiles, calling him family? Would there be countless companions to play with? Would no one call him a fox spirit there? A whirlwind of emotions surged within Naruto, and he could only nod, choked with emotion. All right. As Naruto gazed at Luning with longing, he suddenly felt a sharp flick on his forehead. Ouch. Old man, what was that for? You little rascal. What are you teaching him? Shimura Danzo shot Luning a glare, resting a hand on Naruto's shoulder. I'm teaching my brother the principles of survival. This is what's best for him. Do you have any objections, you old fool? Luning retorted defiantly. You're just a child with little experience. Just because you're a year older doesn't mean you're qualified to instruct him. Bah. Luning stuck out his tongue. Is this rebellious phase of yours starting too early? Danzo's hand raised, then lowered again. He couldn't strike his own flesh and blood, nor let him lose face in front of his friends. After muttering this to himself several times, he forced down the urge to lash out. Turning to see Naruto's big blue eyes still brimming with innocent naivety, he finally sighed in relief. Ah, such a lively gathering today. Everyone is here? Just then, an elderly voice resonated from outside the door. Sarutobi Hiruzen entered, hands clasped behind his back, wearing his familiar cheerful expression. He patted the heads of the children present, skipping over Konohamaru and focusing intently on Naruto. Little Naruto, it's been a while since we last met. Have you missed your grandpa? Chapter 93. The Union of Yin and Yang, the source of all existence. Grandpa Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto obediently called out, though his body inched closer to Shimura Danzo, clutching the latter's sleeve. Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched in response. Had he truly spent 6 years building rapport only to be overshadowed by a stranger's impromptu invitation for ramen? Admittedly, he had not treated Naruto to anything substantial, only joining him for food and drink during his camping escapades. Yet, setting facts aside, was it not rather heartless and utilitarian of Naruto? He bore little resemblance to his parents. Wounded as he was, Hiruzen observed Danzo rise with a sardonic air. Ah, Hokage-sama graces us with his presence. What brings you here? Let us speak outside. The two locked eyes, their gazes rife with mutual scrutiny and wariness, a silent understanding forged through years of camaraderie. In the alley outside, they stood facing each other, both emitting a cold snort in unison. Let us talk. What about? According to intelligence, traces of wood release had been detected in the vicinity of your grandson's activities. How do you explain that? How could I possibly know about such an anomaly? Perhaps it is merely a manifestation of his bloodline's ancestral return. Danzo feigned ignorance, refusing to divulge his grandson's secrets. Hiruzen scrutinized him for an extended moment, exhaling a plume of smoke, casting a sympathetic glance at his old friend. From what my subordinates have reported, little Naruto can manipulate the growth of trees, a skill that could be wielded in combat. This is the very essence of wood release. He is a more perfect experimental subject of the first Hokage's cells than even Tenzo. After a brief pause, he continued, Danzo, you have indeed turned against your own kin. I had hoped you had changed. You know full well the fatality rate associated with the wood release experiments. Utter nonsense, Danzo retorted, fuming. How could I ever harm my own grandson? Is that so? Then how do you account for the wood release? Hiruzen pressed. Is this something an ordinary child could master as they grow? That was a trivial experiment. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, a trivial experiment that grants mastery over wood release. Are you implying that you have developed a method for training wood release ninjas en masse? You truly are adept at concealing your depth. Fool. When did I ever say such a thing? Danzo exhaled heavily, closing his eyes as if lost in recollection. Do you remember what Itachi once told us about the Uchiha clan's ancestral tablet? Of course, the opposing forces united as one, the fusion of yin and yang, giving birth to all existence. Do you recall the most absurd interpretation we ever concocted? Indeed. The term opposing does not refer to the repulsion between the brothers of the yin power through their Sharingan, but rather, the long-standing enemies, the power of the yang Senju and the yin Uchiha merging. And do you remember what the mother of the child was named? Yes, little Naruto took his mother's surname, Uzumaki, a close kin of the Senju. I meant the mother of my child. Hiruzen paused, struck by a realization, his eyes flickering with unease as he tentatively ventured. Was she once an Uchiha? The fusion of yin and yang gives rise to the power of all existence. Danzo's expression grew colder still, yet he maintained his composure. That should not be wood release. His bloodline is more aligned with yang power, yet the crimson pupils are not due to the Uzumaki. It is the legendary power closest to that of the Sage of Six Paths, the force of all existence. However, it manifests as wood release due to its awakening through a failed experiment of the first Hokage's cells. It appears our most outrageous conjectures have indeed borne fruit. Not necessarily. Hiruzen sighed, expelling a cloud of smoke. When the village was first established, relations among clans were amicable. In our predecessor's generation, there were indeed unions between Senju and Uchiha, yet none produced exceptional offspring. That is because before those children could mature, their families were mercilessly exterminated by the Uchiha leadership under the pretext of treason. Not a single child survived. Otherwise, this position as Hokage would not have been yours. Uzumaki Naruto, eavesdropping from the window, witnessed his grandfather's unusual fury for the first time. Though the words exchanged were unclear, he observed Hiruzen resting a hand on Danzo's back, attempting to soothe him, offering his pipe, which was brusquely swatted away. Unperturbed, Hiruzen chuckled and embraced Danzo, reflecting, since the battle between Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage at the Valley of the End, the entire Uchiha clan has been in a state of panic, fearing retribution from the village. The mindset of the higher-ups became increasingly exclusionary, isolating the Uchiha. Following the demise of the second Hokage, those who sought to ally with the Senju, no, the Hokage lineage were purged as traitors. We had just assumed office and rushed to the battlefield, leaving us little time to consider the implications. Hiruzen patted Danzo's shoulder, sighing, ultimately, to prevent the already fractured Konoha from completely disintegrating, Even retaliatory actions were directed only at inconsequential younger generations. You have sacrificed too much for Konoha. Danzo broke free. Enough, monkey. I respect her choices and do not require your feigned compassion. Regardless, the Uchiha are now extinct. I have fulfilled her last wish. That may not be what she wished to witness, but I have avenged her. Danzo gasped for breath, his throat constricted as if choked by an unseen weight, struggling to feign indifference, murmuring, "She once had such a joyful laugh." Yet, due to the Uchiha clan's trivial ambitions, the resentment harbored against the third Hokage, and the disgrace imposed by her hawkish parents, compounded by his failure to protect her, she ultimately succumbed to despair. Thus, I harbor a profound hatred for all Uchiha of the previous generation. I have no words to offer regarding your ties to the Uchiha. Now that all hawks have been purged, this is the best outcome. One cannot counsel others to do good without having endured their suffering. Hiruzen understood this truth, never condemning Danzo from a moral high ground, yet sensing the conversation veering off course. He hastily shifted topics. Let us assume your assertions are correct. Your grandson is not one to be trifled with. He recently lured Naruto to their secret base, inciting him towards vengeance. I overheard everything through the crystal ball. Chapter 94. The revolutionary Shimura. Danzo scoffed. So what? In your lifetime as the brave ninja, which of his words do you deem erroneous? From my perspective as Hokage, every statement he makes must be incorrect. Are you still yearning for stability? Our time is running short. We must learn to let go, allowing these children to flourish freely. Only when we depart from this world can they truly rise to the occasion. Sarutobi. Hiruzen turned his head to regard him. I have no objections to your assertions, but how does this relate to his instigation of Naruto to leave the village? Is this a matter for jest? Should anything go awry, we would be unable to face his parents' spirits. They sacrificed so much for Konoha. Bah! Danzo spat dismissively. Cease your pretentiousness. Why is it shameful to express concern over the potential for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to spiral out of control? You are well aware of who his parentage entails. What have you been doing all this time? As the village leader, if you genuinely wished for him to live a carefree life, he would not be so easily moved by a mere bowl of ramen. Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. If you were truly willing to cast aside your pride to support Naruto, would anyone dare to trouble him? Now you fear a loss of control, yet you recall a child who goes hungry? These matters are not merely as you perceive them. Policies must consider myriad uncontrollable factors. While the outcomes may displease a select few, they are indeed the best possible results. Hiruzen habitually painted an optimistic picture, reciting bureaucratic platitudes while patting Danzo's shoulder. Many matters will become clear once you occupy my position. Ah, Hiruzen. Danzo gritted his teeth. Take a good look at who I am. I am precisely the uncontrollable factor you often speak of. Cough, cough. My old friend, how could you harbor such thoughts about me? The atmosphere grew awkward until Danzo broke the silence. As a politician, I understand. I am merely expressing dissatisfaction as a grandfather regarding my grandson's cousin. The growth of children necessitates space. Allowing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to witness the outside world will render him less susceptible to nefarious influences in the future. To entertain a hypothetical, even if he were to entertain other thoughts, he would still be part of Konoha's faction, remaining one of us. Hiruzen jested. He belongs to the Little Rock Star. Does he not? As the emotional anchor for two Jinchuriki, should he achieve notable accomplishments, his ascension to Hokage is a foregone conclusion. When it comes to work, there is no distinction between us. However, when it comes to distributing benefits, the division is quite clear, Danzo retorted with a cold snort. Moreover, speaking of the emotional anchor for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, there is also that young lady from the Hyuga clan. The two exchanged knowing smiles. As the highest authorities, they were privy to all matters. The warm glow of the streetlights illuminated the entire street, casting a gentle light upon them, allowing the scheming Danzo to momentarily appear almost human. The children's hearts have awakened, igniting their curiosity about the world outside. Repression is futile, and forceful suppression would only yield adverse effects. Since you have uttered words as grand as the all-encompassing, Hiruzen chuckled. Let us place our future hopes squarely upon these promising children. The rewards shall be bountiful. They shared a smile, as if the earlier disagreements had never transpired. Looking toward the shop filled with laughing and playing children, they felt a sense of contentment. This was not merely the continuation of their lineage but the very future of Konoha, a Konoha that once thrived as an unstoppable force, renowned for its strong warriors. It was a resurgence of the will of fire after a brief period of darkness. For within the eyes of these children, they beheld the essence that had once existed in the eyes of the first and second Hokage, an essence known as inclusivity, also referred to as transformation. A new order and hope were being nurtured from this foundation. They were both bearers of the shinobi era and witnesses to the dawn of a new age. They were students of the revolutionaries and would, in turn, become the teachers of future revolutionaries. Perhaps, in their lifetimes, they would be fortunate enough to witness a new world, a world nurtured by the seeds they had sown, sheltering a new era beneath its shade. Within it might reside the Uchiha, the Uzumaki, the Hyuga, the Sarutobi, and the Shimura, even the Kirigakure and the Mizuki, countless common folk, capable of safeguarding what they cherished, living in harmony regardless of their status as shinobi. If such a world were to exist, a singular consciousness enveloped the globe, devoid of war. Then Shinobu and Jihen, their sons, would not have perished on the battlefield. Even the upper echelons of Konoha, swept away by the tides of war, would find themselves reduced to pitiable isolation. Who does not yearn for peace? To seek peace through struggle leads to its preservation. To pursue peace through compromise leads to its demise. Yet, as we near the end of our days, it is time for Asuma's generation to take the reins of the future, along with Kakashi and Guy, who are also good-hearted individuals. Is it not too soon to be so eager for our grandchildren's futures? Humph. Do you think I orchestrated their rebellion in the land of water? Had that couple still been around, I would not have bothered to meddle with that rascal. I wish to live for a few more years. However, if not for your indulgence, he could not have acted with such audacity. Let it be, Danzo conceded. Roken and Niji possess sufficient strength to protect themselves. I am unconcerned. The safety of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki rests entirely in your hands. Perhaps I shall borrow a few Uchiha, just in case. Danzo rolled his eyes. No borrowing. Danzo, I am Hokage. Understood, you stubborn monkey. Chapter 95. If you must kill, then do so to me, but spare my friends. The week-long intensive training had left the trio considerably worn, yet their combat experience had notably improved, enhancing their strength significantly. At this moment, Lu Ning began to fret about his people, insisting they return home. The legendary adventures recounted by Lu Ning ignited Naruto Uzumaki's passion, compelling him to express his unwavering desire to accompany Lu Ning to the so-called land of the whirlpools to witness the homeland they were building, a place filled with family and friends. Despite the third Hokage's attempts to dissuade him, Naruto's determination remained unshaken. Under Shimura Danzo's endorsement, this mission was sanctioned, reminiscent of the earlier incident when the Hidden Cloud Village infiltrated and seized the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, a crucial strategic asset for Konoha. At that time, only Minato Namikaze, a student still in the Ninja Academy, had arrived to offer assistance. This journey would undoubtedly deepen the bond between the two, paving the way for Lu Ning. However, to mitigate potential unforeseen circumstances, the Hokage dispatched a covert team to shadow the children, composed solely of the most trustworthy high-ranking members of Konoha. Among them were the Master of Wood Release, the Umbu operative Tenzo Kakashi Hitaki, an elite Jonin and the fourth Hokage's disciple, who possessed the Sharingan and was codenamed Silver Wolf, and Uchiha Izumi, the current acting clan leader of the Uchiha, a rising star in the ninja world, who had grown increasingly aloof, codenamed Falcon. The true precaution against unforeseen events was all too evident, particularly in this era where no one would absurdly conflate the terms young Jinchuriki and shinobi. At this moment, the children remained blissfully unaware of the elite ninja's hidden presence. Even Lu Ning could only vaguely perceive a disruption in the air's flow. Yet, as his elder had previously assured him of protection for Naruto, he refrained from probing further. The pure gaze of the golden-haired boy indicated the absence of malevolence in their followers. Otherwise, the Nine-Tails within him would have alerted him. Returning to the matter at hand, they traversed the main road and, after a few days, reached the stronghold of the land of the whirlpools, which now resembled a modest encampment. To their alarm, they discovered that the whirlpool flag that once adorned the entrance had been uprooted and carelessly discarded, half buried in the ground. They were met with a grim realization: they were not alone. This was a clear sign of a change in leadership. Yet it was peculiar that no new flag had been hoisted. Lu Ning recoiled in trepidation, his mind racing. What on earth is happening? Sajui, did you not leave a shadow clone here to gather intelligence and monitor for threats? Why has there been no report? Sajui, momentarily stunned, replied, I do not know. My shadow clone has not dissipated, so it cannot convey what has transpired. He soon recognized the inconsistency. If there were truly an adversary I could not contend with, my shadow clone would have automatically dissipated to relay that information. Niji calmly assessed the situation. That implies the enemy has a means to obstruct information transmission. The three exchanged grave looks, each recognizing the seriousness reflected in the other's eyes. This enemy was undeniably unlike the ordinary bandits they had faced before. They were skilled ninjas wielding bizarre techniques. Even the rogue ninjas they had previously confronted lacked the ability to control other shadow clones. They themselves could not even perform the technique. The adversaries they now faced were clearly not the same as the previous minions. They were formidable foes. From the scant clues available, this was evident. Behind them, Naruto, still brimming with excitement, had now turned perceptive, inquiring anxiously, "Lu Ning, what is happening?" "Hush, there are enemies. I will explain everything shortly." Lu Ning pinched his thigh, forcing himself to remain calm, as various strategies flashed through his mind. "Niji, can your Byakugan see what is happening inside?" Upon hearing this, Niji immediately activated his Byakugan, but shook his head moments later. "I see nothing. My line of sight is completely obstructed. It's as if something is interfering with the chakra flow." The expressions of the four grew increasingly grave. Lu Ning called out, "Sajui, yes. Use your ink to scout for information, ascertain the enemy's numbers and positions, and assess their strength. We must prepare for the worst. A strategic retreat. Preserving one's life is paramount. There is no shame in retreating strategically, while senselessly throwing away one's life is the true disgrace." However, there loomed an even grimmer outcome. They could all perish here. "Understood," Sajui replied solemnly, unfurling a scroll and dripping several drops of ink, which swiftly transformed into a swarm of insects. The dark-hued insects dispersed, making their way toward the encampment. These tiny creatures were embodiments of Sajui's chakra, sharing his visual and auditory senses. Yet, the moment they infiltrated the encampment, the invisible threads connecting them to Sajui severed, rendering him unable to perceive their perspectives. The chakra within those insects was entirely drained, leaving behind mere pools of ink. With all reconnaissance methods rendered ineffective, it was clear, without the need for further probing, that the enemy's strength far exceeded their comprehension. "Run!" Sajui exclaimed in alarm. The other three hesitated not for a moment, placing absolute trust in their companion, and turned to flee. However, as they attempted to escape, they triggered a trap laid by the enemy, immobilizing their bodies completely. "Damn! What is this?" Clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed from a distance as the gates of the encampment swung open, revealing the footsteps of a lone figure. A robust, resonant voice rang out. I wondered who was probing. It turns out to be the original inhabitants of this encampment? Merely a few youngsters, I see. I must commend you for your youthful ambition. The four, bound and unable to turn, sensed the overwhelming chakra emanating from the approaching figure, alongside an oppressive aura that felt as if it had emerged from a mountain of corpses, causing their hairs to stand on end. Every cell in their bodies trembled, and cold sweat streamed down their brows. Even the thought of biting their tongues could not suppress the primal fear of danger that gripped them. This was far beyond what they were equipped to handle. The man's leisurely strides revealed his disregard for the children as he continued to muse. Transforming ink into physical form using chakra? Is this what one would call ink release? Or perhaps some form of secret technique? Truly fascinating. The ninja world is teeming with peculiarities these days. Then, with a sharp sound, the unsheathing of a blade resonated. Now speak. What is the purpose of displaying the emblem of the Whirlpool clan at the entrance of this encampment? The insignia of the Whirlpool bears subtle differences from that of Konoha, a fact anyone with a modicum of knowledge of ninja history would recognize. His tone suddenly shifted, the weight of murderous intent surging forth, constricting the air around them. What schemes are you plotting, Konoha ninjas? We. Naruto, who had never harmed even a chicken, found himself in the most precarious state yet he gritted his teeth and shouted defiantly, "We have no schemes. If you wish to kill or torture us, do as you please, but you will not extract any information about Konoha from me. I, Naruto Uzumaki, will never yield. Furthermore, all these ideas were mine. If you have grievances, take my life, but do not harm my friends." Naruto Uzumaki's voice emerged hoarsely, almost forced from his throat, as the crimson hue deep within his eyes spread forth, claiming dominion over the once azure gaze. Damn it. If only he possessed sufficient strength at this moment. He must safeguard his friends, those who would converse with him earnestly. Damn. Naruto's nails dug fiercely into his flesh, blood oozing through the crevices of his fingers. Chapter 96. What did you say about my mother? The adversary did not rush to act. Instead, he was rather taken aback by Naruto Uzumaki's words. Oh? You claim to share the Uzumaki surname as well? A leaf ninja? He twisted Naruto's head slightly, scrutinizing him closely. The chakra of the 9 tails, which was on the verge of erupting, suddenly quelled as the man's touch brought forth a familiar sensation. Not far away, the hawk-eyed Yoswan had activated his Sharingan, the 3 tomos spinning wildly. Just as he was about to charge forward, he was restrained by the temporary leader. Wolf, wait a moment. In his current state, he does not seem intent on harming Naruto. Yoswan tried to break free, but noticed that the enemy was not attacking Naruto. Instead, the man was playfully slapping Naruto's face, who wore a look of humiliation. He has blonde hair. Although this red-haired brat looks more like a member of the Uzumaki clan. You don't seem like brothers. How could the leaf have 2 Uzumaki families? After all, only one Kushina was sent to the leaf back then. Let go of Naruto. You scoundrel, die? The man mused. But before he could react, the red-haired boy had broken free from his bindings, brandishing a knife aimed at his vital points. It's merely a sealing technique. Stop pretending to be mystical. If you want to harm my brother, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Before the blade could strike, the man calmly drew his long knife from his waist. In an instant, a blinding white light flashed across the sky. With a crisp snap, Uzumaki Lenning's meticulously maintained weapon was cleanly severed in 2 by the man's swift strike. The break revealed an exceptionally smooth and even cut. Looking at the man, he bared half of his chest, his bronzed skin glistening healthily under the sun, casually chewing on a slender blade of grass plucked from who knows where, swaying gently in the breeze. His black cloak fluttered in the wind, akin to a flag. Most striking was his wild, unruly red hair, cascading freely like flames. His eyes bore 3 ghastly scars, resembling twisted centipedes coiling across his visage. The intricately designed large knife, adorned with mysterious and complex patterns, was firmly fastened to his waist, becoming one with his imposing figure. At this moment, the man stood tall and straight, his stature reminiscent of a mountain, exuding an unparalleled aura of strength. More than a rogue ninja, he resembled a carefree warrior wandering the world. He looked down upon Uzumaki Lenning, his hand resting on the hilt of his knife, smirking. Little brat, that's not how you hold a knife. It's too easy for your enemy to knock it away. Caught off guard by Uzumaki Lenning's icy glare, a flicker of memory crossed the man's eyes, his old face flushed with an unexpected bashfulness as he sheepishly scratched his head and laughed. Well, I was actually aiming to knock your knife away, but your weapon's quality is so poor that I accidentally shattered it. I'll get you a new knife another time. In an instant, a strange glimmer appeared in Uzumaki Lenning's previously hostile gaze. Was he shy? What could he possibly be embarrassed about? Wasn't he just judging us moments ago? This shift in atmosphere felt off. Wait. Uzumaki Lenning suddenly felt uneasy. Could this man be a homosexual? Or perhaps a copper craftsman? What am I even saying? Why am I suddenly reminded of her again? The red-haired man then snapped back to reality, vigorously slapping his own cheeks a few times to regain his composure, reverting to his domineering demeanor as he crouched to meet Uzumaki Lenning's gaze. Hey, little brat. That blonde one claims to be an Uzumaki. What about you? What is your surname? Uzumaki Lenning took several steps back, his face clearly displaying terror. What business is it of yours? What do you intend to do? A gentleman may be killed, but not humiliated. I will absolutely not yield. You'd best kill me now. What on earth are you rambling about? The man reached out, intending to touch Uzumaki Lenning's red hair. However, the latter reacted instinctively, drawing several adamant chains from behind and striking heavily towards the man's head. Yet, the latter effortlessly blocked the attack with his own chains. The man manipulated his chains to ensnare Uzumaki Lenning's assault, chuckling. Hey, adamant chains, your bloodline seems quite pure. Now you needn't say much. You can claim whatever surname you wish. Uzumaki Lenning was momentarily taken aback. Wait, are you also an Uzumaki? He then shook his head vigorously. No. Even if we are of the same clan, if you dare to do such a thing to me, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. What a cocky little brat. You should speak to your elders with some basic respect. The man's eyes twitched slightly as he brought his fingers together, the middle finger protruding like a drill, unhesitatingly poking Uzumaki Lenning's forehead. Ouch, how painful. It was only after Uzumaki Lenning begged for mercy, clutching his head, that the man stood up, satisfied, glancing at both Uzumaki Lening and Naruto Uzumaki before nodding thoughtfully. Brothers, are you? One adopted, one biological? So you are Kushina's child. I wondered why your features resembled her. Beside them, Naruto Uzumaki was bewildered. Huh? Who? What is he talking about? Adopted? Isn't Kushina Lening's aunt? Upon confirming their identities, the man nodded and even offered words of comfort to the still shaken Uzumaki Lening. My apologies, little brat. Your eyebrows and hair color reminded me of someone very important from my past. So, I may have acted a bit out of order initially. Since you truly are an Uzumaki, I certainly won't make things difficult for you. At first, he thought the Leaf's people aimed to eradicate them by employing such tactics. It turned out to be an endeavor by their own kin to revive the Uzumaki clan. He raised his hand again to stroke Uzumaki Lening's red hair. Haha. The land of whirlpools. Quite audacious. You're not behaving well in the Leaf, are you, little brat? He murmured to himself. If she could see the children of the Uzumaki clan and feel such a strong connection to the long-lost land of whirlpools, she would surely be delighted. I wonder how Shiya is faring in that other world. With her personality, she probably won't suffer any losses, right? Huh. Uzumaki Lening, who had been clutching his forehead in pain, suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing red. What did you say about my mother? The man fell silent for a long moment before finally responding with difficulty. You said your mother. I spit on your mother. Chapter 97. Be my son. Wait. No. The man was clearly struck dumb by the sudden revelation. His once formidable aura shattered in an instant. At that moment, he could hardly utter a coherent sentence, gripping the face of the swirling vortex Lu Ning tightly, repeatedly demanding answers he yearned to hear. You just said your mother. No, your mother. You meant the little girl Kushina, right? It was definitely Kushina who came to Konoha. How could I possibly forget such a thing? Calm down, uncle, Lu Ning interjected. No, Kushina didn't look like this. Her features were softer, devoid of such sharpness. Your facial structure is pronounced. Your brow bone is so defined. You resemble Shiya. You are her child. Of course, I am my mother's child. Even if you were to wield a knife against me, I would never recant. Then, what about Shiya? The man stammered. His once dull gaze now sparkling with hope, his rugged hands, calloused and scarred, landing heavily upon Lu Ning's head. Ruffling his hair amidst the latter's increasingly sympathetic and wary eyes. Child, let us introduce ourselves. I am Vortex Shanks. You shall henceforth be my son. Lu Ning responded with a perplexed expression. Is this person unwell? He keeps insisting I be his son. Were it not for the fact that I cannot best him in a fight, I would have drawn my blade by now. I would advise you to temper your excitement. I mean no disrespect, but my mother passed away 4 years ago in the misty pine town of the Land of Water, killed by a squad of ice-released ninjas from the Mist Village. After that, I was taken in by Konoha at the tender age of 3. At this, Vortex Shanks's exuberance came to an abrupt halt. His mother had tirelessly worked towards the reconstruction of the Land of Water, traversing much of the ninja world in search of other members of the Vortex clan. Perhaps she had mentioned me, but I was too young to remember clearly. Oh. Vortex Shanks sighed, a wave of joy once more submerged by an overwhelming sense of solitude. As if the blade at his side sensed its master's anguish, its intricate patterns flickering with a life of their own, the immense power causing the blade to tremble. His aura surged forth uncontrollably, shaking the very ground beneath him, causing Lu Ning, the only one able to withstand the pressure, to be forced to the ground. His face flushed with embarrassment as he struggled to suppress the overwhelming sensation in his chest, bracing himself against the hilt of his sword. The 3 elite ninjas concealed in the shadows felt the weight of the atmosphere and gasped for breath. The Land of Water, Vortex Shanks murmured, pressing his hand against the hilt to suppress the urge to draw his sword. Chinhu Bay, Misty Pine Town, once known as Mizuki. I must visit there someday. He then gently tousled Lu Ning's hair. You remember well, young one. Quite impressive. Losing your mother at just 3 years old, even earlier than I did. I presume no one has told you that your eyes, your temperament, mirror your mother's. Finally, a smile emerged on Vortex Shanks's face. His gaze upon Lu Ning imbued with a touch of tender affection befitting an elder. Regardless of the circumstances, you are Shiya's blood, a remnant she left behind in this world. Be my son. Lu Ning's eye twitched in response. No, I have a father. Failing to protect your mother. Allowing her to die far from home, he is undoubtedly an incompetent husband. Should I go and slay him? Will you then call me father? Do you understand? Do not labor under the delusion. My father, whom I have never met, has long since departed this world. If you truly wish to meet him, I have no objections and could even assist you. Lu Ning's expression remained stoic as he added, by the timeline, he actually left this world before my mother did. To speak ill of one's father is to be disrespectful. I see. Vortex Shanks mused, stroking his head and sighing. I truly apologize. So, you are an orphan? Xiao's child. Then, Lu Ning interjected again, bowing respectfully. Grandfather is awaiting my return to the village after I complete my mission. Do not trouble yourself with my personal affairs. Since you and my mother are old acquaintances, it would not be unfair for me to address you as uncle. In this world where strength reigns supreme among ninjas, if you are interested in this humble dwelling, it is yours. You appear to be a reasonable individual. Surely you would not treat these villagers harshly. Ultimately, all is at your discretion. I merely hope you might show some leniency for our kinship and allow us a chance to survive. Lu Ning's words elevated Vortex Shanks to an uncomfortable height, as he had not intended to impose any harm upon them in the first place. The topic of being a son was thus set aside for the moment. Vortex Shanks let out a hearty laugh, pinching Lu Ning's cheek, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Little one, do you know what your mother often said during the clan extermination war? Our clan, the Vortex, can only survive amidst chaos through unity. As he recalled her words, his eyes grew clearer. She was a rare talent within the Vortex clan, recognized as the young leader. Had such a tragedy not befallen us, she would have undoubtedly led a brilliant life, becoming an exceptional leader. Yet, alas, the land of Vortex had already suffered a catastrophic disaster before that. And yet, I am grateful that she was not the one nailed to the pillar of shame of a fallen kingdom. Shanks continued, lost in his reminiscences, indifferent to how much the child before him could comprehend or remember, simply immersed in his memories. During the final battle, the Vortex clan was beyond salvation. She exhausted her chakra and blood, burning her future, transforming into the brightest red sun of the Vortex, to cover the retreat of the survivors. In the end, she sealed our ancestral grounds, holding back the invading enemies and misleading the external foes, allowing a small portion of our clan to escape. Naturally, she did this to protect little Kushina and the clan leader at that time. From the very beginning, I longed to be by her side, to be the support she could rely on. Yet, I was merely a shadow trailing behind her. It was meant to be that way forever. But in that moment, I realized just how weak and despicable I truly was. I had thought she perished in that calamity. Vortex Shanks closed his eyes in reflection, letting out a long sigh. He is a vengeful spirit, surviving in hell. All that he cherished perished in that war. That is what I believed. Thus, I have truly wasted these years. Had I not been so consumed by vengeance in the black market, had I paid more attention to the intelligence within the ninja world, perhaps I could have saved her?